The sky was pitch black, as if it had been soaked in ink, and the whole world seemed shrouded in this endless darkness, as though it had fallen into a vast black hole. Hiruzen Sarutobi was not wearing his iconic Hokage hat today. Instead, he was draped in a simple white robe, looking more like an old scholar than the leader of the village. He gently stroked little Naruto's golden hair and said, "Naruto, the orphanage is closed down. From now on, you'll have to live on your own." At just 3 years old, Naruto had no idea what this really meant. All he noticed was that his friends from the orphanage had vanished as if swallowed by the earth. And now even the headmaster he called Grandpa was leaving him behind. In that instant, Naruto began to whimper, crying out, "No, no, I don't want to leave Grandpa. Don't throw me into a pit of loneliness." As he spoke, a thin mist clouded his blue eyes, with tears welling up and threatening to spill over. Sarutobi gazed at the child before him, and his vision grew distant, as if through Naruto he could see Minato's shadow. Under his breath, he murmured Minato, but he quickly regained his composure, scooping Naruto into his arms. With deep affection and gravity in his voice, he said, "Naruto, you must learn to stand on your own 2 feet. That's what it means to be a true man, just like the will of fire teaches us. Every new leaf must eventually leave the shelter of the old, facing wind and rain alone, so it can grow strong." Hiruzen had lost count of how many times he'd said these words to Naruto. It was both a gentle trick to coax the child, and a way to instill the right values in him. Fighting back tears that threatened to escape, Naruto turned his head and used his sleeve to wipe the corners of his eyes, choking out, "But I really don't want to say goodbye to Grandpa." The sincerity and innocence in those blue eyes, so full of longing and attachment, struck a chord deep in the third Hokage's heart. But as someone who had lived through the hardships of war, he knew that children had to be able to survive on their own and bear heavy burdens. Especially Naruto, the boy carrying the Ninetales within him. Hiruzen offered comfort. "It's all right, Naruto. Grandpa will come visit you regularly, and I'll bring you your monthly allowance too." As he spoke, he winked, the wrinkles on his face folding together until he looked like a blooming chrysanthemum. Naruto could only mumble a quiet response before wrapping his small arms tightly around the old man's leg. Sarutobi felt a sharp jolt of pain in his leg and couldn't help but be surprised. How could this little boy be so strong? But as the mightiest Hokage in history, he would never cry out over a 3-year-old's hug. He guessed that perhaps Naruto had inherited Kushina's strength, and for a moment he pictured her vivid red hair in his mind. Hiruzen gave a rueful smile and thought to himself, "If Kushina knew about my decision today, she'd probably come back just to give me a good thrashing." The third Hokage picked up little Naruto and said, "Naruto, you must live your life well from now on." After setting Naruto back down, he clapped his hands like a phantom. A member of the Umbu with long purple hair, a white mask, and a red mark on her forehead leapt out from the shadows. The Umbu agent straightened, bowed her head respectfully, and said, "Lord Third." The third Hokage gently pushed Naruto toward her and gave a nod of instruction. "Yuzuki, take little Naruto to the apartment the village has prepared for him." Yuzuki nodded in response. "Yes, sir." She then led the timid, hesitant Naruto away from the orphanage. The third watched Naruto's small figure disappear into the distance. In that moment, he seemed to see the heroic image of the yellow flash from years ago, and the dull ache in his leg reminded him of Kushina. With a quiet sigh, he thought to himself, "Naruto, may you grow up quickly. Konoha needs the strength of your generation." It was now the 51st year of Konoha. 3 years had passed since the chaos of the Ninetales attack, and only about 3 years since the end of the Third Great Ninja War, with Minato's passing and the Jinchuriki losing control of the Ninetales. Other villages now eyed Konoha hungrily, as for the Third's most outstanding students. Orochimaru had defected after forbidden human experiments. Tsunade had left, sunk in grief over the loss of her brother and lover. Jiraiya, meanwhile, wandered abroad in search of the child of prophecy and inspiration for his tales. Konoha now lacked top-level combat power, relying mainly on the great ninja clans to hold things together. The third let out a helpless sigh and turned to walk toward the Hokage Tower. With Yuzuki's guidance, little Naruto arrived at his assigned apartment. Yuzuki briefly explained how to use the things in the apartment and where to buy food before disappearing once more, standing on a tree outside. Yuzuki watched as Naruto opened a refrigerator, rummaging for food, then sat down in confusion. Not knowing what to do, she muttered to herself, "Why does Lord Third want the little Jinchuriki to live alone at such a young age?" Another Umbu agent said coolly, "Our only duty is to complete the mission." Yuzuki Yugao gazed helplessly at little Naruto, who had burst into tears once again. Her heart was filled with pity. Naruto stared at the empty room. Waves of sorrow surged through him, and chakra flickered uncertainly within his body, though he paid it no mind, lost in his grief as he stared blankly at the ceiling, asking himself over and over, "Why don't I have a mother? Why don't I have a father? Why doesn't Grandpa Director want me anymore?" Unseen by anyone, faint strands of crimson chakra seeped from the sealed gate within him. The flow was so slight it had no effect on Naruto himself. In Naruto's inner world, the Ninetales let out a wild, mocking laugh. "Humph, Kushina, take a good look at your child. I can already imagine the wonderful times ahead, once this seal is finally undone." Ha ha! It mocked Kushina for sealing it inside her own son, and for never imagining that her child would be left to live alone at the mere age of 3. It even grumbled at the sage of 6 paths. "Old man, is this the human you said I should try to get along with?" Seeing that little Naruto was slowly recovering and that the pathway for its chakra infiltration had been cut off, the Ninetales simply shut its eyes, biding its time for the next opportunity. Yet in the Pure Land, a slumbering figure sensed the call and began to drift gently in Naruto's direction. He chuckled. "Tell me, who's really to blame for all this? Was it that inherently wicked Madara Uchiha, or you Hashirama Senju who always claimed I was too powerful, yet turned around and pinned me down, so I couldn't even move? No, really, how did you come back?" The Ninetales, after imagining the consequences of cursing a Hashirama, fell silent for a moment before changing the subject. "Huh. Well, you see, I'm here on a mission. Someone told me that this Uzumaki Naruto is the child of prophecy, and asked me to help him grow." Hashirama thought for a moment. After all, the Ninetales wasn't human, so it was fine to share this with him. Yes, that was clever. Nothing like what Tobirama always said about him. Child of prophecy. That sounded familiar. Wait, the Sage of 6 Paths had mentioned this before, hadn't he? The Ninetales fell silent, but soon asked another question. "Who gave you this mission?" The Ninetales was hoping to hear the old man's name, since only he would have the power to send Hashirama back. "I'm sorry, I don't know." Hashirama shook his head regretfully. "He just gave me the mission, without revealing his identity, and told me not to let anyone know I existed." "Hey, why don't you tell me about little Naruto? Has he started at the Ninja Academy yet? What grade is he in?" In Hashirama's mind, a Jinchuriki had to be at least 6 years old. "As if I tell you that kid is only 3, the Ninetales scoffed. "What?" Hashirama fell silent. A 3-year-old Jinchuriki. What had become of the village to make such a choice? Had he truly made a mistake in the past? "Hey, Hashirama, want to come in for a bit? I can use chakra to show you what happened." The Ninetales tried, tempting Hashirama into the sealed space. "Hey, Ninetales, you're underestimating me, aren't you? To get in, wouldn't I have to break the seal?" Hashirama's gaze toward the Ninetales carried a subtle threat. With a clap of his hands, a wooden figure even taller than the Ninetales rose from the ground. A wooden dragon coiled around its waist, and its golden eyes blazed brilliantly in the pitch-black ceiling space. "I'm warning you. Don't even think about laying a hand on little Naruto." If the seal were broken, Hashirama could easily kill the Ninetales, but Naruto's body might not survive the onslaught of its chakra. The Ninetales froze, its body just risen, slumping back down in defeat. Fine. I still have a bit of chakra outside. Just use it." Left with no other choice, the Ninetales had to use the chakra it had slowly accumulated over the years to send messages to Hashirama. How infuriating. But if it really is that old man? The Ninetales shook its head. "Humans coexist peacefully with a tailed beast? Impossible." Hashirama watched the Ninetales go a little mad by itself, and could only shrug helplessly before beginning to receive the information transmitted by the beast. But soon Hashirama's expression began to darken. "You've pulled him, haven't you? Stop nagging. When I make a move, it's always effortless." In the midst of his nightmare, little Naruto vaguely heard a voice that was both familiar and strange, a gruff tone that, despite its aggression, carried a hint of timidity. "Where am I?" Naruto looked around at the pitch-black world before him, fear slowly creeping in. "Hey, Ninetales, watch your chakra!" A deep, mature voice echoed from behind Naruto. Turning around, he caught sight of a stranger. "Help! Grandpa Director, save me. There's a monster. Naruto froze in place, his blue eyes wide with fright, but just then a large hand gently rested on Naruto's head, and a soothing voice followed. Hey there, little Naruto. There's nothing to be afraid of. Naruto looked up at the man. He seemed a little familiar, like he'd seen him before. Who are you? Naruto's voice was nervous, still wary of the huge beast caged in the distance. I'm Hashirama Senju, the first Hokage of the Hidden Leaf. Hashirama struck a dramatic pose, one he'd perfected back when he and Madara were experimenting with impressive introductions. So lame? Naruto was a little taken aback by Hashirama's strange posturing, but quickly refocused. The first Hokage is that the one Grandpa Director always talks about, the Hokage who protected everyone and earned everyone's respect. Seeing the sparkle in Naruto's eyes, Hashirama decided to ignore the muttered insult and nodded approvingly. Little Naruto, do you want to become Hokage? Hashirama already knew the boy's background, thanks entirely to the friendship sponsorship of the Ninetales. He wasn't sure if he should reveal everything to this child. After all, the Third's plan was to keep Naruto's origins hidden, but honestly, leaving a 3-year-old to fend for himself was a bit much, especially considering he was the 4th Hokage's son. I do. For a moment, little Naruto forgot all about his fear of the Ninetales. He stood up straight, puffing out his chest, his round face absolutely adorable. Blue eyes, huh? The Ninetales glanced at Naruto's clear blue gaze, betraying nothing of its thoughts. Who can say what the future holds? Good. From now on, let me teach you how to become an outstanding Hokage. Hashirama was overjoyed. He hadn't expected his young descendant to possess such grand ambitions at such a tender age. From today onward, I'll be your teacher, he declared warmly. And so the two reincarnations of Azura sealed their bond as master and disciple. In that moment, a higher, deeper connection was forged between the two of them. Little Naruto leapt up, excitedly. But when his eyes met the terrifying gaze of the Ninetales, he shrank back in fear. Teacher, what is that monster? Why is it chained up? Oh, right. I completely forgot to introduce you, Hashirama replied, laughing at his own oversight that the Ninetales, a tailed beast with fearsome power. Suddenly remembering he hadn't properly introduced the Ninetales, Hashirama pointed toward the beast as he explained, Hey, I'm not called the Ninetales. The beast bellowed with fury, its 9 fiery orange tails lashing the air in agitation. I have a name, in truth. Throughout the ages, humans who were too weak were deemed unworthy of knowing its name, while those with overwhelming strength regarded it as beneath their notice, a fact for which the Ninetales still harbored a grudge, especially against certain red-eyed, chain-wielding, and gate-building individuals. After witnessing so much human malice through the ages, the Ninetales had gradually lost all interest in communicating with people. Yet, something about the child before it, possibly the prophesied one the old man had spoken of, made it reconsider. Very well, the beast thought. I suppose I can indulge him this once. Listen well. My name is Kurama, the beast thundered. Hashirama was struck dumb with shock, staring at the beast. No, at Kurama. With utter disbelief, you actually have a name. His hand still pointing at the Ninetales trembled uncontrollably. Good heavens, all these years, and I never knew the Ninetales had a name. Even Mito never mentioned it. Kurama let out a low chuckle and, uninterested in further conversation, lay down and drifted back to sleep. By this point, Naruto's consciousness was reaching its limit in this strange realm. A sensation of waking up surged chaotically through his mind, jostling him from within. Naruto, we'll meet again tomorrow night, Hashirama said with a gentle smile, watching as the boy's form began to fade. Then, I'll teach you how to refine chakra. The next moment, Naruto sprang up from his bed, wide awake, still groggy. He stared at his own hands. Hashirama, Kurama, was it all a dream? Well, never mind that. First things first. He needed something to eat. Hopping lightly into the kitchen, he headed straight for the fridge, pulling out some fresh milk and a pack of instant noodles. Somewhere, Hashirama frowned. Instant noodles for breakfast, really? At that moment, a soft green-tinged chakra, brimming with vitality, flowed from Naruto's stomach, and on the potted plant in his tiny apartment, a fruit suddenly began to grow. What on earth? Naruto could hardly believe his eyes. A faint, familiar voice echoed in his mind. Naruto, try eating this instead. It's much healthier. This spot was particularly well chosen. Hidden from view, even the watchful eyes of the shadows outside couldn't see it, At the moment, the third Hokage wasn't using his telescope jutsu to observe little Naruto either. After happily devouring the fruit, Naruto left his small apartment and began his aimless wandering for the day. Today was his first time venturing beyond the orphanage's familiar surroundings, stepping into a completely new environment. After exploring for a while, little Naruto grew tired. So he found a cool, shaded spot, lay down, and gazed blankly at the sky, his mind still. Lingering on last night's dream, in the distance he spotted a pink-haired girl and a blonde girl walking together, laughing and playing. How adorable, he thought. Pink hair, how unusual. But the young Naruto wasn't as bold as he would one day become. For now, he only dared to watch the girl from afar. Meanwhile, the third Hokage arrived at Naruto's apartment. "Naruto, Grandpa's here to bring you some money," he called out, stepping inside with a not-so-thick envelope and a stack of beginner's books suitable for a child. But unfortunately, Naruto was nowhere to be seen. "Huga?" the third called out the window. In response, a figure leapt into Naruto's apartment. "Lord Third," she greeted respectfully. "Where did Naruto go?" the third asked, his tone gentle, though a fleeting glint of coldness passed through his narrowed eyes. "He went to wander around East Street. The fox is following him," Huga replied. "I see." The third nodded, rubbing his eyes and letting out a sigh. "Just leave these things here. When Naruto comes back, just pretend you're a passerby and let him know," with those simple instructions. He turned and left. There was still much work to do. It had only been 2 years since the end of the Great Ninja War, and there was plenty of political business to handle. His old friend Danzo was growing restless again, too. Just then a blue screen suddenly appeared before little Naruto's eyes. "Do you want to be as strong as your teacher?" Yes, or yes. Naruto didn't know these strange symbols yet, but like most kids, he instinctively reached for whatever was glowing the brightest. He picked one of the 2 sparkling options at random and tapped it. As soon as he did, the blue screen vanished, as if it had never existed. Yet, Naruto could feel a new strength coursing through his body. He slowly walked up to a small tree. The security ninja, assigned to watch over this 3-year-old Jinchuriki, perched in the branches of a nearby large tree, grew puzzled by Naruto's odd behavior. Was he planning to punch the tree? No way. A 3-year-old couldn't possibly have such a strange idea. With a solid thud, Naruto swung his fist, leaving a tiny imprint on the bark of the little tree. Ouch! That hurt! Naruto yelped, his small right hand turning a bit red, and the skin slightly broken. Still, when he saw the little fish-shaped mark he'd made, he couldn't help but grin with pride. Inside him, the Ninetales witnessed little Naruto's violent outburst and quietly turned its gaze toward Hashirama, who was pretending to be invisible. "Hey, is this your doing?" Kurama asked, suspicion flickering in its eyes as it wondered if Hashirama had secretly passed his power to Naruto. "How could that be?" "You know what my power is like if I really could pass it on. Don't you think you'd notice what would happen after a punch like that?" Hashirama spread his hands, innocently signaling that he truly hadn't done anything wrong. "Humph," Kurama snorted. If that really had been Hashirama's strength. Just the memory of it made Kurama ache all over again, the pain from the past resurfacing. Up in the trees, a member of the ANBU silently jotted down a note in his book. Jinchuriki possibly suffering from mental instability, displaying self-harming behavior. Needs close observation. But while the adults were all worried, little Naruto, once the pain had faded, felt nothing but joy. He dashed off to the woods behind the village, running around like a little ball of energy, letting loose in every direction. When it started to get late, Naruto finally made his way back to his apartment. "Naruto," a young woman with purple hair called out to him. "Hey, you're the—" Naruto immediately recognized her as the ANBU who had taken him home yesterday. "Ahem, you're mistaken. That wasn't me, not at all." "Darn it," she thought to herself, "I even wore a disguise." "Huga," Yuzuki grumbled in her mind. "The third Hokage, that is, your grandpa director. Send over your monthly allowance and a few books today," she explained. "They're already in your room." With that, Huga turned and briskly ran off, quickly vanishing from sight. What a shy big sister, Naruto decided, then hurried back to his little apartment, eager to see what Grandpa Director had given him. Still, to think Grandpa Director is actually the third Hokage? That's a real surprise, he mused. After all, Grandpa Director's health wasn't the best. Whenever Naruto hugged him too tightly, his face would change color. Despite his frail body, he always tried to put on a brave front. Naruto wondered why he bothered to act so shy. "Wow, 2000 Rio!" Naruto beamed at the stack of money before him. 2,000 whole Rio. Tomorrow he'd take his allowance and visit the bookstore. The lady on those book covers was just so pretty. Meanwhile, in Naruto's sealed space, black lines of exasperation formed on Hashirama's forehead. Come on, admit it. Are you the one teaching Naruto all these things? How could that be? I'm not even human. How would I know who's attractive and who's not? Kurama protested, feeling wronged. Honestly, to me, none of your human beauties can compare to a vixen's elegance. Kurama felt truly aggrieved. As a fox, how could it possibly corrupt Naruto's sense of beauty? Why did everyone always try to pin the blame on it? Why not try asking the real scapegoat around here? The ever-convenient Danzo. There's a rumor that once Danzo tried every trick in the book to make the Ninetales go berserk. He even took advantage of the third Hokage's absence to tempt young Naruto, resorting to honey, traps, and all manner of schemes. In the end, he indirectly led Naruto to invent the sexy jutsu, which ironically ended up saving the ninja world. But in truth, little Naruto had simply stumbled upon those magazines in the headmaster's office by accident. Sarutobi, in the end, I took the fall for you. The Shadow of the Pot was a fitting title indeed. Naruto, open your eyes. It's me, Hashirama. He's here. Naruto felt a mysterious summons, and with a blink, he found himself once again in that space. Wasn't this place dark and gloomy just last night? Or did it turn into a forest all of a sudden? Naruto was utterly astonished. The sealed space, which used to match the Ninetales' menacing aura, now had a blazing sun overhead, rich earth beneath his feet, and even a distant forest stretching out before him. All of this, its chakra, made manifest, Hashirama said, laughing heartily, clearly pleased with Naruto's reaction. He felt just like he had when he was raising little Tsunade. Yes, this was a good feeling. Naruto, today I'm going to teach you how to refine chakra. First, sit cross-legged and press your palms together. Naruto followed Hashirama's instructions, sitting down and bringing his hands together. Yes, that's right. Now, in your mind, focus on a strange sensation, a kind of energy your body produces impossible to describe, yet present in every part of you. As he spoke, Hashirama's body became enveloped in a surge of chakra, blue energy billowing out from him in waves. After pressing the mission button on the screen, he'd found himself with a physical form again and was able to draw out chakra once more. And then, Naruto! Hashirama opened his eyes, only to see Naruto blown all the way into a tree by the pressure from his unleashed chakra. Kurama, locked in the cage, just rolled his eyes in exasperation. This Hashirama, honestly, doesn't he know how much chakra he has? And besides, with such clumsy instructions, there's no way Naruto could actually learn anything. Off in the distance, Naruto picked himself up from the ground, dusted himself off, and sat down again, determined to follow Hashirama's guidance and try extracting chakra. Slowly, after about a minute, it finally happened. Under Hashirama's excited gaze, a faint, thin layer of chakra began to envelop Naruto's body. Ha ha ha, I knew it. I'm a genius. Hashirama laughed joyfully beside Naruto. This at last was the proper way to extract chakra. Not at all like what Tobirama used to say, insisting that nobody but him could master it. See, my foolish little brother, your big brother, is the true winner in the end. He could still remember back in the day, when Tobirama was Hokage, and he himself was headmaster of the Ninja Academy. Tobirama asked for my thoughts on how to refine chakra. So, as the first Hokage, the strongest in the village aside from Madara, I happily shared with him what I had just told Naruto. Yet after listening, Tobirama fell silent for a while, then looked at me with an utterly baffled expression. Brother, make sure you never leave any materials about chakra extraction. I'd be mortified if others saw them. I was furious. How could I, the so-called god of shinobi, ever be wrong? But after reading the detailed notes Tobirama had written and getting thoroughly confused by them, I had to admit, at least for now, that his explanations might be more precise. After that, Tobirama never asked for my opinion on hand seals again. Left to myself, I could only draw circles in the Hokage office, cursing my cold-hearted younger brother in lonely frustration. After work, I sought out Madara for a drink, pouring out my grievances, but Madara just looked at me like I was a fool. The same Madara who would usually join me in complaining about Tobirama had suddenly turned his back on me. I was heartbroken, but today was different. Naruto, my dear student, the legendary child of prophecy, understood my point right away. Indeed, true knowledge comes from practice. What a pity Madara isn't here anymore. Otherwise, I could have shown off to him Beneath Konoha, in a root headquarters, a middle-aged man, his body wrapped in bandages and his right eye concealed, sat atop a chair identical to the one in the Hokage's office. A chilling aura pressed down upon the vast, dimly lit room. So, Hiruzen let the Ninetales Jinchuriki live outside, did he? Yes, this was none other than the infamous scapegoat shadow, Shimura Danzo. In the world of Hokage, whenever there was a blame to be placed, it inevitably landed on him. Truly an unrivaled king of taking the fall. He would also go on to achieve such feats as sealing an entire bridge single-handedly and stabbing Susanoo with a kunai. But for now, his influence was not yet at its peak. Kai, the plan can begin. A young man wearing a fox mask knelt below, hesitating for a moment before nodding. Yes, sir. Kai, or rather Tenzo, did not understand Lord Danzo's orders, but bound by Root's rules, obeyed without question. Yukimi. A girl's silhouette flickered through Tenzo's mind, quickly followed by the image of Kakashi, now the captain of the Umbu. I am just a root in Konoha's shadow. All I need to do is follow Lord Danzo's commands. That's what Tenzo told himself, but his hesitation had already betrayed his wavering heart. On Konoha's East Street, a group of villagers, some faces never seen before, others having moved in only a month or two ago, gathered at the street corner with their small stools, spreading rumors. Among themselves, hey, did you hear? The Ninetales demon fox isn't dead. It's just taken the form of a child. Yes. I've heard about it. They say it acts that way on purpose, just to trick people into feeling sorry for it. One day it'll come out and kill us all. Oh, heavens, that wretched nine-tailed demon fox. You know, my grandfather's unborn son died at its hands. The crowd fell into a heavy silence. How tragic. It's all because of that wicked fox, that's right. Why won't it just die? After killing so many people, it still wants to live on, and it'll only bring more harm in the future. It's all the Hokage's fault. If you ask me, the third Hokage is already too old. He's been fooled by the fox's appearance, hidden in the shadows. Danzo took note of this root member's name, deciding that such cunning would be worth a promotion. So what does the nine-tailed demon fox look like now? Oh, let me tell you. Right now it's disguised as a little boy. A boy with yellow hair and those fox-like whiskers on his cheeks. What? That's terrifying. I have to warn my husband and children to stay far, far away from that monster. And so the rumors spread rapidly among the villagers. That night, when Sakura returned home, she watched her parents chatter animatedly as she sat down at the dinner table. Sakura, listen closely. The nine-tailed demon fox is still alive, her mother said gravely, sharing the latest gossip she just picked up. What? Sakura's father's hand shook so much that his cup slipped from his grasp and clattered onto the table. Is it true? Little Sakura shrank back in fear. Ever since she could remember, her mother had used stories of the Ninetales to frighten her, threatening that if she didn't go to sleep, the fox would come at night to eat her up. It's true. That demon fox has turned into a child, trying to deceive people into pitying him. How despicable. Sakura's father slammed his hand on the table in outrage. The very fox that had destroyed his workplace was still alive, now pretending to be a child to win sympathy. Unforgivable. Sakura, if you ever see a boy with yellow hair and whisker marks on his cheeks, you must keep away from him. Sakura nodded solemnly. Recalling the yellow-haired boy she'd seen on East Street that day, Ino had mentioned that he'd been watching her. Could he really be the nine-tailed demon fox? The thought sent a chill down her spine. She burrowed under her covers, trembling with fear until sleep finally claimed her. And what about Naruto, the nine-tailed fox himself, at that very moment? Rock, paper, scissors. Ha ha. I win again. Little Naruto burst out laughing, delighted to have beaten both Hashirama and Kurama. Come on, Kurama. Let me touch you. Because little Naruto was terribly bored, and he'd already learned how to refine chakra. Hashirama thought he might as well take the boy to play for a bit, since there were no dice around here, and besides, Naruto didn't know how to play anyway. Hashirama decided to rope Kurama into a game of rock, paper, scissors instead. Wait a minute. Why should I have to play this childish game with you? Kurama suddenly realized he'd been unwittingly dragged into Hashirama's schemes. Oh, come on, Kurama. Are you afraid of losing? Hashirama shot Kurama a look of mocking disdain, while little Naruto peeked out from behind. Hashirama and nodded vigorously in agreement, as if I'd ever back down. Kurama hesitated for a moment. He could always just refuse, of course, but he could tolerate being seen as the embodiment of evil by everyone. but he absolutely refused to be looked down upon by Senju Hashirama, of all people. A small version of the Ninetales seeped out from the corner of the seal. I knew you still had some tricks up your sleeve, Hashirama immediately saw through it. This was just a part of the chakra Kurama had leaked out earlier. The big Kurama inside the cage fell silent. But the little Ninetales began to speak. Wait a second. Is that a boyish, youthful voice? Hashirama's gaze toward Kurama changed. Was this fox trying to steal Naruto's affections from him? Naruto's eyes instantly lit up, and he leapt toward the little Ninetales. Honestly, a baby Kurama was ridiculously cute. No wonder the Sage of Six Paths ended up distributing 8 portions of chakra to the other tailed beasts, and gave the remaining 92 to Kurama. Just kidding. But it was true that the Sage gave Kurama the largest share of chakra. Hey, that's enough, came Kurama's mature voice from inside the cage. And with that, the little Ninetales' soft form melted back into the seal. He's so adorable. 3-year-old Naruto beamed, delighted by how good it felt to pet the little fox. He decided he definitely wanted to do it again in the future. Oh, honestly. Kurama let out a helpless sigh. Still, he noticed that his own negative emotions seemed to have lessened quite a bit. The child of prophecy? Of course, that wasn't the real reason. It was simply that 2 generations of Azura's reincarnations were here, naturally drawing out the tailed beast's affection. And with Hashirama, this living Buddha, keeping him in check, Kurama could only open his heart and talk to Naruto. Otherwise, he'd end up suppressed under a dozen Torii gates, reduced to nothing. More than Naruto's emotionless chakra source. Boohoo, Naruto doesn't want me anymore. Hashirama covered his face and pretended to sob shamelessly. Oh no, sensei, don't cry. I want you. Naruto panicked. No one had ever taught a 3-year-old how to comfort a 50-year-old man-child. Really? Hashirama peeked at Naruto, through his fingers. Really? Naruto promised, full of conviction. I don't believe you. Not unless you say you like me best. Hashirama acted like a big bad wolf, slyly luring little Naruto in. Off to the side, Kurama, the Ninetales, could only cover his eyes with his tail in silent exasperation. Outrageous. Naruto likes Hashirama-sensei the most. Whoosh. Ha, I knew it. Little Kurama, there's no way you could ever take my place in Naruto's heart, Hashirama exclaimed, laughing as he swept Naruto up in a cheerful hug, quite pleased with his own trickery. Kurama chose not to comment, thinking surely no grown fox would stoop to bickering with a child, right? Still, his other 8 tails twitched restlessly, betraying his mild annoyance. Little Naruto, try to go to bed early, okay? As time slipped by, Naruto finally left the sealed space and drifted into dreams. A new day began. The 3rd Hokage sat in his office, pulling the curtains closed with practiced ease. Then sneakily opened a drawer and retrieved his most prized possession, Tada. Hey, crystal ball. This crystal ball was the key tool Tsurutobi Hiruzen used for his telescope jutsu. With it, he could sit right in the Hokage's office and keep track of everything happening in the village. Of course, some clan compounds were shielded by barriers, and the 3rd generally stayed away from those. Now let's see what little Naruto is up to. The crystal ball shimmered mysteriously, and soon the image of Naruto, just up and washing his face, appeared before the Hokage's eyes. Good. Washing your face well is important. Tsurutobi chuckled, watching Naruto's morning routine. Because it was so early, he only caught a glimpse of Naruto's profile, not his full face. And next, a smile bloomed across the old Hokage's wrinkled face, as bright and lavish as a chrysanthemum. The crystal ball's image began to flicker, and gradually a foggy scene emerged. Well, not bad. Here so early in the morning, he muttered with a click of his tongue. Through the haze, the silhouettes of several women appeared, already at the bathhouse for an early soak in the shadowy Hokage office. Tsurutobi Hiruzen felt a thrill he could hardly put into words. Alas, old age had rendered such feelings pointless. Hey, have you heard about that fox demon's vessel? As the 3rd was absorbed in his observations, a sudden voice snapped him to attention. The one with golden hair and whisker marks? I saw him yesterday over on East Street. I say we sisters should go keep watch over there today. As soon as he turns up, we'll grab him. But he's a 9-tailed fox. What if we can't handle him? So what? If he causes trouble, we'll just report him to the village leaders and have him thrown straight into jail. Tsurutobi's pleasant mood evaporated. What on earth is happening? Who leaked little Naruto's true identity? A sharp, angry thump echoed through the room as someone slammed their hand on the table. In that instant, a familiar face surfaced in Hiruzen Sarutobi's mind. "Someone come in," he called. An AMBU operative entered swiftly, dropping to one knee. "Hokage-sama." Hiruzen regarded the masked ninja with grave determination as he issued his command. "Send people immediately to seal off all information regarding Naruto's true identity, and fetch Danzo Shimura to me at once." "Yes, sir." With the Hokage's direct order, the ANBU moved out. Shortly after, several neighborhood gossip centers run by local aunties and matrons were abruptly shut down. "You are forbidden to discuss anything about the Ninetales host within the village." This scene played out in every corner of Konoha, but it was already too late. Now, everyone who had been warned knew the rumors were true. Why else would the ANBU issue a gag order? An hour ticked by. Suddenly, the doors to the Hokage's office burst open. "Hiruzen, what is it you want?" Danzo entered, impatience etched across his face. He struck the floor with his cane, the sharp clack echoing as his eyes flickered briefly toward the Hokage's seat of power. "Danzo, you were the one who leaked the Jinchuriki's identity, weren't you?" Hiruzen rested his chin on his hands, eyes locked on Danzo. "Ridiculous. If you ask me, the villagers must have figured it out on their own." Danzo gave a dismissive laugh, denying any involvement. "Bring them in," Hiruzen ordered, clapping his hands. A silver-haired ANBU appeared, escorting another ANBU wearing a fox mask. "Well, this one's from your root, isn't he?" Hiruzen's tone was icy, turning the air in the office cold and heavy. "So what if it was me?" "Hiruzen, you know the Ninetales host is an unpredictable factor. Hand him over to Root. I promise you I'll shape him into Konoha's ultimate weapon of war. Then not just the minor cloud village, but all 5 great nations would bow before Konoha." Danzo's voice rose with passion. "Everything he did for the village." A resounding slap rang out as Hiruzen slammed his palm onto the desk. "Enough. A Jinchuriki is a human being, not just a tool. I will never approve your plan, and this year Root's budget will be slashed by 30%. Hiruzen, the Ninetales is silence Danzo." Hiruzen's voice was like steel, making it clear that Danzo's schemes would get no support here. "Hiruzen, you'll regret this." "Danzo, I'm the Hokage." Hiruzen's words cut like a knife, striking straight at Danzo's heart. "Damn it," seething Danzo stormed out, slamming the door behind him with a heavy crash. The office fell silent once more. Hiruzen rubbed his temples and let out a long, weary sigh. "Oh, my old friend. Why have you become like this?" Kakashi let him go. Standing below was the silver-haired ANBU, none other than the future legend among shinobi, Kakashi Hitaki. Whether facing lesser threats like Zabuza or even the mighty Kaguya Otsutsuki herself, he could always hold his own. Yes, Kakashi released the captive Tenzo, not recognizing him as the same individual he'd once encountered on a previous mission. "I have an assignment outside the village. Gather your things and come with me." Although Hiruzen had just intervened to halt Danzo's schemes against Naruto, the rumors already set loose could never be reeled back in. "Lil Naruto, I failed you, my boy." The third Hokage offered a silent apology to Naruto in his heart. Meanwhile, back en route, Danzo's face twisted with anger. That line, "I am the Hokage," had pierced Danzo's warped soul like a dagger. Why should you be the Hokage? I was only a few seconds too late back then." Jealousy flared in Danzo's heart, fueling a wicked plan that began to take shape in his mind. "When Armor returns, tell him I have a very important mission for him. If he completes it, he may atone for his past mistakes with merit." The scene shifts to little Naruto. Just waking up in the morning, today upon opening his eyes, he noticed that the chakra inside him had increased significantly compared to what he'd refined the night before. I guess everyone's like this, right? But when little Naruto hopped on his stool to start washing up, something truly astonishing happened. Where are my whiskers? Naruto's fox whiskers had disappeared. Why did this happen? The reason was that last night Kurama had withdrawn the last traces of Ninetales chakra that had seeped out. Naturally, the whiskers, manifestations of the Ninetales chakra, vanished as well. "The only reason I pulled my chakra back was to avoid you noticing it and giving me a beating. It's not because I was worried my chakra would get in the way of Naruto refining his own." That was Kurama's gruff reply when Hashirama asked him last night why he'd retracted all his chakra. Ha, I see. Don't worry about it, Kurama. Unless you harm Naruto, I'm actually quite reasonable. It's Kurama, not Kuramala. Oh, my whiskers are gone. Naruto panicked. His whiskers, he'd had them since he was little. and now they'd vanished. How could this be? Hey, don't worry, little Naruto. Hashirama's voice echoed from the seal space. Ever since Naruto began refining chakra, his physical strength had increased noticeably. He reminded Hashirama so much of his own younger days. Hashirama felt very satisfied with his young disciple. At least he was much easier to teach than Hiruzen and the others, really. Naruto gently touched his own soft, fair little face. The spot where his whiskers used to be was now smooth and bare. Still not quite used to this, he murmured. Although he was a bit heartbroken, life had to go on, under the first Hokage's powerful wood style. A small fruit tree sprouted up from the potted soil. Red fruit, white fruit, green fruit. In no time the tree was laden with all sorts of fruits. Go ahead and eat. I'll cut off the connection for now. If you miss your teacher, just call out for me. With that, Hashirama cheerfully ended his conversation with the student. As he looked up, he caught Kurama's gaze, a look that mingled disdain with just a hint of envy. What are you staring at? It's not like you have what style, Hashirama teased. Kurama, stung by the remark, huffed in anger, a display of irritation that seemed to fill the room. Watching Kurama flop back down in silence, Hashirama tilted his head in thought. All right then, with a clap of his hands, another colossal fruit tree soared up to the sky. Kurama squeezed his eyes shut, trying to block out the first Hokage and his boundless energy. What are you doing now? Kurama grumbled, but before he could react, a massive piece of fruit was tossed onto his snout, forcing him to open his eyes. They're fruit for you, Hashirama said with a satisfied nod, pleased to see his powers were as strong as ever. Back in the day, even Madara loved eating the fruits he grew. That was a proper snack. Humph, Kurama snorted, turning his head away. But after a while, when Hashirama wasn't looking, he gobbled up the giant fruit. To his surprise, it was delicious. Though tailed beasts didn't need to eat, the sage of six paths had given them the sense of taste when he created them. Yet because of their enormous size, most food barely registered any flavor. This fruit, however, offered a taste that was new and unique. It reminded Kurama of the days when he was small, playing with Ashura, who used to feed him fruit just like this. He devoured it with relish. La 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 la. I'm a little runner, hummed Naruto, trotting along. His teacher had told him last night that he should run a bit every day to keep fit. Eager to be a good student, Naruto took the advice to heart. He set off from home, running toward East Street. Early in the morning, a group of elderly ladies were already gathered at the street corner, chattering away as they exchanged the latest gossip. Sure enough, Naruto soon found himself intercepted by a few of the aunties. That's him, the kid with the yellow hair. Yes, that's right, I saw him here just yesterday. Standing barely a meter tall, little Naruto was quickly surrounded by four aunties, each towering over him at 1.60 meters. Tell us, are you the nine-tailed fox? Do we even need to ask? Look at him, he's definitely the one, but he doesn't have any whiskers now, so what? For a moment, the four aunties fell into a thoughtful silence. Oh, the whiskers. They just mysteriously disappeared this morning. Little Naruto heard their words and thought they had come to play with him, so he explained why his whiskers had disappeared. It really is him. Everyone come and see. This is the nine-tailed demon fox. He even went out of his way to cut off his whiskers. With a single shout, the crowd surged like a tidal wave. People flocked over, all staring at Naruto, as if he were some kind of monster. What's going on? I'm not the nine-tailed demon fox. I'm Uzumaki Naruto. Little Naruto still didn't know that the nine-tailed fox was actually the Kurama sealed inside his own belly. But right now, the unfriendly stares of the crowd made him horribly uncomfortable. Why are they looking at me like this? Just then a rotten egg came flying toward him. Hurry, let's kill him before his accomplices arrive. A civilian man, face twisted with malice, hurled the rotten egg straight at the center of the crowd, aiming for little Naruto. Yes, everyone, let's do it together. Naruto twisted his body, barely dodging the egg, only for a handful of rotting cabbage to splatter across his face. What are you doing? What did I do wrong? Naruto tore the stinking, insect-infested cabbage from his face, trembling with anger, fear, and confusion. Why are they throwing things at me? You dare to kill, but can't take the blame. If you ask me, monsters like you should have died a long time ago. Don't be afraid. Everyone, let's just do it. Several grown men forced their way to the front, though none of them were entirely sure the mood had reached a fever pitch. One of the men yelled. Landing a fist squarely on Naruto's tiny body, Naruto was sent flying, crashing hard to the ground as the crowd parted to let him fall. Perched in a tree above, the masked fox watched the chaos below, making no move to protect Naruto, as the third Hokage had ordered. Lord Danzo's orders are absolute, he murmured to himself. A cold glint flickered in his eyes beneath the mask, his face expressionless as he watched Naruto being beaten. Stop. Suddenly, Yugao Yuzuki arrived just in time. What do you think you're doing? She shouted. As soon as the masked Yugao landed in front of Naruto, the villagers scattered in panic, rushing back to their homes. Only a few who had been at the front didn't manage to escape in time, and a squad of Umbu swiftly surrounded them. Oh no, the Umbu are attacking us, one of the desperate men shouted, trying to stir up the crowd, but the villagers who had been watching from a distance only ran even farther away upon hearing this. You are suspected of leaking confidential information and assaulting a child. Come with us, one of the Umbu declared, taking the leaders into custody and escorting them to the Uchiha police force. No, please, sir. He's not a child. He's a monster. He's the nine-tailed demon fox who kills without mercy. Don't be fooled by his disguise. Little Naruto slowly got up from the ground. Though his wounds had long since healed, an unbearable sadness weighed on him. Why did they beat him? Why? He wasn't the nine-tailed demon fox teacher. Why? Sitting in the sealed space, Hashirama's face was now dark with anger. But at that moment, Kurama mocked him. Take a good look. These are your villagers. So what do you think? Hashirama found himself unable to retort. Why had the information about the Jinchuriki leaked? Why did the villagers treat the Jinchuriki as if he were the tailed beast itself? Normally easygoing, Hashirama now fell silent. Naruto, shall we go for now? Suppressing the flames of anger within, Hashirama spoke to Naruto with as much gentleness as he could muster. Little Naruto wiped away the tears of grievance from his eyes and started walking toward the mountains. Little Naruto, Yugugo Yuzuki looked at the boy who had been crying, her heart heavy with sorrow. Did she not know the difference between a Jinchuriki and a tailed beast? Of course she did, but she was powerless to change anything. Rumors had already spread, and the only way now was to try to contain them as quickly as possible. Naruto, looking as round and soft as a dumpling, trudged up the mountain path. He just couldn't understand what was happening today. Why people would curse at him, why they would strike him without a word. He wasn't a nine-tailed demon fox. Wait a moment, nine tails. Were they talking about Kurama? Kurama! Kurama! Naruto called out into the space within him. Hey, keep it down. There are people around you. Kurama's voice echoed in Naruto's mind. Are you the nine-tailed demon fox they were talking about? Naruto's voice was soft and trembling, laced with hurt and a hint of accusation. Ah? Yes, that's me, Kurama admitted without hesitation. With Kurama's confession, Naruto pressed on with his questions. Did you really kill a lot of people? Kurama fell silent for a moment. Then his reply came rough and edged. So what if I did? They wanted to seal me inside here. They wanted to use my power to wage their wars. They wanted to kill even more people. So why shouldn't I kill them first? Naruto's small body trembled at his tender age. He was utterly lost. What Kurama said sounded almost reasonable. And Kurama was his friend after all, but killing people. Hey, Naruto, let me explain. Hashirama quickly took over trying to comfort the boy. 3 years ago, a terrible villain hypnotized Kurama and used him to destroy and kill many. Your mother and father died that night, too. And after Kurama broke free from the villain's control, he was sealed again. Inside you. Light slowly returned to Naruto's eyes. He pressed his lips together and asked, hope flickering in his voice, Kurama. Is that true? Yes, Kurama's mature voice sounded again. All right. Naruto broke into a joyful laugh. Aren't you going to keep questioning me? Kurama was still trying to figure out Naruto's thoughts. After all, a child's mind could be quite unpredictable. No need. Anyway, it was that big bad guy who did it. One day, I'll definitely drag that bad guy out and tell everyone it was him, not Kurama, who wanted to do those things. Little Naruto stood atop the mountain, gazing down at the village of Konoha. Sweat was already beading on his forehead, but his small face looked especially adorable in the sunlight. Suit yourself, Kurama's voice softened considerably. See? That's much better. All right, let's take a shortcut on our way back. Why? Because nobody knows it was the bad guy, so you have to protect yourself. Okay. Naruto agreed with a cheerful shout. He wandered around atop the mountain for a while. Although his body was growing stronger by the day, with natural energy from the air pouring into him, he was still only 3 years old. In the end, he ran out of strength halfway down the path and collapsed. Luckily, a member of the Umbu with violet hair appeared just in time. She gently picked Naruto up and carried him back to his apartment, just as Yugao Yuzuki was about to leave after putting him down. she noticed the empty ramen containers on the table. She let out a quiet sigh, gathered up the trash on the table, and then went out to buy a fish. After a simple preparation, a fragrant grilled fish was soon ready. What a wonderful aroma! The scent was irresistible. Naruto's nose twitched, and then his bright blue eyes fluttered open. A familiar masked figure sat at the dining table. Thank you, big sister, Naruto said, thanks to Hashirama's reminder. He realized it was the big sister who had brought him back. Huga didn't say a word. She simply pointed at the delicious grilled fish and then at Naruto. Is it for me? Naruto's eyes widened in disbelief. After all, it had been several meals since anyone had cooked for him. He'd been surviving on instant noodles, with all his nutrition coming from the fruit Hashirama produced for him. From behind her mask, Huga nodded and gestured for Naruto to start eating, delighted. Naruto climbed up to the table and clumsily picked up a crispy piece of fish with his chopsticks. No bones. That's right. Huga had carefully removed all the bones, worried that Naruto might choke on them. After all, it would be disastrous if tomorrow's headlines read, Konoha's Jinchuriki chokes on fish on the way home. Naruto devoured the meal with gusto, utterly conquered by the delicious taste. It was by far the best thing he'd eaten in his 3 years of life. Even though there had been meat at the orphanage, it was still just the orphanage after all. A faint smile crept onto Yugao's lips beneath her mask, though she quickly suppressed it. Once Naruto had finished eating, Huga prepared to leave. This time, everything was entirely of Yugao's own volition. Even if the third Hokage found out, he probably wouldn't say much, but it was after all contrary to his original intentions. Still, now that the identity of the Jinchuriki had been revealed, the third was sure to revise his strategy. Hopefully, little Naruto would have a better life from now on. Just as Huga was about to stand and leave, little Naruto grabbed her hand, stopping her in her tracks. What strength he already had. The power of an upper-grade student at the Ninja Academy. No wonder he was a Jinchuriki. Huga looked at the boy searching for something, her eyes curious behind the mask. Thank you for bringing me home. And thank you for the grilled fish, Naruto said. It was really delicious. The best thing I've ever tasted. He held Yugao's hand tightly in his right, and with his left, he offered her a 100 ryo bill. This is for you. Yugao gazed into Naruto's bright blue eyes, and for a fleeting moment, a certain figure flashed across her mind. Forever, she thought, but kept those words to herself. She gently refused Naruto's money, then reached out to touzle his golden hair and gave his cheek a playful squeeze. Before Naruto could react, she was already gone. Thank you. Come play again next time. Naruto called out to the window, his voice ringing through the air, hidden among the branches. Huga couldn't help but smile. I told you there are still kind-hearted people in the village, Hashirama said, looking smugly at the Ninetales, in truth. When Naruto collapsed, both man and fox had been a little worried. But the Umbu arrived quickly and brought Naruto home. Every action of this purple-haired Umbu had earned her high marks in Hashirama's book. Mito was gentle like that, too. Hashirama reminisced fondly. Gentle? The Ninetales replied in disbelief. That woman who lashed him with chains day and night? The one who would just snatch chakra if he didn't offer it up? And you call that gentle? Are you some kind of masochist? No wonder you and Madara hit it off back then. Hey, Kurama. What are you getting at? It's Kurama, and nothing at all. Whatever makes you happy, Kurama replied, exasperated, wanting nothing more than to stop talking to this man whose brain was clearly scrambled. Anyway, better think about which teacher is on duty tonight. He'll be coming in soon, Hashirama said, realizing there were other tasks at hand, and decided to let Kurama off the hook for now. All right, Huga? You can keep an eye on little Naruto for a while. The third Hokage mused. He had a meeting outside the village soon and wouldn't be able to look after Naruto himself. Letting Huga do it seemed just right. After all, she was one of his most trusted Umbu, and he felt reassured in trusting her with the task. Understood, Huga replied, a faint smile flickering beneath her mask. But remember to keep your distance. Stay out of sight unless absolutely necessary, he added. The third Hokage gave his instructions, then left the village accompanied by several members of the Umbu to attend the meeting in the root headquarters. Danzo read the latest report brought by his subordinates. A sly smile crept across his face. So, they've finally departed. With a low chuckle, he muttered, Hiruzen, you can rest easy as you go. Under my command, Konoha will become even stronger. In the shadows of the root base, Danzo laughed with unrestrained ambition, as if he already sat atop the Hokage's throne. A small snake flicked its tongue, coldly watching Danzo's arrogant laughter. From afar, Orochimaru, draped in the Akatsuki's long cloak, let out a soft, inscrutable chuckle. As for his thoughts, it was only about how to send his aging master and that shadowy rat Danzo to their deaths. After all, alliances could be severed at any moment, couldn't they? Recently, Naruto's life had changed in subtle ways. Though the villagers no longer hurled insults or struck him to his face, their eyes still burned with hatred whenever they looked his way. Even the shopkeepers had nearly stopped serving him altogether. If not for the sudden appearance of a kind big sister, he wouldn't have been able to buy even a bottle of milk. Still, young Naruto had no playmates. The children nearby refused to come near him. There had been a few who tried to pick a fight. But after Naruto had broken their bones with a single punch each, no one dared approach him anymore. Naruto insisted he'd barely used any strength, even though they had pelted him with stones. Then on a stroll through the village, Naruto spotted a boy who seemed strangely familiar. He overheard the boy's name in conversation with his older brother. It was Sasuke, Uchiha Sasuke. Unlike the other children, Sasuke didn't look at Naruto with that same cold disdain. So Naruto felt a sudden urge to make friends with him, but Sasuke's brother quickly whisked him away, carrying Sasuke on his shoulders, leaving Naruto watching with envy. Of course, Sasuke had an older brother. Just as Naruto felt the first spark of kinship, it was snuffed out. Inside the sealed space, Hashirama and Kurama found themselves at a loss. Let me think. What should we do? Hashirama stroked his chin in deep thought in the end, though Kurama grumbled in protest. Naruto found himself late at night, riding atop a wooden fox-shaped construct created by Hashirama's wood style. It was a version of the majestic Susanoo armor made of wood. From then on, little Naruto had a new way to entertain himself each night. Soon, winter was approaching, bundled up in thick, warm clothes. Naruto walked through the streets. There was a festival that day, so the crowds were sparse, and the glares he received were fewer than usual. Hey, since you're from the Huga clan, show us your Byakugan. If you won't, then don't even look our way. Those eyes are so creepy. Humph. Are you even human? What a freak. 3 rowdy children blocked the narrow path that Naruto often walked. This road is rather secluded, and there are usually few people around, so one doesn't have to endure too many judgmental stares. What's going on here? Naruto glanced over and saw that a little girl was being cornered by 3 bullies. She was a girl with short bangs, white eyes, a round face, and an adorable appearance. So you think you're pretty brave, huh? Naruto placed his left hand firmly on the leader's shoulder. Of course, I'm super brave. I'm not even afraid of the 9-tailed fox. The boy didn't even turn his head, proudly lifting his chin. Oh, really? Then why don't you turn around and see for yourself? At that moment, the 2 boys beside him, their hands trembling, nudged him, signaling for him to look back. The 9-tailed fox. Run for your life. The super brave boy let out a piercing shriek, and after Naruto gave him a solid punch, crooking his nose in the process, ran off in tears. This is all your fault. You've made Naruto so violent. Hashirama covered his eyes, watching the tragic scene unfold outside as he complained to Kurama. Wasn't it you who taught him how to use his strength, and didn't you design his training? Kurama was flabbergasted by Hashirama's accusation. I haven't even leaked a single bit of chakra. The few times I did use it, it was just to heal Naruto's body. And now you're blaming me for influencing him? Really? Putting aside the sealed space, Naruto had successfully scared off the 3 boys, and only then did he turn back to look at the little girl. Are you all right? Naruto stretched out his gloved left hand and helped the girl, who was crouched on the ground, to her feet. The mildly warm winter sunlight spilled across Naruto's face, making his golden hair shine and highlighting a touch of awkwardness on his small features. I'm fine. Thank you. The girl's voice was barely above a whisper, and being held by Naruto made her a bit shy. Aren't you afraid of me? Naruto was surprised to meet another child who wasn't scared of him. Why should I be afraid of you? The girl's big, questioning eyes stared straight at Naruto, full of innocent curiosity. Because I'm a 9-tailed fox, but you're human, she replied. In Hinata's eyes, Naruto's chakra was warm. There was nothing scary about it at all, on the contrary. Naruto was left speechless. It's cold out, you should hurry home. Naruto withdrew his hand, signaling Hinata to head home. Judging by her timid nature, it seemed likely she'd get bullied again if she lingered. Hinata mustered her courage. My name is Hinata Huga. Thank you so much for helping me. Naruto was taken aback for a moment, then smiled brightly in response. My name is Naruto Uzumaki. I'm the man who's going to be Hokage one day. At that moment, Naruto's figure was deeply etched into Hinata's memory. Since we've exchanged names, that means we're friends now, right? Naruto asked in a slightly timid voice. It was, after all, the very first time he'd ever made a friend. Hinata's cheeks flushed a rosy red, and she nodded softly in response. Yes, Naruto had made his very first friend in the world. He was overjoyed. Little Naruto quickly took off his own gloves, and as steam seemed to rise from Hinata's face, he gently slipped them on her hands. This is a gift for you. Make sure to keep warm during winter. Hinata buried her head into her scarf and nodded, her shyness obvious. Meanwhile, deep within the sealed space, Hashirama and Kurama were utterly astonished by Naruto's actions. Goodness, truly the son of Minato Namikaze. Kurama recalled tales from Kushina's memories about Minato's legendary moonlit charm. But he never expected his son to be just as impressive. Are all kids these days this precocious? Hashirama mused, feeling as though he'd been left behind by the times. But leaving those two to their own thoughts, Naruto, after exchanging home addresses with Hinata, decided to walk his new friend home. He took hold of Hinata's sleeve and followed her all the way to the Huga compound. Young lady. A Huga clan ninja, spotting the missing Hinata, hurried over his worry plain as sea. This is your house. Naruto gazed up in wonder at the sprawling estate. It was far grander than his own little apartment. Who are you? And why are you near our young lady? Huga Tetsu immediately stepped between Hinata and Naruto, his tone stern and disapproving. Uncle Tetsu, he's my friend. Hinata mustered her courage and introduced him. I got lost, and he brought me back. Tetsu's expression remained unchanged as he looked at Naruto. Young lady, you must be tired. Go inside and rest. Hey, you can't just decide things for Hinata. Naruto protested, clearly annoyed at the man's high-handedness. Why should he send Hinata away before Naruto even had a chance to say goodbye? Naruto! Hinata's voice was barely more than a whisper, but it was easy to hear how conflicted she felt. It's fine, Hinata. Goodbye. And sleep well, okay? Naruto decided not to argue with the stern uncle any longer. After saying his farewells, he turned and left. As he walked away, Naruto experienced a new sensation, a stare even colder and more piercing than the ones he'd endured before. Hinata watched Naruto's retreating figure, her gloved hands clenched tightly together. Naruto, goodbye, she called, her voice ringing out louder than it had in a long time. Young lady, Tetsu tried to stop her, but to no avail. Come inside, the clan leader Hayashi Huga called out to them. Yes, Lord Hayashi. Tetsu led Hinata into the house. Hinata, why did you leave during today's ceremony? Although Hayashi's tone wasn't harsh, his words were thick with questioning. I accidentally ran outside. Hinata muttered, her head lowered, not daring to meet her father's eyes. Hayashi let out a weary sigh. For the next month, you're not allowed to go out. That child from earlier. Never mind, forget I said anything. Hayashi no longer paid attention to Hinata, who still wanted to speak. Disappointed, he turned and left the hall. If only this child had half of Niji's talent. In a moment, he would have to explain to the third Hokage why there had been contact with the Jinchuriki. Another sigh escaped him. Tears slipped from the corners of young Hinata's eyes. She wiped them away with the gloves Naruto had given her. I'll work hard to make father proud of me, Hinata promised herself. At that moment, Naruto had returned home. When he saw the two steaming dishes on the table, his mouth watered in anticipation. Thank you, big sister, little Naruto called loudly toward the neighboring apartment. How did the ANBU watch over, take care of little Naruto during winter? The third Hokage, ever thoughtful, had set up a small hut for them, and the ANBU took turns keeping watch. Yugao, I'll keep watching you forever, but Naruto had grown fond of the big sister who appeared at night. After all, who wouldn't like a beautiful big sister who could cook fish for you? After dinner, little Naruto climbed onto a stool and washed the dishes. All right, today was a wonderful day. Flopping on his bed, Naruto picked up the books the third Hokage had given him. How to extract chakra. How is the will of fire forged? 3 essential skills every child living alone must learn. How to exercise and stay healthy. He had always been too lazy to read them, but today he realized that the third Hokage had given him quite a lot. So, Naruto carried the books into his sealed space. Sensei, today I made a friend. Naruto threw himself joyfully into Hashirama's arms, sharing the story of the very first friend he had made in his life. Ha, that's wonderful. Hashirama and Kurama both secretly watched Naruto's adventure, half out of concern, half out of curiosity, but neither had expected that his friend would be the Huga clan's young heiress. Huga, huh? Back in the day, convincing Tenin took quite the effort. Even with Madara's help, it was only just possible. Hashirama had been bowing until his head nearly touched the ground, while Madara loomed behind him with Susu. Was Tenin moved? Not in the slightest. He didn't dare make a single wrong move. If he'd shown even the slightest hesitation, Madara might have wiped out the entire Huga clan the moment Hashirama left. People often say Susanoo and the Great Buddha together could crush the five great nations, but honestly, even just one of them would be enough to wipe out those countries. Although the Huga clan agreed to join, they insisted on keeping their rigid system of main and branch families. Seeing that they were willing to join Konoha, Hashirama decided not to press the issue further. Instead, he planned to take things slowly, hoping that in time they would abandon the caged bird system of their own accord. However, after his falling out with Madara, Hashirama was gravely injured and never lived to see the abolition of the caged bird system. Looking back now, even Tobirama never managed to fulfill that wish. Let me tell you, she's a girl, and her name is Hinata Huga. Her house is enormous, way bigger than mine. She has a huge family, but most of them just look at me with those strange pale eyes. It seems like they all have those eyes. Actually, Naruto shared his experience enthusiastically with Hashirama and Kurama, chattering away with excitement. Hashirama, in turn, told Naruto what he knew about the Huga clan. That's so cruel. Good thing Hinata's from the main family. No, wait, this kind of system shouldn't even exist. Young Naruto was clearly upset by any tradition that restricted people's freedom. Exactly what I thought, Hashirama replied with a satisfied nod. He then picked up the book Naruto had brought with him, The Method of Chakra Extraction. The title seemed oddly familiar. Hashirama flipped to the last page and found the author's name, Tobirama Senju. No wonder. The scholarly, flowery language, the ornate but impractical terms, it could only be the work of his foolish little brother. And look, there's even a section on the 3 basic techniques. Let me think. It's been ages since I last used those 3 jutsu. The 3 basic techniques refer to the transformation jutsu, substitution jutsu, and clone jutsu. Mastering them could greatly improve one's chances of survival on the battlefield. That's why Tobirama insisted they be core subjects in the Ninja Academy. But ever since founding Konoha, Hashirama rarely needed to use those jutsu anymore. They all required hand signs, after all. Surely no one still needed hand signs, right? When he fought Madara, all it took was a clap of his hands and a surge of chakra for a technique to form naturally. Madara, too, only used hand signs occasionally, like when casting a minor fire jutsu, such as his fire release. Great fire annihilation. But most of the time, he just swung his war fan, or relied on his ocular powers. There simply wasn't time for hand signs. Tobirama was the same. He'd throw a kunai, use Flying Thunder God, and end the fight in a single stroke. No hand signs needed at all. Little Naruto, let's continue practicing chakra control today. I'll teach you the 3 basic techniques another time. Hashirama fibbed. He'd actually forgotten how to use them and needed time to relearn the tricks. Okay, I'll do my best. Databayo, Naruto shouted, full of determination. Meanwhile, Hiruzen Sarutobi returned safely and brought back a valuable new ally. Tenzo, an elite ANBU, would release. The events that unfolded were truly full of twists and turns. Who could have imagined? Certainly not me. That my dearest friend would actually try to kill me. If Tenzo hadn't switched sides, there might really have been a chance for them to succeed. The battle that was supposed to erupt in Orochimaru's laboratory was thus avoided, all thanks to this unexpected turn. Kakashi, with his silver hair and devilish charm, truly lives up to his reputation. His power to win over allies is second to none. Danzo, from now on, this child will be placed under the direct command of the Hokage's ANBU. The 3rd Hokage declared, bringing the silent Tenzo, now known as Yamato, to the root headquarters of Konoha. Nonsense! Kai, are you going to betray me? Danzo stared in disbelief at Tenzo, standing behind Hiruzen Sarutobi, his disappointment and anger etched clearly across his face. Lord Danzo, I believe that a ninja's duty is to protect their comrades, not to slaughter them. Tenzo, hiding behind Hiruzen, mustered his courage and spoke out loudly, voicing his conviction. You traitor! Danzo's voice thundered. Have you forgotten who saved your life? Have you forgotten who raised you step by step? Have you forgotten who built a monument for the comrades who died because of you? Danzo's accusation struck deep into Tenzo's heart. At this point, Danzo had not yet descended into the madness he would later show in the original story. His feelings toward Yamato were genuine. After all, Yamato possessed the legendary wood release of the first Hokage. Even though his strength was nowhere near that of the original, it was still far beyond most jonin, rivaling even the Kage in combat. And all of this, Danzo had painstakingly cultivated from the very beginning. Kai the ace of root. Now this ace was about to leave for Sarutobi's side. Danzo's hands began forming seals, preparing to activate the binding seal etched onto Yamato. The disappointment was overwhelming. After everything he'd done, Sarutobi was stealing away the prodigy he had raised. But was Sarutobi unaware of Danzo's tricks? Not at all. He immediately barked a command, his voice sharp as steel. Enough, Danzo. Do you still wish to remain in Konoha? This ends here. Remove the seal from him. He belongs to me now. The Hokage's presence was overwhelming. The ceremonial armor beneath his cloak clinked with every movement, a clear sign that he was utterly serious. Meanwhile, Danzo's mind was still echoing with Sarutobi's declaration. From now on, he's mine. He's mine now. He belongs to me, mine. Snowflakes drifted down, and a cold wind swept through the silent root headquarters. Hiruzen, I raise him with my own hands. Danzo's cry was one of final bitter sorrow. Danzo, I am the Hokage. Hiruzen's voice was uncompromising, asserting his authority, like a blade thrust straight into Danzo's heart. Damn it. You'll regret this, Sarutobi. A single tear slipped from Danzo's aged eye. Damn it all. Looks like I'll have to speed up my plans regarding the Uchiha. Hiruzen pulled his ceremonial cloak tightly around him, set his hat firmly, and, with Tenzo in tow, left the shadows of the root headquarters behind. Tianzong placed his mask, the symbol of his identity as an agent of Root. At the entrance to the division's headquarters, he cast one last look at the man who had raised him. Forgive me, Lord Danzo. I have found the meaning of my life, and I can no longer continue living as a shadow in Root. A white-haired Umbu operative stood at the entrance outside Root. Once he saw the third Hokage leading Tianzong out, he came forward to greet them. Kakashi, I'm entrusting this child to you from now on, Hiruzen said with a warm smile to both of them. Yes, sir. At that moment, Kakashi, who was about to take on the role of Umbu captain, accepted the responsibility of guiding this junior. Let's go, Tianzong. Kakashi's voice was as cool and detached as always, but to Tianzong now, tasting freedom for the first time, it sounded incredibly kind. Yes, Kakashi-senpai, Tianzong replied. Hiruzen watched his two outstanding protégés, one his direct disciple's disciple, the other a newly emancipated talent, and his smile brimmed with satisfaction. Danzo. That's mine. I raised him, come along, we mustn't dawdle. The delegation from the Hidden Cloud will arrive soon, and we still have to discuss post-war matters. Kakashi, take him back to the Umbu headquarters for now. Later, join us by the conference room to observe the upcoming meeting. Hiruzen had always intended to nurture Kakashi, his pupil's pupil's pupil. Besides, Kakashi was the son of White Fan, the former Umbu captain, and the youngest jonin in history. Yet the tragedies of the past had struck him hard, and the burden of his dear friend Sharingan had only weighed him down further. His real strength had yet to fully emerge, and his spirit had grown increasingly dispirited. Entrusting Tianzong to him was also Hiruzen's way of hoping to rekindle his determination. Perhaps if anything ever happened to himself, Kakashi could still shield the village from harm. Understood, Kakashi replied after a brief pause, his silence lasting just an instant before he accepted the task. After all, this was an inter-village exchange, and the war had only just ended. With Konoha's elite forces depleted, his presence could help bolster the village's standing and keep the Hidden Cloud delegation in check. And so, they turned and left the Root headquarters behind. Did everyone get the mission briefing? Remember, our goal this time is to secure the Byakugan from the Leaf, as long as we obtain the Byakugan, reputedly one of the world's two most powerful doujitsu. Our military might in the Hidden Cloud will reach unprecedented heights. When that happens, even if Konoha tries to cause trouble, we won't have anything to fear. The leader of the Hidden Cloud delegation addressed his team outside the gates of Konoha. The village was a shadow of its former self. Once the Golden Flash had struck such terror into both the Stone and Cloud villages, but he was dead now, In Konoha's trump card, the Ninetales had rampaged, and those sealed within a Jinchuriki might not be fully controlled. In short, Konoha right now would never dare to take on the Hidden Cloud again. Unless the legendary Sannin all returned, or the previous Hokage were somehow resurrected, what else did they have to challenge the Hidden Cloud? Yes, sir. Very soon they arrived at the entrance of the Hidden Leaf Village. After a brief handover, they were escorted by Leaf Village shinobi to the meeting room in the Hokage's office, following some idle small talk and roundabout discussions. The delegation from the Hidden Cloud successfully managed to extend their stay by 5 more days. That evening, in the Cloud Shinobi's lounge, someone whispered, "Hey, Kurado, is there any surveillance?" The sensory ninja, Kurado, carefully concentrated, making sure there was no sign of anyone spying on them. When we tour the Huga clan tomorrow, make sure to memorize the layout. Especially the main house, someone instructed. The intelligence says the head family has a daughter. She's already 3 years old, another added. It's the perfect chance to snatch her back to our village. Who knows, we might end up with our own Byakugan clan. Someone mused. They let their imaginations run wild, picturing themselves hailed as heroes upon returning home with the Byakugan bloodline. What a splendid scene that would be. Meanwhile, little Hinata, unaware that she'd become a target, was diligently training with her cousin Niji. Sweat trickled down her smooth forehead, but her eyes shone with unwavering determination. With a sharp snap, Niji knocked her to the ground. Seeing this, Niji hurried over to help her up, though he now bore the caged bird seal, and the resentment toward the main house simmered within him, fueled unconsciously by the branch family's shared discontent. Hinata was still his cousin, almost like a little sister. Niji couldn't bring himself to treat her coldly, which left him in a conflicted state. Yet whenever Hinata was hurt, the caring older brother in Niji always resurfaced. "Are you all right, Lady Hinata?" Niji asked, pulling her up from the ground. "I'm fine, Brother Niji. Let's keep going," Hinata replied, wiping away the tears that almost slipped from her eyes. She steadied herself, taking up her stance again, and readied herself to continue. Training with Niji. "It's been such a long time since I last saw Hinata. I think I'll go find her and play together today." Ever since little Naruto walked little Hinata home a few days ago, he hadn't seen his only friend outside again. Why was Hinata his only friend? Wasn't the dashing Kurama and the almost human Hashirama good friends too? This was Kurama's own question, because he was quite curious about what he meant to Naruto. "You two are my family," little Naruto replied, blinking his big eyes and giving the curious Hashirama and Kurama a puzzled look. In response, Hashirama scooped him up in a warm, tight hug. "Ha! That's my apprentice." "That's exactly right. We're your family." Hashirama wiped away a tear, then took little Naruto for a ride on his mighty steed, the wooden sculpted Susanoo, in rocking horse form. Cheerfully galloping around the transformed, expansive seal space, Kurama, meanwhile, turned away with a haughty flick of his head, but soon enough, a tiny Ninetales fox joined the playful galloping. "Well, I suppose I can play with you for a bit," he conceded. This, of course, sparked Hashirama's competitive spirit. And just like that, a horseback race began. In the end, Hashirama emerged victorious, thanks to the fact that his mount was reinforced with his wood-style jutsu. Though the little Ninetales was just about to overtake him, Hashirama made the wooden shell of his steed extra prickly to sit on. So, with a sharp yelp from the little fox, Hashirama clinched the win. Naruto came in second, and Kurama finished third. In the aftermath, little Kurama nursed his sword behind, shot Hashirama a venomous glare, and retreated into his cage. "Do you think I don't want to teach that shameless man a lesson? If only I could beat him." But from then on, the bond between the two humans and one fox grew even stronger. Thinking back on how the little Ninetales' eyes nearly popped out when he sat on the spikes, Naruto couldn't help but chuckle to himself. He tried to visit Hinata a few times before, but her attendants always blocked him, insisting that the young lady wasn't allowed outside for a whole month. "Please go back," they'd say. Their attitude wasn't particularly friendly, but at least it was better than the villagers who whispered insults behind his back. Tonight, Naruto decided to try a different approach, sneaking out to see Hinata under cover of darkness. The moon crept up quietly from the horizon, casting a silver glow over the village. Little Naruto slipped out of bed, climbed through his window, and left his apartment without a sound. He didn't disturb the nearby Umbu guards at all. Perhaps it was because Naruto usually fell asleep as soon as his head hit the pillow, never waking through the night. A champion sleeper, so the guards had grown lax in their vigilance. Don't worry, those people didn't notice your movements, Kurama's voice echoed reassuringly in Naruto's mind. Okay, thanks, Kurama. Naruto grinned, feeling triumphant. His plan was going perfectly. It had taken quite a lot of pleading before Kurama finally agreed to keep watch for him. After all, Kurama's sensory abilities were unmatched, and combined with the natural talents of the Uzumaki clan, scanning the surroundings within a 10-kilometer radius was almost effortless. Kurama swished his tails, and with Hashirama's help, one of them slipped out of the cage. As expected, I am the mightiest of all tailed beasts, far more useful than a certain plant man over there. Hey. Kurama, if it weren't for me, you wouldn't be able to get out this much without damaging the seal, Hashirama protested loudly, clearly unwilling to back down. Quiet. I need to keep an eye on the people around us. Kurama shot the so-called plant man an exasperated glare clearly, annoyed that he'd gotten his name wrong yet again, then focused his attention on scouting out any potential threats for little Naruto. Outside, the night was deep, and the village's newly installed streetlights barely illuminated the winding path. Just enough to make out where you were going, yet the light spilling from the houses along the roadside was bright and warm, following the route he'd memorized earlier. Little Naruto made his way once again to the Huga estate. Almost there, crouched down, found a cardboard box, and pulled it over himself, poking 2 holes in it with his fingers for peeking at the surroundings. Okay, stealth mode activated, and so inch by inch he crept forward until success. Naruto had managed to sneak into Huga territory. Hey Hashirama, this guy doesn't feel like one of your Konoha people, Kurama said, sensing someone whose emotions were entirely out of sync with those around him. Though this person kept his presence tightly concealed inside, he was practically bursting with tension, excitement, impatience, and a desperate sense of resolve. HM, let me take a look. Inky black. Lines flicker at the corners of Hashirama's eyes as his sensory powers surged. Oh no, little Naruto, he blurted out. One of your friends has been captured. Hashirama's voice rang in Naruto's ears thick with shock and outrage. Huh? What's going on? Naruto was completely at a loss. Hinata's been kidnapped. What should I do? I have to save her. Don't panic, listen to me. It's to the east. Hurry and chase after them. I'll guide you. Hashirama, caught up in the tension, immediately began directing Naruto toward the cloud ninja's trail. Got it. Without hesitation, Naruto threw off his disguise and dashed in the direction Hashirama pointed out. For a moment, he was moving so fast he nearly caught up to the cloud ninja, who was trying to hide his movements. MMPH. Hinata opened her eyes and found herself staring not at her familiar ceiling, but at the unknown. She was bound tightly, kidnapped. Panic welled up within her. Her father had never taught her what to do in case of abduction. Then again, as the dignified heiress of the Huga clan, always protected by Byakugan-wielding guards, who would ever think someone would dare abduct her within the clan's own estate? And yet tonight, it had actually happened. Little Hinata struggled to break free, desperately trying to untie the rope. Unfortunately, not every 3-year-old has the strength of Naruto. Hey, keep quiet or I'll kill you. The cloud ninja hissed at the awakened Hinata, keeping his voice low. In truth, if there was absolutely no way out, he would only then consider killing his hostage. After all, this was a Byakugan user. He needed to do everything possible to bring her back to his village. Hinata fought even harder. If she let this man take her away, she would never see her father and mother again, nor Niji Hanabi or Naruto. At that moment, the door to Hinata's bedroom was pushed open by Hayashi. Hinata, damn it. Hayashi took one look at the shattered window and immediately sensed something was wrong. He leapt out of the room and activated his Byakugan. Bulging veins appeared around his eyes as a pale, grayish world unfolded before him. He saw it. Far away, Hayashi spotted his daughter's chakra, already beyond the Huga compound. Beside her was an unfamiliar chakra signature. No, wait. It seemed familiar, that's right. It was from the Cloud Village. Hayashi ran, piecing things together as he moved. The thought that the Cloud Ninja might harm his daughter made his anger burn even hotter. But wait, there was another familiar chakra signature drawing close to that bastard. Was that a Jinchuriki? White mist billowed from little Naruto's mouth as he breathed. The winter night was bitterly cold, but right now Naruto didn't care about the chill. Someone was trying to take away his only friend. He became a speeding blur, racing down the road. Hey Hashirama, have you thought about how Little Naruto's supposed to beat this guy. As Naruto and Hashirama charged forward together, Kurama raised an important question. Hashirama halted in his tracks, lowered his head, stroked his chin, and stomped his foot. Kurama, why don't you do it? He realized he couldn't show himself. There was only one choice left. Go for it, Kurama. Hell, when nothing's going on, I'm just Kurama the Spicy. But when there's trouble, suddenly it's great Kurama. You need, just because you can't beat me, you think I'll give in to your demands. Am I the kind of fox to bow under your so-called authority? Hashirama looked at the now smug Ninetales, unsure what it was thinking. Well, can you or can't you, Hashirama? Asked again, snapping Kurama out of its daydream. Of course Kurama would help Naruto. In the fox's eyes, this child had already become family. In other words, Naruto was his own cub now. How could he let outsiders bully him? I could do it, Kurama said, raising its noble head and eyeing Hashirama with disdain, as if to say he was useless. But you'll have to call me the great Lord Kurama. A colossal wooden figure rose from the ground, its enormous, shining golden eyes fixed upon Kurama, who held his head high. On that day, Kurama remembered the terror of being dominated by the wooden giant, yet the expected fist never came. Instead, the wooden construct opened its mouth wide. "O great Lord Kurama, please show your divine power and grace us with your might." After spending some time together, Hashirama had come to realize that the Ninetales' nature wasn't truly evil, and they had gradually become friends. So, if Hashirama could kneel to the other 4 Kage during the 5 Kage summit, what harm was there in calling Kurama something like Handsome Lord? It felt wonderful, but not entirely satisfying. Kurama couldn't help but feel that Hashirama's grandiose praise came a bit too easily, robbing him of that sense of accomplishment. Still, it would do at that moment. Little Naruto arrived on the scene. "Hey, let go of Hinata." Naruto caught sight of a man in full cloud ninja attire, holding little Hinata tightly in his arms. Hinata, seeing Naruto arrive, struggled even harder to break free. "A brat? Do you know this girl?" The cloud ninja was surprised to be discovered by a mere child. How unbelievable. But since this boy was acquainted with the Huga heiress, he couldn't be allowed to leave alive. Little Blondie, if you want to blame someone, blame yourself for not knowing your place. The road to heaven is open, but you chose to barge into hell. With that, a kunai flew straight at Naruto's forehead. But since Naruto was just a tiny child in the Cloud Ninja's eyes, he didn't put much strength behind the throw, hoping to avoid making too much noise and alerting the Konoha shinobi. "Let go of my friend." Naruto batted away the kunai with his small hand, but it sliced a deep gash into his palm, the wound so severe that bone showed through. He sucked in a sharp breath. Pain shot through his hand. But no, saving Hinata came first. What should he do? What could he do? Naruto's young mind whirled with frantic calculations. But he came up empty. "Hey kid, use my power, Kurama." Couldn't bear to watch Naruto suffer. With Hashirama's help, the crimson chakra of the Ninetales surged through a channel set by the 8 trigram seal, flowing into Naruto and wrapping his bloody hand. There's nothing for it until the seal is undone. I can't truly merge with Naruto. Kurama watched as a scarlet chakra enveloped Naruto, then gently drew back some of its force. The wound on Naruto's hand began to heal rapidly. Though the whisker marks on his cheeks deepened once again, a faint cloak of tailed beast chakra formed around his small frame. "Hurry up and finish this, kid. Otherwise, you'll lose consciousness." Though Kurama could take over Naruto's body if he did pass out, he still didn't want Naruto's spirit to suffer any unnecessary harm. "All right, search him immediately." Young Naruto sprang up from the ground and lunged straight at the hidden Cloud Ninja, perched in the tree. Ninetales? The ninja's gaze shifted instantly as he looked at Naruto. "Wait, are you telling me the child I just happened to run into on the road is the Ninetales Jinchuriki? No way, but he's just a kid. Surely I can handle him, right?" All these thoughts flashed through his mind in a split second, because in the very next moment, the claws formed by the Ninetales chakra slashed straight into his body. Damn it. How could he be this fast? The Cloud Ninja's body was pierced through, the force of the attack invading him completely. The pain made him reflexively loosen his grip on Hinata. Naruto's mind was a bit muddled at that moment, but he still caught little Hinata right away. Steadying himself, Naruto gently set Hinata down and urged her to run quickly. The moment Naruto's crimson eyes met Hinata's, they turned a dazzling blue, so brilliant under the moonlight. "Hinata, Realizing the Ninetales chakra was leaking out, Hayashi sprang into action, dashing madly in this direction. He had no choice. This was no longer just a family matter. If the Ninetales went berserk, the entire Leaf Village would be doomed. Maybe the third Hokage might risk his life to seal the beast again, but Hayashi couldn't shoulder that responsibility. Sure enough, with his frantic sprint, Hayashi soon caught sight of his daughter in Naruto's arms. Father! Hinata froze for a moment, glanced at Naruto by her side, but didn't choose to leave. Hayashi wasted no time. He dispatched the dying Cloud Ninja in the tree with a single palm strike, then hurried over to tend to the little troublemaker Naruto. He even neglected to check his own daughter's injuries. Honestly, it broke his heart with his Byakugan. Hayashi could see the ferocious red chakra of the Ninetales streaming from the seal on Naruto's stomach, surging into his body. But as Naruto lost consciousness, the chakra's flow gradually faded away. Hayashi wiped the cold sweat from his brow. Thank goodness. The fourth Hokage seal was still holding strong. He didn't dare risk sealing Naruto's chakra points. Children's chakra pathways weren't fully developed, and if he accidentally let the Ninetales escape, they'd be finished. But in truth, it was Kurama inside Naruto who had actively pulled back his chakra, while Hashirama quietly closed off the tiny breach in the seal. Little Naruto really is incredible. As expected of my student, Hashirama wiped his tears away, eyes full of pride as he looked at the child he'd helped nurture. Hey, this is all my doing, thought Kurama, if not for me with Naruto's physique. Originally, Kurama never believed Naruto could recover so quickly, but with Naruto's relentless taijutsu training alongside Hashirama, his body was becoming more and more like Hashirama's. There's even a word for it. The sage's body. He's starting to resemble Azura back in the day. Kurama for once gave a rare smile, then settled back down to rest. Naruto was simply too exhausted tonight. The horse race would have to wait until tomorrow. The ANBU arrived late, dragging their feet. If Hayashi hadn't sent someone to fetch them, they wouldn't have even realized little Naruto had slipped out that night. Such negligence. Unbelievable. Who would have thought that the elite of the ninja world, the ANBU, had become so lax? Still, perhaps their carelessness was a blessing in disguise. Otherwise, his own daughter might have been spirited away. At that moment, little Hinata was wiping away tears torn between fear and worry. She'd seen Naruto's hand torn open by a kunai until bone showed through. That must have hurt terribly. Surely it would take ages to heal. Hashirama Senju. It's just a mortal wound. Nothing special. It'll heal in 2 minutes, little Naruto. That's right, that's right. Don't be fooled by how bad it looks. My recovery is super fast. At Konoha Hospital, Hayashi stood with Hinata outside the doctor's office, keeping vigil. Inside, Yugao Yuzuki, roused from her bed in the middle of the night, was temporarily serving as Naruto's guardian. At that moment, Hiruzen Sarutobi arrived. He'd thrown on a robe over his pajamas and rushed straight from home to the hospital. The doctor emerged from the ward, his expression grave. The third Hokage took a deep breath and began to inquire about Naruto's condition. Doctor, how is the patient? He's dead. A heartbroken wail echoed through the corridor. Could it be that his beloved grandson, little Naruto, had truly left him? There was still so much a grandfather wanted to pass on. His essays on the Will of Fire, his autobiography, The Life of the Third Hokage, and, well, how to use a telescope for peeping. Strike that one, comma. Naruto hadn't seen any of them yet. What's the rush? The doctor looked at the crowd with a look of utter exasperation. No, I mean the Cloud Ninja. He's the one who died. Surely none of you thought the Jinchuriki was dead, did you? If the Jinchuriki had died, the Ninetales would have already leveled the hospital by now. So how's little Naruto? The third Hokage scratched his head, realizing he'd let his concern get the better of his wits. Well, you got him here just in time. If you'd been a few minutes later. The doctor paused, letting the suspense hang in the air. What is it? Say something. Did Naruto suffer a serious injury? The third Hokage fell right into the doctor's trap. If you'd been a few minutes later, his wound would have healed on its own. The doctor tossed out this statement, then turned and headed back to his room to catch some sleep. It was the middle of the night, and this whole affair was nothing but a bother. If the Jinchuriki had truly been gravely injured, as the hospital's ace doctor, he would of course have treated him without hesitation. But Naruto's wounds were already nearly healed. Waking him for this was going a bit far. Just because you're the third Hokage doesn't mean I'll cower. Back in the day, even the second Hokage had to humble himself when he came in for treatment. This doctor is already 59 years old this year, a senior who has witnessed several generations of Konoha's changes, although he never had much skill in combat. His medical expertise is outstanding, so he has spent his career working at the Konoha hospital, yet after more than 30 years of service, he remains just a minor department chief. This is largely due to his notoriously bad temper and that peculiar sarcastic way of speaking he always has. There's a rumor going around. Back in the day, Hashirama actually stabbed his own kidney with a kunai, and though Madara couldn't stop him, it was this very doctor who healed Hashirama's wound. Neither Hashirama nor Tobirama ever denied the story. Instead, they've always kept silent about it. It said this incident is connected to one of the doctor's medicines that enhances physical performance. Don't even think about getting any more kidney tonics for me, monkey, the doctor said coldly as he passed by Hiruzen, his voice sharp and loud enough for everyone in the corridor to hear. Aha. Let's hurry and check on little Naruto, the third Hokage said, feeling a bit embarrassed. After all, on one side, Hayashi and the Umbu were all deliberately pretending not to hear, while the Huga heiress stared on with open curiosity. A stark contrast. Eager to move things along, he quickly suggested they go see Naruto. The hospital room was brightly lit. Little Naruto was snoring gently, even mumbling dreamily in his sleep. First Hokage, third Hokage, I'm the Dogage. In his dreams, he was playing tag with his family, and drool trickled from the corner of his mouth onto the pillow. On the neighboring bed lay the body of a cloud ninja, a wound piercing through him. His eyes were closed, and he looked strangely peaceful. Which dog is this? Little Hinata leaned in, trying to get a closer look at her friend's condition. Hayashi reached out to stop her, but the third Hokage intervened. Let the children have their time together. We adults have other matters to discuss, Hiruzen said, making his meaning clear. They needed to talk about the Cloud Ninja situation. Based on the information from the Umbu and Hayashi, this Cloud Ninja had attempted to steal the Huga clan's bloodline. For a clan that had for generations fiercely guarded its pure lineage, this was simply intolerable. Yet, Konoha was in no position to declare war on the Cloud right now. By tomorrow, the Cloud might even try to pin the blame on the Huga, claiming they killed one of their own. But looking at the body, impaled as it was, and radiating the unmistakable presence of the Ninetales chakra, who could possibly frame the Huga for this? It would be outright lying in the face of the obvious. What's your view, Hayashi? Hiruzen tossed the question to the Huga clan's leader, Lord Third. I believe the Cloud were certainly after our Byakugan bloodline. Hayashi replied cautiously, of course, as if I couldn't see that for myself. Hiruzen thought with an inward sigh. Hayashi was becoming more tactful these days, even using our Konoha in his wording. So, what do you think our village should do about this? The third Hokage watched Hizashi with a gentle smile as the latter hung his head. The atmosphere in the room was still fairly calm. Little Hinata, meanwhile, was poking at the new stubble that had sprouted on Naruto's face. Each time she prodded him and he failed to react, her own cheeks grew redder. Honorable Third, I might have an idea, Hizashi said, glancing at Naruto, who was being teased by his daughter. Inspiration suddenly struck him. I have a plan. He adjusted his glasses, raised a finger, and smiled. Why don't we frame this incident as an act of provocation by the Cloud Ninja Village? This corpse isn't just proof that we got rid of the instigator. It's also a statement that our Jinchuriki is in perfect condition. That way, the other side will have reservations and won't dare to make a fuss. When the time comes, we simply offer them a way out. We'll say that our village's Ninetales Jinchuriki lost control during training and, by sheer accident, injured one of their people who just happened to be relieving himself nearby. As the third Hokage listened to Hizashi's proposal, his eyes lit up. This idea actually sounds pretty good. The third great ninja war had raged on for so long, and Konoha hadn't even needed to unleash the Ninetales to subdue the other villages. Now, if they let the others know the Ninetales is still firmly under control, wouldn't that be perfect? Naruto's recent injury had left the third Hokage smoldering with anger, making him uncharacteristically resolute. Good. We'll do as you suggest. Ahem. This person was from your Cloud Village, wasn't he? The third Hokage brought the unfortunate corpse into the meeting room, where the heavy aura of Ninetales chakra still lingered over the body. The representatives from Cloud Village fell into an uneasy silence. Their original plan had been to steal the Byakugan. If they succeeded, all the better. If they failed, they'd use their fallen comrade's corpse as leverage, turning the tables with an accusation. But with this overwhelming, tailed beast chakra, how could they possibly justify it? Would they really try to accuse the Huga using the battered face of their own unlucky agent? Oh, my poor Might Namiko, how could he die so horribly? The leader of the Cloud delegation stepped forward, his voice trembling with exaggerated grief, as though he'd lost his own father. He sneaked into our Jinchuriki's training grounds last night and was mistaken for a spy. The Jinchuriki killed him, Hiruzen Sarutobi replied with a grave tone, as if playing along with the scene. The Cloud leader was left speechless. They'd all been involved in Maeda's mission the night before. Their job had been to distract the Huga clan, while Maeda was tasked with kidnapping the Huga heiress. Everything had seemed to go according to plan, until they ran into the nine-tailed Jinchuriki. Now their carefully laid scheme had collapsed, and with that overwhelming tailed beast chakra, Konoha's Jinchuriki was clearly no pushover. Damn it, had their intelligence failed them? The intelligence reported that the Jinchuriki was just a 3-year-old child, didn't it? How could a 3-year-old possibly inflict injuries like this? Damn it, when I get back, I must report that spy passing false information to Lord Raikage. Ha, is that so? Then how do you explain this handprint on his face? The team leaders still try to make one last stand. Oh, that this is actually the latest medical technique developed by our Huga clan. By pressing specific points on the face, we can stop bleeding and promote healing. Huga Hayashi, who had been standing behind Hiruzen Sarutobi, stepped forward and took the initiative to explain the origin of the handprint. I arrived as quickly as I could at the time, but unfortunately, I wasn't able to save Lady Medamiko. Hayashi sighed with regret, lowering his head, as if he were truly apologetic for the passing of Medamiko. The team leader looked at Hayashi, who was now boldly telling tall tales, and his eyelid twitched uncontrollably. A handprint that deep. And you're telling me it's from acupressure healing? Our people saw you chasing after them in a panic. This is provocation. Blatant provocation. Can I tolerate this? Of course I can. I see. Then on behalf of the late Lady Medamiko, let me sincerely thank you for your efforts to save her, the team leader said through gritted teeth, since everyone knew the truth, but under such pressure, no one could say it out loud. They could only swallow the bitter pill in silence. You're welcome. It's simply what we of the Leaf should do. The third Hokage stepped in to smooth things over, though he completely ignored the incident of the Ninetales Jinchuriki losing control and causing harm. Humph. Are they deliberately provoking us? In truth, the third Hokage worried that if the conversation continued, the Cloud Ninja might turn hostile on the spot, and then things would be hard to resolve. Better to let it drop for now. And at the same time, show off the Leaf's magnanimity. At the side, Danzo Shimura, who had no idea what had actually happened, tapped the table, signaling that the discussion should come to an end. Since he'd recently been warned by Hiruzen, his actions had become more discreet, and his attention was focused mainly on the Uchiha clan. As a result, he genuinely knew nothing about the Jinchuriki incident from last night. But seeing the third Hokage's firm stance, and since it was for the good of the village, Danzo decided not to stir up trouble in the meeting. Instead, he willingly played the role of the bad cop. What a pity, but I must ask the Cloud delegation to take your people and leave, Danzo said, his tone cold and foreboding. Due to the Ninetales Jinchuriki losing control, we'll need to wrap up these talks as soon as possible. Otherwise, who can guarantee who'll be the next to die if the beast goes berserk again? His words carried an unmistakable threat. Directed straight at the Cloud delegation, the meaning was clear. Since you've already pulled something like this, there's no need to continue any further exchange in the Leaf. Settle the post-war arrangements now, and then we'll see you out of Konoha. If you still intend to pursue your wicked deeds, don't forget, our Ninetales is not to be trifled with. Damn it, this overwhelming pressure. No wonder he's called the darkness of the Leaf. Shimura Danzo. Just from his tone alone, you could sense how insidiously dangerous this man was. All right, Seisgo, and bring Minako's remains. We'll quickly settle the final part of the agreement, and then return to the village with him. The leader lowered his head. The current situation left them with no room to negotiate. They were completely cornered. In truth, from the very beginning, Lord Raikage had ordered him to do everything possible to steal Konoha's Kekkai Genkai. But the mission also included gathering intel on Konoha's inner workings, though they hadn't managed to obtain a bloodline limit this time. They had discovered that the Ninetales Jinchuriki was someone else, making this mission far from fruitless, given that bowing his head slightly to Konoha was acceptable. Hiruzen cast a complicated glance at Danzo. My dear friend, How should I really treat you? Ah, if only all three of my disciples were here, then it wouldn't just be Danzo and me bearing the weight of the leaf on our shoulders. Hayashi, so in your eyes, is it only your dearly departed friend who matters? The delegation from a hidden cloud quickly completed the final handover of the agreement that afternoon. Thus the third great ninja war truly and officially came to an end, a cause for celebration. Yes, a cause for celebration indeed. At this moment, little Hinata had already returned home. The harrowing ordeal of the previous night only fueled her determination to become stronger, yet no matter how hard she tried, it seemed the gap between herself and her cousin Niji could never be closed. "My lady, perhaps you should take a rest," suggested Niji gently. "After all, you're only 3 years old. There's no need to push yourself so hard. As a member of the branch family, I will protect you." Niji, who had not yet suffered the heartbreak of losing his father, still held genuine affection for Hinata. Though his words spoke of the branch family, his heart was that of an older brother protective of his little sister. Hinata wiped the sweat from her face, her chubby cheeks flushing red. She knew her performance paled in comparison to Niji's, but she didn't want to give up. She refused to be someone needing rescue whenever danger arose. The scant chakra within her body, compelled by her determination, surged into her eyes. Bulging veins rose around both eyes. This was the Byakugan. Last night, the doctor's pronouncement had nearly triggered her Byakugan's awakening. But it was at this very moment that her dojutsu truly blossomed. Yet just as her eyes awakened, little Hinata lost consciousness. Her body crumpled to the ground before she could stop herself. "My lady," Niji had been overjoyed to see Hinata awaken her Byakugan, thinking his cousin was finally growing stronger. But in the blink of an eye, she had collapsed. Niji hurried forward to catch Hinata, supporting her limp body as she lost consciousness. He carried her back to her room and entrusted her care to the maid. My head hurts. Where am I? I think I was just sparring with Brother Niji. That's right, I seem to have awakened my Byakugan. So is this the world of dreams?" Little Hinata opened her eyes, only to find herself in a completely unfamiliar world. This place was utterly strange. Towering ancient trees, an enormous cage, and in front of her a blue screen floating in the air. "Would you like to become stronger? Yes or yes." Those are the words displayed on the screen. "Become stronger?" Hinata's soft, gentle voice echoed through the forest. After pondering for a moment, she pressed her tiny hand on the or between the two yes options. However, it was the word yes that lit up. The words on the screen shifted. "Hamura template has been added. Selecting the enhancement process. Process confirmed. Consume food. Restriction. You are forbidden from speaking to anyone about this screen. Note, congratulations, little Hinata. You now possess a path to power no less extraordinary than those two prodigies. Remember to eat well and never go hungry. Only then will you grow strong." "Huh. But I didn't actually click yes," Hinata murmured, tilting her head in confusion, though she longed to become stronger. Her past experience of being kidnapped had made her wary of such mysterious offers, yet this screen seemed determined to force her hand. As the screen faded away, little Hinata departed from that strange world. "Hey, Kurama, did you sense a strange presence just now?" Just before she left, Hinata caught a distant, indistinct voice, but she'd already decided to treat the whole experience as nothing more than a dream. Huga residence. Hinata's eyelashes fluttered, and then her eyes slowly opened. Her pale eyes seemed to shimmer with a subtle change. For a brief instant, an invisible pressure spread outward from her gaze, only to vanish as quickly as it had appeared. "Miss Hinata, are you all right?" The maid, seeing her awake, came over with a bowl of tea and gently inquired about her condition. "I'm fine. I feel wonderful now," Hinata replied. A wave of comfort flowed through her body. The power of the Hamura template was gradually improving her constitution. With a spirited movement, Hinata bounced up from the bed in one smooth motion. Feeling her small fists brimming with newfound strength, she dashed out, eager to find Niji for another round of sparring. Let us take a moment of silence for poor Niji, who was about to suffer the consequences. Meanwhile, inside the sealed space, Hashirama stood with a look of utter confusion at the spot where little Hinata had just been. Stroking his chin, he muttered, "That's odd. I could have sworn someone was just here." Atop his head, a tiny Kurama gave a dismissive snort. This is the very depths of little Naruto's heart. Anyone from outside who wants to come in has to get past the seal on his stomach. If someone did get through that seal, do you really think you and I wouldn't notice? Kurama felt that Hashirama was just making trouble for its own amusement. After all, when people have too much free time, they can't help but find something to do before Hashirama would busy himself, huffing and puffing, planting trees and fixing up the racetrack. Who would have thought that today he'd learn to play tricks on a fox? Could I really have been mistaken? Hashirama began to doubt himself. Absolutely. If you've got so much time on your hands, why not just finish fixing the racetrack? Kurama replied dryly, echoing Hashirama's words, while reminding him that there was still a race with little Naruto tonight. Fine. Tonight's second great ninja world horse racing battle. Hashirama Senju, will be the undisputed champion. Hashirama accepted that he'd simply misread things, and his attention drifted back to the ninja world's big race tonight. People, the god of shinobi, the strongest-tailed beast, and now a competition. What else could you call it but Ninja World War? With a spirited clap of his hands, Hashirama made the wooden racetrack stretch out across the sealed space in an instant. Meanwhile, the little Ninetales didn't want to nap on this crazy man's head anymore, so it leapt back into its cage and returned to its true form. Well, I'll just keep an eye on what little Naruto is up to. Naruto suddenly jolted awake in his small bed in his apartment. Hinata. The terrifying events of last night still replayed in his mind, the sensation of his well-being, swept away by the Ninetales chakra echoing over and over. Why am I here? Naruto looked around, realizing he was still in his cozy little room. What's more, the hand he remembered being badly hurt was completely unscathed. Wait, could it be? Did I not go out last night, and everything was just a dream? Oi, Naruto, that wasn't a dream. Kurama's voice chimed in, reminding him, you really did save your friend last night. Then what about the injury on my hand? Naruto asked curiously, raising his hand to the air. There was a pause. Honestly, there was no need for Naruto to raise his hand like that. It just made him look silly. Your healing ability is strong. And on top of that, my chakra itself has restorative powers by last night. You are almost fully recovered, Kurama said, curling its lips. Thank you so much, Kurama. You're amazing. Truly the strongest of all the tailed beasts. Naruto thanked Kurama sincerely. After all, it had saved his life. It was nothing special, Kurama replied, lifting its head proudly, basking in Naruto's gratitude and praise. Thank you for being my family, Naruto added, causing Kurama to feel a bit embarrassed. In fact, your own healing powers played a big part too, Kurama said, trying to suppress the smile tugging at the corners of its mouth. From now on, you can start sparring with Hashirama in taijutsu. There's no need to limit yourself to simple strength training anymore. Little Naruto's body was growing more and more like that of a sage, almost as if he and Hashirama were carved from the same mold. His healing was off the charts, his physical resilience was incredible, and his chakra reserves were nothing short of monstrous. I honestly have no idea how such a constitution came about. As far as I remember, only the Sage of Six Paths had a body like this back in the day. Unbelievable. This is all the old man's doing. What a mess he left behind. Damn, that old geezer. Even after all these years, he's still giving us headaches. Though Kurama grumbled about the Sage of Six Paths in his heart, the corners of his mouth curled up unconsciously inside his cage. Hey, Kurama, come take a look. See if this setup will work? Hashirama's voice echoed over from afar, carried through his enormous wooden megaphone. Yeah, I heard you. You never stop nagging, Kurama called back in that direction. Then a small version of the Ninetales slipped nimbly out through a gap in the bars. I'll admit Kushina's 8-trigram seal is impressive, but what will you do when I bring out the Shintenshin gate? You little plant man. Hey, just how much did you shrink your own racetrack? Kurama stared speechlessly at Hashirama, who wore an innocent look beside a track that was easily 100 meters shorter than before. Do it over. Don't think you can sneak in an advantage for yourself. Little Naruto got up from his bed. The sky was already bright, likely around midday. He figured Big Sister must have brought him home. As he recalled, he'd watched her cooking very carefully the day before. After all, having one person observe was as good as 2.5 people observing. Naruto counted as one, Kurama another, and Hashirama counted for half. He knew nothing about cooking, so clueless he couldn't even tell oil from salt, something even Kurama could distinguish. Before long, Naruto and Kurama's heated debates about the best ways to cook left Hashirama edged out of the conversation entirely. How frustrating. Mito used to praise him for his cooking talent. He could still remember the time he made a bowl of caramel-colored ramen, the aroma so rich and tempting. Mito had taken it straight to the Ninetales. Then came back to tell Hashirama that Kurama thought it was delicious. But from then on, she'd do the cooking herself. Hashirama never dared argue with Mito. Her praise alone was enough to make him happy. So he started cooking at Madara's place instead. Every time, Madara would watch him cook with those eternal Mangekyo eyes spinning, clearly hoping to steal his recipes. Let him try. My cooking isn't bound by any recipe. Still, every time he finished a dish, Madara would promptly throw him out. Hashirama never got to see Madara's face when he tasted the food, but deep down, he liked to imagine Madara was blown away by his culinary genius. This series of incidents eventually led to wild rumors spreading outside that Uchiha Madara had poisoned Tobirama. Later, it was discovered that Hashirama's cooking had accidentally gotten mixed into Tobirama's meal. After that, Hashirama was never allowed to step into the kitchen again. Alas, genius is so often envied by the heavens, so when Hashirama was left out and began to recount this little-known episode with cheerful self-deprecation, Kurama, the Ninetales, painfully recalled the day Mito had chained him up with her adamantine sealing chains. With an apologetic face, she poured that bowl of ramen, radiating the scent of doom, straight into his mouth. Fortunately, he was a tailed beast, and fortunately his body was big enough, otherwise he might have been poisoned to death. Thus, under Kurama's guidance, Naruto successfully kept his distance from the poison master Hashirama. Truly, this was something worth celebrating, worth congratulating twice over. Little Naruto rubbed his empty belly and made up his mind. He would cook his own meal. He dragged a little stool into the kitchen and, standing on tiptoe, managed to reach the pot, with Kurama's voice guiding him and his own strength to help. He finally produced a bowl of egg fried rice that at least looked normal. And at the very least, it smelled far better than the egg fried rice Hashirama had once described. My whiskers have grown back, Naruto exclaimed in surprise as he washed his face and discovered the marks on both cheeks had returned. The reason was that too much of the Ninetales chakra had spilled out yesterday, so Kurama hadn't managed to withdraw all of it in one go. It had simply taken the form of whiskers on Naruto's face. Hashirama, feeling a bit concerned, worried that Naruto might be surrounded by people again because of this. Hey Kurama, is it really okay for him to have these whiskers? Kurama gave a dismissive glance at the useless vegetative man and curled his lip. If Naruto not being recognized before was a problem, then the fact that the whole village knows what he looks like now is a bigger one. Whether he has whiskers or not, in those foolish villagers' eyes, he's always the Ninetales fox. Since that's the case, he might as well keep the chakra outside. At least it'll make him stronger, indeed. The group of villagers that had surrounded Naruto before had already been gossiping everywhere about how he'd lost his whiskers. And with Naruto wandering all over the village lately, there were few who didn't know he was the Ninetales fox. In that case, whether or not he had whiskers no longer mattered. Their prejudice had already taken firm root in their hearts. They knew full well that such a small child couldn't possibly be the Ninetales. But their bottled-up resentment and the monotony of daily life needed somewhere to be vented. Thanks to Danzo's machinations, Naruto had become that outlet. I guess you're right, don't worry, this is perfectly normal, Kurama said with a chuckle. If the villagers were going to surround Naruto again, just because his whiskers grew back, they would have done so already. So there was nothing to be concerned about. Okay, little Naruto burst into a joyful laugh. After all, those whisker marks had been with him for 3 years, ever since he was born, or so Grandpa Third had told him. Now that they were back, it felt just right. He'd actually felt a bit odd without them before. After finishing his meal, Naruto decided to head out for a walk. Staying home alone was just too dull. At least outside, he could chat with Kurama and the others, and maybe even give a little scare to those clueless villagers. Sakura, let's go pick some flowers today, what do you say? Ino, with her golden hair gleaming, suggested brightly to Sakura. But it's winter now. How could there be any flowers outside? Sakura asked in confusion, pulling her scarf tighter around her neck. Oh, come on. How would you know if you don't go look? Ino grabbed Sakura's hand and dashed off toward the snow-blanketed hills behind the village. The trees in the woods were coated in white, their branches heavy with snow, and the wild grass beneath looked wilted, life barely flickering in the frozen landscape. Meanwhile, after giving a good fright to a few unlucky villagers as part of his daily routine, Naruto slipped away toward the back hills. Just a few villagers. How could they ever hope to catch me? he thought proudly, listening to their helpless, angry shouts from a distance. Thoroughly satisfied as he made his way up the hillside, the villagers, unable to catch him, were red-faced with frustration. Getting a scare from a nine-tailed fox in the dead of winter was enough to rattle anyone, and failing to catch him only added insult to injury. They were absolutely fuming. "Well, if I take the initiative like this, no one will dare to pick on Naruto anymore," Kurama remarked with satisfaction, admiring Naruto's handiwork. Just now, when Naruto had appeared, Kurama had used his chakra to conjure up the illusion of the Ninetales, terrifying the villagers even more. The one who had chased after Naruto the hardest, whose face was now the reddest, had gotten the worst of the scare. His pants had even frozen over, and there was a strange smell in the air. "Kurama, I think," Hashirama started, wanting to say something about the importance of communication between people, but Naruto had tried. What he received in return was either insults or rotten eggs hurled his way. There was a vast chasm between him and the villagers, and it was not one a child could cross alone. So as violent as Kurama's method was, perhaps it wasn't so unreasonable after all. "Hey Naruto, there are people up on the mountain. Looks like 2 kids," someone said. Naruto's happy skip faltered. He really wasn't good at dealing with these sorts of situations. Among all the kids in the village, only Hinata was his friend. The others were too afraid to get close. Maybe he'd gone a bit too far with those unruly kids. Somewhere a kid nursing a broken nose from Naruto didn't find this funny at all. "You've seen her before, haven't you?" The girl with the pink hair, someone commented as Naruto, who had been about to turn around, came to a halt. He had always felt a certain warmth toward the colors red and pink. It was something that came from his mother. After hesitating for a moment, little Naruto started walking toward Sakura and the others. "Look, what a beautiful flower!" Ino pointed at a blossom with white petals and a yellow stamen resting on the snow, her face beaming with joy. "Wow, I didn't expect flowers to bloom in winter." Sakura exclaimed in surprise as she gazed at the plant. "It's called Blatilla," Ino explained, her eyes shining with pride. "And its flower language means good fortune and auspiciousness." She'd learned all sorts of things about flowers from her mother. "That's wonderful. I hope in the days to come I won't run into that nine-tailed fox," Sakura wished aloud. Nine-tailed fox. Ino was puzzled by Sakura's mention of the creature. Her parents had never told her anything about Naruto, and she usually paid little attention to rumors. After all, at just 3 years old, running around and playing was still her greatest joy. "Don't you know? That blonde-haired boy we saw before. He's actually the nine-tailed fox that destroyed the Hidden Leaf Village 3 years ago," Sakura whispered with great seriousness, lowering her voice as if sharing a secret. "They say, to win the Hokage's trust, he even hides his whiskers," she added. Ino stared at Sakura in shock, eyes wide. She hadn't expected that even the Hokage would tolerate this so-called nine-tailed fox. In her mind, the beast had been sealed away long ago by the 4th Hokage, never to appear again. Especially not as someone their age. Really? Then why has my father never told me about this? Ino wondered aloud. After all, her father, Inoichi Yamanaka, was the head of the Yamanaka clan and a famed member of the Ino Shikicho trio from the last great ninja war. How could he not know? "My mom said all the higher-ranking ninja have been sworn to secrecy. Not allowed to speak of it at all," Sakura replied, sharing what she knew. "And villagers aren't allowed to discuss it either," she added. "I see. Then I'll ask my dad about it when I get home tonight," Ino said, thinking Sakura's explanation made some sense, but still wanting to hear it from her father. "All right, but you should still be careful around that nine-tailed fox," Sakura cautioned. "I heard his name is—" Sakura trailed off. "Uzumaki Naruto," she finally said. Naruto's name echoed through the frosty, snow-covered forest, carrying far and wide, reaching all the way to Naruto himself, who was hiding behind a tree. He fell silent, his head drooping. The hope he'd had of making friends vanished in an instant. Quietly, he walked away from the girls, heading off to search for flowers on his own. He soon found himself beside a little stream he liked to visit. The water had frozen solid, no longer flowing, just as cold and still as Naruto's heart. "Hey, Naruto, are you all right?" Kurama's voice came slowly, weighed down with hesitation. As a tailed beast, it couldn't fully understand the workings of a human mind, but the chill in young Naruto's heart was something it could sense all too well. "Kurama, does this mean I'll never find another friend?" Naruto kicked a pebble across the ice at his feet. The force behind it was so strong that the ice shattered with a sharp, crackling sound. He was lost and anxious, thrown into confusion all at once. "What are you thinking? Didn't you save your friend just last night?" Kurama softened its voice as much as it could, bringing up Naruto's moonlit heroics from the previous evening in an attempt to comfort him. "But does that mean I'll only ever have that one friend?" Naruto wasn't sure if there were any other kids his age, like Hinata, who weren't afraid of him. Deep down, he always felt different from everyone else. Haha. "Naruto, don't worry. When you turn 6, you'll be able to go to the Ninja Academy. I'm sure you'll make plenty of new friends there," came the cheerful reassurance. 6 years old, huh? "There's still 2 more years after this winter," Naruto sighed. "Don't be silly. Have a little faith in yourself," Hashirama chimed in, offering comfort. Perhaps it was a resonance unique to the reincarnation of Azura, but a faint light began to return to Naruto's once dull eyes. "All right, I'm going to be Hokage." After all, Naruto's spirit surged. That's right. He already had one friend, and surely he'd make more. Once enough people acknowledged him, he'd become Hokage for sure. With a triumphant laugh, Naruto stood tall with his hands on his hips, joy bubbling up from within. At that moment, tiny blades of grass began to sprout beneath his feet, swaying together with Naruto in the cold winter wind. "Wait, a blade of grass?" Kurama, in a rare display of surprise, lifted a paw to rub its own eyes. Was he dreaming? Was Naruto really not a senju? "Hashirama, look. Doesn't that look like what released to you?" Kurama's voice trembled with shocked disbelief and a numb kind of "Oh, haha." Hashirama, who had been laughing along with Naruto, was interrupted by Kurama's words. He followed Kurama's gaze and saw the tiny grasses dancing at Naruto's feet. "Grass? Well, it seems maybe, probably yes." Hashirama was momentarily stunned, then broke into wild delight. "I knew it. Naruto is just like me. He really can awaken, would release. Truly the child of prophecy. Truly my student. Hey. Have you ever wondered why Naruto has would release?" Kurama cut into Hashirama's moment of joy, trying to bring him back to his senses. Isn't it all thanks to my excellent teaching?" Hashirama tried to play dumb. Truth be told, he had no idea why this was happening either, but a student taking after his teacher, wasn't that perfectly normal? Normal? Are you kidding me? Would release is a Kekkei Genkai. It belongs to the Senju clan. This kid's last name is Uzumaki. If it hadn't been for the fact that Kurama was watching over Naruto's birth that day, he would have started to suspect whether this child actually bore the Senju name. First of all, would release isn't an exclusive Kekkei Genkai of the Senju clan. Hashirama cleared his throat and began explaining to Kurama, who was starting to question his own family loyalties. "It's a bloodline limit that I developed through my own research. When I first awakened would release, I was much like little Naruto. It happened more or less in this way, then that way, and finally like this. And then I succeeded. Do you hear yourself talking right now?" Kurama was utterly baffled by this explanation. What a joke. If even your own grandson can't use this bloodline, how could little Naruto manage it? Could it be that because Hashirama had entered the seal space, his power was gradually affecting Naruto? Kurama reined in his spiraling thoughts and began to seriously consider why little Naruto could use would release. That explanation actually made sense. After all, in 1,000 years, there had never been a human sealed inside another human before, and with Hashirama's chakra reserves possibly rivaling his own. Good grief. Maybe you should just change your name and join our tailed beast family. I think it's possible that you've been using would release all over Naruto's seal space, and the power leaked out, causing Naruto's chakra to develop in your direction. Kurama shared his theory with Hashirama, and was met with the same bewildered expression he himself had just worn. Odd as it sounded, Kurama's reasoning wasn't without merit. Looking at it this way, it was actually thanks to himself. Truly. Worthy of the title Genius Teacher Hashirama. What a waste that Tobirama wouldn't let him teach at the Ninja Academy back in the day. "Little Naruto, watch your step." Hashirama's voice broke through Naruto's laughter. Lowering his head, Naruto saw that a cluster of tiny green shoots had sprung up beneath his feet. What's going on? Naruto stared curiously at the swaying little blades of grass and reached out to touch their tips. A sense of warmth and familiarity flowed between him and the grass, as if the plants were an extension of himself. "Congratulations, you've awakened the same would release bloodline as your teacher," Hashirama explained to the curious Naruto, his voice brimming with joy. "My disciple has awakened would release. As expected of my student, far better than the monkeys. Would release, is it the jutsu you use to grow trees inside?" Naruto immediately thought of the lush forest in the seal space and made the connection. That's right, little Naruto, you really are clever from now on. You can learn would release from me. Hashirama could barely contain his delight. Not only had he solved Naruto's emotional troubles, but he'd also gained an apprentice in would release. At last, someone to inherit his jutsu. Hashirama, of course, had no idea that Danzo had used his body's tissues to create a certain kino. Several years after my death, my disciple managed to give me an illegitimate son. What a filial act. Even in death, really. That's wonderful. I'm going to plant so many trees in front of the villagers' houses, the ones who spoke ill of me, that they won't be able to get out, huh? As expected of my Jinchuriki, so young, yet already his thoughts are so delightfully wicked, huh? Kurama bared his massive jaws, letting out a sinister, rumbling laugh. Hey. Where did you pick up such a terrifying idea? Hashirama was utterly shocked by Naruto's imagination. You can use my wood release to fight people, battle tailed beasts, face extraterrestrial threats, or even build houses, but you can't use it to block roads. Never mind if it's proper or not. If Madara ever saw this, he'd laugh himself to death. Well, I came up with it myself. If those bad people insult me, shouldn't I fight back? Hashirama fell silent. Little Naruto, you're absolutely right. I, Kurama, approve of your will, the fox declared. Hashirama remained wordless. He had no idea how to explain it to Naruto. Should he speak of the will of fire? No, that would be too much to ask of the boy. Was he expected to repay malice with kindness? And then, what would he use to repay kindness? All Hashirama could do was try his best to offer warmth to Naruto and his family. Sigh. Little Naruto, let's talk about this another time. Just like he had done with Madara back then, Hashirama found himself resorting to endless procrastination, refusing to confront the real problem. An avoidance that had once ended in their falling out. Hashirama, you're out of words, aren't you? Kurama's remark was meant for Hashirama's ears alone, just to irritate him and prevent him from indoctrinating Naruto with that will of fire. Come on, sensei, don't worry, I'm going to be Hokage someday. How could I be so petty? Sensing his teacher's unease, Naruto offered words of comfort. Oh, my dear Naruto, you've moved me to tears. Hashirama covered his face, and tears of emotion trickled through his fingers. Teasing, Kurama scoffed, but for once he did not stoke the flames any further. I should visit Hinata tonight, little Naruto thought to himself. And Hinata, at that moment. Lady Hinata, please stop eating. I'm scared. Neji watched in horror as Hinata devoured 3 times her usual share of food. He didn't even dare look at her anymore. Ahem, Hinata, awakening your Byakugan is a good thing. But do you really need to eat this much? Hayashi cleared his throat and tactfully tried to remind little Hinata. Her cheeks flushed a deep red, but she had no intention of putting down her bowl. As each bite passed her lips, a wave of comfort swept through her body, like soaking in a hot bath, warm and blissful. Meanwhile, the color of her eyes was growing deeper and more profound, though the change was subtle. Father, but I don't think I'm full yet, little Hinata mumbled, her mouth never ceasing its movement, even as she answered. She felt so embarrassed. That's what Hinata was thinking inside. But her body simply refused to obey. Her hands moved on their own, reaching for the rice ladle to scoop another bowl. It was mortifying to be watched like this by her revered father and cousin Neji, both of them casting her these odd looks. If it had been the old her, she might have fainted from embarrassment already. But now, as she kept eating, her mind only grew clearer. This made her cheeks flush even redder. Yet the improvement in her constitution meant she could now withstand even deeper shades of blush, just as the sound of a kettle boiling filled the air. Hayashi finally intervened, stopping Hinata in her tracks. And with that, Hinata promptly fainted. Sigh. I really have no idea where all that food goes, Hayashi fretted, watching his daughter eat twice as much as he did. Yet her stomach still looked the same as always. But through the Byakugan's gaze, he could see that her body was not only perfectly fine, but that her chakra reserves had grown even greater. If Hinata weren't his own flesh and blood, a true Huga. With the Byakugan, Hayashi might have suspected she belonged to the Akimichi clan. Clan leader is Lady Hinata, all right? Neji asked, anxiously glancing at Hinata, who had once again fainted. On Neji, there's no need for such formality when it's just family. Just call me uncle, Hayashi sighed. Would his nephew ever escape the influence of the main and branch house system? Hinata's just terribly shy. Her body's perfectly healthy. In fact, she's doing even better than before. Niji breathed a sigh of relief, though he still didn't call Hayashi uncle. You must be joking, clan. Leader, as long as Lady Hinata is all right, that's all that matters to me. A chill winter wind swept through the warm living room from the window, lifting Niji's short bangs and revealing the blue mark on his forehead. A caged bird, just as the name implied. Like a bird trapped within a cage, never to know freedom. Hayashi's heart ached at the thought. When would this system finally be abolished? If he hadn't been forced by necessity, how could he ever have branded his own younger brother with the caged bird seal? Every person should be free, not bound in chains. At the very least, they should have the right to choose, not be forced into a cage. Hayashi fell silent for a while, then called for the maids to clear the table and carried Hinata back to her room himself. Clan leader, I'll take my leave now. My father still needs my company, Niji said, his tone tinged with distance. Go on, and give my regards to Hisashi for me. If I have time tomorrow, I'll go and have a word with him. Riza nodded and saw Niji off. Spring had arrived, and the gentle breeze carried away the lingering chill of winter. Seeds were sprouting from the ground, and the once frozen river began to flow again. Little Naruto stood at the riverbank, his face filled with fear as he gazed at the water, still icy cold from its recent thaw. Don't worry, Naruto. Step forward with courage, came Hashirama's encouraging voice, echoing from the sealed space into Naruto's ears. Will I freeze to death? Naruto's voice trembled as he took off his gloves and dipped his finger into the water. A sharp intake of breath escaped him. It was so cold, no different from touching ice. Don't worry. There's absolutely nothing to be afraid of, Hashirama reassured him warmly. After all, this method was invented by my little brother, who's only a tiny bit less clever than me. Indeed, this training method had been specially developed by the second Hokage, Tobirama Senju, for the students at the Ninja Academy. It consisted of basic tree-climbing exercises and the more advanced water-walking practice. Back then, Hashirama only knew about the water-walking part, as the basic version was added later by Tobirama. Unbeknownst to him, Tobirama thought to himself, it's better if my foolish big brother doesn't know about these things, so he doesn't end up ruining promising students. And so, Naruto was introduced straight away to this challenging water-walking training. Naruto swallowed nervously and gently set his foot on the surface of the water. Splash! His foot plunged straight in. Sensei, how long did it take you to learn this? Naruto withdrew his foot and called out to Hashirama in the sealed space. Me? Let me think, Hashirama replied, pondering. I think it only took me about 2 days. Keep it up, Naruto. I believe in your potential. 2 days? That sounded simple enough, Naruto thought to himself. What he didn't realize was that Hashirama had only started water-walking training as a teenager, detail he completely overlooked. So under Kurama's deadpan gaze, Naruto promptly slipped into the river. Ouch! It's freezing, he cried, his clothes soaked through. The icy water pressing against his skin. A member of the Umbu, standing watch from a nearby tree, saw what happened and rushed over to pull Naruto out. Hey, what do you think you're doing? This was Yugugo Yuzuki, and she was far from pleased with Naruto's antics. In her mind, a child so young should be at home, playing with friends, not putting on diving performances for the Umbu. Big sis, I'm practicing how to walk on water, Naruto explained. Earnest as ever, Yugugo was stunned. She had never imagined that a child barely 3, almost 4 years old would be attempting such advanced training. She glanced at Naruto, who barely reached her waist, then at the river, whose depth could easily cover his neck. Who taught you this? Yugugo asked, her curiosity piqued. She wondered where Naruto could have learned about such a technique. At this moment, the clever advice that Hashirama had given earlier finally came in handy. I saw some ninja uncles spearing fish while standing on the water, so I wanted to try it myself. Little Naruto said, hugging himself tightly. It was so cold, if only he'd listened to Kurama and hadn't come to this wretched place to practice. All right, let's get you a hot bath first. I'll have someone fetch your clothes from home, Yuga said. Exasperation clear beneath her mask. She hadn't expected this to be the reason. Honestly, what kind of ninja would have nothing better to do than come to the back river to fish? Wait, come to think of it, wasn't there that white-haired guy who loved grilled fish? Forget it. Better get little Naruto to the bathhouse first. Yuga wasn't bothered by the cold water soaking Naruto. She simply lifted him up and carried him swiftly toward the bathhouse. So soft, Naruto thought to himself as he was picked up, enjoying the unfamiliar sensation. Yugao heard his words and felt a vein pop in her forehead. Still running, she rapped Naruto lightly on his soaked head with her finger. "Don't squirm." As expected, a little scare was all it took for the boy to quiet down soon. Yugao arrived at the bathhouse with Naruto in her arms. "Good afternoon. Umbu-sama, is that?" The bathhouse owner recognized the boy Yugao was carrying. Wasn't he the infamous Ninetales fox the whole village gossiped about? Judging by his appearance, had he actually fallen into the river? No way. The mighty Ninetales slipping and falling into the water. The world had truly gone mad. "Oh, isn't this Umbu?" A man with a bowl cut and bright green jumpsuit recognized Yugao, but seeing her mask and Umbu uniform, quickly corrected himself. "Guy, perfect timing. Could I trouble you to take this child for a bath?" Yugao had been debating whether or not to take Naruto into the women's bath, but with Guy here, it was better to let him handle it. "Ha ha, I see. So young, and already striving at the dawn of spring. Such youth. Leave it to me." Might Guy, upon hearing Yugao's explanation, was so moved his eyes nearly filled with tears. Wiping away the emotion, his eyes shone with burning passion. He gave a thumbs up, flashing his dazzling white teeth, wholeheartedly approving of Naruto's youthful spirit. Naruto thought to himself, "My youth hasn't even started yet. I'm still just a human cub," Kurama grumbled. "Your so-called cub just pierced right through me. This can't be right. Seal me up quick." Yugao watched as Guy's enthusiasm suddenly soared, her lips twitching beneath the mask. Still, she handed little Naruto over to Might Guy. "Naruto, go take a bath with this uncle." Naruto opened his eyes and was instantly startled by the Kappa-like figure before him. "Ah, Kappa." Might Guy's smile froze on his face, and then, without hesitation, he scooped the dripping wet little Naruto right into his arms. My, what a spirited child. "But listen, Uncle's not a Kappa. No, Uncle is the blue beast of the hidden leaf. Might Guy at your service." With Naruto tucked under his arm, Might Guy felt the boy squirming and wriggling with all his might. Wow, what strength! Guy realized Naruto's force was already about a third of his own, which was astonishing. But considering who this child was, Guy could only marvel. No wonder he thought, "This is a Jinchuriki. No, let me go. I want to bathe with the big sister." In a slip of honesty, little Naruto blurted out his true wish. Huga, who had been watching from the sidelines in amusement now, quietly stepped up behind the struggling Naruto. "Hey, why did you put me down?" Might Guy set Naruto on his feet, but just then a chill crept up from behind. "Little Naruto, what did you just say you wanted to do?" Oh no. He'd completely forgotten Big Sister was right there behind him. Achoo. Naruto pretended to sneeze, then grabbed Uncle Kappa and dashed into the men's bathhouse. "Hey, you haven't paid yet." Until now, the bathhouse owner had stayed in the background, but he couldn't just stand by if these two intended to skip out on the bill. "Here's your money. Keep the change." Yugugo pulled a 100 Ryo note from her hidden pocket and handed it to the owner. "Oh ho ho. Such generosity from an AMBU lady. I won't disturb you. Enjoy your bath, please." A single entry to the men's bathhouse cost only 20 Ryo, and at this hour business was slow, but this beautiful, poised AMBU woman had just covered the entire midday sales in one go. As for how the owner could recognize her through the mask, please, with that aura, anyone could tell she was from a wealthy or distinguished family. Even if she were a pig, she'd be the finest-looking one around. Little Naruto dragged Might Guy into the steamy bathhouse. "Hey, Naruto, you have to take off all your clothes and put on a bathrobe to take a bath." Might Guy peeled off his signature green bodysuit, revealing his lean, muscular frame for Naruto to see. He struck a bodybuilding pose, his muscles flexing with a powerful presence. "Wow, that's so cool." Naruto stared at the Kappa. Like Uncle, now bare-chested with only a bathrobe wrapped around his waist, admiration flickering in his once-odd gaze. "Right? Hiya, ha, who?" Might Guy cycled through a series of dynamic poses, proudly showing off his well-trained physique to Naruto. This is what youth is all about. Lost in the glow of Naruto's admiration, Might Guy basked in the praise, utterly delighted. That is, until the bathrobe tied around his waist suddenly came loose and fell to the floor, although he quickly pulled it up to cover his lower half. Little Naruto was no ordinary child. He caught everything in just a split second. An acorn? Little Naruto tilted his head and thought for a moment, finally coming up with the most fitting description. Those two simple words struck Guy to the core, just when he thought Naruto probably wouldn't notice anything. He wrapped his bathrobe tighter around himself, stopped showing off his muscles, and slipped into the bath, sulking. Damn it. Why on earth would he call it an acorn? Years have gone by. There's no way it could still be an acorn. Through the steamy haze above the water we could see Might Guy's face glowing red beneath the surface. Naruto, this sort of thing. Try not to say it right to someone's face, Hashirama murmured with a sigh from the sealed space, mourning silently for the poor kid. Ever since he laid eyes on Might Guy, Hashirama's mind had been itching, as if something was about to sprout. Then just now he remembered. This child must be Dai's son. After all, in all of Konoha, only the Guy family shouts about youth so fervently, but still, his really is quite small. Hashirama glanced down at his own and let out a cheeky chuckle. Never ask a sage body how big he is. Back in the day when Madara and Hashirama competed to see who could pee the farthest, Madara was left speechless by Hashirama's magnitude. It's even said that during the final war before the founding of the village, before driving a kunai into his own side, Hashirama stripped off all his clothes except his underwear. Then he stabbed at his own waist with the kunai. In the end, Madara was so moved by Hashirama's gesture that he decided to build Konoha together with him. That's how the legend goes. Whether it's true or not is up for debate, but a legend it remains. Seeing how heartbroken Might Guy was, little Naruto decided to comfort him. He took off his own bathrobe, marched into the deep end of the bathhouse, and gave the despondent Guy a reassuring pat. It's all right, Mr. Acorn Kappa. Look, mine's just a little bigger than yours, Naruto said with innocent earnestness. Guy opened his eyes underwater and saw right in front of him a little elephant that was clearly bigger than his own, swaying in the water. Hey, someone stop him. He's about to lose it. Hashirama, seeing that Naruto's well-meant gesture had stabbed a Guy's already wounded pride yet again, hurriedly tried to halt Naruto's efforts. All right. I just wanted to cheer up Uncle Kappa, little Naruto said, quickly pulling Guy back to the shallow end, just in case the poor man really did turn into a Kappa. At this moment, Might Guy sat on the edge of the bath, feet dangling in the water, his eyes dull and empty. He muttered over and over, Acorn. Uncle Kappa, don't worry. You'll grow more in the future, Naruto chimed in brightly. After all, some people just hit puberty a bit late. Little Naruto patted Might Guy's calf in a rather convincing manner, trying to comfort him. It was clear that he had triggered a key word. Youth. The dullness in Guy's eyes was instantly replaced by a vivid green fire, of course. His youth would never allow him to give up. He would definitely grow taller in the future. After all, this was youth. Oh, young man, you're absolutely right. Might Guy puffed out his chest, instantly returning to his usual youthful self. Looks like the Kappa uncle is back again, Naruto joked, seeing that Guy's spirits had lifted. Guy stared intently at Naruto, and a sense of foreboding washed over the boy. Naruto, you've never tried a scrubbing bath before, have you? Guy rose to his feet, stepping closer and closer to Naruto. His face was full of passion for youth, though that mischievous grin definitely didn't mean he had come up with a good idea. No, and I don't want to. Stay away from me. Naruto was startled by the sly smile on Kappa Uncle's face. He didn't know exactly what a scrubbing bath was, but judging by that look, it couldn't be anything good. Come on, give it a try. How can you call it youth if you've never experienced a good scrubbing? Might Guy grabbed Naruto's arm, and a gust of green energy burst from him. 8 gates release. Gate of opening. Open. No, I'm not even a teenager yet. You pervy Acorn Kappa, let me go, Throbbing vein appeared on Guy's forehead, and his smile only became more unhinged. No, as long as you have the heart of youth, every moment is your youth. Guy's laughter grew wild and triumphant. Naruto, now that I've got you, do you really think you can escape? Within the sealed space, Hashirama and Kurama silently closed their eyes. After all, Naruto had gone a bit too far this time, and it wasn't as if Guy meant any real harm. No, I don't want to yammy. Naruto cried out, only to be pinned to the bathing table by Might Guy, now radiating waves of green chakra as he donned his scrubbing gloves. A sensation, equal parts pain and relief, spread across Naruto's back. Young man, your youth shouldn't be burdened with so much grime. Let me help you scrub it all away. Guy declared Naruto's apartment did have a bath, but you couldn't really expect a child to wash thoroughly. So, after a session with Might Guy's 8-gate scrubbing technique, a shocking amount of dirt was rubbed from Naruto's back. Huff. Naruto gasped, unsure whether it was from pain or pleasure. Is it over? In his mind, the image of the big sister appeared. He wanted to find her. Anything to get away from this Kappa. Guy didn't say a word, but he released Naruto from his hold. Little Naruto got up, tears shimmering in his eyes, but now was not the time for revenge. when he mastered would release and achieved great power. The very first thing he would do was strip that acorn cap of his pants and hang him from a tree. As he fantasized about his future vengeance, a voice rang out, shattering his hopes. Of course not. Next up, we'll scrub the front. Oh no. Come now, let me ignite your youthful spirit. After enduring a torment that made him feel utterly hopeless, little Naruto finally escaped the relentless scrubbing of Uncle Acorn Kappa's hands. Big sister sob sob. Naruto ran straight into Yuzuki Yugao's arms the moment he stepped out of the bathhouse. He felt both clean and unclean. His body was spotless, but his spirit felt violated. Yugao looked at Naruto, his face flushed, his large eyes brimming with tears. She couldn't help but wonder if something had happened between Might Guy and Naruto during that short hour in the bath. Oh my goodness. Could this be a betrayal of Senior Kakashi? No, that couldn't be. How could Guy do anything to Naruto? He's only 3. Hey Guy, what did you do to little Naruto? Yugao's tone was odd, her mind briefly wandering to inappropriate thoughts. But in truth, she didn't believe Guy would ever lay a hand on Naruto. After all, if his so-called best friend, the current Umbu captain-in-waiting White Fan Kakashi found out, he would never let Guy off the hook. Still, when she thought of Captain Kakashi, white hair, mismatched eyes, one red and one black, standing at 181 centimeters, she couldn't help but click her tongue. Who would have thought Guy had such keen eyes, taking a fancy to Kakashi even as a child? This could count as a love nurtured from youth. Oh, nothing. I was just letting little Naruto feel. The spirit of youth, Guy grinned, flashing his big front teeth. Hey, inform the captain. There's an unidentified creature here committing an unforgivable crime against the Jinchuriki. Yugao spun around and shouted at the Umbu on duty in the trees. Come on. I was just helping Naruto with his bath. Guy hurried to explain, though he wasn't quite sure what unforgivable crime Yugao was talking about. Her tone made it clear she'd misunderstood something. Oh, I see. You gave me a scare. Yugao called back the Umbu, who had been about to leap away. She patted her chest, which was about a B cup, and breathed a sigh of relief. She had genuinely feared that the trembling little Naruto in her arms had been well traumatized by Guy. By the way, I heard little Naruto wants to start training. Why don't I show him a taste of youth? The green-skinned Kappa made a trade request as if swapping Pokemon with Yugao ding. Yugao considered it for a moment, like a pokeball snapped open in an instant. Yugao refused the green Kappa's offer. I'm sorry, but I can't make that decision. You'll have to ask. Since little Naruto was still in her arms, Yugao didn't say it outright, but Guy understood what she meant. I see, that's really a pity, he replied, but it's all right, little Naruto, you've got a long youth ahead of you, so don't be sad. He gave Naruto a hearty thumbs up, his bright white teeth gleaming in the sunlight. If you ever want to set your youth ablaze, just come find me. Naruto didn't say a word, but Yugao could feel him hugging her even tighter, almost to the point of pain. Ouch. That's starting to hurt a little. Naruto, let's go, okay? I'll take you home now. With no other choice, Yugao picked him up and turned to leave. Guy, thank you for today. I've already paid, so I'll take little Naruto home first, she said, and walked away with Naruto clinging to her like a baby sloth. That's the spirit of youth. Might Guy watched Naruto's small figure recede into the distance. A fleeting glance had reminded him once again of the fiery vigor burning within the boy. Naruto's thoughts. I just happened to open my eyes for a second, thinking we'd already left, but instead I got another eyeful of those blinding teeth. Darn it. The look Naruto gave this acorn Kappa had already turned suspicious, almost as if he were staring at a weirdo. Don't cry, little Naruto. We won't ask this uncle to help you with your baths anymore, all right? Yugao gently patted Naruto's back, trying to comfort him. But who could they ask next? After all, Naruto was still so little. If he accidentally drowned in the bath, that would be a disaster. Then the news would spread across the other ninja villages. Extra, the Jinchuriki of Konoha, the strongest of the 5 great ninja villages, drowned in the bathhouse. And just like that, the second Ninetales incident would bring down the proudest ninja village, and the 4th Great Ninja War would kick off. Over a bathhouse accident. What a thought. An all-out ninja war triggered by a bathhouse mishap. Yugao shivered at her own outlandish idea. Enough. Best not to jinx it. Maybe Captain Kakashi could take Naruto to bathe next time? No, that felt like a waste of his talents. The future head of the Umbu reduced to bathing a 3-year-old. Unthinkable. What about hate? But he was out on missions lately. No matter how she turned it over in her mind, Yugao just couldn't settle on anyone. Just then the 3rd Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, knocked on Yugao's apartment door. "Yugao, I heard little Naruto fell into the river today. What happened?" When Naruto had plunged into the water, the ANBU had immediately reported to the Hokage, but hearing that Yugao had already taken Naruto to the bathhouse, Hiruzen decided to wait until they returned before asking about it. "Yes, Lord Hokage, here's how it happened." Yin recounted almost word for word what little Naruto had explained earlier to Hiruzen. "I see. So it was an old white-haired ninja trying to spear fish atop the water." Hiruzen's lips twitched in mild disbelief. He hadn't expected that the reason little Naruto fell into the water would be something like this. He'd given Naruto a fair amount of spending money. So why was the boy trying to catch fish himself? If Naruto just wanted to buy fish, even with the pressure from the ANBU, he could still get it, but the way those stall owners looked at him always left Naruto feeling uncomfortable. So when it came time to come up with an excuse, Hashirama and Kurama settled on this one note. For this brilliant idea, little Naruto contributed 49%, Kurama 50%, and Hashirama a mere 1%. Hashirama protested. "Why do I only get 1% for suggesting practicing on the water, which is the key part?" Kurama replied. "Think about it. Aside from that initial training method, what kind of excuses did you come up with after?" Hashirama's excuse at the time had been, "I wanted to experience what it feels like for a stone to skip across the water. Maybe I could float across too." The memory of skipping stones by the river had clearly swept away his focus. It's a shame Kurama didn't know about Hashirama's past with stone skipping, or he would have surely teased him. "All you ever think about is Madara. Why not turn yourself into a pebble and float down the river to the afterlife, so you too could be reunited?" By the way, has little Naruto already learned to refine chakra? The third Hokage was genuinely surprised that someone so young could already extract chakra. The most astonishing part was Naruto had only been teaching himself for less than 2 months. Lord Hokage, it was mentioned in a previous report. Naruto managed to refine chakra quite some time ago, Yin answered. Hiruzen paused, then laughed awkwardly. My memory's not what it used to be. Getting old does that to you, but back in my day it only took me 3 days to refine chakra. Hiruzen boasted, then handed Yin a book he'd brought. On Fine Control of Chakra, Student Edition. "Give this to Naruto tomorrow. Tell him not to rush, to take it step by step," he instructed. "And if little Naruto ever wants to go to the bathhouse again, I can help out next time," Hiruzen added with a smile. After all, the elderly need to bond with the younger generation from time to time. Yuya nodded and accepted the book. "This edition was personally annotated by my teacher. Tell Naruto to treat it with the respect it deserves," Hiruzen emphasized. "Wait. Hiruzen's teacher. That would be the second Hokage, Tobirama Senju." Yin opened the slim book to its first page, On Fine Control of Chakra, Student Edition, written and annotated by Tobirama Senju. Below there was another line of text, though most of it appeared to have been deliberately scratched out. Only the first 2 characters were still visible. Evil. Could it be some kind of sinister secret technique? "Naruto, make sure you study carefully with the book. Don't go jumping into the river on your own anymore." Yugao handed the book to little Naruto, who lay on the bed with vacant eyes, and then explained that from now on, Grandpa Third would be the one to bathe him. A faint light returned to Naruto's dull gaze. "Great. That means no more run-ins with the acorn kappa." After Yugao left, he sat up in bed. With his remarkable healing abilities, the red marks on his body had long since faded. Only the scars left on his spirit remained. On chakra, abridged, Big Sister told me to take good care of it. I'll give it to Sensei tonight. In Naruto's eyes, even though Hashirama's occasional guidance sometimes went awry, like condensing chakra and accidentally blasting himself across the room, or tricking himself into the water during water walking practice. For the most part, the first Hokage was pretty reliable. Besides, Big Sister said this edition was annotated by the second Hokage, Tobirama Senju. An absolute treasure. Wouldn't it be safest to entrust it to Sensei? At that very moment, in the depths of the underworld, Tobirama's soul shivered for reasons unknown. If he knew what Naruto was planning, he'd probably let out a piercing crack of thunder, use Flying Thunder God to knock Naruto out cold, and snatch back his precious first edition annotated book, entrust it to his brother for safekeeping. That's no better than tossing it in a doghouse. Back in the day, when Hashirama would leave important work halfway through to go cavorting with that wicked Uchihara, Tobirama would be left to handle the rest. It always felt like sorting through a dog's den. Documents scattered everywhere, some stacked, some crumpled, never dirty, but always a chaotic mess. Let's have a moment of silence for this book. Hey, another one of Tobarama's books? Let me see. The moment Hashirama heard it was his little brother's book, he hopped off his galloping wooden horse, picked up little Kurama, and dashed over eagerly. Kurama thought to himself, I really can't stand humans with no sense of boundaries, especially the ones made of wood. Come on, let me have a look. Hashirama flipped open the book to the first page as he stared at a line of blacked-out text. An itch crept across his mind. All right, I think I read this one ages ago. He clapped his hands together, the picture of sudden realization. Wait a second, what was supposed to come after evil that got scribbled out? Naruto, curiosity sparkling in his eyes, pointed to the word evil and asked. Hashirama scratched his head, feeling it might be better left unsaid. After all, it was Tobarama's writing. Question, in Tobarama's eyes, what exactly counts as evil, and why is the answer inevitably Uchiha? After all, during the Warring Era, the feud between the Senju and Uchiha was notorious. Luckily, a certain pair of close friends managed to change all that. Honestly, if just one of those two had been a woman, the other four great nations might never have come into being at all. The original version of this passage supposedly read, the evil Uchiha clan is forbidden from reading the annotated edition of the training methods painstakingly researched by the great Senju clan for the next generation of Konoha. You are not worthy, and tell your clan leader to stay away from my big brother, the first Hokage. However, when Hashirama stumbled across it by chance, he forcefully edited this part out. As a result, the annotated edition was never reprinted afterward. Evil people aren't allowed to read this book, Hashirama declared, though Kurama couldn't help but notice the thick scent of a lie wafting through the air. Not that Kurama needed to sniff it out. With just a flick of one tail, he could guess exactly who was behind this. Back in the day, whenever Tobarama was doing his research, he'd consult Mito about it. And inevitably, he'd mention those evil Uchihas 2 or 3 times every conversation. Kurama had long since gotten used to it. Really, then, why is this whole section so heavily blacked out? Little Naruto was skeptical, because those few words from the teacher hardly seemed to deserve such a long stretch of redaction. It's true. Back then, it was the teacher himself who watched my foolish little brother scribble out that entire part. Hashirama replied earnestly. He said that becoming a ninja was inherently evil. But in truth, being a ninja doesn't make you evil. We're people too. And people come in all kinds, Hashirama explained, spinning his tail so smoothly that Kurama stared in disbelief. No wonder Madara used to get so thoroughly bamboozled by him back in the day. How to put it? He's both clever and not so clever at the same time, a real master of the art of plausible nonsense. Oh, I get it now, said little Naruto, nodding his head, completely bowled over by the first Hokage's glib tongue. Hashirama, satisfied, reached out to ruffle Naruto's ever-lengthening hair before turning to the next page. Now, it's worth mentioning why little Naruto was growing his hair long. There were 2 reasons. On one hand, his teacher, Hashirama Mama Senju, had long hair, and Naruto thought that when the teacher unleashed with style and his hair flew about, it looked absolutely awesome. So he started growing his hair out as well. On the other hand, the village barbers weren't exactly fond of Naruto. He worried that if he went to get a haircut, they might take off more than just his hair. Maybe even his head, though. In all likelihood, the scissors would get stuck at Naruto's neck, and then Kurama's chakra would blow the whole barbershop sky high. Now, you first need to gradually learn to sense the flow of chakra inside your body. Hashirama continued, stroking his chin. The chakra that students first refine tends to be unstable, so there's a lot of waste when they use it, and the results aren't always great. He paused, thinking back to his own childhood. Was it the same for him when he first learned to refine chakra? He remembered that in the beginning, performing jutsu had been a real struggle, but after a few months, just a couple of hand signs would do the trick. Eventually, it got to the point where he just had to clap his hands, shout out the jutsu, and whatever he wanted would happen. His chakra seemed to cooperate with him as if they were of one mind. This, perhaps, was the true testament to Hashirama's extraordinary mastery over chakra. After all, little Naruto was still just a child. He truly needed to build a solid foundation, step by step. The book outlined some recommended training methods. After thorough consideration from various perspectives, it suggested that students with some basic skills could start with climbing exercises. Following, there was a long list of chakra control tips for climbing, most of which came from Tobarama and Mito, with a few from Madara and Huga. Among those, the advice from Madara had been circled in red ink by Tobarama, who'd added a note. Worth referencing, but don't let the evil Uchiha lead you astray. No surprise. This was Tobarama's first draft, and his style was as wild as ever. His passionate words brimming with disdain for the so-called wicked Uchiha clan. Well then, since that's the case, let's have little Naruto start by climbing trees. Now let me think. How tall should I make the tree for him? What a dilemma. As Hashirama pondered, he created a gigantic tree, one that towered head and shoulders above even Kurama. Right before Naruto's astonished face, Kurama, meanwhile, looked on with a complicated mix of reluctance, fear, and a hefty dose of schadenfreude. All right, Naruto, if you can climb to the top of this tree, you can resume your water-walking training, Hashirama declared cheerfully. Although Naruto felt a bit scared, his teacher's sunny smile filled him with determination. Okay, I'll do my best. Kurama couldn't help but cover his face with a paw. Oh, this kid was so easily taken in. Sensei, this really could be deadly, he muttered, step by step. Naruto made his way up the colossal tree, but when he glanced back, the ground had already faded far into the distance. Don't worry. Run toward me, Hashirama called out encouragingly, standing on a branch high above Naruto. The distance was intentional. It forced Naruto to be precise with his chakra control, and besides, wasn't Kurama down there to catch him if he fell? In the end, Naruto didn't make it to Hashirama's branch, a moment's distraction, and down he went plummeting through the air. Honestly, Naruto was only 3 years old. Did Hashirama, that brute, even realize what he was doing? With a resigned sigh, Kurama shaped his outside self into a net of chakra, trying to catch the falling boy. With a dull thud, Naruto landed squarely in the chakra net, then vanished from sealed space altogether. Hashirama stared at Kurama in confusion. Wasn't he supposed to catch Naruto safely? Why had Naruto disappeared? Hey, what's with that look? Kurama grumbled, annoyed at being doubted. He explained slowly, it's not that I failed to catch him causing some accident. Rather, the shock from falling such a great height was simply too much for Naruto to handle. His consciousness was jolted right out of this sealed space. Hashirama stroked his chin thoughtfully and nodded. I see. So in the end, it's still Tobarama's fault. He didn't take into account the children's physical and emotional well-being. Tobarama, I wrote that for students at the Ninja Academy, and not just any students, those about to graduate with excellent grades, they're at least 10 years old. Why don't you go ask them? Kurama looked at Hashirama, who was so quick to shift the blame onto his younger brother and silently mourn for Tobarama's fate. So, how about we teach little Naruto some basics tomorrow night? Or maybe set a lower target for him instead? Hashirama cheerfully finalized the plan. For the next evening's training session, Kurama sprawled out and prepared to catch a bit more sleep. The next morning, little Naruto jolted awake in bed. Help! His mind was still caught in the memory of last night's fall. The Umbu station nearby heard Naruto's cry and rushed to check on the Jinchuriki's condition. It's nothing. Just a nightmare, one Umbu reassured the others after figuring out what had happened. Could he have been spooked by Mike Guy yesterday? Wondered one of the Umbu who had been sent by Huga to make a report the previous day. Naruto patted his chest, realizing that he was in fact perfectly fine. It seemed his teacher hadn't lied to him after all. Naruto was a carefree soul. Though last night's little bungee jump had startled him, the fear was already fading. After all, children rarely hold on to such scares unless there's real pain or lasting injury. Well, except for a certain green-skinned, acorn-headed kappa. Today, Naruto planned to go play at the park. There might be some troublemakers there, but none of them could beat him anyway. Foolish villagers. Your nine-tailed fox is coming. Oh, Naruto strutted along with a swagger that said he owed nothing to anyone, heading for a quiet playground mostly frequented by children. Since he arrived early, the park was almost empty. Only one familiar-looking boy sat alone on the swing, rocking back and forth in solitude. That fan symbol. He must be from the Uchiha clan. Naruto tilted his head, digging through his memory until he recalled seeing this boy on the street before. Back then, the boy's older brother had been with him, but today he was alone. Since his brother wasn't around, maybe this was a chance to mess with him. Hey, what gives you the right to take my swing? Naruto called out without hesitation after all. He'd already threatened plenty of villagers who called him Demon Fox before. It's worth noting that Naruto, while quick to make threats, rarely acted on them unless someone else started trouble first. For instance, when little Hinata had been surrounded by bullies, Naruto felt it was wrong and intervened. Only he hadn't controlled his strength. and ended up accidentally breaking the bully's nose. But with medical ninjutsu being so advanced these days, I believe they should be able to heal him. Probably for now. Little Sasuke was still soft and childish. Nothing like the arrogant figure he would become in the future. He was just happily swinging back and forth on a swing when he suddenly heard Naruto calling out to him. Originally, his older brother was supposed to be out on an ANBU mission today and had no time to keep him company. He hadn't expected to actually run into someone here. As the son of the Uchiha clan head, even though Sasuke was only 3 years old, he had already started learning some basic taijutsu from his brother. Besides, the clan always believed in the saying, heaven comes first, earth comes second, Uchiha comes third. There was no way he'd be scared of Naruto. Yours. Where does it say this is yours? Sasuke halted his swing, but didn't get off. He just sat there looking at little Naruto with eyes full of disdain. Perfect. He was bored, and now someone had shown up to entertain him. That's what little Sasuke was thinking. Wasn't Naruto supposed to shout the demon fox is here, and then scamper off, leaving the swing to him? That's how it should go, right? Hey, little Naruto, why don't you go play with him? Hashirama tossed out a mischievous suggestion, spotting a familiar shadow from the past in Sasuke's face. Tobirama. Let's pose a question to the devious Madara Uchiha. What's white when it goes in, and red when it comes out? The answer is Izuna, of course. Nah. I have to seize the swing first, little Naruto muttered, tempted but still putting on a proud front. He marched right up to the swing, bit his own thumb, and, under Sasuke's look of utter disbelief, scrawled his name on the swing. Look closely. My name is Uzumaki Naruto, he declared. I'm going to be the next Hokage. Little Naruto licked his thumb, but thanks to his rapid healing, the mark was already fading, making the character for Naruto a bit messy. Nonsense. The next Hokage is obviously supposed to be my brother. Sasuke, though briefly startled by Naruto's antics, quickly retorted, unwilling to back down. Uzumaki Naruto? Never heard of you. How could you possibly become Hokage? Sasuke scoffed. Naruto was stunned. For a moment. Never heard of him? He was the very incarnation of the nine-tailed fox. Was there a single kid in the village who hadn't heard of his name? Humph. Then let me tell you, out of the kindness of my heart, I am none other than the incarnation of the nine-tailed fox that rampaged through Konoha 3 years ago. Fiercely powerful. So fierce I'd eat someone without even blinking. Little Naruto puffed out his chest and let out a boisterous, triumphant laugh. Hey, Hashirama, is this what you've been teaching little Naruto behind my back? Kurama grumbled, clearly embarrassed by Naruto's wild claims. Sure, he'd been controlled back then, but he hadn't actually eaten anyone. There's no way little Naruto could come up with words like that. So the scheming frog has been patting your belly all along. The culprit is you, Hashirama, the spicy mama from the Senju clan. Hashirama quietly turned his head, and after a long while managed to squeeze out a single word. Little Sasuke hopped down from a swing and gave Naruto a scrutinizing look. Are you talking about those whiskers you secretly draw on your face with a black marker? I'll have you know, under the keen gaze of the great Uchiha clan, your disguise doesn't stand a chance. Sasuke struck a classic pose beloved by everyone in his clan, covering his left eye with his hand, and then suddenly fixing Naruto with a piercing look. The resemblance was uncanny. Even the arrogant tone and the over-the-top pose were exactly like Izuna back in the day. Almost no difference at all. Hashirama couldn't help but be drawn in by Sasuke's swagger. And at that moment, a thought sparked in his mind. Everyone knows that Kurama is aware it was someone named Uchiha Madara who controlled him on the night of the Ninetales attack. And that man, just like Madara, possessed the Mangekyo Sharingan. With just a single look, he was able to subdue Kurama, the mightiest of the tailed beasts. But when Hashirama revisited Kurama's memories, the pattern of that was nothing like Madara's. Poor Obito never imagined there'd be someone who could remember exactly what Madara's Mangekyo looked like. Oh well, for now, let's just call this guy Fake Madara. Fake Madara had a Mangekyo Sharingan, which almost certainly made him an Uchiha. And with that deliberate imitation of Madara's voice, it was obvious he was connected to the real Madara in some way. There was no way Madara could have survived back then, so there was only one possibility left. Madara, just like himself, must have found a way to return to this world in such a state, which explained the existence of this fake Madara. Since that's the case, he should have his dear disciple Nawaki build a good relationship with this Uchiha kid, and when the time comes, give Madara a real surprise. Ooh, just thinking about it is thrilling. Unfortunately, Kurama had no idea what Izuna looked like. So he couldn't appreciate the particular delight Hashirama was feeling right now. He just thought Hashirama was acting up again. Old age, late-stage senility. That was how a 1,000-year-old little-tailed beast Kurama judged Hashirama, who was still in his prime. But at the moment, little Naruto had no time to worry about the drama in the sealed space. He was facing a boy who was just so full of himself. Yet, for some reason, it felt oddly satisfying. Was it because this boy didn't see him as the Ninetales demon fox? No, the real issue now was the ownership of this swing. Humph, just a little Uchiha brat. I could wipe you out with a flick of my finger. Naruto threw Sasuke, still posing coolly, a disdainful glance and retorted. Tobirama gives you a thumbs up and tosses a flying thunder god kunai at the sleeping Izuna next door. How dare you insult the Uchiha clan? Uchiha Sasuke challenge you to a duel. A sly glint flickered in little Naruto's eyes. Hey, got him hooked, all right, Naruto Uzumaki, accept your challenge, he replied, loudly, his eyes rolling. Mischievously, but if you lose, you have to be my sidekick. Sasuke hesitated. If he lost, he'd have to be Naruto's sidekick? Normally, shouldn't the loser just give up the swing? No, this was the moment to uphold the pride of the Uchiha clan. His uncles had always told him, fight for the honor of the Uchiha. What's the matter, scared? The cowardly Uchiha dummy is backing down. As soon as Naruto saw Sasuke's hesitation, he started fanning the flames. How could I ever be afraid? The Uchiha's pride is untouchable. I accept your bet. Sasuke shot back, his voice full of resolve. But if you lose, you'll be my sidekick, and you have to apologize to the Uchiha. Naruto's taunting had worked. Sasuke was riled up, and thus the legendary Naruto-Sasuke showdown officially began. Ladies and gentlemen, picture this. Standing on the left side of the park, we have the second son of the Uchiha clan, Indra's reincarnation, and one of the future saviors of the ninja world, Uchiha Sasuke. And on the right, the last orphan of the Uzumaki clan, son of the fourth Hokage, first Hokage's beloved student, future seventh Hokage, and another savior of the shinobi world. Uzumaki, Naruto. Judging by their titles alone, little Naruto already seemed unbeatable. After all, how could mere Sasuke dare challenge the authority of the great Naruto? The duel began. Sasuke was the first to charge. His little fist clenched tight as he swung at Naruto's face with all his momentum. But in Naruto's eyes, Sasuke's movements seemed slow and his intentions all too obvious. With a swift sidestep, Naruto dodged the punch and, drawing on his chakra, effortlessly caught Sasuke in a tight hold. Ha, ready to admit defeat, my number one sidekick? Naruto grinned, clearly pleased with himself. Let go. I was just caught off guard. I didn't dodge. That doesn't count. Sasuke's face turned red with anger. He was practically fuming. All right, Naruto said, generously releasing Sasuke. He wanted his sidekick to surrender willingly. Sasuke stepped back, then lunged at Naruto again, shouting something about Uchiha body slams. Ready to give in? Naruto murmured in Sasuke's ear as he gently caught him again. After yet another miscalculated charge, never. Sasuke's face flushed even redder, and so this scene repeated itself 3 times. Meanwhile, inside the sealed space, Hashirama was already doubled over with laughter, imagining himself as Naruto and Sasuke as Madara. As expected of my own disciple. Taking down a little guy like Izuna, taking down a little guy like Sasuke is no problem at all. At last, little Sasuke got serious. He widened the distance again, bringing his small hands together. He murmured the hand seal sequence under his breath, forming seals at the steady pace of 1 per second. Finally, after what felt like more than 10 seconds to little Naruto, Sasuke succeeded. Fire style. Fireball jutsu. He might not actually be able to pull it off, but the momentum had to be there. Maybe he could even scare his opponent. That's what Sasuke thought. After all, at their age, most kids couldn't even mold chakra, let alone use ninjutsu. Sure, this loudmouth might be a bit stronger, but Sasuke was sure his jutsu could take him out. Come on, let your sins be cleansed by my flames. Cough, cough. But Sasuke's fireball hadn't even traveled a full meter before sputtering and dropping to the ground. He ended up choking on the smoke himself. Seeing this, little Naruto rushed over, patting Sasuke on the back and quickly offering him his own water bottle. Gulp, gulp. Naruto's timely water eased Sasuke's embarrassment considerably, though the strange taste left something to be desired. Well, that was the taste of Naruto. A bet's a bet. From now on, you're my little brother, Naruto declared. Extending his hand to the squatting Sasuke, Sasuke took a moment, his eyes flickering with a mix of emotions, but he finally grasped Naruto's hand. "For now, I'll let you be the boss, but if I beat you one day, then I get to be boss," Sasuke said. Naruto grinned, the sunlight reflecting in his brilliant blue eyes, capturing the image of the proud boy before him. "Deal. If you can beat me, sure, but for now, you have to call me boss." Sasuke was momentarily dazzled by Naruto's smile, but quickly regained his composure. "Fine. Boss, louder. I can't hear you." Naruto shouted, "Boss." Sasuke's face flushed red, but he managed to shout it out. "Come on. Boss is taking you fishing," Naruto said cheerfully, leading his new little brother off toward the mountain trails. "Hey Mao, that's the Uchiha clan leader's younger son." One Anbu whispered to Yugao Yuzuki, his tone tinged with concern. After all, the Uchiha's position in the village was precarious these days. He does look like his older brother, but he's a bit more headstrong," Yugao replied, recalling Itachi's composed demeanor. As fellow Anbu, they'd crossed paths before. "It's fine. If something happens, I'll explain it to the third Hokage myself." After all, this time, it was little Naruto who took the initiative to go play with other kids, and the other child seemed to be having a great time with him, cheeks flushed with laughter. Sasuke. "That's not from laughing, okay?" Given Itachi's involvement, Yugao thought maybe she could help little Naruto win some favor. No matter what, Naruto needed to make friends. Last time he went too long without playing with anyone, and he paid a heavy price for it, didn't he? Remember, compared to Medamiko losing her life. What Naruto lost was a huge chunk of meat. So little Naruto led 2 pillars over to a small creek. The creek was just deep enough to reach Naruto's thighs, with a few fish gliding along with the current swimming around as if nothing could bother them. Naruto took off his pants, leaving only his underwear. "What are you doing?" Sasuke was startled by Naruto's boldness, right out in broad daylight. How could he just take off his pants like that? "Come on, little brother. You got to get into the water to catch fish." "I don't want to get my pants dirty, so of course I took them off." "What, don't tell me you're scared." Naruto gathered chakra under his small feet, trying once more to walk on water. Splash. Oh, looks like he failed again. Sasuke's face turned a little red. It was hard to tell whether he was annoyed or just embarrassed, but he wasn't about to be outdone. "Who says I'm scared?" "Fine. I'll take mine off too." Little Sasuke took off his long pants, left in nothing but his underwear with a blue elephant drawn on it. Brrr, it was a bit chilly. After all, it was late winter, early spring, the coldest time of year, but since it was almost noon and both boys had chakra coursing through them, it wasn't unbearable. Naruto's underwear was bright orange with a drawing he'd made himself of little Kurama, though it was so messy you could hardly tell it was meant to be the Ninetales. Naruto watched for his chance, darted his small hand into the water, sending droplets splashing over the creek's surface, and in a flash he managed to grab a fish about the size of both his hands put together. "Come help me out." The fish thrashed madly in Naruto's grasp, and since its scales were slippery, Naruto dared not squeeze too hard in case it wriggled free. So Sasuke, who had just stepped into the water, became the perfect assistant. "Stop fussing. I'm coming." The cold creek water sent a chill up Sasuke's legs, but since it wasn't deep, at least his elephant underwear stayed dry. He heard Naruto's call and saw the impressively large fish flapping between them. After a brief moment, to get used to the chill, he hurried over to help. "Got it." Sasuke grabbed the fish's tail, while Naruto locked his hand around its body. For these 2 future saviors of the ninja world, a little fish like this didn't stand a chance. There was a satisfying slap, then another and another, as the fish flopped helplessly in their hands. Little Sasuke didn't get a good grip. The fish's tail slipped from his hands and began thrashing wildly. In his attempt to adjust their position, Naruto shifted the fish a little, with the end result that Sasuke's face got slapped several times by the tail. The blows weren't exactly painful, but the humiliation was more than enough. You could almost see the veins bulging on Sasuke's forehead in fury. If he were older, perhaps his eyes would have flared with power. Still, he managed to grab the tail again, and together with Naruto, they dragged the fish up onto the grassy bank beside the stream. "I'll go look for some dry grass or something to start a fire," Naruto said, heading off to gather anything that could be used for kindling. Meanwhile, Sasuke glared daggers at the fish, its eyes bulging grotesquely. His anger had reached its boiling point. Fine, he thought. Let you be the whetstone on my road to greatness. He found a fairly sharp stone and brought it down hard on the fish, but the fish, with a flick of its tail, knocked the stone away. Its blank stare seemed to mock Sasuke, as if questioning whether he was even trying. How dare it? By now Sasuke had put his pants back on. For the pride of the Uchiha clan, he swore he would defeat this insolent fish. With a shout he lunged, wrestling with the creature in a flurry of arms and fins. When Naruto returned arms full of firewood, the scene that met his eyes was quite the spectacle. Sasuke, clothes in disarray, but a triumphant grin on his lips, stood astride the fish they'd caught, hands on his hips, striking a pose that screamed invincibility. Traces of a scuffle were still visible on the ground. Did you duel with that fish? Naruto asked, dubious. That's right. This fish insulted the dignity of the Uchiha clan. I, Uchiha Sasuke, have slain it here and offer its blood as tribute to our honor. At last Sasuke got to deliver the line he'd been rehearsing for so long, even striking a new pose he'd come up with just for this moment of glory. Just then the fish beneath his foot blinked. The fish. I'm not even dead yet. Well, you're amazing, Sasuke, Naruto said, playing the big brother and choosing not to rain on his friend's parade. Boasting about beating a fish was a bit much, especially since Naruto himself had taken down a ninja just days before. Inside the sealed space, Hashirama and Kurama watched the scene unfold. Hashirama found Sasuke's theatrics a bit much, but it was undeniably Uchiha. It reminds me of Madara in the old days, Hashirama sighed, nostalgia in his eyes, back when we'd have stone-skipping contests. Me on one side of the river, him on the other. We'd toss stones at each other, talking smack and bragging about our throws. Those were good times. Kurama, though, wasn't in the mood to share in Hashirama's bittersweet memories. He had his own worries to brood over. Back then Madara used just about the same excuse as Sasuke. Beat the other party half to death, controlled them with a mangekyo, and then forced a summoning contract on them. And just like that, because of some inexplicable Uchiha pride, I was forced into servitude. Is there something wrong with the Uchiha clan? Leaving behind the one man and one fox reminiscing about the past in the sealed space, little Naruto arranged the firewood neatly. Hurry up, use that jutsu of yours and start the fire for us, little Naruto ordered. Why should I listen to you? Little Sasuke reflexively retorted, then suddenly remembered that he was supposed to be Naruto's psychic now. Because you're my... Cut it out. I get it, Sasuke interrupted Naruto, who was grinning mischievously, and began weaving hand signs, fire style. Fireball jutsu. A not-so-large fireball shot out from Sasuke's mouth, igniting the pile of wood. And just like that, it was time for grilled fish. The fish thought to itself, I didn't accomplish much in my life, but before I died, I managed to slap Indra's reincarnation a few times. Worth it. After enjoying that fish, which underwent a miraculous transformation in its final moments, the two boys, Naruto and Sasuke, sat around the campfire and chatted freely about their dreams. Listen, your big bro here is destined to become Hokage one day, little Naruto declared, washing his greasy hands in the stream and thumping his chest. No way. The next Hokage will definitely be my brother. Sasuke, turn away, stating his opinion. After all, for him, it was a clear-cut choice between his beloved big brother and the blonde kid who half-bullied, half-tricked him into being his sidekick. Hashirama mused. It doesn't seem like those two goals are mutually exclusive. Kurama grumbled. You twisted old man, stop corrupting these innocent kids with your weird ideas. And weren't you the one who convinced little Naruto he should be Hokage? We'll see about that, Naruto replied, pouting but letting the argument drop. After all, he was certain he'd become Hokage one day and then double the taxes on all those clueless villagers who'd always targeted him. Just then, a man in an ANBU uniform hurried over. His hair was remarkably smooth, and he moved with effortless agility, landing gracefully beside Yugao. Itachi, are you here to pick up your little brother? Yugao asked the junior from her academy days. Yes, sorry for the trouble. Sasuke must have caused you some inconvenience. Itachi's gentle voice came from behind his mask as he politely apologized to everyone. It's no trouble at all. If anything, it was our little Naruto who dragged Sasuke over. If anyone owes an apology, it's us, Yugao replied, fully aware of how much Sasuke meant to Naruto. After all, Sasuke was one of the only two friends Naruto had at the moment. Go on, take your brother home. Since they've come all the way here, they must be here to take Sasuke home. The two kids have played for quite a while and must be tired. It's actually a good thing to let Itachi take Sasuke back. After all, the Uchiha clan is known for being strict. If it had been any other Uchiha who found them, things might have ended very differently. The Uchiha Hawks would be thinking, well, what have we here? The clan leader's son has taken the Ninetales Jinchuriki. As expected, Konoha truly belongs to the Uchiha. Just give the word, and we'll storm in with the Ninetales at our side. Itachi leapt down from the tree, taking off his mask as he landed. Sasuke, let's go home, he called out to Sasuke, who was in the middle of discussing the best ways to cook fish with Naruto. I'm telling you, my brother makes the best fish. Big brother, Sasuke exclaimed, spinning around when he heard the familiar voice. It really was him. He rushed over to Itachi, bubbling with excitement, but then glanced back at Naruto. How should he explain to his brother how he and Naruto ended up here? No, wait. How was he supposed to explain that he'd gain another big brother while he was at it? Oh no, just thinking about it was embarrassing. What if his brother thought less of him? Hello, big brother, I'm Sasuke's friend. My name's Naruto Uzumaki. Naruto spoke up before Sasuke's thoughts could spiral any further. Despite his brave introduction, he was still a little anxious. After all, he didn't know whether Sasuke's brother would dislike him. But for what Sasuke had said about his brother, he didn't seem like a bad person besides. His hair looked a lot like their teacher's, and his expression was rather gentle. Thank you for keeping Sasuke company, Itachi said softly. Walking over with Sasuke and gently ruffling Naruto's blonde hair, Naruto was a little embarrassed. With such a kind older brother, he felt silly for ever worrying that he might be ignored. After a few simple words, Itachi took Sasuke home. But before leaving, he promised that if the chance arose, Sasuke could come to Naruto's house to play every week. Of course, whether or not that could happen depended on the third Hokage's decision. If the Hokage disagreed, there was nothing Itachi could do. He'd just have a hope that they might end up in the same class at the Ninja Academy someday. Inside the Hokage's office, the curtains were tightly drawn. Lord Hokage, that's what happened. I deeply apologize for my brother's actions, Itachi said, wearing his ANBU mask and kneeling on one knee as he reported the day's events to Hiruzen Sarutobi. Itachi, get up. It's all right. Children need to play. And experiences like these are actually good for a Jinchuriki's life, Sarutobi said. Already having heard the whole story from Huga, he saw no reason to blame Itachi. Still, he hadn't expected Sasuke and Naruto to forge a brotherly bond. That was a bit of a headache for Hiruzen. Sarutobi. Hiruzen was well aware of Sasuke. After all, he shared the same name as his own father. Back then, Fugaku had said it was to honor the memory of his own father, so he wanted to give this name to his second son. In truth, both old foxes knew exactly what was on the other's mind, but it wasn't something that could be spoken openly at the time, so they used it as an opportunity to ease relations between them. After all, the internal situation in Konoha was still rather unsettled following the Ninetales incident. If any more conflict broke out with the Uchiha, the consequences would be unimaginable. The Cloud Ninja outside were still watching for any chance to strike, so internal stability was paramount. And so little Sasuke's name was decided. However, as the hawkish faction within the Uchiha gradually gained dominance, the current relationship became extremely delicate. Hiruzen had taken Itachi into his own umbu, while Danzo became interested in Uchiha Shursui. In short, both sides wanted to keep an eye on the Uchiha to prevent any problems, while also attempting to show goodwill. At least, that was how the third Hokage saw it. But in the eyes of those who were deeply afflicted by the red-eye disease, it might have meant something quite different. So then, what to do about the relationship between little Naruto and Sasuke? Hiruzen pondered for a moment, then spoke to Itachi. Itachi, let's do as you suggested. You can take Sasuke to play with little Naruto every week, but he added, try your best not to let your clansmen find out about this, especially Naruto's true identity. After all, a child that age needs friends. Without them, who knows? He might jump into the river again, and that would be dreadful. Besides, there was a document lying on the Hokage's desk, which read, Naruto appears to suffer from a lack of companionship among peers, leading to psychological issues. He often talks to himself, seemingly having imagined a friend. It is recommended to find some children his age to befriend him. If Naruto were ever to truly develop a mental illness, then the controllable nuclear weapon could become an uncontrollable bomb. The last time Naruto went berserk, Hiruzen had checked the seal on his stomach and found that its inscription remained unbroken. This meant that Minato had left a safeguard, allowing Naruto to draw on the Ninetales' power in times of danger. But this also meant that Naruto's definition of danger would need to be carefully watched. So far, he hadn't reacted when being bullied or falling into water, which showed that his sense of danger was still reliable. mostly because Hiruzen still trusted Minato. Therefore, to prevent Naruto from developing any psychological problems, Hiruzen decided to allow Itachi to take Sasuke to play with Naruto. Hashirama. Hey, monkey! Naruto isn't crazy, and I'm not a figment of his imagination. It was Saturday. Hinata awoke in her own bed. Her little stomach gave a soft growl. Yes, it was time for a hearty breakfast. Good morning, father. Hinata, still in her pajamas, stepped out of her room and made her way to the living room. Spring had arrived, and the warm sunlight streamed in through the windows, filling the room with a gentle glow. Hinta, come and eat, Hayashi said, lifting his head from the newspaper and addressing her in a gentle tone. On the dining table were 3 bowls of noodles, 2 baskets of steamed buns, and 4 cups of soy milk. All of this was Hinata's breakfast alone. I'm going to start, she announced. Having eaten this much for quite some time now, Hinata no longer blushed or grew flustered as she once did. She could face it calmly. Besides, eating more had only made her stronger, which proved that what happened that night hadn't been a dream. She'd always felt a little hungry before, but now she could finally eat her fill in comfort. Nothing beats a good steamed bun. Beneath the newspaper, Hayashi watched his daughter surreptitiously, the corners of his mouth twitching ever so slightly. Why had her appetite suddenly grown so much? Awakening the Byakugan shouldn't cause this kind of change, should it? Was it something done by those from the Cloud Village? But little Hinata had already explained. The woman from the Cloud Mabui had only kidnapped her, nothing else. Konoha's top doctors had examined her and concluded she was simply at a growth spurt. So, of course, she'd be eating more than usual. Still, Hayashi couldn't figure out why more meant this much more. A 4-year-old eating 2 or 3 times as much as an adult. Yet her stomach hardly seemed to change. Even the Akimichi clan didn't have that ability. There were some upsides, though. Hinata's strength had noticeably improved, and she now went toe-to-toe with Niji during their sparring matches. Niji thought privately, who could understand my pain? The young lady passed out during our training, and ever since her appetite has been out of this world, she's stronger than me now. I even suspect she's holding back in our matches. It's like the world's been turned upside down. In about 15 minutes, Hinata finished her breakfast and let out a satisfied burp. She was about 70% full, which was enough. No need to shock her father too much. Hayashi, meanwhile, thought to himself at this point, nothing she eats could surprise me anymore. Father, may I go out and play with my friends today? Hinata asked. Her month-long grounding had come to an end, and her recent behavior had been so, friendly, that Hayashi couldn't find a reason to say no. Still, he wondered about her. Friends. Could it be that Jinchuriki boy? That crimson figure from that night flashed through his mind, followed immediately by the image of the boy saving his daughter. He sighed inwardly. Well, I'll just explain it to the 3rd Hokage later. Judging by his previous attitude, he shouldn't have any major objections to Hinata spending time with him. After all, the Huga aren't like those with the red eyes. All right then, let Tetsu escort you. Hizashi rubbed his temples and finally agreed to little Hinata's request to go out. Thank you, father. Little Hinata bowed deeply to him, then skipped out the door with a spring in her step. Take it slow on the road, Hizashi called after her. Ever since Hinata was abducted that day, Hizashi had started reflecting on his relationship with his daughter. To be honest, as a father, he truly loved his girl, but in the strict tradition-bound Huga clan, such love could never be openly shown. With Hinata's shy nature, he had never found a better way to handle things. Other than being strict, besides his nephew Niji, who was exceptionally gifted, had been branded with the curse seal. If Hinata didn't perform well, how could he ever face his own brother? Still, who would have thought that after that kidnapping, Hinata would awaken her Byakugan, and even show signs of hidden potential? At last, he could openly reveal his affection for her outside. Huga Tetsu led little Hinata toward Naruto's house. My lady, I'll drop you off here. I'll come pick you up this afternoon. Uncle Tetsu said, stopping with Hinata in front of an apartment building. Naruto had told Hinata about where he lived before. Okay. Goodbye, Uncle Tetsu. Hinata shyly bid him farewell, then slipped into the apartment building. Knock, knock, knock. She knocked at the door, but instead of someone asking who it was, a cry for help sounded from inside. The voice didn't sound like Naruto's at all. Hinata hesitated, uncertain what to do, then activated her Byakugan. As her veins bulged, the scene inside the apartment came into sharp focus. What she saw startled her. Naruto was sitting on top of a boy she didn't recognize, pinning his legs, and it looked like they were doing something way too intimate. How could this be? I was supposed to be the first one here. Wait, no, what am I thinking? Nothing ever. Comes from two boys, as Naruto's friend. It's my duty to stop any shady business from happening. Though Hinata's thoughts weren't actually this wild, the gist was about the same. With a burst of strength, Hinata pushed the door open. With a loud bang, the door slammed against the wall. And in the living room, Naruto and Sasuke turned to stare at Hinata in the oddest position. Oh, looks like I misunderstood. Hinata, what brings you here? Naruto, seeing his best friend, hurriedly let go of Sasuke's legs and got up, feeling an odd sense of embarrassment. Don't get the wrong idea. Naruto and Sasuke had just been roughhousing, and Naruto had wrestled Sasuke to the ground, asking if he gave up. Of course, with Sasuke's personality, there was no way he'd admit defeat, so naturally little Sasuke was left yelping as Naruto playfully tormented him. From the perspective of the Umbu watching nearby, it was simply two little dumplings horsing around. Nothing to worry about at all. So when Hinata arrived, she walked right into this scene. Inside the sealed space, Hashirama felt the situation deeply. After all, the time when he'd gone out to play with Madara and got caught by Mito had felt much the same. Kurama piped up, Hey. You were already married back then, but still ran off to spend every day hanging out with that troublesome Madara Uchiha. Mito was already being more patient than you deserved. You have no idea where her anger went when she let it out. My grounding is over, so I came to find you and hang out, Hinata said, her cheeks flushed. Some of it was the usual bashfulness she felt around Naruto, but there was also embarrassment over the awkward way she'd barged in just now. Oh, that's great. You came at the perfect time. Let me introduce you. This is my little bro, Sasuke Uchiha. Sasuke's legs still ached terribly, but he had the pride of the Uchiha clan to uphold. So he forced himself up from the floor, managed a somewhat polite nod, and greeted Hinata with as much composure as he could muster. So he's from the Uchiha clan? Little Hinata looked at Sasuke, his face twisted in pain, but still putting on airs, recalling what people in her clan had said about the Uchihas. The Uchihas? Just a bunch of red-eyed maniacs. The redder the eyes, the crazier they are. They're always going on about the honor and pride of the Uchiha, doing all sorts of showy things just to impress. They can't even compare to our Byakugan. So powerful and with no side effects at all. If the young lady ever meets an Uchiha, just go along with whatever they say if you want to avoid an argument. That last bit had been advice tailored for Hinata's gentle nature, but now, well, judging from that lock she just forced open, things might have changed. Hayashi thought to himself. My daughter truly has the makings of Hokage. Mwaha. Hello, Sasuke, Hinata said, nodding in return. With Naruto's approval, she took a seat on the living room sofa. Naruto was absolutely thrilled. Both his best friends had come over to play. What could be better than this? So what should we do now? As everyone knows, when three boys get together, there's always someone bursting with ideas, but Hinata was a girl. What should they do? No problem. Naruto had backup. It was time to call for help. Go Hashi-Chu. How about you all go? And Hashirama didn't even finish before little Kurama knocked him over with a single swipe of his tail. Kurama declared, I used to be meek, but now I strike back hard. Hashirama, are you nuts? Sending 3-4-year-olds to a casino? Kids, don't listen to your crazy teacher. Why don't we go catch some fish? Or maybe go out for a meal instead. It's like to think that I once the fearsome nine-tailed demon. Fox have now sunk to the role of a nanny. How did things turn out this way? Oh, I see, little Naruto replied, then turned to his two friends with a suggestion. How about we go have some barbecue? There was a barbecue restaurant on South Street run by the Akimichi clan in partnership with the Nara family. This meant the portions were generous, the flavors delectable, and the food was even said to be nourishing. Naruto had been drawn in by the mouth-watering aroma of grilled meat while wandering around before, but eating barbecue alone just didn't feel right. Now, with two good friends in tow, what could be better? Are we going out to eat? Hinata asked, a bit uncertain. She didn't often wander about the village, after all. Her family was strict about her upbringing, Hashirama and Kurama. Are we the only ones with no discipline here? So she wasn't all that familiar with the village yet. Do you mean the one on South Street? Sasuke asked. His brother had taken him there once for his birthday, and he remembered how delicious it was. So what? Do you think I'll treat us, Naruto offered, a little nervous but determined. The barbecue might be pricey, but these two were his only real friends. Besides, Sasuke was like a little brother to him, and Hinata was a girl. Of course he should pay. Don't be ridiculous. Do you think the Uchiha clan can't afford a meal? You don't need to treat us, Sasuke retorted, knowing full well about Naruto's situation. After all, he'd visited Naruto several times and learned that Naruto was living alone on a modest allowance since losing his parents. Then, why don't we split the bill? Hinata suggested timidly, her pale eyes tinged with a soft blue glow as she looked at Naruto. Both Sasuke and Hinata came from prominent families, so money was hardly an issue. Naruto paused, then broke into a happy grin and nodded. All right, let's get going. Meanwhile, in the sealed space, Hashirama pulled a handkerchief, no one knew from where, and dabbed at his tears of joy. Oh, my little Naruto can finally go out and eat with friends, he sniffled. Overcome with emotion, Kurama gave Hashirama a look of utter bewilderment, sighing quietly to himself. Well, what else could you expect from someone who could actually get along with Madara? You couldn't hope for him to think like a normal person. At least their younger brothers had good heads on their shoulders, though sadly, one was long gone, and the other had spent most of his life under his brother's shadow. The streets were bustling with people, and many of the villagers who recognized. Naruto cast uneasy, wary glances at the little trio. Naruto began to regret coming out. His two friends knew his true identity as the nine-tailed fox, but they had never truly experienced what it felt like to be the target of so much hostility. He worried that they might end up frightened away. Hey, what are you staring at? The Uchiha clan is passing through. Step aside, Sasuke announced boldly, scattering the onlookers with a single commanding line. Little Sasuke jumped out and shouted at the villagers over there who were glaring at little Naruto with hostile eyes. After all, the Uchiha clan served in the Konoha police force responsible for handling civil disputes like these, so they still carried quite a bit of authority among the villagers. The moment the villagers noticed the Uchiha fan crest on his clothes, they all lowered their heads. Sure, that demon fox has found himself new protectors now. Aren't those kids from the Huga and Uchiha clans? To think the demon fox has managed to lure them in at such a young age. What a shame. Why aren't their families intervening? Could it be that both clans are now accomplices of the Ninetales? Keep your voice down. Or, if that Uchiha brat hears you, your house will be ransacked. By tomorrow. Times are getting worse by the day. The villagers' incessant muttering drifted right into little Naruto's ears, filling his heart with regret and worry. Suddenly, a soft little hand took hold of Naruto's right hand. Naruto, let's not play with them anymore, Hinata whispered gently into Naruto's right ear. You're not the nine-tailed fox at all. You're my good friend, Uzumaki Naruto. Hinata mustered her courage to say this, her cheeks reddening as she spoke. Hey, blockhead, don't pay any attention to these people. When we get back, I'll have my brother throw them all in jail. Let's hurry up and get some barbecue, Sasuke added, grabbing Naruto's left arm and quickening their pace. A spark of light flickered in Naruto's eyes, which had just grown dim. All right, let's go, he replied. So the three little ones, still holding hands and arms, made their way to the Akimichi barbecue shop. As soon as they pushed open the door, they were greeted by a slightly plump auntie. Behind the counter at Kimichi, Aoi looked at the three kids with a hint of surprise in her eyes. But she quickly spoke up. Hello, little ones. Are you here for some barbecue? Her tone was warm and gentle, a stark contrast to the clueless villagers outside. Yes, I'm Naruto. This is Sasuke. And this is Hinata. Little Naruto replied happily, letting go of Hinata's hand as well, since Sasuke had already released his grip on Naruto's arm. Hinata's face was tinged pink, and her ears seemed almost ready to steam. I see. Come on, let me find you a seat, Akimichi always said, noticing a signal from an Umbu operative behind the kids with patience. She led the three children to a table. Before long, the barbecue was served. It was choice beef seasoned with special herbs to bring out its aroma, making the three little ones' mouths water uncontrollably. I want some too, Hashirama nudged Kurama, who was sprawled beside him, his voice full of longing. Kurama just stayed silent, done with commenting on this sort of thing. Little Naruto, remember to pack some up and bring it back for your teacher, someone reminded him. Hashirama's voice echoed directly into little Naruto's mind from within the sealed space. Kurama, watching Hashirama trying to snatch grilled meat from the three children, wordlessly covered his eyes with his tail. How embarrassing. He had actually lost to this guy back in the day. Hey Sasuke, that's my meat. I'm your big brother, remember? Shut up. Just because you're the eldest doesn't mean you get to steal my food. Fine, let's see who's faster. Bring it on. I'm not scared of you. They had ordered quite a lot of grilled meat, but the special grade beef gifted by Anakimichi was only a single plate with Sasuke's silent approval. Little Naruto picked up half of it and gave it to little Hinata. In the sealed space, both Hashirama and Kurama gave Naruto a silent thumbs up. But then the battle for the remaining special beef began. In a flash, Naruto grabbed his fork and aimed it with lightning precision at the glistening, tempting piece of meat. Don't even think about it. Sasuke's reflexes weren't slow either. He blocked Naruto's fork with a single chopstick. Damn it. Then try this, without Sasuke noticing. Naruto's other hand swiftly picked up another fork while Sasuke's hands were busy with chopsticks and Naruto's fork. He made a surprise strike for the meat. In that moment, a flood of memories washed over little Sasuke. His brother's embrace when he was born at age 1, at age 2. Wait, no. It's not time to give up yet. If I've lost my hands, I still have my mouth. He lunged forward, head jutting out like a snapping turtle, a fierce look on his face as he opened his mouth wide. Yes, the meat is mine. The juice burst in his mouth, dancing on his tongue as he closed his eyes, savoring victory. But suddenly a tug pulled at his teeth, coming from the meat, opening his eyes. He saw Naruto's fork hooked onto the other end. Foolish! How could a mere fork compare to my teeth? Bit by bit, Sasuke gnawed away at the meat, while Naruto was unable to take a bite. Who would have thought he'd abandon all dignity for a piece of grilled beef, awakening the hunting instincts buried deep in his genes? How helpless it felt. Watching the coveted meat being devoured by his own little brother, the savory juices slipping into another's mouth. Wasn't this a kind of humiliation in itself? Only one thing left to do. Sasuke, I'm done being human too. Sasuke suddenly felt the resistance vanish, replaced by a wild strength like that of a beast in the wilderness. Looking closely, he saw Naruto had dropped the fork and went straight for the meat with his own mouth. At that moment, all the chopsticks and forks in their hand were utterly meaningless now. The only thing left to do was bite down with all their might, again and again. Biting, tearing, refusing to let go. Little Hinata, who had been quietly eating to herself, had already finished more than half of her roast meat. At this moment, she was startled by the scene unfolding beside her. The two youngsters' mouths were about to touch. There was just a tiny piece of meat left. Naruto raised his eyebrow, clearly signaling. You let go first. Sasuke refused to back down, glaring back in defiance. Then, so gross, Sasuke suddenly let go, backing away and frantically wiping his mouth with a napkin. My first kiss. Gone, Naruto wailed, never expecting Sasuke would really stick it out to the end, and so lost his first kiss in the process. Hinata clapped her hands over her mouth, completely shocked by what she'd just witnessed. Her eyes still held a look of disbelief, and she murmured under her breath, Naruto. First kiss, Sasuke? Inside the sealed space, Hashirama and Kurama exchanged bewildered glances, unsure what to say. Kurama shot Hashirama a pointed look, as if demanding an explanation. After a moment of silence, Kurama spoke slowly. Hey, Hashirama, is it your fault that little Naruto's turned out this way? Clearly, this scene brought back memories of Hashirama and Madara's wild sweat-soaked days together. Even though nothing ever happened, Kurama was certain Hashirama's feelings for Madara were anything but simple friendship. Hey, I'm not into guys, Hashirama protested. I have a wife and children, you know. Madara is my best friend, that's all. But with that guilty conscience already gnawing at him, Hashirama blurted out a little too forcefully. I never said anything about that wicked Uchiha, Kurama replied, his voice flat. And even though, that's what you meant, I was overthinking it anyway. Look at this roast meat. It's delicious, isn't it? Hashirama scratched his head, awkwardly, clumsily changing the subject. But after all, they were just kids. In no time at all, Naruto and Sasuke went right back to fighting over the food. Why were they still scrambling for meat, though? Hadn't they already finished the special beef? It turned out that little Hinata had quietly eaten most of the roast meat herself, leaving just enough for the others to barely get by. In the end, it was only when Aunt Akimichi brought over another plate of roast meat that everyone was finally able to eat their fill. When they left, the other diners all stared in amazement at little Hinata, who had eaten so much roast meat without her belly looking any bigger at all. Sasuke and Naruto were equally stunned. They had never imagined Hinata could eat so much. It's fine, we've got plenty of money, Hinata. Eat as much as you want, Naruto reassured her. Just as steam began to rise from Hinata's cheeks, Sasuke nodded in agreement from the side. In truth, Hinata was only about 60% full. The three little ones each packed up some leftover barbecue, hugged the boxes close, and made their way toward Naruto's home. Sasuke thought to himself, "Ni-san went through all the trouble to bring me here to play with Naruto, so I should bring him some barbecue to thank him." Hinata pondered, "Father has been busy handling affairs at home lately, and even Niji's been acting a bit off these days. I'll bring some barbecue home for them to enjoy." Naruto grinned. "Oh, my teacher hasn't had a decent meal in months. How could I, as a student, not bring him some barbecue?" Before long, the three of them returned to Naruto's apartment building, where a familiar figure was already waiting downstairs. He shot the trio a knowing glance. Who could it be? That's right. It was none other than Uncle Huga Toru. "Young miss, you're finally back." Huga Toru's tone carried a trace of resignation. It was already mid-afternoon. Their trip for barbecue had been a spontaneous decision. Plus, they ordered a lot and ate even more, so it took longer than expected. By the time he arrived, the three were still on their way back. Then a purple-haired ENBU had come out and told him, "My lady went out for barbecue. Please wait a moment." He thought, as a special jonin of the esteemed Huga clan, could he really just listen to her orders? Of course he could. After all, she was a member of the Hokage's direct ANBU squad, specifically tasked with guarding the Jinchuriki. Now that tensions between the Uchiha clan and the Hokage's faction had just begun to ease, he certainly didn't want to do anything that might threaten that fragile unity. "Uncle Toru, sorry to keep you waiting," little Hinata said, carrying her box of barbecue as she walked over to him. "Goodbye, Naruto. Can Sasuke can see you next time," Hinata called, clutching her barbecue box in one arm and waving farewell with the other. "Yeah, come play again soon." Naruto beamed, waving back enthusiastically, while Sasuke gave a few casual waves of his own, signaling his goodbye. "See you next time." That was classic Uchiha. Root Danzo sat in a chair identical to the Hokage's, while a Root member wearing a cat demon mask knelt before him. "Lord Danzo, our people have discovered that Uchiha Itachi has frequently taken his younger brother near the Jinchuriki's residence, and hidden scouts report that Uchiha Itachi's brother even went for barbecue with the Jinchuriki. There's more." Agent B hesitated, unsure if he should continue. Danzo listened, a hint of anger flickering in his eyes as he noticed B's pause. "Speak. I want to know exactly what evil schemes these Uchiha born with darkness in their hearts are plotting." Danzo slapped the Hokage-style desk before him, signaling B to speak freely and boldly. He was determined to see just what kind of sinister plan the Uchiha could come up with next. The younger brother of Uchiha, Itachi, the current second young master of the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Sasuke, has had an incident with the Jinchuriki, Naruto, Uzumaki. They kissed. The dimly lit room descended into a strange and uneasy silence. Danzo suddenly slammed the table in anger. "Unbelievable. I always knew the Uchihas were born with a dark nature and unstable minds, but I never expected them to come up with such a repulsive scheme. To think they would try to seduce a Jinchuriki barely over 4 years old with the charms of a handsome boy. Utterly disgraceful. Is there no sense of decency left? No humanity?" The truth was Danzo was quite familiar with this so-called honey trap. After all, he himself had unwittingly used such tactics to make Hiruzen let go of many past grievances against him. But precisely because of this, he understood all too well the danger if the Jinchuriki were swayed by the Uchiha clan, especially given this Jinchuriki's unprecedented control over the Ninetales chakra. Danzo did not dare imagine what that clan of red-eyed maniacs might do if this came to pass. Yet right now, his own top agents were running thin. The thought of Ko betraying him made Danzo's chest tighten with pain. Damn that Hiruzen, such ruthless measures. But it didn't matter. Now he had set his sights on a new target, Uchiha Shursui, renowned on the battlefield as Shursui of the Body Flicker. Recently, Hiruzen had been moving against Itachi, and naturally, Danzo's attention had drifted to Shursui as well. He planned to use him to gather more intel on the Uchiha clan, though Shursui seemed to have a strong admiration for Hiruzen's side. Damn that Hiruzen! Why? Just because he's the Hokage, I was only a few seconds, no, just a single second, short of beating him back then. With a heavy thud, Danzo's fist crashed through his desk, leaving yet another hole. Go and speak to Uchiha Shursui next. Find out the current state of the Uchiha clan. Danzo ran his hand over the bandages covering his right eye. Beneath the cloth, the Sharingan glimmered with 3 tomo, though it spun sluggishly, lacking a certain vitality, And while you're at it, stop by that woodworking shop and by another desk. Glancing down at the ruined tabletop, Danzo added this last instruction. You didn't even have to ask. The new desk would certainly need to match the current one style exactly. Understood. With that, he quietly exited the Hokage-like office, already making arrangements to get in touch with Shursui. At that same moment, Shursui was standing in the actual Hokage's office, reporting on the internal affairs of the Uchiha to the weathered face of Hiruzen Sarutobi. Hokage-sama, the number of extremists within our clan is gradually increasing. Is it possible to reform some village policies? For example, could the Uchiha clan be assigned to a different role somewhere outside of the police force? Shursue's tone was a mix of humility and earnest pleading. He truly wished for harmony between his clan and the village. The third Hokage narrowed his eyes, considering the matter. Now that young Naruto and the Uchiha are getting closer, this will no doubt fuel the ambitions of the extremist factions, and placing the Uchiha in charge of the police force, given their temperament, is bound to draw resentment. Tobirama. See, I knew this arrangement would pay off. At this rate, sooner or later we'll wipe out the wicked Uchiha clan for good, but this was a decision left by the second Hokage, and at present, the order in Konoha really does require the Uchiha's management. So it's not an easy matter to resolve. I understand. I'll try to revise some of the policies. The third Hokage said slowly, his hands folded together, supporting his chin. But it may prove difficult. The other leaders in the village, and even the daimyo of the Land of Fire, all pose obstacles. I can only do my utmost. After all, I'm getting old now. There was a hint of bitterness in the third's final words, but he soon gathered himself once more. Here's what we'll do. Go back and observe the demands and motivations of the extremists within your clan, and report back to me. Shursui nodded, then took his leave. He pushed open the door to the Hokage's office. A door that Danzo had slammed more times than one could count, and departed. Door. Do you know how many times I've been slammed by Danzo? At last someone is willing to close me gently. Danzo. Excellent. In due time, I'll take care of him. And when I do, I'll take his eyes and keep slamming you. As the door closed softly, the third Hokage leaned back, slowly sinking into the official Hokage seat. One Danzo had always coveted. Minato. If only you were still here. The image of golden hair flickered before the third's eyes, though he knew it was just an illusion. After all, Minato had actually maintained a good relationship with Fugaku, and with the fame Minato earned during the Third Great Ninja War, the Uchiha clan would have listened to him. Moreover, Minato's wife Kushina and Fugaku's wife Mikoto were close friends. If their children had grown up to be friends, it could have eased tensions immensely. But that's all wishful thinking now. Still, Sasuke and Naruto truly have become friends, though this has only stirred unrest within the Uchiha clan. Sometime later, a man clad in Umbu uniform pushed open the Hokage's office door. Itachi, what is it? The third recognized him at once. Hokage-sama, I'm at fault. I failed to avoid my clansman's watchful eyes, Itachi said, dropping to one knee as soon as he entered. When Sasuke and Naruto went out for barbecue, they had caught the attention of the extremist elements within the Uchiha clan. This had broken the promise Itachi had made to the third. It's all right. Yugao already notified me. I've given tacit consent to this matter. The third Hokage rubbed his temples. After all, what's done is done, and besides, little Naruto really should go out and play with his friends. Staying cooped up at home all the time isn't good for him, but the consequences still need to be dealt with. You went up against 7 people at once, didn't you? It's fine. You can head home now. Make sure to spend some time with your little brother, but try not to visit Naruto so often from now on. Once the Ninja Academy starts, you'll have plenty of chances. Once Itachi had left, the third Hokage clapped his hands, and an ANBU agent appeared out of nowhere. Go and summon Fugaku, the head of the Uchiha clan. Yes, sir. Hey, sleepyhead, hurry up and get out of bed, or you'll be late for the opening ceremony. Yugao's voice floated in through the window. Naruto rubbed his eyes, slowly coming to his senses. Oh, today's the first day of school. These past 2 years have been pretty good for little Naruto. If you ignored those clueless villagers, that is, in the first year, Naruto got to play with Sasuke or little Hinata 3 or 4 times a week. But as time went on, it ended up being mostly just Hinata. Hinata once explained to Naruto that things had grown unstable within the Uchiha clan lately, so Sasuke probably wouldn't be able to visit as often. Her father had told her about it. And sure enough, Sasuke's visits became less frequent. Naruto, my big brother hardly has time for me these days. He always says maybe next time, and then asks me to forgive him. Sasuke had complained to Naruto recently, and lately, he's always looked so troubled. He only manages a smile when he sees me. But this was Sasuke's family matter, after all, so with no parents of his own, little Naruto could only try to comfort him. Once your brother sorts things out, I'm sure he'll have time for you again. And besides, you still have your big brother Naruto, don't you? Make sure to keep up your training at home. Don't slack off, or you'll embarrass us. The Konoha F4. At this point, Sasuke was still the weakest among the Konoha F4. Over the past 2 years, the three kids occasionally trained together, practicing taijutsu, refining chakra, and so on. At night, Naruto would work on his chakra control and taijutsu techniques with his teacher. During the day, he'd spar with Hinata and Sasuke. And so the Konoha F4 was born. In the rankings, second place went to Uzumaki Naruto, third to Huga Hinata, and last to Uchiha Sasuke. Oh, you're wondering who's in first place? Deep within the seal space, Hashirama's hot mom just smiled mysteriously. A burst of hearty laughter rang out. Kurama, the Ninetales, just rolled his eyes and tossed a clump of unwanted chakra at Hashirama. Humph, shameless as ever. Back when Sasuke had pressed Naruto about why a group called Konoha F4 only had 3 members, Naruto answered as if it was the most natural thing in the world. Konoha F4 being 3 people is perfectly normal, right, Hinata-chan? Naruto grabbed Hinata's arm, causing her to blush and stammer as she nodded. After that, Sasuke didn't question it any further. Don't ask. If you must know, he's well fed. Yet as the years passed, young Naruto had managed to reach the height of 1.3 meters. This was thanks to his daily feasts and treats, as well as the company of his friends. But most importantly, once those simple-minded villagers learned that behind little Naruto stood not just the Hokage's personal Umbu, but also the prestigious Uchiha and Huga clans of the Leaf, they pretty much didn't dare refuse him anything anymore. Though the looks of resentment still lingered, most were too afraid Naruto would call on the police force. After all, compared to the Ninetales, the Uchiha's Leaf Police had an even worse reputation in the village these days. The third Hokage had held a few speeches and such to calm things down, but the villagers only nodded along on the surface. Deep down, their discontent hadn't lessened in the slightest. Besides, the Ninetales would never strike unless provoked. There'd been that kid 3 years ago, for example. Ended up with a broken nose, but a doctor at the Leaf Hospital fixed him up. The Uchiha police, though, were another story entirely. If they were in a foul mood, they could come search your shop on a whim. If your business was all in order, you'd be fine. But even the slightest infraction, and you were done for. They'd shut you down completely, sweeping your shop clean without a second thought. But let's get back to the present. After a quick response, Naruto sprang from bed, nimble as ever, and got up in one smooth motion. He washed up in a hurry, made himself a sandwich, scarfed it down, and set off for school. The streets were bustling with villagers sending their children off for the first day. Most of these kids were Naruto's age, but they all seemed a bit dazed and timid. TCH, so what if they have parents? Big deal, Naruto grumbled inwardly, especially when he noticed one child shoot him a disdainful look before leaping into his mother's arms. Fine, I'll remember your face. Just you wait till I get my chance. Hey, easy there, calm down. Hashirama quickly noticed a shift in Naruto's mood and rushed to soothe him. I'm fine, honestly. I couldn't care less about that guy. Naruto replied with a dismissive curl of his lip, then kept walking toward the school. Morning sunlight spilled over the earth, bathing the world in golden hues, especially Naruto's hair, which shimmered and danced in the breeze. His hair had grown longer these days, usually tied back with a ribbon Hinata had given him, making him look a little like Hashirama himself. Hey Naruto, came a familiar, proud voice by his ear. Sasuke, in his blue t-shirt, walked over his older brother Itachi by his side. Oh, hey Sasuke. Fancy running into you, Naruto greeted him cheerfully. Good morning, Itachi, he added politely since Itachi was present. Naruto held back from dragging Sasuke off to race ahead as he might have otherwise, and instead played the part of the well-mannered child. The tear stains on Itachi's face were even more pronounced now than 2 years ago, a clear sign of how much he'd worried over the Uchiha clan in that time. Good morning, Naruto. Why don't you come along with us? Itachi suggested. Itachi noticed that Yugao hadn't come out openly to see little Naruto off. He figured she was probably on a mission, so taking Naruto along with him wasn't a problem. After all, going together with Sasuke would give them both some company. All right, let's go together, he said. And so, the three of them, one adult and two children, set off. It didn't take long before they arrived at the gates of the Ninja Academy. Inside the academy, Hiruzen Sarutobi looked out at the gathering crowd of new students with a satisfied expression. His gaze lingered on the faces of little Naruto and his companions. "Irika, you remember all of my instructions, don't you?" Hiruzen addressed the man before him, whose face was marked by a long scar. "Yes, Lord Hokage," Irika replied, though his heart was tinged with a hint of bitterness. The third had tasked him with paying special attention to Uzumaki Naruto at school. The boy whispered about in the village as the nine-tailed demon fox. Irika's own parents had died 6 years ago during the rampage of the Ninetales, and that had left him with a faint sense of resentment toward Naruto, even though they had never met. But he was a teacher, and with the third Hokage's request, he decided he needed to look after this demon fox a bit more closely. Prejudice ran deep, especially among the lower classes and less worldly villagers and ninja. Many of them didn't even understand what a jinchuriki was, and so they clung to ignorance just like the rest of the townsfolk. However, those from established clans, or with enough strength of their own, were well aware of Naruto's true nature as a jinchuriki. That was why Naruto was treated kindly at the Akimichi family's barbecue restaurant. They knew he wasn't the Ninetales itself, but rather the vessel in which it was sealed. The hatred didn't fall on little Naruto, what's more Naruto's gradually lengthening blonde hair along with his Uzumaki surname gave most of the ninja clan some inkling of the truth. At this point, one couldn't help but marvel at Kushina's strong genes. She'd managed to pass on such bright golden hair to Naruto. Quite amusing, really. In the assembly hall of the Ninja Academy. It was called the hall, but the technology in the world of the Hokage was rather odd. They had refrigerators, but no telephones or microphones, so the actual scene was a group of children sitting on the floor, looking up as the third Hokage, wearing his signature hat, delivered the entrance speech. Children, as I've always said, wherever the leaves of Konoha dance, the will of fire burns on. This is the will of fire passed down from the first Hokage Hashirama Senju. In my eyes, each of you is like a leaf fluttering in the wind. I, on the other hand, am an old withered leaf. While you are the tender new shoots, our generation will become the flames that light the way for the next, allowing you to dance as the new leaves of Konoha. And when you grow strong, you too will burn for those who come after you. In this endless cycle, the fire of Konoha will only grow brighter and stronger. Meanwhile, deep within the sealed space, Hashirama let out a long yawn. Finally, unable to contain himself any longer, he cut off his connection with the outside world. You really can't blame him for this. Monkey has already been talking for a full hour, going on and on about his understanding of the will of fire and his hopes for the children. Hiruzen declared, "My will of fire. As I see it, I could talk about that all day. I can do it all day." Kurama gave Hashirama a puzzled look, curious as to why even Hashirama couldn't keep listening. Wasn't he the one who came up with the will of fire in the first place? "Hey, Hashirama, why aren't you listening anymore?" Hashirama sat up straight, putting on a serious face. "Humph, since I was the one who came up with the will of fire. Of course I already understand it. There's no need for me to keep listening." But what he was really thinking was, I don't understand a thing. Seriously, how did Monkey manage to spin so many fancy explanations from just wherever the leaves dance, the fire will burn? As everyone knows, the origin of Konoha and the Hokage goes back to a certain dark and windy day, which oddly enough was in broad daylight. Hashirama and Madara stood atop what would one day become the Hokage Rock, looking down at the village below, which was just beginning to take shape, and started discussing what to name it. Madara, "It's about time we gave the village a name," Hashirama said, dressed in light green, with Madara standing beside him in a dark robe. "Do you have any good suggestions?" Hashirama tilted his head toward Madara and asked with a warm smile. A smile so gentle it left a mark on Madara's heart. Madara blinked, turned away, and looked at the leaf in his hand. Peering through a hole in the leaf, he gazed down at the village. "Since you can use would release. How about Hidden Leaf Village?" Hashirama's response made Madara nearly lose his composure. "That's so blunt, not the least bit elegant." Way too obvious. Hashirama lowered his head, and faint lines of gloom seemed to appear around him. He looked utterly dejected. Hey. And you're the one who named the Hokage. Isn't that just as plain? Besides, you still haven't gotten rid of that gloomy habit of yours." Madara had originally intended to play it cool, but Hashirama's reaction broke his facade completely. Really, there's just no dealing with him. In short, the leader was called the Hokage because Madara was skilled in fire release, and the village was named Hidden Leaf because Hashirama could use would release. So the real meaning behind wherever the leaves dance, the fire will burn is actually wherever I, Hashirama, am, Madara will be there too. Yes, that's exactly what Hashirama once told Tobirama. Only to get a thorough scolding in return, Tobirama said that meaning was far too embarrassing to say out loud. So he helped Hashirama tweak it a bit. Thus the leaf became the symbol, and the flame was the life that grew from it. As for the romantic undertones between Hashirama and Madara, Tobirama did his best to cover those up. Big brother, you have children of your own now, and yet you still spend all your time hanging around an old bachelor, and even start spouting love declarations? It's bad enough you're saying such things, but your special someone just has to be a naturally evil Uchiha. The Uchiha are born evil. Is that all you've got? And you want to pass on this idea to the next generation? What a joke. Tobirama was absolutely furious, and when Hashirama once again sank into gloom, Tobirama wrote the true meaning of those words into the official records. Later, after much study by Hiruzen and others, it gradually evolved into what it is today. Hashirama, I don't understand any of this. Well then, I hope that after listening to my speech, the will of fire has already taken root in your hearts. I also hope that as you continue your studies at the Ninja Academy, you'll deepen your understanding of the will of fire and strive for the growth of both body and mind. The third Hokage cleared his throat and looked kindly at the children before him. Why is little Naruto asleep? Ahem. Sarutobi's voice startled quite a few sleeping students awake. Sigh, this is my own fault. I got too carried away and forgot to think about how the kids were feeling. The third reflected for a moment, then made up his mind to shorten his next speech by 5 minutes. After all, the will of fire must be cultivated from a young age. Otherwise, if they ever turn rogue in the future, that would be a disaster. Hey, knucklehead, the speech is over. Kurama's deep voice pulled Naruto out of his nap. Huh, that fast. Naruto twitched in surprise. But luckily, the only one nearby was Sasuke. Hinata was sitting with the girls. Sasuke shot Naruto an annoyed look. He wanted to sleep too, but his brother told him to make a good impression on the Hokage, so he was forcing himself to stay awake. Now seeing Naruto snoozing so comfortably next to him, he couldn't help feeling a bit resentful. Naruto, you're blaming me just because you didn't sleep? Teasing's rebellious much. All the other kids kept a fair distance from Naruto. Everyone knew why. Not far away, a boy with spiky black hair rubbed his eyes, spacing out for a while, and letting his mind drift. Hey Shikamu, is that the boy Ino was talking about? The chubby kid next to him whispered curiosity in his voice. Yeah, that should be him. In fact, Naruto and Sasuke made a striking pair. One with blonde hair and blue eyes, the other with striking black hair and sharp features. But because of who they were, none of the other children dared get close. Meanwhile, in the girls' group across the room, many of them had their eyes on Sasuke. Hardly any spared a glance for Naruto. Of course, it was the whisker marks on Naruto's face. He didn't mind. He was used to it by now, just like that pink-haired girl. Yes, exactly. The one who kept staring at Sasuke. Sakura. Honestly, it was a bit much. One moment she'd be gazing at Sasuke, then she'd accidentally catch Naruto's eye and get scared, and then go right back to watching Sasuke. Good thing Naruto was asleep, or he'd be completely exasperated. Still, it was a clever way to survive the third's long speech. Her best friend Ino was doing exactly the same thing. Sasuke. It's alright, being captivated by Uchiha's good looks is no crime, but trying to provoke a Uchiha is a different story. Sure, being admired by girls is proof of one's charm. But if you keep staring, it starts to feel like harassment. Irika, take the students to their respective classes, he instructed. Irika, who had been standing off to the side throughout the entire speech, immediately straightened up and answered loudly, Yes, sir. Everyone, I'm Irika. I'll be your head teacher for this year. I'll lead you to your classrooms now, he announced. We'll split into classes according to the names I call out. All right, from now on, I'll be in charge of your class, Irika said, looking over the students before him. Despite his calm appearance, he couldn't help feeling a little nervous inside. Who wouldn't be with students like these? Uchiha Sasuke, Huga, Hinata, Inuzuka, Kiba, Umanaka, Ino, and Arashima, Kimichi, Choji, all signs of the great clans. Not to mention Naruto, Uzumaki, whom the Hokage himself had specially instructed Irika to look after. Being a teacher to this group of kids was no easy task. It was only after much persuasion, and with promises of support and future promotions from Sarutobi, that Irika finally agreed to take the post. Seats were chosen by the students themselves in the spirit of democracy. After all, most already had their own little circles of friends. Naruto sat in the middle of the fourth row, with Hinata on his left and Sasuke on his right. Shikamaru and Choji sat just behind them. In the middle of the fifth row, Sakura and Ino took seats on the right side of the fourth row, next to Sasuke. It's worth mentioning that little Hinata had tied her hair up in a high ponytail. The reason for that we'll save for another time. Once the seating arrangements were settled, Irika cleared his throat and began to speak. Everyone, you'll be spending the next 6 years together. So let's start by introducing ourselves. You can talk about what you like and what you want to become in the future. Self-introductions. This might be interesting, Sasuke thought to himself. Alright, first up is Shurikato Agia, a little boy in ordinary clothes, made his way to the front of the classroom. Hello, everyone. My name is Shurikato Agia. I like animals. All kinds, fish, dogs, pigs, cows, you name it. He seems like a really gentle kid. In the future, I want to become a gourmet so I can work with animals every day, Agia added shyly, then quickly scurried back to his seat. Wait. So that's what you mean by liking animals? Are kids these days always this intense? Irika stifled his urge to comment and called up the next student. After a while, it was finally Hinata's turn. Huga Hinata. Because many children's dreams and favorite things were rather odd and unpredictable, Irika's enthusiasm had started to wane. Hinata stood up from her chair. I'll go up first, she said softly, bidding Naruto a gentle farewell before making her way to the front. Go for it, Hinata. Naruto cheered, flashing her an encouraging thumbs up. A faint blush crept up to the tips of Hinata's ears. But in the past 2 years, thanks to her growing strength and playful times with friends, her personality had become much more open and confident than before. Hinata thought to herself, just thinking about what I'm about to say makes me so embarrassed. She stepped up to the podium, sunlight streaming through the windows and casting a gentle glow across her face, her cheeks tinged with pink, and her high ponytail brimming with youthful energy. Irika, whose spirits had been drooping, suddenly felt his heart reignite with hope. As expected of the heiress of the Huga clan, he thought, surely, whatever she says will be perfectly normal. Hello, everyone. My name is Hinata Huga. The things I like are my friend, she said, her voice soft but steady. My dream for the future is to become someone my father can be proud of and to witness Naruto fulfilling his dream of becoming Hokage. She must have a great relationship with her friends, Irika noted with approval. And her dream is to become someone her father can be proud of. How fitting for the Huga heiress, always holding herself to high standards. Wait, what? To witness Naruto becoming Hokage. Naruto, Uzumaki Naruto, that blonde kid sitting right beside Hinata. The one the third told me to keep an eye on. Sheesh, the third never mentioned his relationship with the Huga heiress was this close. And wasn't Sasuke Uchiha, who just sat next to him during the speeches, involved too? Irika began to reconsider the third Hokage's intentions. Was he supposed to take the blame if Naruto got into trouble, or serve as the strict disciplinarian? Hinata, however, had no time to worry about Irika's confusion. Her cheeks were now fully flushed, and although she prepared herself, she was still terribly shy about what she'd just revealed. That's a very nice dream. The teacher wishes you all the best. Irika managed, clapping stiffly before calling the next name. Uchiha. Sasuke. Sasuke strode up with a proud, confident gait. In a cool, detached voice he spoke. Ahem. My name is Sasuke Uchiha. I like my older brother and my friends. My dream is to become someone like my brother, and to become Naruto's big brother. Irika felt numb. He knew Sasuke would find some way to mention Naruto in a speech. Very good. I wish you success, he said, after years of teaching. He understood the Uchiha children well. They loved to put on a show. Nothing to worry about. Next. Uzumaki. Naruto. All right, it's finally my turn. Naruto stood up from his seat, walked past Sasuke, and made his way to the podium. The students below were all quite curious. After all, both the Uchiha and Huga had mentioned this Naruto Uzumaki, and everyone wondered just who he was. But when they saw it was the demon fox they hadn't expected, the faces of many civilian children darkened with unease. Hey, Ino, that's the nine-tailed fox my parents always talk about, Sakura whispered into Ino's ear. Naruto could feel a wave of hostility directed at him. Though fear was the stronger emotion in the air, it didn't bother him. He was used to it by now. They wouldn't dare cause trouble. and he couldn't be bothered to care. Honestly, he'd rather spend this time in his ceiling space, challenging his teacher and Kurama to an exhilarating horse race. "Listen up, all of you," Naruto announced, his voice confident. "My name is Naruto Uzumaki. Right now, I'm Sasuke's big brother, Hinata's good friend. I like my friends foxes and big trees. My dream for the future is to become the Hokage." Shikamaru narrowed his eyes, finding the whole thing troublesome. How could Naruto be on such good terms with people from both major clans? Oh well, he was still just a kid. He'd leave these complicated matters for his father to worry about. "That's a wonderful dream. I believe you can make it happen," Irika said, and there was genuine belief in his words. After all, just look at the people around Naruto. With the third Hokage backing him, and the children of the Uchiha and Huga clans as his companions, Naruto was better positioned than most. But to become Hokage, one needed the approval of everyone. Irika wondered what path what path Naruto would choose in the future. "I'm so moved," Hashirama exclaimed, dabbing at his tears with the same handkerchief he'd used before. Naruto's aspiration to become Hokage wasn't just inspired by the books of the third. It sprang even more from his admiration for his teacher. Seeing Naruto so unafraid of others' opinions, boldly declaring his dream, brought Hashirama to tears. Really? Was that necessary? Kurama looked at Hashirama with a bemused expression, but decided to just let him be, and so the class began. For the new students, the theoretical lessons were rather dull, especially for Naruto and Hashirama. The definition of a ninja? Did ninjas really need a definition? That was Hashirama's reaction as he listened to Irika explain what it meant to be a shinobi. In Hashirama's eyes, as long as you had chakra and knew how to use it, you were already a ninja. Simple, straightforward, and right to the point. After all, how could anyone be a ninja without chakra? This definition was summarized by the second Hokage during his tenure as principal of the Ninja Academy. After consulting with the clan leaders, it's a truly comprehensive understanding. Irika explained with great admiration for his idol, the very first principal of the academy. Without him, the school would never have grown so strong, and ordinary children like himself would never have had the chance to become ninjas. This was a rare path to cross social boundaries. Of course, it required either talent or relentless hard work. Wait a second. Why didn't Tobirama come to ask me back then? Hashirama wondered if he might have forgotten a memory. How could his beloved younger brother not come to his big brother for the definition of ninja? After all, he was the so-called god of shinobi. Hashirama, the magnificent, Tobirama would say. Back then, I spent so much time, even putting aside some of my research in ninjutsu, just to focus on planning for our future. And you were only thinking about your Madara. I couldn't be bothered to ask you. During that period, there was conflict between Hashirama and Madara. Well, those who know. In truth, Irika's abilities were quite impressive. After all, he was the current head teacher. As someone from a civilian background, how could he possibly have made it to this position without real skill? "Hey Choji, could you spare me some chips?" Naruto's voice was barely above a whisper, but it was just enough for Choji, who was secretly snacking at the back, to hear. "The teacher's still here, you know." Choji was a bit surprised by Naruto's request, but these were his favorite chips. Naruto wanting a taste was only natural. That's just the way food lovers think. It's easy to understand. It's fine. Just pass them to me under the desk, all right? But be careful not to get caught. Choji slid the chips over to Naruto under the table. "Thanks. I'll bring you something tasty tomorrow." Naruto successfully scored some chips, and he was over the moon, hearing Naruto's promise. Choji instantly warmed up to him. "He's gonna bring me some snacks tomorrow." He's nothing like that so-called demon fox Ino keeps talking about. Someone who shares food can't be all that bad. He's actually pretty great. Nearby, Shikamaru watched the little exchange, then glanced at Irika, standing at the podium, sighing helplessly. "Sensei, with a class like ours, you've really run into a tough crowd." Seizing the opportunity, Shikamaru reached into Choji's desk and popped a piece of candy into his mouth, his gaze drifting off into a daydream. After all, he'd already learned all this stuff from reading ages ago. Why not relax and let his mind wander? Meanwhile, Naruto, chips in hand, entered his covert snacking mode, munching away as quietly as he could. Irika-sensei had his back turned. What perfect timing! Naruto quickly popped a chip in his mouth, letting it dissolve on his tongue and savoring the burst of rich flavor. These were the Akimichi clan's custom-made chips, unavailable anywhere else. Sasuke, who was paying close attention in class, caught the faint crunching sound. Without a word, he subtly turned his head and spotted Naruto mid-snack. Unbelievable. Eating in class. He was annoyed, but he still had to leave a good impression on the teacher. At the very least, he had to behave well and not embarrass his big brother. Darn it. It smelled so good. A hint of that mouth-watering aroma drifted through the air and tickled Sasuke's nose. Sitting to Naruto's left, Hinata naturally caught the scent as well. But unlike Sasuke, who only noticed after the fact, she had already figured out what Naruto was up to the moment he moved, and quietly observed the entire process. As for how she managed to know everything without even turning her head, that had something to do with the recent changes in her Byakugan. Now, even without activating her Byakugan, Hinata possessed a seamless 360-degree field of vision, which she could consciously switch off at will. Though for now, it didn't let her see through objects. When she did activate her Byakugan, she could exert a subtle pressure on her surroundings, a new ability that had only manifested about a month ago. Back then, even Hayashi had been startled by this newfound aura, after which Hinata's appetite increased noticeably with every meal. Hayashi, for his part, wasn't bothered in the slightest. As far as he was concerned, a stronger daughter was a good thing, and if she needed to eat more to get there, so be it. Not as if she'd ever gained any weight from it anyway. Still, he made it clear that Hinata wasn't to use this intimidating aura recklessly, especially not in front of outsiders, or even for that matter most of their own clan. After all, everyone else's Byakugan worked the same way. If hers suddenly displayed extra powers, and her eyes took on a strange bluish tint, there was no telling what the clan's more stubborn elders might think. Even so, Hinata's abilities were already approaching the level of a genin. Someday, when she grew stronger, she might just become so formidable that those old, obstinate elders would have no choice but to step aside and let her take her place. Watching Naruto pop a chip into his mouth, Hinata suddenly felt a pang of hunger herself. She really wanted to eat. Naruto sensed someone watching him, a prickling feeling as if the whole class had their eyes on him. He glanced back to see Hinata sitting quietly at her desk, seemingly absorbed in the lesson. Lunch was just around the corner, and knowing Hinata's appetite as well as he did, Naruto guessed she must be getting hungry by now. Discreetly, he reached over and took her small hand, splitting the chips in half to share with her. Hinata blushed, then polished off her share at lightning speed, leaving Shikamaru behind them wide-eyed in disbelief. Seriously? That fast? Choji was reminded of a recent rumor in his clan. Apparently, a girl from the Huga family nearly broke the Akimichi clan's record for eating the most at their family barbecue restaurant. But after that incident, no one had seen her there again, and the clan's aunts had even signed a confidentiality agreement with the Huga. Hayashi's thoughts. My precious daughter's hearty appetite is a blessing, but if she draws the attention of the wrong people, that'd be trouble. A pointed reminder to certain Cloud Ninja, a particular underground organization, and, well, let's just scratch out that last one. Naruto. As for Naruto, he'd long since gotten used to Hinata's growing appetite. Every year she seemed to eat a bit more, and her physical condition only improved. Well, almost as good as Naruto's anyway. Sasuke, meanwhile, could only think, I want to eat too. How can they snack in class and not even offer me any? This is outrageous. Could Iruka really fail to notice the little tricks of a few children? He thought it wouldn't be wise to lose his temper on the very first day, so he decided to wait a few days and then make an example out of someone to set things straight. Besides, it was almost lunchtime, and Iruka himself was starting to feel a bit hungry, so he could understand how the children felt. That said, understanding was one thing. He planned to have a word with their family's elders tonight, and tomorrow he'd make sure those kids behaved. Shursui walked alone through the deserted park, his eyes lifeless as he gazed up at the deep blue sky. There were more and more extremists within the clan these days, and most of them were far from weak. It was hard to imagine what they might do in the future. Now the clan leader had to be cautious with every word and action, lest a single misstep be misunderstood and the extremists end up dragging the leader off to rebel. Information from Itachi was that Lord Hokage had already taken many measures, but the clan members simply refused to accept them, which made things incredibly frustrating. Shursui now had an idea: to use his eyes to alter the clan leader's will, yet he wasn't even sure whether the clan leader really wanted to overthrow the leaf or simply live in peace. Fugaka thought to himself, if I'd ever wanted to rebel, I'd have piloted a Gundam straight into the village and kidnapped Naruto already. Sasuke even handed me a perfect opportunity, and I didn't take it. So you still want to change my mind? Meanwhile, another high-ranking figure in the Leaf had taken an interest in Shursui lately. That person was none other than the first-generation Pot Shadow, the darkness of the Leaf, disciple of the second Hokage, and current Hokage's chief advisor, Danzo Shimura. Danzo had repeatedly asked Shursui about the inner workings of the Uchiha clan and had offered him several ways to ease the tensions for Shursui. This was like receiving help in the nick of time, and gradually Danzo was gaining importance in his heart. Danzo smirked in his mind. All these conflicts were stirred up by me. If I want them resolved, it's only a matter of a word. Unaware of all this, Shursui decided that today he would reveal his Mangekyo Sharingan's abilities to the Hokage. After all, the Hokage was the leader of the village, while Danzo was just an advisor, Hiruzen thought. Danzo, I am the Hokage, having made up his mind. And after making sure to entrust his affairs to his half-brother Itachi, Shursui headed for the Hokage's office. Tap, tap, tap. A gentle knocking echoed through the hallway, clear and distinct, yet leaving no mark on the door. Come in, Hiruzen called. Shursui entered, dropping to one knee. What's you, Shursui? What brings you here? Hiruzen rubbed his temples, summoning his energy. After all, the Uchiha clan had been in such an uproar lately that every bit of information about them required extra vigilance. Hokage-sama. The conflict within the clan is growing more and more severe, and the clan leader still won't make his stance clear, even calling several secret meetings in the shrine. I'm very worried they might pose a threat to the village. Sarutobi nodded. The information this child had reported was exactly the same as what Fugaku had told him, so I want to use my Mangekyo Sharingan to alter the clan leader's thoughts. The Mangekyo-S power. Wait a minute. Mangekyo? Alter thoughts? Shursui's head shot up, and his eyes, patterned with a complex design utterly different from the typical three-tomo, met the third Hokage's gaze directly. This is a power I awakened after witnessing the sacrifice of my comrades during the Third Great Ninja War. It's called Kodoe Tsukumi. It allows me to change a person's will. A hint of fervor crept into Shursui's voice, and now I want to use it to make Konoha more united to protect our village. Sarutobi shifted his gaze without betraying any emotion. Here we go again. Another one has lost it. The Mangekyo Sharingan of the Uchiha is described in the books left behind by the second Hokage. It emerges from overwhelming emotional trauma and tends to affect the Uchiha's mental state, often leading them to extraordinary, even extreme, actions. Yes, Shursui right now was a textbook example. What made things worse was the sheer power of the Mangekyo, which was why the second Hokage had branded the Uchiha as a clan born with dangerous potential. The key now was to keep Shursui calm. After all, even if the boy's mind was a bit obsessive, his heart still belonged to the village. More than anything, Sarutobi worried that if he wasn't careful, his own will might be altered in the blink of an eye. There's no need to worry. Fugaku has already spoken to me about the current state of the Uchiha clan. They have no intention of rebelling. For now, you don't need to use your eyes. Upon hearing this, Shursui's eyes gradually faded back to their original three-tomo form, and he lowered his head. I see. Yes, Lord Hokage. Thank goodness, Sarutobi thought. Shursui is a good kid. He hasn't completely lost his way. Here's what we'll do. I'm granting you a day off. Go to the Hot Springs district and relax for a day. Sarutobi kindly approved a short vacation for Shursui, hoping it would calm his nerves and stave off any further decline into madness. But the village still. No buts, that's an order. Sarutobi cut him off without hesitation. If he let the boy keep working, there was no telling when his own will might be quietly rewritten. What a headache, such a good kid. Why did he have to awaken this kind of power? If only he were more like Fugaku. Sigh. How to handle this? If memory serves, Danzo has always shown a particular interest in Shursui. Maybe I should ask for his opinion. Danzo, this is the moment I've been waiting for. After learning about Shursui's ability from Sarutobi, Danzo put on a mask of concern. Yet another unstable element. Such a promising child. How did it come to this? Danzo's voice was laced with sorrow and regret. Sarutobi's eyes did not move. How could he not know the true thoughts of his old friend? Most likely Danzo would take Shursui back to the Foundation, absorbing him as a member of Root. Danzo, I came here to discuss how to handle this. Not to listen to you complain, Hiruzen. Slammed his hand on the desk. Solid craftsmanship, not a scratch. Ahem, Hiruzen. Why not let me handle him? Danzo suggested. Impossible. Sure Sway is a child who carries the will of fire. How could I possibly hand him over to Root? Hiruzen was growing angry. What he wanted was a solution to the conflict between the Uchiha and the Leaf, not just the issue of Sure Sway himself. Hiruzen, there's no need to show mercy to the inherently evil Uchiha. That's enough. Danzo, leave. I don't want you involved in this matter. Hiruzen, disappointed in his old friend, cut him off without hesitation. Unforgivable Hiruzen. You'll regret this. Danzo shot to his feet, glaring straight into Hiruzen's weathered face. Humph, Danzo. I am a Hokage. Go back to your Root headquarters now. Hiruzen's presence did not waver in the slightest. After all, he was the one in the Hokage's seat, not you Shimura Danzo. Danzo stormed out of the Hokage's office, slamming the door behind him with enough force to rattle the frame. Bang! The door groaned inwardly. Can I catch a break? Every day slammed by this grumpy, bandaged old man. Hiruzen slumped in the Hokage's chair, rubbing his temples for what must have been the 100th time. Ah, the Uchiha. His helpless sigh echoed through the office. Meanwhile, a glint appeared in Danzo's eyes as he walked away. Humph. Hiruzen, do you really think you can keep me out of this? I won't let this opportunity slip through my fingers again, but I didn't expect that child to possess the Mangekyo Kotoeme Tsukumi, no less. What a remarkable ability. Soon enough, not only will Sarutobi's Hokage's seat be mine, but everyone loyal to him will be as well. A dark, low chuckle echoed in his mind. The scene shifts back to the Ninja Academy. Finally, the bell rang, and Irika-sensei announced it was time for lunch. Sasuke pulled out 2 large bento boxes from his bag and handed one to Hinata. Naruto also took out 2 large bento boxes and handed one to Hinata. Hinata, on the other hand, produced 3 large bento boxes of her own and began eating them all herself, no matter how many times they saw it. Both Naruto and Sasuke were still intimidated by Hinata's appetite. Hinata, though, had gradually gotten used to it. After all, she was eating in front of friends. Just then, someone new joined them, completely at ease. Hey there, you guys. A boy holding a small white puppy greeted the trio. The puppy poked its head out from Kiba's arms, sniffing the air. Suddenly, its eyes sparkled. Woof! Yes, this was a very natural scent. There was a hint of pressure from a fellow apex predator, but it was masked by a soothing green, natural energy. It felt safe, like finding someone you could rely on. Whoa, a cool dog. When Kiba first came on stage, he introduced his ninja dog, whose name was Akamaru. But Naruto, being as absent-minded as ever, didn't really pay attention. He just remembered there was a ninja dog, so when he saw the dog sticking out its tongue and barking at him, he was absolutely delighted. Hello, your name is? Naruto said, taking a bite of his rice mixed with soy sauce. Hey, I'm Kiba, Inuzuka Kiba, and this guy is Akamaru, Kiba replied, feeling a bit hurt that his introduction hadn't made much of an impression. Still, there was something about Naruto, a pleasant scent that Hinata also seemed to carry, that made Kiba want to get to know them better. Woof woof. Got it. Do you want to eat lunch with us? Naruto invited cheerfully when he saw Kiba's reaction. It's actually pretty easy for kids to become friends, especially when they can sense the other person's goodwill. Really? Is that okay? Kiba was a little surprised by Naruto's straightforward friendliness. Naruto thought to himself, if you were carrying the same malice as those clueless villagers, I'd make sure you learn the meaning of fear. Just ask anyone about schoolyard bullying. Kiba placed his lunchbox on Naruto's table, and soon they were eating together. I'm Uzumaki Naruto. She's my best friend, Huga Hinata. And this is my sidekick, Uchiha Sasuke, Naruto said, introducing the members of Konoha's very own F4 to Kiba. Hinata gave Kiba a shy greeting. Hello. Then she quickly went back to her meal. Don't underestimate that. Little hello. It was all to back Naruto up. Usually when eating at home, Hinata ignored everyone. But now she'd greeted Kiba. Clearly Naruto held a special place in her heart. Sasuke, on the other hand, glanced at Kiba with disdain, but since he was still technically Naruto's sidekick for now, he gave Kiba a reluctant nod. Sasuke thought, someday, I'll turn the tables on Naruto. With that, everyone dug into their food. Kiba watched in shock as Hinata polished off one bento after another. She ate all 5 portions without breaking a sweat. Even Choji, sitting behind her, was stunned by Hinata's appetite, mumbling it. Has to be her. It has to be her. Shikara tugged at the corner of his mouth, also surprised by how much Hinata could eat. But really, it wasn't a big deal. Sooner or later, everyone would get used to it. Better sooner than later, Hinata's inner monologue. I'll eat, and just keep eating. Well, to be fair, Hamura's template is certainly powerful, but it means Hinata needs to eat a lot along the way. Hayashi thought, it's not a problem. I can afford it. The mighty Huga clan could never be so poor they couldn't pay for their heiress's meals. If word got out, the clan next door would laugh themselves silly. Once lunch was over and the midday break began, the group gathered to chat. Choji, do you know Anna Kimichi Aoi? Naruto asked. Of course Choji knew her. Kajaka was his aunt after all, and she also ran the Akimichi barbecue restaurant. Back in the day, Choji would often make trips to the restaurant supposedly to visit Aunt Kajako, but always managing to sneak in a little bite of barbecue on the side. Well, his main reason was definitely seeing Aunt Kajako, and eating barbecue was just a happy bonus. Not all the real reason he went, of course. She's my aunt. Did you meet her at the barbecue place? Choji nodded enthusiastically as he asked. Yeah, the three of us have been to the barbecue place plenty of times. The food is just so delicious. As soon as those words were spoken, all the kids who had ever been to the restaurant nodded in agreement. Let me tell you something, Choji began, casting a quick glance at Hinata. There was once a rumor in our clan about a little girl who almost broke the Akimichi family's legendary Big Eater record. Sasuke and Naruto exchanged glances, then, as if on cue, both turned their eyes to Hinata. It seemed that ever since that infamous meal, Hinata had been careful to eat less in public. Even now, her lunchbox portions were carefully measured, so she'd feel about 80% full. Hinata's cheeks flushed pink, and she lowered her head, her voice barely louder than a whisper. That was probably me, the other kids, who'd already suspected as much, wore expressions that said, I knew it, but then concern flickered across their faces. After all, while eating a lot wasn't really a problem, in some people's eyes it could be seen as a flaw, especially for a girl. It's all right. I'm just a little embarrassed, Hinata said, her voice much clearer this time. After all, eating well was a good thing for her. The more she ate, the stronger she became, and her father was nothing but pleased about it. Niji, on the other hand, had tried to follow in Hinata's footsteps to grow stronger, but after a few failed attempts and a couple of upset stomachs, he had to admit defeat. Still, Uncle Hayashi would secretly slip Niji some of the clan's top-secret training scrolls. Things only the main family could learn. He told Niji to train in secret so that one day, when Hinata became strong enough, they could work together to end the old division between the main and branch families. And after that, Hayashi would head off to have tea with Hisashi. Hayashi would say, I'm getting on in years. The future belongs to the kids. With the way Hinata's growing, she might be able to haul those old elders out by the time she's 13. For now, I'll just focus on raising my second child and enjoying tea with my brother. Don't underestimate Hinata. She's even stronger than Sasuke. Naruto suddenly chimed in, sneaking in a jab at Sasuke, who sat nearby pretending to study but was really eavesdropping with keen interest. No, I can't get mad, Sasuke told himself. Getting mad won't help. He couldn't win anyway. He remembered their last sparring match, where Hinata had taken him down with a flawless combo, leaving him flat on his back for 5 whole minutes. If Naruto hadn't hauled him up afterwards, he might still be lying there, seriously? Someone asked in disbelief. Yet judging by Sasuke's face, it's probably true. Kiba and Choji started a lively discussion, while Sasuke, who was pretending to study nearby, couldn't hide the twitching black lines of irritation on his forehead. Blast it. Among us, the Konoha F, for I'm the strongest, Hinata, comes second. And Sasuke is last, Naruto declared, sharing his version of the Konoha F4 lineup with the others. Well, 3 people in Konoha F4 makes perfect sense, right? At least for now, you can't really count someone who's out cold as a real member. What a joke. Then tell us how you became Sasuke's big bro, Kiba asked, giving Sasuke no chance to save face, and turning directly to Naruto. This question struck right at Naruto's sweet spot. Let me tell you, Naruto began, his voice brimming with excitement. Back then, the first time Sasuke and I met, it was like old friends at first sight. It was a wintry morning. The cold wind howled and whipped around us, but nothing could blow away our passion to become sworn brothers. Crunch. Choji took a bite of his chips, listening with rapt attention. First, I made my move, swift and sharp. Then came a flurry of action, and finally a spectacular finish. After all that, Sasuke willingly accepted me as his big bro. Naruto's enthusiasm was sky-high. It was rare to have so many friends gathered around, eager to hear his stories. This was a million times better than those dull-witted villagers from before. He propped a foot on the table and pointed a finger at the ceiling. Golden hair sparkling in the sunlight streaming through the window, making him look dazzling. Bravo! Hinata watched this scene with wide, dreamy eyes, and a sweet smile blossomed on her face. The friends around them erupted in a thunderous applause. Well, everyone except Sasuke. Hey, you totally tricked me into it. Sasuke tried to argue, but Naruto cut him off with a single line. Sasuke, you'd better remember. I'm the boss now. Lunchtime came and went. The students returned to their seats, and a snoring contest began in earnest. The rule was simple. Fall asleep before the others, and you won't be bothered by their snoring. Naruto was well-versed in this art, and hurried off to his sealed space to race horses with his teacher and the giant fox. Hinata tilted her head, sneaking a glance at Naruto's sleeping face before drifting off herself. But Sasuke couldn't shake the feeling that countless unseen eyes were watching him. Trusting the keen senses of the Uchiha clan, he noticed a golden-haired and a pink-haired figure secretly peeking his way. Admiring my good looks, how dull. That's what Sasuke thought as he shifted to face the sleeping Naruto. Blonde or not, he's still pretty pleasant to look at. Soft, steady breathing filled the classroom. It's nap time, everyone wake up. Nap's over. Hinata's lashes fluttered as she opened her eyes. Nap time was officially done, but Naruto still hadn't woken up. In the sealed space, he was still galloping around on a wooden version of the magnificent Susanoo fox. Naruto, wake up. Hinata gently nudged Naruto's back, hoping to wake her friend. Unfortunately, it had no effect at all. Having experienced Naruto's deep sleep before, Sasuke wasted no time. He simply grabbed Naruto and shook him awake in one swift motion. Is it time already? Naruto rubbed his sleepy eyes, gave Sasuke a friendly pat in return, and turned to greet Hinata. Good afternoon, Hinata-chan. Good afternoon. Hinata replied in her usual concise manner, but the bright smile on her face betrayed her happiness. And a good afternoon to you too, little bro. With Hinata's reply, Naruto turned his attention to his prickly younger companion. Sasuke, for all his aloofness, clearly cared a lot, though he'd never admit it and preferred to stew in silence. After Naruto finished his greeting, Sasuke's lips twitched as if he was about to smile, but he quickly suppressed it. Yeah, afternoon, his cool, indifferent reply fit his character perfectly. Then Naruto dragged him off to the bathroom, inside the restroom. Naruto grinned mischievously. Come on, let me have a look. No. Don't come any closer, Sasuke protested. Oh, resisting, are you? The more you resist, the more I'll. Naruto teased. Meh. Nothing special, Naruto said at last, sounding disappointed as he pulled his head back. The image of the acorn Kappa still haunted his mind from time to time, though after that humiliating bathhouse incident he'd never seen Uncle Kappa again. Sasuke's face flushed red with embarrassment and anger. This was humiliating, utterly humiliating. Hurry up, we've got outdoor class soon, Naruto urged. Yeah, I know, Sasuke grumbled. The two boys returned to the classroom, and under Irika's guidance headed out to the training field. Oof, it's scorching out here. The 1:30 afternoon sun was fierce, the blazing rays beating down and making the students sweat profusely. Irika-sensei went off to fetch practice equipment, leaving the students to their own devices on the field. Seems like I care, thought Sasuke. As a ninja, he believed one should learn to endure all kinds of harsh environments in order to carry out missions like stealth attacks and assassinations. With the cool and handsome Sasuke standing as a role model, several girls smitten with his looks, and a few boys who feared the teacher decided to stick with him, braving the full force of the sun. Meanwhile, Naruto quietly led Hinata to a shady spot beneath the trees. On such a blistering day, why would anyone willingly stand out there in the sun? Are you practicing military drills or something? And so, Sasuke and his group were left standing there, baking in the heat. Irika soon returned from the equipment room, carrying a dozen or so wooden kunai and shuriken. The outer layer of these tools was made of wood, but the core was metal, safe enough to prevent injuries, but heavy enough for the students to get used to handling real ninja tools. Now, can anyone guess whose idea this was? From the wooden exterior, it's not hard to tell. This was the work of someone skilled and would release. This is the armor that Sarutobi requisitioned. Well, more like snatched, from Danzo. It's now the handiwork of Tenzo, Tenzo would chuckle and say a single kunai for 10 ryo, a shuriken for 5. There's only one place in the whole of Konoha that crafts these exclusively, and they're designed to suit the constitution of Konoha's young shinobi, of course, with Tenzo's level of intellect. There's no way he could have come up with such a brilliant idea on his own. So, to find the true creator of wooden kunai, we have to look for the previous wielder of wood release. By now, you've probably guessed it. Yes, this was the brainchild of Senju Tobirama, the younger brother of Hashirama, the god of shinobi and the founder of wood release. When Iruka returned, he saw a crowd of children sweating profusely under the blazing sun. With even the proud Uchiha second son standing tall among them, I seem to have forgotten to let them have free time, Iruka thought. But didn't Naruto and Hinata sneak off to the shade already? Oh well, it's impossible to guess what kids are thinking. Better get them out of the sun before they all pass out from the heat. Everyone, let's go wait under the trees for now. It's far too hot out here. Under the Naruto, Hinata, Choji Kiba, and the others watched their classmates drenched in sweat and couldn't help but feel they made the right choice by following Naruto. Shikamaru muttered, I'm just lazy. I didn't want to get roasted by the sun. Kiba shrugged. Naruto's here, so I figured I might as well come too. Choji thought, everyone else is going, and if I don't, I'll feel left out. Plus, I can finish my chips over there. Sasuke approached Naruto, a cloud of annoyance and frustration hanging around him. The very picture of a failed attempt at being cool. All right, everyone, come get your ninja tools. 1 kunai each, 2 shuriken, 15 people at a time. Iruka called, ushering the students forward to receive their special Academy-issue ninja gear. Inside his sealed realm, Hashirama's eyes lit up at the sight of a kunai wrapped in wood. Ah, this brings back memories, he sighed, resting a foot on Kurama's tail, lost in thought despite the Ninetales grumbling. Back when Tobirama first founded the academy, the unique nature of being a ninja meant that, during peacetime, the children were largely unfamiliar with real ninja tools. Kids would play with wooden weapons, but when it came time to use the real thing at the academy, those from civilian families had no clue what to do. It was common for children to accidentally cut themselves with a kunai. There was even one boy who had an oddly snake-like air about him, who once licked a kunai and ended up slicing his tongue. Fortunately, the schools sanitized the kunai regularly, or that boy might have ended up with tetanus. Tobirama said that particular child later signed a summoning contract with Ryuichi Cave, but what happened after that he never found out. On the other hand, this kunai doesn't look old at all. Even if the old one was created with my own wood style, there's no way it would stay like this for decades. So there's only one real explanation. I must still have descendants in the Leaf Village. Well, let me guess. Is it Tsunade's child, or is it Nawaki's? Hashirama stomped his foot, letting his imagination run wild. Hey, Hashirama, I hate to break your bubble, but your grandson Nawaki has long since passed away. Kurama interjected bluntly. He died during the Second Great Ninja War, killed by an explosive tag. Kurama paused for a moment before revealing the harsh truth. When Mito learned about it, she wept bitterly. And, well, I was forced to join in the mourning too. Hashirama froze, taking a deep breath, and his mood turned somber. An explosive tag. After a while, he managed to pull himself out of his grief. After all, he'd already died once, so death didn't frighten him as much as it used to. What lingered was a sense of regret. Nawaki had died so young. If only he'd had a few more years. How could a single explosive tag have ended his life? So that means it must be Tsunade's child then. It's been 3 years and I still haven't seen them yet. He let out a wistful sigh. I can't wait. Danzo, off to the side, thought awkwardly, Sensei, might there be a possibility that he's actually your son? He managed an embarrassed yet polite smile. Well then, let me demonstrate the proper way to use a kunai, Iruka said, picking up a wooden kunai, just like the ones his students had. Gripping the handle firmly in his right hand, he struck a battle-ready pose. With a swift, decisive motion, a deep brown flash darted through the air. The wooden kunai sliced cleanly through the head of the training dummy in front of Iruka. The children were completely awestruck by how cool their teacher looked. Wow, Iruka-sensei is amazing. Kiba's eyes sparkled with admiration. After all, it was a wooden kunai. While it weighed the same as a regular one, cutting off the dummy's head with it was no easy feat. At least that's what Kiba thought. Choji nodded in agreement, popping a few more potato chips in his mouth. That crunch really is impressive, he managed between bites. Iruka basked in the children's admiration. Then tidied up the training dummy. Shikamaru squinted at the severed dummies. Head on the ground, lost in thought. Ahem, all right, everyone. Next, we'll do a slow-motion demonstration. Let's use this undamaged dummy, Irika announced. He began to demonstrate in slow motion how to grip the kunai, adjust your stance, and precisely target a dummy's vital points step by step. Naruto watched Irika's lesson with intense concentration. Although he wasn't at all frightened by Irika-sensei's guillotine demonstration, he knew that mastering the kunai was essential if he wanted to become a ninja. Naruto thought to himself, I don't need a kunai, I could knock that training dummy's head off with a single punch. In fact, even little Hinata probably could, even though she was still only about as strong as a near genin. But you have to understand that dummy was an old veteran. After all, the Ninja Academy's budget was limited. Only 5 years had passed since the end of the Third Great Ninja War, and the economy of Konoha was just beginning to recover. The Academy couldn't easily increase its funding, so saving costs had become the top priority. For example, the beheading training dummy used to impress new students was only replaced every 3 years. This was the last year for the current one. Its head had already been cut off by Irika 3 times during this session alone. Inside, the dummy might as well have been groaning. Irika, 3 times 3. Do you know what these past 3 years have been like for me? Most of the time I've been left in storage gathering dust, only to be brought out once a year to be publicly decapitated by you. Because of all this, the dummy's neck was far weaker than a new one's. Even little Hinata could probably break it barehanded. That's why Irika finally decided to retire it. But rumor had it that the research department had developed a new kind of wooden dummy, cheaper and sturdier. It would be ready for use in a couple of years. Once Irika's demonstration was over, the handful of civilian students could hardly wait to grab the kunai and started swinging them around, imitating what they'd just seen. Their movements were so awkward. It was hard to know what to say. Sasuke, on the other hand, curled his lip in disdain. As a proud member of the Uchiha clan, how could he not be familiar with ninja tools? After all, he'd learned how to use kunai from his big brother 2 years ago, including all sorts of fancy shuriken techniques and tricks like throwing a kunai to deflect a shuriken in midair. Still, whenever he sparred with Naruto, Naruto would just charge at him head-on, knocking him to the ground with overwhelming power, and their weapons would scatter everywhere. But now Sasuke saw an opportunity to redeem himself. Hey, dead last, Sasuke said coolly, want to see who can throw kunai and shuriken more accurately? He tried his best to suppress his mischievous grin, worried that Naruto might refuse. Naruto, sitting next to Hinata and watching their classmates flail about with kunai, heard Sasuke's challenge and agreed without a second thought. Oh sure, let your big brother show you how it's done. Yes, Sasuke cheered inwardly. He accepted. I did it. No, I can't laugh yet. I need to hold it in until after I win, then I'll really let loose. Somewhere a certain moon that had just managed to hold in its laughter for 30 seconds gave you a thumbs up and asked for your name. Naruto glanced at Sasuke, whose face betrayed little emotion, but whose entire presence radiated an unmistakable air of pride and delight. With a resigned sigh, Naruto stood up. Hinata, just wait and see how I give Sasuke a good thrashing in a moment. Of course, this was just a figure of speech, for what lay ahead was a contest of throwing kunai and shuriken, not whips and chains. Kurama grumbled, hey, little Naruto, don't go down a bad path. You've outward release, that's impressive enough. All that chain stuff is so out of fashion these days. Hinata nodded, then looked up at Naruto's face and offered him an encouraging smile. Good luck. Sasuke's earlier bravado seemed to melt away in that instant. Oh, Sasuke-kun, you do your best too, Hinata added. Sasuke thought, thanks, that was a bit half-hearted, but I'll take it. Naruto picked up a wooden kunai, testing its weight in his hand. It felt light, yet oddly familiar and comforting. All right, it's your turn now, Irika-sensei called out, ushering the last group of wobbly students away. Now it was finally Naruto and his friends' time to step up. For now, the training was still focused on close combat. Their showdown and throwing skills would come later. First, they practiced their stances. Naruto concentrated on adjusting his posture, lowering his center of gravity with the kunai gripped tightly in his hand, eyes fixed on the training dummy before him. Hashirama, observing from within the seal, whispered, yes, that's the spirit, that's the look. Very good, excellent. Inside the sealed space, Hashirama held a squirming, protesting little Kurama in his arms, both watching intently as Naruto embarked on his first kunai training. With a swift motion, Naruto's golden hair flashed through the air as he darted forward. The kunai sliced through the air, wind trailing behind, and in a split second, a thin layer of scalp was shaved off the training dummy's head. When it looks like he missed, he'd aimed for the dummy's neck, but instead struck the scalp. Naruto had thrown with all his might, using the teacher's technique, but in the end, he'd lost control and sent the kunai off target. Back in the sealed space, Hashirama covered his face in exasperation. He couldn't bear to watch. 3 years of teaching, and a student couldn't hit the mark with a kunai? Hey, don't embarrass your teacher out there. Hashirama's voice echoed in Naruto's mind, mingling with Kurama's peals of laughter. Meanwhile, Sasuke coolly swung his kunai, landing a perfect hit to the training dummy's neck, cutting a gash about 8 centimeters long. Go ahead, close your eyes, and savor the thrill of being an Uchiha, a voice whispered inside. Sasuke, but he knew Naruto too well to think things would be that simple. Ignoring Iruka-sensei's praise and the admiring glances from several girls in the distance, Sasuke kept his eyes firmly trained on Naruto, who was picking up another kunai and settling into his stance once more. Naruto adjusted his angle, gathered his strength, and prepared to throw again. In Sasuke's narrowed pupils, the reflection of that blonde figure flickered. There came a sharp, splintering sound, and then the training dummy's neck snapped cleanly, the head thudding to the ground. A wave of air swept through the area, not especially strong, but enough for everyone watching to sense the sheer power behind that blow. Well done. Hashirama praised Naruto with delight, pride evident in his voice. This was his own student, after all. Just look at that strength. Truly impressive. The Ninetales pinned beneath Hashirama's hand looked on speechlessly, but even had to marvel at little Naruto's current prowess. Back when he used to play in the mountains, Naruto once felled a towering tree with a single punch. His fist had been scraped and bloodied, but within 2 hours, it was as good as new. Kiba, clutching a shivering Akamaru, let out a sigh of disbelief. Unbelievable, Kiba thought to himself. I have to admit, among all my classmates, your taijutsu is unmatched. Sasuke's lips twitched. He'd seen this coming. By now, Naruto was nothing like an ordinary 6-year-old. He remembered a time when they went fishing and a wild boar charged out. Aiming for Naruto, Naruto had simply punched it dead on the spot. He'd even borrowed a kunai from a nearby umbu to butcher the meat, then treated Sasuke to a grand barbecue feast in the wild. That was just last year, back when they used to hang out more often. As for now, while Sasuke didn't even want to comment, it was because he was so keenly aware of Naruto's monstrous strength that Sasuke had chosen to compete in ninja tool, throwing his own specialty. Otherwise, how could he hope to win? Naruto, you did great, but maybe next time you could hold back a little? Iruka said, half in shock, half in resignation, glancing down at the dummy's head that had rolled to his feet. Great, another one ruined. At this rate, we'll go over our yearly quota. Can I even get these reimbursed by the 3rd Hokage? Naruto scratched his head, a few strands of hair drifting down, making him look almost fragile. The real problem was that the dummy's head was still lying right by his foot. No pretending to be innocent now. Got it. I'll use a little less strength next time, he replied. Iruka nodded, satisfied. At least little Naruto was willing to listen and could be reasoned with. If he were the type who ignored all discipline, Iruka would be at a loss. Why not just use force to subdue Naruto? While leaving aside his status as a Jinchuriki after seeing that dummy snap in half, Iruka had to admit, if Naruto really lost his temper, even Iruka wouldn't stand a chance. Good, that's settled. Actually, both you and Sasuke did excellently today. How about I take you two out for ramen tonight, as a reward? Iruka recalled what the 3rd Hokage had said, and found himself wanting to get closer to Naruto as well. Absolutely not because of Naruto's fists. Really, how about inviting him out for some Ichiraka ramen tonight? That way, he'd have a good reason to report to the 3rd, and could conveniently ask if he could get reimbursed. Seriously. Can I bring Hinata along too? Naruto didn't want to leave out any member of Konoha's F4, so he asked hopefully. Well, that'll depend on how she performs next, Iruka replied. Bringing along a little girl wasn't really a problem. How much could tiny Hinata possibly eat anyway? Iruka, who'd had lunch out that day, was oblivious to Hinata's appetite. As soon as Naruto heard this, he dashed back under the tree to whisper something secretive to Hinata. Iruka stayed where he was, watching as Hinata's face first flushed red. Then she said something, and finally stood up, a vein bulging by her eye. Wait a second, a vein bulging. No way. She's already awakened her Byakugan at this age. Iruka had taught quite a few students from the Huga clan, but most only awakened their Byakugan close to graduation. Only a rare few from the main branch, those with real potential. managed it in middle grades. So for little Hinata to have awakened it at just 6 years old was truly surprising. Hinata. Actually, I awakened it at 4. Niji had also awakened to be Byakugan. He was supposed to do it around age 12, but thanks to the overwhelming presence of a young heiress, he'd somehow managed it at 7. Niji, even if I can't out-eat the heiress, I can at least contribute to her safety. Granted, he'd awakened as Byakugan, but he still hadn't managed to beat Hinata. His gentle fist, however, had become much more polished with practice. He could already perform the 8 trigrams. 16 palms, Irika-sensei, May I begin now? Hinata stepped up in front of Irika, her voice soft and sweet, unmistakably that of a gentle girl. Of course, Irika replied, worried that Hinata might be feeling pressured, so he added, you don't have to compare yourself to Naruto, just do your best. Although they were all children from prominent clans, Hinata was still a girl, even with her Byakugan. It was unlikely she'd surpass the Uchiha, who excelled at using ninja tools. After all, the Huga specialized in taijutsu. Okay. Hinata nodded, then accepted the wooden kunai Naruto had just handed to Irika. It was still warm, the lingering heat from Naruto's hand. Irika watched as Hinata stood frozen in place and began to wonder if he'd put too much pressure on her. Maybe he should have just agreed to Naruto's request from the start. He just turned his head, wanting to tell Naruto that even if Hinata didn't do too well, they could still work together when another grating, ear-piercing sound of something being sliced apart echoed through the air. Stiffly, he turned back, only to see Hinata, blushing shyly as she cradled the head of dummy number 2 in her hands. Sasuke glanced at Irika-sensei's expression and thought to himself, how easily surprised, unlike me. I've long since gotten used to these two weirdos. After all, if a proud young heir of the Uchiha clan could spend 2 years at the bottom of the class, it wasn't about gender or friendship, but about sheer fists. Very good technique next time. You don't have to go quite so far. The Byakugan allowed Hinata to see through the dummy, making it easier for her to spot its weak points. Coupled with her surprising strength, she had decapitated dummy number 2 as well. Irika deeply regretted not telling Hinata to hold back. He'd even encouraged her, told her to give it her all. Now look what had happened. This year's quota of dummies was sure to be exceeded, and this was only the first day of the session. Maybe he could ask the Huga clan for some reimbursement. The idea was tempting, but Irika couldn't help thinking of the cold stares he'd get from the Huga clansmen the moment he stepped onto their estate. He decided against it. After all, not everyone was as fearless as Naruto. Great ninja clans still put a lot of pressure on ordinary folk. Better to take this up with the 3rd Hokage. Gathering his thoughts, Irika led the remaining students through their first close combat training. Each time, he reminded them to avoid following those two and performing head surgery on the dummies, though, in truth, none of the students after them had the strength for that anyway. Range throwing. This is a ninja's core long-range offensive skill, and every ninja must start learning it from a young age. Irika held a shuriken in each hand as he addressed the students. After all, not every ninja was blessed with chakra reserves as monstrous as Lady Hashirama's, and in fact, most didn't even have half as much as little Naruto did now. Even Kakashi, the current head of the ANBU, didn't possess much chakra. In battle, he had to rely more on blending taijutsu with ninjutsu rather than using brute force. As for the majority of these students, who might one day only become genin offensive ninjutsu, was out of the question. They even had to use the basic transformation jutsu sparingly. That was why starting ninja tool throwing practice early was truly valuable for them. Not only that it could raise their potential ceiling, like the 3rd Hokage's legendary shuriken shadow clone technique, or the 4th flying thunder god. Both made use of ninja tools in one way or another. Even the so-called god of shinobi Hashirama had once wielded a massive blade to battle Madara, who fought him with a scythe and war fan, hadn't he? Hashirama, I tricked you all. That day, I didn't use a blade at all. It was all just with dragons and great Buddhas. What kind of illusion makes you think I'd have a chance to bounce back Hashirama's with dragon with my fan when we fight? Sasuke watched as Irika demonstrated how to grip a shuriken and shook his head with a hint of disdain. After all, as a member of the Uchiha clan, he'd been practicing with shuriken since he was a child. On top of that, his brother often taught him how to throw them. So even though Sasuke wasn't as strong as Irika overall when it came to throwing shuriken, he really looked down on him. All right, everyone, hold it like this, then use your wrist and fingers together for strength. Keep your eyes on your target. Irika instructed. With a swift sound, the shuriken sliced through the air and landed squarely in the head of dummy number 3. His basics were solid. While his technique wasn't as refined as the playful tricks of the Uchiha, he was more than capable of teaching children. Kiba, inspired by Irika's stance, eagerly stepped forward to be the first to try. With Akamaru yapping encouragement at his side, Kiba grabbed 6 shuriken in both hands and, before Irika could react, hurled them all at once. Well, Irika hadn't expected Kiba to be so bold, throwing 6 at once. Did he think he was Uchiha Itachi graduating years ago? Unsurprisingly, only 3 of the 6 shuriken flew toward the target dummy. The rest veered off toward the students sitting beneath the trees. And the ones in harm's way, none other than the blonde-haired Ino and the pink-haired Sakura. Both girls were sitting on the ground, completely unprepared for shuriken to come flying their way. For a moment, they were too stunned to move. Teasing boring. Sasuke picked up his wooden kunai, and with a swift flip leapt over the girls' heads, knocking 2 shuriken out of the air with a flick of his wrist. Still, 1 shuriken struck him in the waist. Weak, despite being the weight of a real shuriken. It was nothing compared to Naruto's. No, not even compared to Hinata's. Punches, Sasuke-kun, are you alright? Sakura asked anxiously. Hey, don't be reckless like that. Ino scolded Kiba, whose attempt to look cool had backfired. I'm fine. Sasuke stopped the 2 girls from approaching, tossed the kunai into the air, caught it behind his back, and hooked it onto his belt before walking back to Naruto's side. Wow, so cool. Sakura gazed at Sasuke in a daze, little hearts sparkling in her eyes. He really is cool. Sakura-chan, you're not thinking of competing with me for him, are you? Ino caught on to her friend's thoughts. After all, she had just felt the same way herself. Oh, Ino, have you fallen for Sasuke-kun too? Sakura, you've gotten cheeky. If you can't have him, I won't let you. Blah, I want him anyway. Ino stuck out her tongue and shot Sakura a provocative look. Ah, you pig, Ino. Sakura was just barely provoked by Ino's teasing, and so she started using the nickname she'd given her before. How dare you, forehead girl. Jin character practically appeared on Ino's forehead as she fired back, completely unyielding. Naruto glanced at the 2 girls, who were arguing just because of Sasuke, then looked over at Sasuke himself, hands in his pockets, itching to get started. Naruto could only shrug helplessly. Irika praised Sasuke and took Akamaru out of Kiba's arms, setting him aside, then began to scold Kiba sternly. Akamaru thought, thank you, dog lover. From then on, whenever the next student took the shuriken, Irika kept a close watch, determined to prevent another show-off like Kiba. Hey, Naruto, you're up, Sasuke called, dragging Naruto with him to Irika to get their shuriken. Even the great Uchiha Sasuke was only given 2 shuriken, while the far more dangerous Naruto received just 1. Irika thought, if Naruto misses, he'll be fine, but who knows what will happen to the rest of these kids. In the shade of the trees, Hinata watched the black-haired and blonde boys take their places in the training field, her eyes full of nervous anticipation. After all, this was the 37th time Sasuke had challenged Naruto. Kiba, freshly scolded but now holding Akamaru again, wandered over to the shade. He knew Naruto and Sasuke were about to compete. Hey, Naruto, don't let the boss down. Keep up his reputation. Kiba was always a bit cold towards Sasuke. He didn't like this. Sasuke's the best, I'm second, and I'm stuck in third attitude one bit. Sure, Sasuke was way stronger than him, but he still couldn't beat Naruto, so Kiba was ready to enjoy the spectacle of this match. Hey, Shikamaru, you think Sasuke will win? Choji asked as he munched on chips, turning to Shikamaru, who was lounging in the dappled sunlight with his eyes half closed. What a pain. That depends on what they're aiming for. If it's about accuracy and control, then Sasuke will probably win. If it's just about hitting the target, though, it's hard to say. Shikamaru pondered for a moment, and an image formed in his mind. Wow, Hinata says this is already the 37th time. Sasuke really doesn't give up easily. Sakura and Ino came over first, glaring fiercely at Kiba, so much so that he scratched his head and apologized before they let up. Hey, Choji, what's going on? Why is Kiba cheering for Naruto? Ino sat down with Sakura beside Shikamaru and Choji, curiosity in her voice. They'd all known each other since childhood, so the 3 of them were quite close. Oh well, Sasuke and Naruto are having a throwing contest, so Kiba's rooting for Naruto. Choji munched on his chips thoughtfully before responding to Ino's question. Why isn't anyone cheering for Sasuke? Ino complained, directing her question at the snack-loving boys sitting on the ground and the lazybones lying nearby, basking in the sun. Well, the odds of Sasuke winning aren't great, Shikuru replied indifferently. Sakura felt a surge of dissatisfaction in her heart, though she tried to keep her expression calm. After all, they weren't all that close yet, but why? Isn't Sasuke-kun supposed to be really strong? She pressed at this. Shikamaru, Chuji, and Kiba silently turned their heads to look at the head of dummy point one. They didn't bother answering with words, but the gesture alone was enough to make things clear. This is Sasuke-kun's 37th attempt at challenging Naruto, Hinata quietly supplied, breaking the awkward silence that had settled over the two girls. No way. Ino gasped, covering her mouth in surprise as she looked over at the blonde figure in the distance. Sure, Naruto was strong, but had Sasuke really lost every single one of the previous 36 matches? Sakura's thoughts flashed back to something her parents had once told her. Sakura, you must be careful around the boy with blonde hair and blue eyes. He's the evil nine-tailed fox in disguise. Just then Naruto turned and waved at Hinata, signaling that he'd do his best. His fox-whiskered face came into Sakura's view again, making her heart waver. It's because he's the nine, Sakura started to say, but before she could finish, Ino clamped a hand over her mouth. Go Sasuke. You can do it. Ino cheered loudly, dragging Sakura back to their original spot, her hand still firmly over Sakura's mouth. What are you doing? Sakura grumbled, glaring at Ino, utterly unaware that her friend was actually trying to protect her. Were you about to say Naruto is the nine-tailed fox? Ino asked seriously, eyes fixed intently on Sakura's face. Sakura looked away. Well, isn't he? Ino pressed her hand to her forehead, exasperated at her friend's naivety. How could she have such a clueless bestie? What? A headache? First of all, Naruto is not the nine-tailed fox. No matter what you think, you must never say that out loud, or I swear I'll never speak to you again. Ino turned Sakura's face back toward her, her tone deadly serious. Sakura felt a pang of grievance. She'd only wanted to share her theory about why Naruto was so strong, but now even her best friend was being harsh with her. A faint mist of tears welled in her eyes. Ino sighed. All right, maybe I was a bit harsh, but you absolutely can't forget this. She looked at her dejected friend, a mix of helplessness and affection in her eyes. After all, she'd chosen this friend herself. She'd have to deal with it. Think about it. Everyone over there is Naruto's friend. And if even you've heard the rumor about Naruto being the nine-tailed fox, don't you think they all know it too? Besides, even if Naruto really is the nine-tailed demon fox, he's still our classmate. If everyone in the village is picking on him for that, we should be the last ones to step on his sore spot. Ino's words gradually soothed Sakura. Though she still felt a bit aggrieved, she nodded, then shouted in Sasuke's direction. Sasuke, you can do it. You're the best. Ino's lips twitched, but she joined in the cheering as well. At the center of the training ground, Sasuke listened to Kiba's encouragement with a dismissive clench of his teeth, while Naruto looked rather pleased and scratched his head. Hey Sasuke, Kiba just cheered for me. Annoying, empty cheers like they're pointless, Sasuke replied, turning away, refusing to look at Naruto's smug face. But when the shouts of encouragement from Ino and Sakura reached him, Sasuke's lips couldn't help but curl up ever so slightly, and he slid his hands in his pockets. As a proud member of the Uchiha clan, receiving admiration from others is only natural. With these two girls leading the way, the other girls who had a crush on Sasuke joined in enthusiastically. Come on, let's get started already, Sasuke muttered inwardly. I can barely keep myself from grinning. I can't help it. As the two boys raised their wooden shuriken, stepping back from the practice dummy, the crowd of classmates fell silent, holding their breath and watching intently. Naruto gripped two shuriken between his fingers, adjusted his angle, and carefully controlled his strength. With a sharp crack, both wooden shuriken flew straight out and embedded themselves deep, one on each side, into the dummy's groin. Every male present, including Hashirama sealed away in his own space, felt an involuntary chill. Irika's lips twitched, unsure how to respond. Naruto had indeed followed the instructions. His throw wasn't forceful enough to ruin the dummy, but now the fourth practice dummy had a gaping tear in its groin. If they kept using it, would it be considered indecent? Practice. Dummy number 4. At least I don't have a gender. Meanwhile, Sasuke's lips curled into a wicked grin. What a pathetic throw. How do you even compare to me? He loosened his sleeve, and two wooden shuriken fell into his hand. Irika was still wondering how to handle dummy number 4 when Sasuke's extra pair of shuriken caught him off guard. Didn't see that coming, did you? I didn't put those two shuriken away just now. This is what I was waiting for. With a flick of his right hand, Sasuke sent out 2 shuriken. In an instant, the next 2 followed, striking the first pair midair. All 4 shuriken, now grouped into 2 pairs, shot forward in a rocket-like flurry and landed squarely in the dummy's eyes. It all happened in a flash. Before Iruka could even react, afterwards Sasuke calmly slipped his hands back into his pockets, walked over to Naruto, and said quietly, I won. He almost couldn't suppress the smile tugging at his lips. Now wasn't the time, not with so many people around. Laughing now would be undignified. Naruto nodded, accepting his defeat with composure. After all, it was his first time trying shuriken. Just hitting the target was good enough. Besides, Sasuke's technique really was impressive. Yeah, you're amazing, Sasuke. Sasuke covered his mouth to hide a grin, grabbed Naruto, and put the shuriken back in its place. Then with Naruto in tow, he headed for a quieter corner away from the crowd. Iruka watched as Sasuke stashed the shuriken, sighing with resignation. Ah, those Uchiha kids. They really do make you want to pull your hair out. Huh. Where's Sasuke taking Naruto? Sakura was curious but too shy to follow, so she and Ino decided to ask Shikamaru if he knew what was going on. Shikamaru cracked open one. I glanced at Sakura, then at Ino. Women, always such a hassle. I have no idea. Why don't you ask Hinata? Honestly, he didn't know where those 2 were headed, and Hinata was probably the best bet for an answer. Hinata tilted her head, thinking. A memory surfaced. The time during their 28th match when Sasuke thought he'd won. Maybe. They went to the bathroom, she answered, her eyes darting nervously to the upper right. But didn't they already go before training started? Choji chimed in. Well, maybe someone just drank a lot of water, Shikamaru offered, giving Hinata an excuse before closing his eyes again to soak up the sun. I see. So boys like to drag their friends to the bathroom too, Sakura nodded thoughtfully, then went off to practice with Ino. Meanwhile, in a small grove at the edge of the training ground, strange sounds echoed through the trees. Ha! Ha! Ka! Ka! Fa! Sasuke clutched his stomach, laughing wildly and without restraint. I did it! I finally beat you, Naruto! He laughed so hard tears welled up in his eyes, pointing at Naruto as he spoke. This kid's really been through a lot, Hashirama said, dabbing at his own eyes with a handkerchief, sharing in Sasuke's joy. Over these past 3 years, Sasuke had challenged Naruto again and again, never giving up despite so many defeats. Even Hashirama had felt sorry for him at times. But today, Sasuke had finally won. What a cause for celebration. Naruto looked at him speechless. Was this really necessary? Still, he nodded in acknowledgement. Yeah. You finally managed to beat me. Bravo, bravo. Kurama watched the scene with an exasperated look, not particularly interested in Hashirama's sentimental reaction to a human child's hard-earned victory. Really, those Uchiha kids. Why are they so stubborn? Look at him, his eyes are all red from crying. Wait a minute. Red from crying? Back in the little grove, Sasuke sensed a change in his eyes. A surge of exhilarating pleasure radiated from them straight to his cerebral cortex. He pressed his hands to his eyes and lowered his head. Just as Naruto was about to ask what was going on, Kurama's voice rang out. Hey, knucklehead, Sasuke, just awaken his eyes. Sasuke's trembling body gradually calmed, but then peals of laughter echoed once more. He suddenly jerked his head up, his scarlet eyes locking on Naruto, a single black tomo slowly spinning in his pupils. Power! I feel an unparalleled surge of power. Hey, knucklehead, right now, I'm so strong I could... Thunk! Naruto chopped Sasuke lightly on the back of the head. All right, so you awaken your eyes. Big deal, let's get moving. We still have free training coming up. Naruto hadn't used much force. It was just enough to startle, not hurt. Ow. Fine, Sasuke thought. That single chop shattered my dream of being the cool big brother. After Sasuke had vented, the two of them walked back to the training grounds together. Hey, Sasuke, you're back. Ino bounded over, brimming with curiosity, and immediately began firing off questions. Sakura wasn't about to be left behind and join in as well. But something felt off. How come Sasuke's whole aura changed just from a trip to the restroom? Now he seemed even more aloof than before, but also a bit dazed and confused. Naruto just grinned sheepishly. Hey Naruto, what were you and that guy Sasuke up to? Hinata said you both went to the bathroom. Kiba slung his arm around Naruto's shoulders and asked directly. Naruto glanced at Hinata, whose cheeks were flushed, and instantly understood the reason. Yeah, that's right, he lied without the slightest hint of panic. After all, it was a harmless white lie, if he told them the truth. That Sasuke had spent 2 whole minutes laughing like a madman. Would Sasuke even survive in class after that? Kurama was certain that with Sasuke's textbook Uchiha personality, if Naruto ever spilled the beans, the kid might just unlock his second tomo on the spot. I see. Next time, let me join you. Kiba nodded, immediately petitioning to be included in the next bathroom trip. Sure thing. Naruto nodded, as if it were nothing, with all the chatting and training. The first day at the Ninja Academy quickly drew to a close. At the school gate, the three little ones waited for Iruka-sensei to finish packing up, while also explaining the day to their parents. Father, today's sensei took the three of us out for a meal, Hinata said softly to Hayashi, who had come especially to pick up his precious daughter, her voice tinged with shyness. Huh. Hayashi, who was always composed, was startled by Hinata's words. Given Hinata's appetite, if they went to a fancy restaurant, she might eat through half a month of Iruka's salary in one sitting, sensing her father's peculiar gaze. Hinata shyly lowered her head. She was well aware of her hearty appetite, but this was her chance to have dinner with Naruto. Hinata, I'll save you some food at home, so remember to keep that in mind, Hayashi said gently. And where are you planning to eat? I can send Tetsu to pick you up afterwards. After pondering for a moment, Hayashi came up with a solution. Though he was tactful in his words, his intention was clear. He hoped Hinata would eat less and not make her teacher spend too much. Sasuke and Naruto, sensing the subtext in Hayashi's words, simultaneously put their hands behind their backs. They both understood what he was trying to say. We'll be eating at Ichiraka Ramen, Hinata replied with a nod, quietly resolving to only eat until she was half full this time. Just then, Iruka arrived a little late. He had originally been calling out to the three kids, but was suddenly met with the stern presence of the Huga clan leader. Hayashi greeted Iruka politely. Hello, Iruka-sensei. I'll leave my daughter in your care tonight. I'll have someone come pick her up later, and I hope you'll continue to look after her studies at the academy. Iruka smiled and responded to Hayashi's words. Yet he couldn't shake the feeling that the clan leader was regarding him in an odd way. There was a strange sense of familiarity, as if they'd met somewhere before, but he just couldn't place it, especially with the Huga clan's pale eyes. Iruka truly had no idea what Hayashi's gaze meant. After Hayashi left, Sasuke's older brother arrived in a rush. Upon hearing Iruka was treating them to dinner, he praised Sasuke enthusiastically and gave him a fond pat on the head. Sasuke's cheeks flushed with pride as his brother headed back home. Yet Naruto could sense something off in Itachi's mood. Though he kept his feelings under control, there was an undercurrent of urgency, tension, and worry that Naruto couldn't ignore. As for Naruto, he didn't need to notify his parents. After all, they were right there in his stomach. He thought with a mischievous grin. All right, let's head out, Iruka declared, waving his hand, and led the cheerful Naruto, the blushing Hinata, and headstrong Sasuke toward Konoha's legendary gathering spot. Ichiraka Ramen, welcome, a brown-haired girl greeted Iruka and the kids as they entered. Oh, Iruka-sensei, you've brought your outstanding students for ramen again? Iam recognized Iruka at once. He once taught her class. That's right, Iam, Iruka replied with a smile. Introducing the shop to Naruto and his friends, the hand-pulled noodles made by the master chef here are truly delicious. Ever since I tasted them years ago, I just can't forget that flavor, Iruka boasted about Ichiraku. Ramen's taste causing Iam to feel a bit embarrassed. Honestly, every time he comes here, it's always like this. So exaggerated. All right, Iruka-sensei, what would you like to order? Iam cut off Iruka before he could lavish more praise on Ichiraka Ramen, handing him the menu directly. Since it was their first visit, the three little ones all quietly turned their heads toward Iruka. After all, they had no idea what was good, so it was better to let Iruka-sensei, who had just sung such high praise for the ramen, order for them. Ah, is that so? Then let's have 3 bowls of Ichiraku's signature tonkatsu ramen, and 1 bowl of spicy miso vegetable ramen, he said, and make them all large, please. Iruka ordered 3 large bowls of Ichiraku's famous tonkatsu ramen for the kids, while he opted for a bowl of spicy miso vegetable ramen for himself. After all, he didn't know the children's tastes yet, so this seemed the safest choice. Soon enough, steaming bowls of tonkatsu ramen were brought to the table. There were strips of bamboo shoots, a rich broth simmered from pork bones, marinated soft-boiled eggs, green peppers, seaweed, and tender slices of char siu pork, all paired with perfectly chewy noodles. The bowls, as big as Naruto's face, wafted an irresistible aroma through the air. Hey, Naruto-sensei, I want to eat some too, a slightly embarrassed, yet not too shy, voice echoed in Naruto's mind from the sealed space. Kurama glanced speechlessly at Hashirama, who was practically drooling. Seriously, how could little Naruto possibly bring you any ramen in this situation? What a foodie! Let's dig in! All three kids exclaimed in unison, picking up their chopsticks and beginning to eat. Iruka watched the children enjoy their ramen, a smile blooming on his face as some of his worries quietly faded away. He even began to reflect on himself. How could he, as an educator, let hatred cloud his judgment of a child? Picking up his own chopsticks with practiced ease, he lifted some noodles and slurped them up. Ah, that familiar taste, so fragrant, so satisfying. Iruka savored the spicy, savory noodles, letting himself be immersed in the moment, until, big sister, could we have 2 more bowls of tonkatsu ramen, please? Iruka snapped back to attention to find that Naruto and Hinata had finished every last noodle in their bowls, even drinking half the broth. Iruka-sensei, is that all right? Naruto looked at the stunned Iruka, wiggling like a snake and winking mischievously. Hinata, sitting beside him, poked her index fingers together and gazed up at Iruka with wide, hopeful eyes. Absolutely adorable. Of course you can. It's my treat today. Eat as much as you like, Iruka replied warmly. How about you, Sasuke? Do you want more? After all, he thought, since he was the one bringing his students out for ramen, there was no way he'd let them go home hungry. So, although he was a bit shocked by the 2 boys' appetites, he nodded readily, and even took the opportunity to ask Sasuke as well. Sasuke, feeling a little disgruntled, rubbed his already slightly full stomach and shook his head helplessly. Blast it, why is my stomach letting me down like this? It must be your fault that I can't keep up with those 2. Neji gave you a thumbs up in approval. I'm pretty much done. But those 2 might need just a bit more time, he said. Iruka nodded in, understanding, while Ayam went to tell her father to prepare 2 more bowls of tonkatsu ramen. Truly, children's stomachs are still smaller. But eating too quickly isn't good, it's bad for digestion. I should remind them after they finish. Should I get another bowl for myself, too? Iruka pondered as he ate, his mind wandering. 2 minutes later, big sister, 2 more bowls. Naruto raised his right hand and called out to Ayam once again. Ayam was a little taken aback. Since when did kids eat this much? And these 2 aren't even from the Akimichi clan. Sasuke covered his face, wanting to tell Ayam she'd better get used to it, but pride held his tongue. Iruka had just slurped up his last mouthful of noodles and was about to order another bowl for himself when he heard Naruto calling for 2 more. He rubbed his eyes in disbelief. Their bowls really were empty again. Unbelievable. Their bellies didn't even look any bigger. Keep them coming, it's fine. Teacher's treating you, so eat as much as you want. Iruka patted the wallet at his waist, with a new term just starting his paycheck hadn't come in yet, but his savings should be enough. Feeling the thickness of his wallet, Iruka regained his confidence. It's just a few bowls of noodles, right? Go ahead, eat, don't hold back. Teacher's joining in too. I'll have another bowl as well, Iruka called out to Ayam, who was heading back to the kitchen. All right, got it. Looks like someone's in a good mood today. Iruka-sensei, as one of Iruka's old students, Ayam knew him well. Even though she hadn't become a ninja after graduation, she still understood her former teacher. No doubt, Iruka-sensei must be feeling pretty pleased with himself right now. Dad, more noodles, Ayam called as she returned to the kitchen, and soon after she brought out 3 steaming bowls of ramen. Naruto was full after his 3rd bowl and was already plotting how to bring an extra bowl home for his teacher. It didn't seem likely tonight, though. Iruka-sensei had already reached for his wallet more than once. Hinata also finished her 3rd bowl and had even drunk most of her soup. Sensei, I'm full, Hinata said, setting down her chopsticks and shyly glancing at Iruka. But that was a lie. Hinata only said that because she was too shy to eat much in front of Iruka, and her father had also left some food for her at home. Sasuke and Naruto exchanged a glance, understanding each other perfectly without words. Iruka, oblivious to the secret signals between Naruto and Sasuke, simply felt relieved when he heard Hinata was full and saw that Naruto didn't ask for any more food. Thank goodness, he thought. Nothing too troublesome happened. Check please, Iruka waved to Ayam, who was busy working behind the counter. All right, that's 7 bowls of tonkatsu ramen, 2 bowls of spicy miso for a total of 200 ryo. Iruka had expected this, so he didn't lose his composure at the bill. He cheerfully took all 230 ryo from his wallet, counted out 200 ryo to pay Ayam, and put the remaining 30 ryo back. As the 3 kids and their teacher left the ramen shop, 2 figures suddenly appeared outside. One had eyes as red as rubies, the other pale as fog. Just a bit comical, really. They were none other than Itachi, who had come to pick up his little brother, and Shia, who had come for the young lady of the Huga clan. After politely thanking Irika, Itachi and Shia led Sasuke and Hinata away. "See you, Naruto." Sasuke waved goodbye. "Goodbye, Naruto-kun. See you tomorrow." Hinata called out to Naruto, her soft smile glowing in the orange light of the setting sun. "Teasing that blonde kid," thought Shia, a little begrudgingly. "Yes, Sasuke, Hinata. See you tomorrow." Naruto waved. Back at the two, Irika watched as Naruto started walking home alone and quickly caught up to him. "Hey, Naruto, let me walk you home. It's not safe for a kid to go alone." Irika's words froze in his throat. Dummy number 1 let out a dramatic wail, while dummy number 4 clutched himself protectively. A certain med-named character, whom Irika didn't even know, could only sigh in exasperation. Was this really a child? Naruto. Why wouldn't I be? Naruto turned to look at the stunned Irika and gave him a mischievous smile. "So Irika-sensei, will you walk me home?" Irika gratefully seized the opportunity to recover his dignity and nodded. "Of course, let's head back. By the way, where do you live?" "Irika-sensei, you're such a dummy. Hey, just point me in the right direction." Naruto. As the sun set, the shadows of Naruto and Irika, one small, one tall, stretched long across the street, watching all this through his crystal ball. The third Hokage nodded in satisfaction and approved the Academy's reimbursement with a wave of his hand. "Irika. Hooray." Meanwhile, Sasuke walked home with Itachi. After a moment, he edged closer to his brother, pride shining in his eyes. "Nisan, I beat Naruto today." To Sasuke, this victory felt even more important than unlocking his Sharingan. "Oh," Itachi smiled. "That's impressive, Sasuke. You really are my little brother." Itachi gently patted Sasuke on the head, although the recent troubles with the clan and the village left him exhausted. His love for his little brother remained undiminished. I'm a proud genius of the Uchiha clan," Sasuke declared, planting his hands on his hips, positively bursting with pride. "Oh, right. There's something else. I nearly forgot." Sasuke suddenly remembered, as if a light had clicked on in his mind. He had just awakened his Sharingan. "Ichem? What is it?" Itachi replied, always attentive to Sasuke, though his mind still lingered on the plan Shisui had mentioned. "I awakened my Sharingan." "Oh, that's amazing. No wonder you're my little brother." Itachi praised him as he always did. A few seconds passed before Itachi's steps came to a sudden halt. "Wait, you awakened your Sharingan?" He pulled Sasuke close, gazing intently into those deep dark eyes. In the next instant, Sasuke's eyes turned crimson, and a single tomo slowly spun along the black ring of his pupil. Sasuke, let's not tell father about this just yet." Itachi thought for a moment. Given the current situation, if word spread that Sasuke had awakened his Sharingan at just 6 years old, there was a real chance the Uchiha might revolt tonight. That would ruin everything he and Shisui had planned. Sasuke didn't quite understand why, but this was his beloved big brother. How could he ever mean him harm? The scarlet faded from his eyes, returning to their usual black and white. Sasuke nodded and replied, "Okay, but why not?" Itachi gazed at the distant sunset and ruffled Sasuke's spiky hair. "Because things are complicated right now." He smiled softly. "Just trust your big brother. I promise I'll always protect you." Sasuke's hair still had that prickly, familiar feel, comforting in its own way. Sasuke puffed out his cheeks in protest. Honestly, his big brother had been dodging his questions with confusing answers more and more lately. "Then you have to train ninjutsu with me tomorrow. I want to learn the Phoenix Fire Shuriken," Sasuke demanded. Itachi considered it and nodded. It had indeed been too long since he trained with Sasuke. He'd been neglecting his duties as a brother. "All right, no problem, really? You promise?" "Yes, I promise." The road bathed in the glow of the setting sun rang with Sasuke's laughter and Itachi's gentle chuckle. Deep within Konoha, in the root headquarters. Inside Danzo's office, "Lord Danzo, Shisui has arrived," Y said, kneeling respectfully before the man seated in the shadowy chair. Let him in," Danzo said, narrowing his eyes and gesturing for Y to bring him forward. In less than a minute, Shisui entered the office, dressed in his combat gear. "Lord Danzo," he greeted, bowing his head. Danzo's voice softened ever so slightly as he looked at Shisui. Get up. We're all part of Konoha." No need for such formality. A flicker of red flashed in Shisui's eyes, but it vanished just as quickly. "All right, Lord Danzo. Regarding the internal matters of my clan, Shursui spoke as he stood up, and beside him, be helped by bringing over a stool with thoughtful care. Yes, actually, I think you could do this, then this, and then this. Danzo earnestly answered Shursui's questions, offering his own suggestions. They chatted like this for about 5 minutes before Danzo suddenly steered the conversation in a new direction. Shursui, I've heard that you've awakened the Mangekyo. Don't take it the wrong way. Hokage told me, and it's just to help us find a solution to the Uchiha problem. Shursui looked at Danzo, whose face was wrapped in bandages, and allowed himself a faint smile. Lord Danzo, I'm sorry, but I'd like to ask, was it you who framed the police force? His tone remained gentle, but the earlier respect had faded away. In the next instant, the black tomo patterns appeared in his eyes, swirling as they transformed and began to spin. Koto Tsukumi. Did they really think he was so naive, with all the trouble the Uchiha had faced? He'd seen Root's shadow more than once during his investigations. Don't underestimate the Uchiha's Jinjutsu. If he could just rewrite Danzo's, well, perhaps the Uchiha could finally enjoy some peace. No, I didn't. Just as Danzo tried to say something, his eyes suddenly went blank. In the blink of an eye, a flash of steel sliced through the air, piercing straight into Shursui's body. The strain of using Koto Tsukumi was immense, so Shursui didn't react in time, and was stabbed by B right beside him. How could this be? Shursui hadn't expected Danzo to die so abruptly. It was impossible. All he did was alter his will. A burst of applause echoed through the room, and dozens of Root elites closed in, surrounding the office. Danzo's voice drifted in from some hidden corner. Oh, Shursui, what am I supposed to do with you? You're just as naive as Kagami was. Do you really think all the clues you found were discovered on your own? No. Those are all bait I laid out waiting for you to bite. A cruel, mocking laugh rang out as the shadow of the leaf, the Uchiha's nemesis, and the disciple of the second Hokage. How could Danzo possibly not know the Uchiha's tricks? How laughable these wicked Uchiha, always thinking their dojutsu and jinjutsu are unrivaled, never stopping to use their heads. What a pity. If Shursui had played dumb a little longer, perhaps Danzo would have kept him alive a few more days. As if, once he had Shursui's eyes, he would sneak into Hiruzen's home while he slept, pin him down right on his bed, and cast Koto Tsukumi on his eyes. From then on, Hiruzen would be his, and when that day came, who else could claim the Hokage's seat? Another chilling laugh echoed in the shadows. Oh no. Shursui kicked B aside, then yanked the blade from his own body. After using chakra to temporarily stem the bleeding, he scanned his surroundings, quickly considering how to break free. Don't bother struggling. Your ocular jutsu can't be used again so soon, can it? Even if you could use it again, can you guess if the next me will really be me? Give up, even if you manage to escape. Hiruzen will never believe you. You'll be branded as someone who tried to manipulate Konoha's upper echelons and captured on the spot. Danzo tried to shatter the spirit of the man known as Shursui of the Body Flicker, for after all, attacking the body is a lesser tactic, while striking the mind is paramount. Yet was the heart of an Uchiha so easily conquered, especially one who had awakened the Mangekyo and loved both Konoha and his clan. Shursui's Mangekyo spun rapidly. In the next instant, a green skeletal frame began to coalesce around him. Dozens of kunai whistled through the air toward Shursui, but the newly formed skeleton blocked them all. The green skeletal hand swept them aside with a single motion. Susanoo, its initial form. From his subordinates' reports, Danzo immediately recognized the name. This was the power that once dominated an era, surpassing all other shinobi. Susanoo, Tobirama had once written in his notes, within every Mangekyo Sharingan of the accursed Uchiha clan lies a formidable ocular power. And when two Mangekyo of the same bloodline come together, that third power will manifest. Danzo's heart sank. He hadn't expected that after using Koto Tsukumi, Shursui could still awaken Susanoo. But this was his domain. He refused to believe the prey that had nearly fallen into his grasp could escape now. Surround him. He's wounded. He can't last much longer. And indeed, Shursui could feel his ocular power draining fast. For most who possessed the Mangekyo, this power was a dwindling resource. Perhaps only the eternal Mangekyo could recover it. Yet now, he had no choice but to use it. Itachi is still waiting for me. A faint smile tugged at Shursui's lips. The skeletal frame expanded, and a green skull appeared before everyone's eyes. Susanu's first stage. The green skull's hands swept aside the oncoming ninjutsu, trading pieces of its own body for a path to escape. He had to go. He needed to report this to the third Hokage immediately. Shursui didn't believe a word that came from Danzo's mouth. If the third truly wished him harm, he would have been captured already. There would have been no need to send him to the Hot Springs district, but if he could just make it out alive. As another root member lunged at him, Shursui relied on Susanu's protection and his own movements to dodge. Yet the wound from the blade on his side was beginning to take on a worrying shade of purple. Amid the shattering of the building, a colossal green Susanu burst forth from underground. Yet Shursui's condition was far from ideal. After all, Root had been Danzo's secret organization for nearly a decade, and most of its members obeyed his every command without question, even to the point of carrying out suicide attacks. Tenzo thought to himself, "Good thing I left early." B's blade was laced with a neurotoxin, slowing Shursui's reactions and leaving his body even weaker. Root's hideout was off the beaten path, and in the current situation, reaching the Hokage was next to impossible. Then it struck him. Facing 7 at once, at this hour Itachi should still be nearby. Steeling himself, Shursui shifted his stance, using Susanu to shield against the barrage of ninjutsu from behind, then spun to face his pursuers. The enemy was relentless, and before he could meet Itachi, Shursui knew he had to deal with every last one of them. If that's how it must be. Shursui made up his mind. Izanagi. As the light faded from his left Mangekyo, Isusen instantly surged into its third stage, Izanagi, the forbidden technique that for a brief moment transforms all harm suffered by the user into nothing but a fleeting dream, while their own attacks become reality. At that instant, Shursui's vision was unbound, his chakra surged, and the towering Sukha rose even higher. In its hand, a spiraling spear materialized, Yasaka Magatama, dozens of massive emerald Magatama shot toward the root members, followed immediately by the whirling spear thrust straight at them. No way. One root operative not yet fully brainwashed stared at the incoming onslaught, and in that moment finally understood why Lord Danzo coveted Shursui's eyes so desperately. "Will we win?" His voice trembled. "We're gonna die," a comrade replied grimly. The next instant, the Yasaka Magatama tore through their earthen barricade, and in a thunderous explosion they vanished, reduced to the most inconspicuous dust drifting in the air. Such was Root. Names never permitted. 20 seconds left? Shursui gauged the fleeting time. Behind Susanu, a pair of wings unfurled, propelling him skyward. The spiraling spear in Susanu's hand began spinning once more, and in the blink of an eye Shursui hurled it at the root base. Let's call this Move the Soaring Spiral Radiant Life Spear. Somewhere in the belly of the Reaper, Minato gives you a thumbs up. Danzo could only curse in rage, with the spear thrown. Shursui raced toward the training grounds, where Itachi usually practiced the immense. Flying Susu instantly drew the attention of the village's sensory unit. The Hokage's office door flew open with a bang. Kakashi, in a rush, paid no heed to the third's privacy and blurted out his report. Startled, the third Hokage instinctively covered his crystal ball. The moment he heard of a giant formed from overwhelming chakra, he immediately grasped the gravity of the situation. He quickly shed the Hokage's ceremonial robe and slipped into the armor he kept ready in his office, making haste toward the Uchiha compound. Meanwhile, Itachi had just brought Sasuke home, and using an excuse, made his way to the training ground where he and Shursui usually practiced together. An uneasy feeling lingered in his heart, especially after what Shursui had said today. 1 against 7. Today, I'm going to give it a try. If I succeed, perhaps I can save the village, and the Uchiha too. Shursui hadn't sounded particularly serious at the time. More like he was half joking, but now he still hadn't returned. Suddenly, a rush of wind swept by, and in the distance, a massive green Situ dove down from the hills behind the Uchiha grounds, only to dissipate midair. Itachi's Sharingan spun into its three-tomo form in an instant, allowing him to see the figure within the fading Susanoo. Shursui, Itachi sprinted over, desperate to catch him. Luckily, the fall wasn't too fast, and the trees helped cushion Shursui's descent. Itachi managed to break his friend's fall, acting as a human shield. "Itachi, thank goodness you're here." Shursui looked at his closest friend. A faint smile finally touching his lips. Shursui, what happened? Itachi asked, feeling the weight of Shursue's body against his own. Concern evident in his voice. Today, I confronted Danzo. He's the one who's been fanning the flames between the Uchiha and Konoha. Shursui coughed. I wanted to use Kotoa Mitsukami to change his will and stop the Uchiha coup, but I failed. Cough. In the end, I barely escaped with these eyes. His voice faltered, his weakness plain to see. Itachi hurriedly lifted Shursui gently, checking his injuries. Shursue's body was already going numb. Danzo, after all, was Konoha's darkness. Whatever poison he used was bound to be lethal. If not for Izanagi, Shursui would have fallen long before. Shursui coughed again, gave a bitter smile, and then raised his hand. There was a sharp, wet sound. In Itachi's stunned gaze, Shursui removed his own right eye. 1 against 7. I can't go on anymore, he said. My left eye lost its sight to Izanagi. Now, I entrust you with my right eye, which still holds a fleeting remnant of Kotoa Mitsukami's power. Konoha, I'll leave it to you, my dearest friend. Guided by memories from before he lost his sight, Shursui clumsily placed his eye in Itachi's hand, then slipped into unconsciousness. Shursui! Shursui! Itachi shook Shursue's body, but there was no response. Shursui was gone. He had died pursuing his dream, yet at least his closest friend remained to carry it forward. Surely Itachi would find a way to heal the rift between Konoha and the Uchiha. Tobirama. What are you muttering about? There's barely time to mourn the death of Uchiha Shursui, for next on stage is Senju. Itachi. Itachi felt the last warmth ebbing from Shursue's body and quietly closed his own eyes. When he opened them again, the Crimson Mangekyo Sharingan had already appeared. By the time the third Hokage and Fugaku arrived, all they saw was Itachi carrying Shursue's lifeless body, walking toward the Uchiha clan shrine. Looking at the fallen Shursui, the third wanted to say something but found himself at a loss for words. Lord Third, this is an internal matter of the clan. Please, we ask that you return for now, Fugaku said softly. As he gazed at the body of his younger clansman, grief washed over him as well. Shursui had been a prodigy, a true inheritor of the will of fire, close to the Hokage, and untainted by the extreme ideologies that plagued some Uchiha. Whether Itachi could recover from this blow remained to be seen, but the weight of this loss was staggering. Shursui was under my command too. I will get to the bottom of his death, the third declared. The only person capable of awakening Susanoo at present had been Shursui, and the site of the incident wasn't far from Danzo's root headquarters. With a heavy sigh, the third resolved to confront Danzo, and then ask Itachi if he had any information. By now, members of the Uchiha clan had gathered, anger simmering in their eyes. After all, Shursui had been one of their brightest young men. Yes, he often sided with the Hokage, but he was still Uchiha. The radical's eyes already glowed crimson with rage. Sensing the truth and feeling guilty, the third quietly withdrew from the Uchiha compound. Sasuke, for his part, was deeply displeased that his brother went out on a mission straight after dinner. They had agreed to spend more time together. Why was there another mission already? How unfair. Sasuke decided that next time he saw his brother, he would pretend not to recognize him until he apologized. Before long, the third Hokage himself, dressed in his battle uniform, arrived at Sasuke's home. Sasuke was shocked. The old man who'd nearly put him to sleep with his morning lecture had come to visit him personally. Was he here to tell a bedtime story and help him sleep better? Fugaku let out a dry chuckle. If only that were the case. Hiruzen Tsurutobi, accompanied by members of the ANBU, knocked at the door of the Fugaku household and entered with a white-haired ANBU and another with long brown hair. Fugaku, what's the story with? That's Susanoo. The third wasted no time, getting straight to the point. The situation was grave. Currently, only Shursui and Fugaku were likely to possess the Mangekyo Sharingan. If even one or two radicals among them were to awaken it, the Hokage's office might already be under siege. After all, today's Yamato was nowhere near the strength of the first Hokage in days past. What on earth is going on here? Fugaku sat quietly at home, enjoying the meals lovingly prepared by his gentle wife, chatting with his two sons, while his mind wandered to the affairs of the clan, and how best to handle them going forward. What on earth is this Susanoo nonsense? As far as I know, apart from me, no one in the clan even possesses the Mangekyo Sharingan. Lord Third, I really have no knowledge of this matter, Fugaku said, looking perfectly innocent day after day. He worked hard to keep the peace between the clan and the village, longing for nothing more than the simple joys of home with his wife and children. Sensing the honesty in Fugaku's eyes, the third Hokage felt his sincerity. Where exactly did the Susanoo appear? Fugaku pressed. There was a brief silence before the third replied, "We're not certain of the exact location, but it descended from the rear mountain behind the Uchiha compound. It's very likely." Shursui. The moment Shursui's name was spoken, Fugaku's eyes narrowed sharply. Shursui Itachi, the mission. "Lord Third, let's head to the training grounds behind the compound," Fugaku declared. And with that, he led the Hokage toward the Uchiha's internal training area. Meanwhile, Mikoto held Sasuke in her arms, gently covering his ears. "Be good, Sasuke. Daddy has something important to discuss with the Hokage. Let's go back to our room and rest for a while." Sasuke nodded. But with the mischievous nature he developed after years of running around with Naruto, would he really let his curiosity go so easily? No sooner had Mikoto left him in his room, Sasuke bounced up with a nimble little hop, rolled across the floor, and slipped right out the window. Yes, perfect execution. Because everything happened so quickly, there were only a handful of ANBU present, and with the area swarming with Uchihas, the ANBU wouldn't dare stir up trouble without direct orders from the Hokage. To them, Sasuke was just another ordinary Uchiha kid, and with the Uchihas, anything could happen. So Sasuke managed to stealthily tail after his father, the ever-eloquent master of persuasion, third Hokage Hiruzen Sarutobi. They were moving at a brisk pace, and Sasuke had to run flat out just to keep them in sight. Sasuke thought, how unfair. If only I were a bit older, there's no way I'd fall behind. Naruto's voice echoed in his mind. "Oh please, I've kept up with Chunin before, and that was 3 years ago." At one point, a white-haired man glanced back casually, catching sight of Sasuke, sneaking along behind the group seriously, running around, and trying to look inconspicuous at the same time. What's with these kids? Kakashi found himself at a loss for words when it came to the Uchiha children, because of the distance and not paying much attention to Sasuke's face. He simply assumed Sasuke was just another young Uchiha acting out. Wasn't Obito the same way back in the day? Kakashi shook his head and continued after Hiruzen and Fugaku. It wasn't until they encountered Itachi, slowly making his way back, cradling Shursui's lifeless body in his arms, that the full weight of the situation began to sink in. The sun had already set, and a pale moonlight softly bathed both the man and the corpse. Sasuke peeked out, only to be startled by the scene before him. "Ni-san?" Sasuke wanted to step out, but for a moment he didn't know what to say. Before he could decide, Fugaku caught sight of him, and with a simple jinjutsu, knocked him out cold. "Lord Third, this is a clan matter. I must ask you to leave us to handle it." Fugaku looked at the tragedy before him, his two sons at the center of it all, and felt a pounding headache come on. What a turbulent time this is, he thought. Sasuke only remembered that his father gave him a sharp glare. After that, his memory was a complete blank. The next morning, Mikoto gently woke Sasuke. "Sasuke, time to get up, get ready for school." Sasuke's mind slowly cleared, Mom. He rubbed his head, fragmented memories surfacing. Suddenly, he jerked his head toward the window he'd climbed through the night before. Wasn't it just a glass window last night? How'd it turn into barred security windows overnight? "Oh, that," Mikoto replied. "Last night, you tried sneaking out and your father caught you. To keep it from happening again, we stayed up late to install the same security bars as your school." "Well, surprised? Didn't see that coming, did you?" Mikoto was in unusually good spirits, clearly enjoying teasing her. Youngest, especially seeing him so bewildered and out of sorts. "Wait a minute. Last night, I saw Nin-san holding Shursui. Shursui's I was missing, his face sunken where it should have been. Shursui. Sasuke, have you no manners? Last night." Sasuke tried to ask what had really happened, but Mikoto pressed her finger to his lips. "Little Sasuke, this isn't something you should be asking about now. Hurry up and get dressed. It's time for school." There was a glimmer of sadness in Mikoto's gentle eyes, but she hid it well. So well her son wouldn't notice, but no buts. "Get to school. Itachi can't walk you today, so you'll have to go on your own." Fugaku strode in his fatherly authority, instantly silencing Sasuke, who was Uchiha Fugaku. In a world of Naruto, few could claim to have raised two such fearsome sons. One Uchiha Itachi, the future destroyer of the Uchiha clan, possessor of the Mangekyo Sharingan, an S-rank rogue ninja of the Leaf, and a core member of the Akatsuki. The other, Uchiha Sasuke, Indra's reincarnation, destined savior. and a force who even sealed the mother of the sage of 6 paths. And yet, when they fought, it was always like a father disciplining his sons. Almost comical, really. Okay, Sasuke nodded obediently, though inside he felt deeply disappointed. Sure, Shinzen had definitely been gravely injured last night. He could only hope he was all right now. Nissan isn't home again. Oh well, I'll go to school and see which group I can hang out with. I'll visit Shursui later tonight. Sasuke put on his clothes, slung the bag with 2 extra-large lunchboxes over his shoulder, and headed off to school. Naruto, time to get up. Kurama's voice echoed in Naruto's mind, waking him from his deep sleep. Don't ask why it's not Hashirama waking him. Hashirama, snoring softly, breathing steadily. Yesterday, when Naruto successfully entered the Ninja Academy, Hashirama received a reward. A blue screen had appeared with 3 options. 1. Chat with Tobirama for 1 minute. 2. Obtain a jutsu from the Scroll of Seals. 3. Receive a blueprint for a recreational activity. At the time, Hashirama stroked his chin and immediately ruled out the second option. What a joke. Most of the jutsu in the Scroll of Seals were developed by Tobirama, and he was the one who sealed them away in the first place. Tobirama, big brother, I've developed a new jutsu. Hashirama, oh, is it a water-style technique? Tobirama, no. Hashirama, well, the Scroll of Seals is in the drawer over there. Go help yourself. Back then, Tobirama came up with all sorts of jutsu that were harmful to the body or posed threats to the village. For example, the multi-shadow clone jutsu. The strain from making too many clones could break a person's body. Or Jinjutsu, Bringer of Darkness, which was designed as an Uchiha-specific countermeasure, extremely effective against their Sharingan. Tobirama, guess what drove me to develop one forbidden jutsu after another? Now, there was the first option. Chat with Tobirama for a minute. It was true Hashirama hadn't spoken with his little brother in a long time. The last conversation was when Tobirama summoned him back using the reanimation jutsu for an experiment. At that time, Hashirama was furious, believing Tobirama's research violated human ethics and forced Tobirama to seal the jutsu back into the scroll. Tobirama, so it's okay for Naruto to find you, but I can't? Hashirama, don't be ridiculous. Naruto is my prize pupil. Besides, the screen said so. Little Naruto is the child of prophecy, and I'm supposed to save him. How could I refuse? But seeing this third option now, Hashirama couldn't help missing his brother a little. In the end, Hashirama's finger tapped the third choice. Tobirama, utterly shocked. Wait, was that a slip of the hand? Recreational activity, you have to understand in Hashirama's day what counted as entertainment. Gambling, it's almost laughable. In that war-torn era, how could there be any activities for fun? Even after Hashirama and Madara founded Konoha, gambling remained the only entertainment in town. Oh, you ask about racy books? They hadn't been invented yet. After all, neither the first nor the second Hokage had much interest in that sort of thing, didn't you see? Hashirama would slip out into the night to secretly meet with Madara Uchiha, leaving Mito alone to guard an empty bed. Have you noticed that throughout his life, Tobirama only ever had feelings toward the Uchiha? He remained unmarried his whole life, all for the sake of the Uchiha. Well, to research jutsu that could restrain them anyway. Isn't that right? After all, every Hokage is a person of upright character. Isn't that so, monkey? Hiruzen quietly slipped the crystal ball back into his drawer, straightened his appearance, and replied with righteous conviction, yes, that's absolutely correct. Danzo bared his teeth, glaring with undisguised dissatisfaction at this double-dealing Hokage. The moment Hashirama selected that option, 54 cards whizzed straight into his vast and capable mind. Wait a second, my brother's brain is so huge. Then what on earth is he storing in there? Tobirama suddenly jumped in bewildered. Hashirama quietly locked away his fondest memories, keeping them safe and sound. Playing cards? Dodiju. Speed. Hashirama stroked his chin, and his eyes lit up. As a seasoned gambler, his instincts told him that these playing cards held great potential for making money. But how should he make them? Those 54 cards, tough yet flexible. Why not ask the Wondrous would release for help? Everyone knows that the phloem of a great tree is remarkably supple. Just the quality needed for playing cards. If that's the case, why not use would release to craft a deck of wooden cards? The very thought was exhilarating. All right, let's do it. Hashirama clapped his hands, and a tree of perfect size broke through the soil of the sealed space, rising before his eyes. So, the raw material was ready, but without a knife. How was he supposed to process it? That was a problem Hashirama pondered for a while, stroking his chin. Just then, suddenly Kurama, who'd been sleeping, felt a wave of pure malice. It was so deep it seemed to seep right into his claws. "Hashirama, what are you doing?" "Stop right now." Little Kurama's eyes flew open, only to find himself scooped up by Hashirama the very next moment. That man. He was actually waving Kurama's own sharp claws, using them to carve up a tree. Was Hashirama crazy? Or had the whole world lost its mind? Kurama already had PTSD from these trees. Damn it, stay away from me. Kurama struggled desperately to break free from Hashirama's grip, but alas, with such a small amount of chakra, he was no match for Hashirama's strength. There, Kurama, don't move, all right? Let me borrow your claws for a bit, Hashirama said with a gentle smile, tinged with a slightly menacing sweetness. No, don't you have fingernails of your own? Stop, just stop it. Please, no. 5 hours later. The contrast couldn't be starker. Kurama, his eyes empty, and all the wild spirit of a fox utterly drained, slumped beside Hashirama, who was all smiles and excitement, endlessly shuffling his new deck of cards. Beast? No, this was worse than a beast. Everybody knew Hashirama's hands weren't the steadiest to begin with, and with Kurama's relentless struggling, the 5 hours of card-making had been nothing short of pure torture. After the sacrifice of exactly 6 large trees, a full set of 54 playing cards was finally crafted. Absolutely perfect. Hashirama stared intently at these 54 blank cards, not yet adorned with any designs. "Hey, Kurama," Hashirama called out. "Don't bother me. Leave me alone." Kurama grumbled, clearly uninterested in engaging with this madman. Damn it, he was just trying to get some good sleep, but somehow Hashirama went off the rails, scooped him up, and used his claws to carve wood. Fine, let him carve if he wants. I won't even resist anymore. And after all that, nearly 100 cards were botched in the process. Outrageous. When Naruto gets home from school tomorrow night, how about we all draw on these cards together? Hashirama's voice drifted. To Kurama, who was sprawled out on the floor, Kurama's ears twitched, and a glimmer of interest appeared in his eyes. "Does that mean I can draw whatever I want?" he inquired with a hint of mischief. Hashirama didn't think too much about it, and nodded without hesitation, "Of course. How about we split the cards evenly between the 3 of us? That's fine and all, but how are we supposed to divide 54 cards evenly?" Kurama, after all these years, had picked up a few things. The Sage of 6 Paths had taught them some human knowledge back in the day. Take Shikaku, for example. He even learned sealing. Techniques just to challenge Kurama's status. Too bad Kurama always overwhelmed him with sheer firepower. "No problem, we could draw the last one together," Hashirama replied without missing a beat, not really giving it much thought after such a long night's work. "That works," Kurama agreed. Meanwhile, little Naruto, fast asleep, had no idea what Hashirama and Kurama had been up to the night before. All he noticed was that when Kurama called him to wake up that morning, his voice sounded much more tired than usual. Naruto quickly got dressed, tied up his hair, enjoyed a hearty breakfast, and made a lunchbox for later. Naruto thought to himself, "Wow, I'm amazing. I'm so much better than that emo Sasuke who does nothing but whine about his big brother all day." On his way to school, Naruto ran into Sasuke, just as he expected. "Sasuke doesn't seem to be in a good mood today. Did something bad happen last night? Like, maybe you went to bed?" And then his mom, no Itachi, gave him a good spanking. Naruto snickered inwardly at the thought. Being stared at with such a strange look by Naruto gave Sasuke a chill down his spine. Teasing, this Naruto must be imagining something weird again. Sasuke shot Naruto a fierce glare, and Naruto sheepishly looked away. Man, Sasuke's instinct of getting sharper. Looks like I'll have to be sneakier when talking behind his back in the future. "Hey, you knucklehead, were you just thinking about something weird?" Sasuke snapped. Naruto scratched his head. "Huh, no way, not at all. Don't you go accusing innocent people." "Yeah, it was obvious. No doubt about it. Hurry up. Let's get going or we'll be late." Naruto shook his head and declared with perfect seriousness. Sasuke slipped his small hands into his pockets, activated his Sharingan in an instant, and gazed up at the sky at a dramatic 45-degree angle. "Let's move. Wait. Why'd you activate your eyes?" Naruto asked. Sasuke replied, "Because it looks cool." Then he added, "None of your business. It was honestly hilarious. Tell me, is there a single Uchiha out there who doesn't want to show off their cool Sharingan once it's activated?" But after walking for a bit, Sasuke started to feel he might probably be running low on chakra. Silently deactivated his Sharingan and brushed off Naruto's curiosity with a vague excuse, just as his brother had taught him. Don't reveal you can already use the Sharingan. The two of them ambled slowly toward the ninja academy. 10 minutes later at the academy, Naruto, how are you late on just your second day of school? Irika, who had specially spoken with the parents of several students, especially those from the prominent clans, the night before, had returned to his usual self. Ah, are we late? Naruto replied. Usually, it was Hashirama who got Naruto up in the mornings, but today was different. Kurama still wasn't used to the routine, and suddenly remembered Naruto needed to get up for school. So he shouted Naruto awake, and for good measure sat right down on Hashirama's stomach. Hashirama, I feel an overwhelming pressure, heavy and suffocating, just like back when I fought Madara. Kurama gave him a disdainful look. That wretched Hashirama kept me up all night, and now he gets to sleep soundly. Humph, I'm still tired. I'll nap a bit longer. Hashirama, this pressure is all centered on my gut. It's like Madara stabbing me in the side with a kunai. Over and over. As for Sasuke, his late-night adventure had ended in failure, so he'd gone to bed late and was sluggish getting up, which is why he was running behind. Sasuke grumbled to himself, if my brother had walked me to school, I wouldn't be late. He followed behind Naruto, who was scratching his head, his own cheeks tinged red. Good grief, and Uchiha, proudest of all clans, late on only the second day of school. His embarrassment stood in stark contrast to Naruto's easygoing grin. Honestly, if he kept walking to school with Naruto, he'd probably catch his carefree attitude soon enough. Oh, Sasuke, come on in. Just stand at the back for 5 minutes, then you can take your seat, Irika said, clearly favoring the shy kids. Hinata poked her head out, curious. Hey, Naruto, stop grinning like an idiot. Go stand at the back with Sasuke. Irika boomed. His voice was loud, but there was no real harshness in it. Okay, Sasuke, you heard him. Come on. Let's go. Naruto nudged Sasuke to the rear of the room, the eyes of the entire class following their every move. Well, mainly it's Sasuke. With Naruto's strength and status, none of the regular kids even dared to look him in the eye. Naruto shouted, cowards! Look at me. Many of the girls would sneak glances at Sasuke from time to time, with the pink hair, broad forehead one, and the blonde pig being the most obvious. Ino, in fact, had also glanced at Naruto a few times. To be honest, Naruto was actually quite handsome. His golden hair matched Ino's really well, but the whisker marks on his cheeks sort of overshadowed his looks. His sense of style, though, left a lot to be desired. No one really knew who picked out his clothes for him. Sarutobi. I think he looks great. My grandson Konohamaru loves that kind of style too. There's a certain charm to the older generation's taste. Actually, Hashirama thought Naruto's fashion sense was pretty trendy as well, at least compared to the plain pale green robes he wore back in his day. All those bright oranges. What's not to like? It was a pity Naruto already had Hinata. Otherwise, Ino might have given it a shot herself. After observing them all day yesterday, Ino was now certain. The relationship between Hinata and Naruto was definitely not just ordinary friendship. Being good friends was just a cover. Humph. She wondered which one confessed first. The thought made everything seem even more interesting. No wonder she was a child of the Yamanaka clan. Her mind was already so imaginative at such a young age. Even Irika felt a little outclassed. Ino, what are you doing? Lost in her daydreams. Ino jolted in surprise, just like a student dozing off and getting caught by the teacher's passing shadow. Sorry, I was spacing out. She remembered what her dad had taught her for situations like this. If you get caught, just admit your mistake right away. Plus, being a girl, the teacher would definitely let her off. Irika, seeing Ino's honest attitude, nodded in satisfaction. He already had a pair to use as an example for the class, so he might as well go easy on Ino. All right, I'll let it go this time. Next time, though, you'll be standing at the back with Naruto, yes. Everything went according to plan, but just now, she'd even started picturing herself as a bridesmaid. She wondered what kind of wedding dress Sasuke would like. Sasuke. Orange, don't bother me. Unlike the other girls who had to keep turning around to sneak peeks at Naruto and Sasuke in the back row, Hinata was something else entirely. With her 360-degree panoramic vision, she could practically give Naruto an X-ray scan. Naruto thought, why isn't Hinata turning around to look at me? That's a little heartbreaking. Sniff, of course, Hinata hadn't told Naruto that she could see everything in every direction without even activating her Byakugan. She was just too shy. Otherwise, with Naruto's sensitivity, he'd probably lock eyes with her the very next second. And that would be so, embarrassing. Sorry about that. For now, Hinata just didn't want to tell Naruto. It would be way too awkward in the future. About 5 minutes later, Naruto swaggered back to his seat, making Irika's eye twitch uncontrollably. "Aw, my own students, my own students. Patience, patience. Ahem, class. Let's begin today's lesson on how to extract chakra from your body." This part of the lesson was mainly for the children from non-ninja families, though some of the ninja clan kids needed it too. After all, even if a child's parents are shinobi, that doesn't guarantee they're able to teach the skill of chakra extraction. Knowing how to do something is one thing, being able to teach it well is another entirely. Besides, this was the stuff they learned when they were kids themselves. If you don't count the theory, most people forget everything about chakra extraction barely 10 days after they finally figure it out. Reminds you of high schoolers after college entrance exams, doesn't it? Comical, really. Iruka took out the essential textbook for new students, How to Extract Chakra, Ninja Academy Edition. The author, as always, was Iruka's idol, the great Tobirama. Iruka explained with meticulous detail, so much so that the civilian students wore expressions of sudden understanding, while even the less proficient ninja clan kids seemed to grasp things more firmly. Iruka thought to himself, "Who am I? I'm the head instructor for the whole grade, the teacher handpicked for the elite class by the Hokage himself. How can I not be at least a little capable? If you actually compare me to Mizuki next door, that's just a mistake. Sure, we're both teachers, but there are differences between teachers, you know." Mizuki, on the other hand, grumbled inwardly. "Just you wait. Iruka, I'll practice with the giant Fuma Shuriken, and one day, I'll show you up." But for Naruto, Iruka's explanations were still too confusing and hard to follow. This kind of thing isn't like, well, certain bodily functions where you just wait for the feeling, then squeeze, and out it comes. Hashirama would say, "That's my student for you." Gets right to the heart of it. So as Iruka spoke, Naruto couldn't stop yawning, which made Hinata beside him look increasingly worried. She was afraid Iruka might call Naruto out again to let him experience the full force of Iruka's infamous lion's roar, but honestly, she felt much the same as Naruto. Extracting chakra wasn't really that hard, as long as you had enough of it. What was the problem? If you compared a person to a vessel, chakra would be the water, and extracting chakra would be like controlling how much water you let in. What Iruka was teaching was basically how to widen the opening to let more water in, but how much water you could actually hold depended on your natural talent. And when it came to talent, Naruto and Hinata were... Sasuke, I disagree. Naruto. Heh, Hinata. She poked her index fingers together, cheeks tinged pink, looking a little embarrassed. Unfortunately for Naruto, his shock of blonde hair was impossible to miss, especially in the eyes of his homeroom teacher, Iruka. So once Iruka finished the lesson, Naruto, the voice rang out so loudly that even Mizuki in the next classroom heard it here. Naruto snapped awake, jumping to his feet in an instant. Oh no, he'd actually dozed off, and Iruka's sensei had caught him. When was it lunchtime again? A flurry of thoughts raced through Naruto's mind, but in the end they all circled back to food. "You look pretty bold, huh? Which clan are you from?" Iruka narrowed his eyes and gave Naruto a sly, smiling look. All at once a wave of mischief centered on Iruka seemed to take shape as a fearsome ninja hound that lunged straight at Naruto. Oh, turns out it was just Akamaru sneaking over. In the distance, Kiba was desperately signaling to Hinata with wide, frantic eyes. Kiba's expression said, "Help! Quick! You get it, right?" Hinata nodded in understanding without a word. She firmly grasped Akamaru by the scruff of his neck and plopped him on her lap, so soft she thought the feel of his fur was simply wonderful. Akamaru, for his part, felt a sudden chill. For some reason, he had the distinct sense that if he tried anything funny, this gentle-looking girl might just tear him apart with her bare hands. A tiny puppyish whimper slipped from Akamaru's throat, so soft that only Hinata and Naruto could hear it. Not even Kiba had ever been on the receiving end of such a gentle plea. Kiba muttered under his breath, "Akamaru, you traitor, how could you let a pretty face turn your head like that?" Akamaru shot him a look. "You think I want this? Trust me, you don't want to cross this girl." Hinata's eyes sparkled with delight, though most of her focus remained on Naruto, who was still being called to stand up by Iruka. "Ah, you flatter me. I'm really not that brave," Naruto said, wiggling in place, blushing shyly. "That wasn't a compliment." Iruka groaned inwardly. "Calm down. Iruka, believe in yourself. You're destined to be principal someday." "Well then, Naruto, you must be an expert at chakra extraction, right? Why don't you come up and demonstrate for the class?" Iruka did his best to sound calm and encouraging. "Wait, what? I don't know how to explain it, though." Naruto admitted he could. "Do it, but not explain it. Then just sit down and listen carefully to Sensei's explanation." "All right, Naruto." "Ugh, Irika-sensei could be so sly. He sounded almost embarrassingly sweet just then, but Naruto remembered. Sensei once told him that the author of that book, Sensei's own big brother, was nowhere near as wise as Irika himself. So surely Irika's way must be better, right? Irika-sensei, I'd like to give it a try. Naruto, now seated, shot his hand back up, squeezed past Sasuke, and hurried up to the front. Wow, crunch. Naruto's so brave, Choji said, unable to munch on his chips openly without Naruto's protection. So he crushed one in his mouth while speaking. Yeah, for sure, Shikamaru replied lazily. Naruto really didn't know the art of slacking off. True masters of the craft always look completely focused, while their minds are wandering far and wide. Shikamaru, in his mind, was already daydreaming about the Sand Village. Though he'd heard the girls there had tempers, just like his mom, terrifying. Irika watched Naruto approach with a look of resignation. Oh well, if he wants to try, let him. The basics had already been covered, after all. You can also try it yourselves for those without any prior experience. It usually takes about a week to extract it, Irika said to the students while Naruto was getting ready. Ahem, first you sit cross-legged, and then put your hands together, little Naruto said, hopping right onto the podium and pressing his small hands together earnestly. Next, imagine in your mind a sensation, an indescribable energy produced by your body. This energy exists in every part of you. And finally, the chakra will come out. As soon as Naruto finished speaking, a wave of chakra burst out from him, radiating 1/2 meter in every direction. Papers fluttered through the air, landing squarely on Irika's face. What? Seriously? Did he just succeed just like that? Sakura, who had been taking notes furiously, was completely dumbfounded by Naruto's demonstration. What energy sensation? I know it's indescribable. That's why you're supposed to explain it. How? Unfair. Though she was screaming inwardly, Sakura managed to keep a calm expression. After all, it wouldn't do for Sasuke to see her flustered. Irika peeled the sheet of paper from his face, picked up Naruto, who was still extracting chakra, and carried him back to his seat. Naruto was unceremoniously plopped back in his spot, all while Sasuke watched with a smirk of schadenfreude. Ahem, that was a special case. I wouldn't recommend using it as a reference, Irika added, compared to the light-hearted atmosphere at the academy. The Hokage's office was shrouded in frustration. Here's what happened. Yesterday, Danzo, who had been fishing for months, finally caught nothing. And to make matters worse, his entire fishing platform was destroyed. A gigantic Rasengan had slammed down, obliterating the very foundation of Root's base. It was a scene of utter chaos, the kind that would make even the heavens and the spirits weep. Most of Root's important facilities were underground, and the supporting pillars simply couldn't withstand such a violent impact. At the time, Danzo was still inside. What the? Luckily, Danzo was in the safest part of Root, which still had the reinforced wood left over from when Tenzo had worked there years ago. That was just enough to withstand Shursue's Rasengan. Shursue. This move is called the Soaring Spiral Ultimate Radiant Lance of Life. Even if I die, I'll shout its name in the underworld with my last breath. All the ninjas in Root who tried to defend themselves with ninjutsu were wiped out. Half of Danzo's trusted aides were gone. Only E and a handful of elite bodyguards survived. Talk about losing both the troops and the bride. What a disaster. Now Danzo's entire plan had gone up in smoke. He didn't even manage to get Shursue's eyes in the end. So what was all that effort for? He'd set up trap after trap, all to lure Shursue in and seize his eyes. But what was with that colossal Susanoo? According to Tobirama-sensei's writings, activating Susanoo with an ordinary Mangekyo Sharingan was supposed to require a massive amount of chakra. That can't be right. At this point, Danzo still hadn't gotten any information about Izanagi, so he had no idea that Shursue had traded away the eye with the permanent Kotoama Tsukumi he so desperately wanted, all for 60 seconds of invincibility. Damn it, did I climb all the way onto Hiruzen's bed in the middle of the night to glare at him just for my plan to fall apart? That means I'll never become Hokage, and Hiruzen won't be mine to command either. With a loud bang, Danzo slammed his fist down in frustration on the desk his subordinates had just salvaged from the ruins. This one was a lot sturdier than the last. The desk seemed to declare, I survive an assault from Susanoo, which has the power of a god. Of course, I'm not so easily broken. Why is this new desk so much better? Tenzo scratched his head, grinning to himself. Well, I took on a little side job when I had some spare time, and got to see a custom order for the same desk the Hokage uses. As a former elite ninja from the Foundation, trained personally by Danzo himself in both wood style and swordsmanship. Codename A. How could Tenzo not recognize goods from his old boss? He remembered how, as a kid, he'd watched Lord Danzo return from the Hokage's office, face blazing with anger, and then unleash his fury by pounding the desk. The ordinary desks made by regular craftsmen never stood a chance against Shimura Danzo's wrathful palm. With just one sharp crack, they'd be smashed to pieces. Back then, Tenzo felt more sorry for the desk. No, for Danzo. After all, the anger that didn't get vented on the desk would get redirected at Tenzo during training. So when he received this order, clearly from his old employer, Tenzo didn't hold back and put everything he had into the job. To be honest, Tenzo might just barely qualify as Kage level in combat strength now. So if he poured all that effort into making a desk, you can imagine how tough it turned out. A powerful, resounding thud echoed through the ruins of the Foundation's base. Danzo, trying not to let it show, discreetly rubbed his sore palm. Ouch, that's not how it used to feel. Did they change the manufacturing process? Even if he didn't have to place another order, Danzo couldn't muster any joy. Damn it. Is even the desk out to get me now? He watched as his surviving subordinates slowly cleared away the debris of the Foundation's destroyed base, digging through the dirt and rubble for any salvageable documents or experimental materials. The stuff in the labs was especially vital. It held the secrets to his strength. Those among the Foundation who could use Earth style simply sank into the ground, trying to rescue whatever they could. Danzo, clutching his aching hand, looked out at the desolate scene and wondered what to do next. There he was, an old man sitting atop his throne, watching his remaining followers haul out the last of his possessions. This base was finished. There was no way he could keep it now. After all, with such a massive explosion, if the Uchiha put their minds to it, they'd be able to track him down in no time. If it was still here, if none of his people had died to that eerie green light, then those few twisted Uchiha, what would they even amount to? But sadly, there are no ifs in life. Now, how is he supposed to explain things to Hiruzen? Should he say that Shursui tried to assassinate Konoha's leadership, including the Hokage's chief advisor, Danzo Shimura? Danzo absent-mindedly touched his chin, still wrapped in bandages, and shook his head. Though he had been lying low lately, the deeds he'd committed before were set in stone. Hiruzen was unlikely to trust his word completely, and who knew how that troublesome Shursui was doing now? He had clearly been poisoned, a toxin specially procured from the Aburame clan. So how could he still be so formidable? He even managed to strike at Danzo's base. Was this the power of the Mangekyo Sharingan? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. If they were truly this strong, he would already be dead. And the Uchiha would never have endured their grievances for so long. Even on the battlefield, the Uchiha had never shown such feats before. Maybe it was some kind of forbidden technique. A momentary surge of power. Looks like he'd have to pore over the records left behind by Lord Tobarama and the information they had on the Uchiha. Tobarama. I have no idea. If I'd known after that battle at the Valley of the End, I would have used Flying Thunder God to appear right after and pin Madara's corpse to the ground, tormenting him until I was certain after 3 days that he was truly dead, and only then would I leave. In fact, Tobarama could have simply guarded the corpse, checking every morning to see if Madara's body had started to rot. Too bad. Back then, Hashirama insisted on putting Madara's remains in a coffin and gave him a proper burial in a secret place. Hashirama had even planned to rest in the same grave as Madara, but in the end, it didn't happen. Why? Because it was Tobarama and Mito who handled Hashirama's funeral arrangements. Tobarama, that Madara, Uchiha, evil from birth, even in death he wanted to harm my brother. No way I'd let that happen, Mito. Kurama, oh no. And so Hashirama and Madara remained separated even in death. A cause for celebration, truly a cause for celebration. Hashirama. Hey, what's there to celebrate? You rotten little brother, you're making me angry. But the truth was Madara had only faked his death back then, leaving behind nothing but a shadow clone Madara. I bet Hashirama would protect my corpse. That was a wager I staked every bond we'd ever shared on. Luckily, I won Tobarama. Unforgivable, my foolish brother, not only deceived, but helping the man who tricked him. Hashirama, really? Meanwhile, Hiruzen Sarutobi was leading an ANBU squad to confront Danzo and demand an explanation. After all, Itachi had already revealed part of the truth to him. His old friend had truly gone too far this time. To even lay hands on Shursui. Wait, could it be that he was after Shursui's Kodoeme Tsukumi? Unforgivable, this time. Hiruzen swore he would not let Danzo run rampant any longer. However, as the Hokage of the village, there are many shadowy matters I cannot handle directly myself. And that's where Danzo's presence has been extremely helpful. That was the original reason for the creation of the Root Division. Perhaps it's time I appoint someone new to lead Root. But who? A figure with long, straight black hair drifted in his mind. How about it? Are you looking forward to Itachi as the head of Root? Let's shift our perspective back to the Ninja Academy, where it's lunchtime. Today, Irika didn't choose to eat outside. The reason? A female teacher had given Irika a boxed lunch. That's right. Irika had received what you'd call a lunchbox packed with love. Hey, Irika-sensei, Ino approached Irika, covering her mouth as she called out, her voice brimming with curiosity. Gossip. This was definitely a juicy piece of gossip. Who gave you that pink bento? With Ino leading the charge, all the students who'd been quietly focused on their meals suddenly looked up. At last, someone brave enough to ask the burning question. And why did Naruto jump at first, you ask? His emotional intelligence, at least in this area, was truly lacking. Genuinely thought Irika's lunchbox was just pink, nothing more to it. But to these precocious ninja students, nothing spiced up a meal more than a bit of teacher gossip, especially when it was about their own homeroom teacher. Oh, that? It was the homeroom teacher from the class next door who gave it to me. Irika spoke a little more softly than usual, his face uncharacteristically flushed. Not from anger, but embarrassment. Naruto scratched his head. The homeroom teacher next door? Wasn't that Mizuki-sensei? Why would Mizuki-sensei give Irika a lunchbox, and a pink one at that? No way. Is Mizuki-sensei interested in Irika-sensei? And Irika-sensei actually accepted it. Bang! Inside the sealed space, Hashirama and Kurama were both stunned by Naruto's wild conclusion. Kurama grumbled, Hashirama, quick, confess. Was it you who led Naruto astray? If I ever get the chance to meet the fourth Hokage, I swear I'll report you. Hashirama protested. Wait, hold on. That's not true. You're making things up? I've never done anything like that. He was completely innocent. He was a family man. After all, he and Madara were nothing more than pure, devoted friends. Tobirama, you devoted friends. So devoted you wanted to be buried next to each other, even if it meant leaving your wife and children behind, just to lie beside Madara. Ugh, the very thought gets me riled up. Those Uchiha are just born trouble. Naruto leaned in a little closer to Hinata. Hey Hinata, I never would have guessed Irika-sensei was into someone like Mizuki-sensei, he whispered, lowering his voice right by her ear. His breath brushed softly against Hinata's ear, making her cheeks flush a delicate pink. She tucked a strand of hair behind her ear and tightened her ponytail. Sai, why does Naruto always have such a peculiar way of thinking about these things? I think the teacher you're talking about must be Ms. Shizuko from the class next door. Irika's class was situated between two others. On the left was Mizuki's class, and on the right Shizuko's. Oh, is that so? I guess I got it wrong. Hinata pursed her lips helplessly, but the next second, it seemed as if a frightening thought suddenly struck her. Wait, Naruto. You know that the class next to ours is led by Ms. Shizuko. Naruto was a bit confused as to why Hinata was asking this. Yeah, I do. I've even seen her during the teachers' meeting, so Naruto thought of Mizuki first, not Shizuko. Did this mean that Naruto's preferences might be questionable? Little Hinata's face instantly turned pale, but I didn't know she was the homeroom teacher. It just didn't cross my mind at the time. Naruto added, oh, thank goodness. Hinata patted her chest in relief. So that was it. She could happily get back to her lunch. This is the third bento already. Up on the platform, Ino, having caught wind of the gossip, couldn't help but let her curiosity run wild. Oh, tell me more. The blonde girl leaned in closer, her eyes shutting with anticipation, ready to savor the start of some epic love story. Wait, what's going on? Why did Irika suddenly go silent? 5 seconds passed. Ino realized not only had Irika stopped talking, but even the sounds of eating had disappeared. The chatter and laughter that had filled the room had faded away too. It was as if the world had shrunk until she was the only one left. Could time have stopped? It must have, right? Right. Ow, that hurts. Irika gave the overly nosy girl a good whack on the head. Are kids these days always this precocious and gossipy? He certainly wasn't like this when he was young. If he'd been, maybe he wouldn't have had to wait until now for a lady teacher to bring him lunch. Hurry up and finish your lunch. At your age, focus on your training. Poor Ino clutched her head and slunk back to Sakura's side in defeat. Seeing her best friend return, Sakura gave her a big thumbs up. That's our iron-headed pig. Go die. Ino was stung by Sakura's nickname, nearly brought to tears. She just wanted to help Iruka with his love life. But look how things turned out. But nearby, Sasuke's gaze lingered on Ino for a moment. So far, she was the only girl bold enough to act like this. Of course, Ino, who always kept an eye on Sasuke, noticed the little detail. Even though Sasuke quickly turned his head away, the two had locked eyes for half a second. Woohoo! Did Sasuke just look at me? Ino felt a surge of pride. Hey, Sakura-chan, Sasuke, just look my way, she called out, her tone laced with challenge. Provocation. This was outright provocation. Barefaced, undeniable provocation. And it hurt far more than any of Sakura's hard-headed retorts. No hold back, she reminded herself. She's your best friend, after all. Your best friend? Yeah. Maybe Sasuke just wanted to see you make a fool of yourself, Sakura. Shot back, but her words sounded weak and unconvincing. After all, Sasuke only ever seemed to care about a few things. His studies, his older brother, the blonde troublemaker, and Hinata. The fact that he'd actually locked eyes with Ino this time could only mean one thing. Sasuke, woman, you have piqued my interest. Well, that was just Ino's imagination running wild. In truth, Sasuke was thinking about how he might share Iruka-sensei's lunchtime gossip with his brother tonight. And he did note, Ino really was quite bold. Meanwhile, atop the ruined foundations of Root, Danzo sat with his fingers interlocked, his mouth pressed against his crossed hands. His loin exposed, I watched intently as his subordinates toiled below. Suddenly, a voice rang out. A voice Danzo knew all too well. Danzo, what on earth have you done? No sooner had those words fallen than Sarutobi strode and clad in his battle gear, flanked by his top subordinate, the white-haired shinobi of the Leaf, and closely followed by his second-in-command, Tenzo, along with a squad of ANBU operatives. Tenzo looked around at the place he once called home, now lying in utter ruin, and couldn't help but feel a pang of regret. But even amid his regret, his gaze landed on Danzo-sama's desk, miraculously unscathed amidst the devastation. It's you, the indestructible desk. No wonder. I did have it specially crafted for Danzo-sama. After all, it's still standing, not a scratch on it. Upon closer inspection, though, there was a faint palm print marring its surface. A snort of laughter escaped Tenzo, and he quickly clapped a hand over his mouth. Beside him, the ever-considerate, strike that, Demon Lord, Captain Kakashi, gently patted Tenzo on the back, puzzled by sudden outburst. What's going on? Why is Tenzo laughing all of a sudden? Tenzo reminded himself. I was rigorously trained as an elite ANBU operative en route. Normally, I would never break composure unless... I just can't help it, ahem. It's nothing. I just choked for a second, Tenzo hastily explained. Kakashi looked at him, thoroughly confused. Choked? On what? Tenzo hadn't even taken a sip of water. Could he have choked on his own saliva? Kakashi's gaze grew strange. For someone his age to choke on his own spit. Really, it was just exasperating. Tenzo thought to himself. You'd never get what makes me laugh. Onaji, degree nabla degree. Hee, with such a sturdy desk around, at least Danzo-sama wouldn't have to vent his anger on the other Root members anymore. Ah, truly, I'm thinking of my fellow comrades. Meanwhile, B, who'd been given extra work after Danzo hurt his hand pounding the desk, was still cleaning up the wreckage. Feeling seriously fed up, Danzo shot a fierce glare at this traitor, someone who would betray loyalty for profit and abandon his master for beauty. Then he quickly ran through the speech he had prepared in his mind, and began to spin his tale with a straight face. As you can see, Hiruzen, my base, was attacked by the evil Uchiha clan. Since Shursui had managed to escape, there was no way to cover up what had happened, so Danzo decided to turn the tables, something he was quite experienced at. Uchiha Shursui tried to use his Mangekyo Sharingan to alter my will, hoping to control the leadership of Konoha for his own nefarious purposes. Fortunately, I had a contingency plan and managed to evade his Kodoa Mitsukami, but I never expected him to unleash Susanoo and completely destroy the Root headquarters. As the leader of Root, I offer my deepest apologies for this. Danzo spoke with righteous indignation, as if he were upholding the highest moral principles. In his mind, he congratulated himself. Look at how well I've put this. Painting the Uchiha as villains who tried to manipulate Konoha's leaders, and me the wise and resourceful advisor to the Hokage, cleverly avoided their sinister jutsu and protected the village from Uchiha infiltration. And notice, I keep saying Konoha's root, not my root. I can already picture Hiruzen tears running down his face, so moved by my courage that he's ready to resign as Hokage and hand the title over to me. Someone brave, wise, and willing to bear the burdens of leadership. Hiruzen, what a ridiculous daydream. I can barely keep from laughing when I think about what I'm going to say next. Ahem, Danzo, I'm not here to listen to your excuses. I already know what happened with Shursui. What you did went far beyond what I can tolerate. Hiruzen's face was grim. All the leniency he'd shown Danzo was never meant to allow him to harm children who embodied the will of fire. And now, with Root half destroyed, it was as good as finished. There was no reason for Danzo to remain in charge. So from now on, I'll be taking charge of Root myself. Your position as my advisor will remain, but you'll have nothing further to do with Root. These words struck Danzo like a bolt of lightning straight to the heart. You can't be serious. Danzo erupted, glaring at Hiruzen's resolute face. Hiruzen, you'd better think carefully about what you're saying. He had been Konoha's shadow, shouldering all the blame and doing all the dirty work for Hiruzen. How dare Hiruzen just strip him of Root? I know exactly what I'm saying. Hiruzen had made up his mind. The new generation of Konoha held boundless potential and all shared the will of fire. The elders had no right to keep interfering in their growth. Besides, Danzo's actions had already become a threat to Konoha's future. Perhaps this time it was just a still pond, and only a single Root was destroyed. But what about next time? Their own strength, Danzo's strength, could be described kindly as Kage level, but to put it bluntly, it wasn't even enough to defeat the Ninetales. As a disciple, personally guided by both the first and second Hokage, Hiruzen knew better than anyone what true Hokage power should be. Maybe he once had that strength, but now, aging bit by bit, he could feel it slipping away. I'll be reorganizing Root from now on, and the leader will be replaced as well. Hiruzen hesitated for a moment, but ultimately decided not to reveal the name of the next candidate to Danzo. He feared that Danzo would truly lose control if he did. In truth, Hiruzen didn't even need to say it. Danzo was already on the brink, the Root he had painstakingly managed for over a decade. Did Hiruzen think he could just take away on a whim? First threats, then poaching people, and now directly seizing his position. Hiruzen, you've really grown some nerve. So bold and fearless now, fine, very well. Let's see how you plan to wrest Root from my grasp. After all, as the darkest corner of the leaf, nearly every Root member was his loyal shadow. Through relentless indoctrination, they now obeyed only one person. Himself, Danzo Shimura, the darkness of the leaf. Take them away? Hiruzen, you're not worthy. Hiruzen, you'd better think carefully. Root isn't something you can move just by saying so. With a flourish, Danzo gestured, and an agent named Otsu, who worked underground, immediately rushed up. Dozens of Root ninjas appeared alongside him. Those who had survived the recent upheaval were all formidable. Even with the people Hiruzen had brought today, it was uncertain whether he could overpower them. Danzo thought to himself, surprised, aren't you? Hiruzen, even after a heavy blow. I'm not someone you can simply remove. Hiruzen looked at the Root members, bristling and ready to fight, and felt a headache coming on. Hiruzen, I'll give you 2 days. If the leader you choose for Root can endure this abyssal darkness, I'll agree to step down. But if the members don't accept him, and something unfortunate happens, well, that won't be my responsibility. After all, they were old friends, and with victory firmly in hand, Danzo could afford to save Hiruzen a little face. Besides, it might earn him some extra funding later. Dusting off his clothes, Danzo murmured a few instructions to Otsu before heading for home. He laughed quietly to himself. What a joke. Managing Root for over a decade. And you think you could just take it? Hiruzen, you're losing your senses. There was a mocking edge to Danzo's tone. He admitted that Hiruzen had toughened up a bit both outwardly and within the village. Even so, Root was not so easily claimed. Back at Root's old headquarters, only Otsu and Hiruzen remained trading sharp words, while the other members carried on with the tasks Danzo had left behind. Watching his old friend stride away with smug satisfaction, Sarutobi's aged face twisted into a forced, bitter smile. Danzo, oh Danzo, I know you so well. Did you really think I wouldn't see through this little scheme of yours? Lord Hokage, you may send the next temporary leader at any time, be said sincerely. The earlier they come, the sooner they die, and the sooner Lord Danzo returns to power when that time comes. We'll use the head of this so-called temporary leader to formally welcome Lord Danzo's return. The 2 days are up. Let us greet Lord Danzo's homecoming. Just thinking about it makes my heart race a little. Perhaps with such an outstanding performance, Lord Danzo will promote me to the rank of Alpha. Danzo, you could never understand the pain of losing my one and only, I see. Then let's do it now. Sarutobi narrowed his eyes and smiled, his tone gentle and amiable. All right now. He was taken aback by Sarutobi's unexpected move. Hadn't they just said they'd find someone later? Clearly they came prepared, but it's a shame, even if you send that. Traitor over, he won't last half a day before he's gone. Sarutobi clapped his hands. From the ranks of the ANBU behind him, a member stepped forward. He wore a fox mask, his long black hair tied neatly at his back, and carried a longsword slung over his shoulder. Itachi, I'm entrusting the management of Root to you. It's a 1-against-7 situation. Can you handle it? The story rewinds to the night Shursui died. After burying Shursui's body, Itachi was summoned to the Hokage's office by Sarutobi. That night, the moon was full and bright. As Itachi walked the quiet streets, his usual brisk and resolute steps had turned slow and heavy. He was lost in thought, wondering how he could change the current state of affairs, how he could fulfill the dream of his departed friend. A strange, dark idea crept into his mind. Was he to become the one who sacrificed everything? Should he simply wipe out the Uchiha clan? Extremist. Tell me, which one of us is truly the extremist here? The darker part of his Mangekyo Sharingan lured his thoughts toward dangerous extremes. No, that's not right. How could I even think such a thing? Mother, father, Sasuke, Izumi, but the village. Itachi arrived at the door of the Hokage's office, his mind a storm of conflicting emotions. A soft, rapid knock echoed through the quiet. Sarutobi, startled from his thoughts, rubbed his temples under the dim, yellowish lamplight. Age has truly dulled me. 1-against-7, is it? Come in, he called. Itachi pushed open the door and entered, standing silently inside. Itachi, can you tell me what really happened? Sarutobi asked, his voice gentle and neighborly, like a kindly old grandfather. What did Shursui go through? Shursui discovered Danzo's ongoing persecution of the Uchiha. He went to confront Danzo and try to resolve things, but he failed. It was a trap set by Danzo to steal Shursui's eyes. Shursui used a secret technique to sacrifice both of his Sharingan, trading them for power, and managed to escape. However, he still didn't survive in the end. Itachi's voice was hollow, the grief of losing his closest friend just hours ago weighing heavily on him. Right now, he desperately wanted to eliminate every obstacle in his path. People like Danzo, or the extremists. Within his own clan, all the consequences of cause and effect fall upon me. Let every sin be borne by me alone. If I do this, perhaps I can change the fate of both my clan and the village. Such thoughts churned in Itachi's mind. Hiruzen let out a heavy sigh. So that's how it is. You should go home and get some sleep now. I understand what happened. Tomorrow, come with me to see Danzo. Don't worry. I swear on my title as Hokage that I will protect your safety, and I will make sure Danzo pays for what he's done. Hiruzen was furious as well. He had poured so much effort into speeches and policies, all to ease the tension between the Uchiha and the village. But Danzo, while Hiruzen's attention was elsewhere, had been stirring up trouble behind his back. If he had sought out those radical extremists, it would have been one thing, but he had gone after Shursui, that good child who had just told him about the Mangekyo. I know exactly what you're up to, Danzo. Fortunately, Shursui escaped, and Danzo didn't get his eyes. Since that's the case, there's no need to show mercy anymore. If you don't want the position en route, there are plenty of others who can take your place. The scene shifts back to the present. Itachi walks slowly toward B, with Tenzo following silently behind him. After learning about Itachi's Mangekyo, Hiruzen began considering handing Root over to him, but given the problems within Root, having both Tenzo and Itachi together seemed more reassuring. Tobarama's biting commentary. What is this? A bargain bin version of my brother paired with an evil Uchiha Madara, and so the members of Root were about to meet their new overlords. He hadn't even registered what was happening before. In the next instant, his gaze locked with those crimson, mysterious Mangekyo eyes. His consciousness was yanked into a world awash in scarlet. In this place, everything is under my control. Now, sink into darkness, he found himself bound to a wooden stake, while dozens of Itachis picked up their whips. Training, or perhaps taming, was also a kind of teaching. After all, it wouldn't do to leave his future subordinates untaught, since this was a spiritual realm. It could even loosen the curse marks hold on B to a certain extent. Orochimaru, if they're all under control now, should I just kill them all? Flooded with the overwhelming power of the Mangekyo, Itachi felt a surge of arrogance. Still, he would need to consult the third Hokage. Perhaps he should ask Hiruzen to send a few people to help. That idea sounded just right to him. With the combined power of the Mangekyo and would release, Itachi and Tenzo managed to subdue all the remaining root members. The details of how it happened are as follows. First, Tenzo used his wood release to create a cage, opening it wide. Then Itachi's Mangekyo Sharingan flashed in the eyes of the root members. Finally, the cage was shut, and wooden pillars automatically extended out to bind the root members tightly. Just like that, one root member was mysteriously subdued. Tenzo said, "For my former colleagues, I opt for a more comfortable binding method." One root member, upon waking and discovering that a wooden pillar had jammed into his backside, was in utter agony. Oh, what a delightfully satisfying outcome. Truly, it's something to celebrate. In less than half a day, with the primary member being the first to fall under control, and thanks to the help of several Umbu left behind, Danzo's remaining men were soon trussed up like livestock. The Umbu members joked, "Our job is just to open and close the doors." The third Hokage had already departed, trusting that these two new generation leaf ninjas could handle the task. In fact, his presence wouldn't have made much difference. If things got heated, he might not even be as useful as Itachi and Tenzo. After all, he couldn't last long. Surely it would be overkill to use the dead demon consuming seal, just for Root. Danzo would die laughing at that. Kakashi watched his juniors so effortlessly dealing with Root, and was left with mixed feelings. Perhaps it was time for him to step up his own game. Meanwhile, Danzo, who had left in high spirits, could never have imagined this scene. Danzo, where are my men? Let's set aside poor Danzo, whose base was so thoroughly ransacked. The classes at the Ninja Academy seemed to have ended in a blur. After bidding his friends goodbye, Naruto trotted off, ready to head home. But just as he took his first step, he stopped in his tracks. He scratched his head and grinned sheepishly. "Sasuke, why are you still waiting here?" Normally, whenever Sasuke came over to Naruto's house or needed a ride to school, Itachi always handled it. This morning had been a rush, so Naruto hadn't thought much about it. Could it be that Itachi had finally realized that spoiling Sasuke wasn't good, and now wanted him to be independent? If so, maybe this was Naruto's chance. "Mind your own business," Sasuke muttered, turning away. In his heart, he thought, "Oh no, what if my brother didn't finish his mission, and now I'll have to go back on my own?" Naruto's face morphed into a comically exaggerated expression. "Well then, how about we walk home together?" In the sealed space, Hashirama felt an uncanny sense of familiarity with this tone and mood. It seemed maybe, just maybe, he'd once invited Madara in the exact same way. Back then, he'd learned a sophisticated dice shaking trick at a casino, a skill that cost him a hefty 1,000 ryo. In the process, Mito caught him, and his secret stash was promptly confiscated. Needing to earn some pocket money, Hashirama had invited a rather idle Madara over to his room. It was already late, and Mito had gone to bed. Madara and I were in the guest room, rolling the dice. My technique was exceptionally precise, rolling the dice with a steady hand, then slamming the cup down with a flourish. "Well then, Madara, what's your pick?" I asked. "Big," he replied. I froze for a moment, then lifted the cup to reveal a 4, 5, and 6 staring back at me. My head stiffly tilted up, and I locked eyes with Madara's Crimson Mangekyo for a good 5 seconds. "Hey, don't be like that. Why are you getting all gloomy again?" Madara looked at me, crouched in the corner, muttering to myself, and couldn't help but feel speechless. My dearest friend had dragged me to his house in the middle of the night just to gamble for a few rounds. "Fine. I'll play with you if that's what you want, but how can you get so depressed after just one round?" At that point, the light had completely faded from my eyes. I'm such a fool. Mangekyo, haha. The thought of losing not only my 1,000 ryo, but all my secret savings as well, was crushing, and I still owed Madara quite a bit more. "Murata, if I can't pay you back, would you let me work it off?" And by that, I mean helping Madara with landscaping back at the Uchiha compound. Seriously, that's all. Sigh. Alright, let's keep going. I won't use the Mangekyo anymore. Madara let out a helpless sigh, came over, crouched behind me, and gently patted me on the back. Once Madara stopped using the Mangekyo, I found that my technique was still pretty effective. Within just 10 rounds, I managed to win a full 25,000 Ryo from him. My eyes were practically sparkling with gold. The money itself didn't matter, but the thrill of winning felt absolutely fantastic. It almost made losing my secret stash worthwhile. Madara watched my jubilant celebration with a blank expression, a hint of exasperation and fondness flickering in his eyes. He calmly pushed the wager on to the next round, betting on my win. Peace. Surely no one really thinks that even without the eternal Mangekyo, Madara can't see through my clumsy tricks, right? Honestly, how can he be so? Madara murmured softly. To him, there were no brothers, no children, no close family to confide in. There was only me, his dearest friend. More than half of the Uchiha's wealth passed through his hands as the clan leader. Madara, there's so much money, he can't even keep track, so why not spend a little to make Hashirama happy? A faint smile tugged at the corner of Madara's lips. Woo! I suddenly slammed the dice cup onto the table, the crisp sound ringing out like an Oriole song in February. Time to wash Madara clean. Madara's expression changed instantly. He heard the door to the master bedroom open next door, followed by an angry shout. Hashirama, are you still playing with those dice at this hour? You just wait. Don't even think about running away. Hashirama's excitement, which had just reached its peak, instantly plummeted to rock bottom. Damn it, he'd been too loud and woke up Mito. If he were alone, maybe Mito would just land a few punches on him. Her little fist didn't hurt much, and he could just cough up a little blood for effect, but if she saw Madara... Unfortunately, it was already too late. With hurried footsteps approaching, the door burst open with a loud bang. The next moment, Mito, her long red hair flying wildly behind her, and still in her pajamas, appeared in front of them. Yet as soon as she saw Madara, her demeanor shifted. Oh, Madara, you're here, so late to play with Hashirama. Though her tone softened a bit and her eyes narrowed into a smile, the chains behind her showed no sign of retreating. This is... Madara began, but Mito cut him off before he could finish. So sorry, but I need to have a word with Hashirama. Some family matters. Would you mind stepping outside for a bit? Mito's narrowed eyes bore down mercilessly on Hashirama, who had already retreated to a corner. While ever more chains conjured themselves behind her, Madara glanced back at Hashirama, only to find him staring desperately, eyes full of silent pleas. In short, the look said, Madara, don't go. Save me, well as Hashirama's closest friend. Of course he understood, but feeling the increasingly wild and dangerous aura from Mito, Madara quietly took a step backward. Hashirama, my friend, you're on your own now, no. Under Hashirama's despairing gaze, Madara closed the door, leaving the scene to Mito with her raging chains and Hashirama trembling in the corner. Hashirama, I'm doomed. Since this memory took place before Kurama was sealed inside Mito, Kurama had no idea Hashirama had gone through this ordeal as well. But if he knew, he'd probably be delighted. Kurama. Haha. Finally, I'm not the only one who's been tormented. Wait, hasn't he actually taken most of Hashirama's beatings over the years? Well, lucky for him, he doesn't know. Back to the present. Unable to resist Naruto's insistence, Sasuke finally gave a reluctant nod to Naruto's invitation to walk home together. Suddenly, he felt a heavy weight on his back. Turning around, he saw a head of blonde hair. Hey, idiot! Get off me, my little Sasuke, you're being awfully stubborn. Sasuke's cheeks flushed, but the next moment Naruto slid off, leaving his own bag draped over Sasuke's shoulder. Let's go, or it'll be dark soon. You idiot! The long shadows of the two boys stretched endlessly beneath the setting sun. Ah, this is truly the spirit of youth. A green-skinned Kappa passing by had originally wanted to check in on little Naruto to see how he was faring these days. But upon witnessing such a vibrant, youthful scene, he decided not to interrupt. Naruto thought to himself, I have a feeling I just narrowly avoided a disaster. That night in Naruto's home, he carried the paints and brushes his teacher had requested into the sealed space. Sensei, are you planning on painting tonight? Since Hashirama hadn't mentioned anything about playing cards, Naruto simply assumed that his teacher was bored and wanted to do some painting. Well, he was indeed a bit idle. But painting was not his true intention. No, tonight was for a gamble. Back in the day, I wasn't exactly a master at those old games. They'd existed for ages and the veterans had long since perfected their skills. But poker was different for now. Only I know how to play it, which means when it comes to poker right now, I am the champion of Konoha. No, of the entire ninja world. Ha ha ha. Little Naruto, let's put the training aside for tonight. I'm going to teach you something truly entertaining. With a mysterious air, Hashirama produced a deck of playing cards from behind his back. The cards were marked with all sorts of claw prints. It was anyone's guess how those got there. Kurama let out a low sardonic chuckle. Well, colors we go. And I'll explain the rules to you. If you want to know the real meaning of patient guidance, if you want to see a teacher's love and care, the first Hokage Hashirama Senju was about to give us a masterclass that would move even Tsunade to tears. Hashirama began to deal the cards. One for me, one for Naruto, one for Kurama, and at the end, wait, there are none left? Hashirama and Kurama stared at each other in surprise. Shouldn't 54 cards split evenly give us 18 each? Naruto's question broke the silence, bringing Hashirama and Kurama back to their senses. It seemed perhaps, maybe. He was right, Hashirama thought back. Apparently, Kurama had said there were extras. Hashirama fixed his gaze on Kurama. He'd been the one shuffling, so a little confusion was understandable. But Kurama had only lent a paw. How could he be confused too? Kurama turned away, clearly embarrassed. If his face weren't already red, it certainly would have been now. Haha, it's nothing. Kurama and I were just wondering how to start painting next, Hashirama said quickly, covering for Kurama's mistake. How considerate he was. Kurama grunted in agreement, then leapt off Naruto's head. With his 9 tails, he picked up 9 different colored brushes, gathered his cards, and went off to paint, watching Kurama's bashful retreat. Hashirama couldn't help but laugh. Oi, little Naruto, let's start. Painting, Hashirama called out. All right, I'll do my best. Naruto grabbed his brush and sat down beside Hashirama, ready to begin. Meanwhile, Hashirama continued sketching as he explained the rules of doujinshi, a popular card game, to Naruto. As everyone knew, it was 3 years ago when Hashirama first introduced Naruto to a whole host of games. Rock, paper, scissors, horse racing, bungee jumping, diving, and so on. Unbeknownst to him, Naruto had developed some rather peculiar quirks along the way. For 1 inch, he had grown quite fond of these competitive games. A pair of threes, announced Naruto, now playing the role of the landlord as he laid down his cards. On the face of the 3-inch, he'd drawn a little fox snuggled next to Naruto, with a chibi Hashirama in red armor patting Naruto's head under a towering tree. Nearby, Kurama, using his tail to hold his cards, flashed a sly, mischievous grin. Excellent, just perfect. If I play my pair of 9s and Hashirama tosses out a single, victory will be mine. Kurama, whose mind was sharper than ever, unlike those days when he'd get his calculations wrong, had already figured out that Hashirama still had a bomb in hand. And indeed, that was the case. Bomb! Hashirama shouted, catching the glint in Kurama's eyes and that wicked smile playing on his lips. So that's it. Kurama want me to feed him a card? Well, if that's what you want, then I won't be holding back. Hashirama confidently played his 4 jacks, each card bearing his own abstract sketch of him and Madara, discussing the name of the hidden leaf village during its founding days. He could practically see victory waving him onward. It hadn't been easy. Ever since he'd started drawing his own cards, he hadn't won a single hand. The magic of self-made cards, he could almost hear them calling out to him. Closing his eyes, Hashirama prepared to revel in the sweet taste of victory, when a sudden gust of wind rushed towards him. Could this be the wind of triumph? But as he opened his eyes, the next moment 9 fiery red tails swooshed and thwacked across his face. You traitor, Kurama roared, every time Hashirama was on his team. No matter how good his hand was, Kurama never won. No wonder Mito used to get so furious whenever Hashirama went to the casino back in the day. In her shoes, he'd be angry too. But in her case, she took it out on me. What happened? Weren't we about to win? Hashirama complained, bewildered. He'd bombed Naruto's pair of 3s, planned to follow up with a single 3, and Kurama would have had the perfect chance to play next. The problem was Hashirama could never keep track of the cards. Silently, Kurama picked up the scattered card from the ground, took Naruto's hand from his eager grasp, and began to inspect them. Let me see, wait a second, did I just bomb the wrong set? Oh, come on, Kurama groaned, hiding his face behind his tails. If only back in the day, instead of fighting Hashirama, we just settled things with a card game, Kurama thought with a sigh. Naruto stretched with a yawn. After such a long game, He was feeling tired. "I'm heading back to get some sleep," he announced, giving Kurama's tail a gentle pat and rubbing his cheek against it affectionately before darting out of the seal space in a flash. Kurama was speechless, now that he could only move around. Outside in such a tiny form, he ended up being tormented by those two troublemakers, especially Hashirama. It used to be just him, but somehow little Naruto had picked up all his bad habits. Unforgivable. "Hey, Hashirama." Kurama was silent for a moment before he spoke. "When can you undo the seal?" Upon hearing Kurama's question, Hashirama, who had been sprawled out on the ground feeling down, stood up again. He gently rubbed his chin in thought. Naruto's strength was about at the level where he could handle it now. As long as Kurama kept himself under control, there shouldn't be any major problems. Scenes of the past 3 years he'd spent with Kurama kept flashing through his mind. Tomorrow night, then. Let's have little Naruto do it himself. It'll be more meaningful that way. Hashirama pondered for a moment, feeling that such a milestone should be handled by Naruto. All right, Kurama nodded, and then curled up, half closing his eyes. After all, it had already been 6 years. What was one more day? But was this what it felt like to be accepted? It actually felt pretty good. His thoughts drifted further away. The words the old man had spoken when bidding farewell to the tailed beast resurfaced in Kurama's mind. The memories shifted and flickered. Sleeping, going for walks, brawling with Shikaku, sleeping again, chasing Shikaku into the desert for another fight, dozing off, being ambushed mid-nap, and turning the tables on Shikaku. Then being caught and free-ranged by Hashirama, controlled by Madara, sealed away. Until the moment 3-year-old Naruto reached out to touch him. The little fox's lips curled into a faint smile. "Is this it?" "Yes, that's the one. Now use your hand to gently peel it off little by little, and then we can happily play cards ahem." This was one night after the very first Grand Shinobi Landlords Tournament. Little Naruto had spent a wonderful day at school. For example, he'd recommended the snacks their teacher had made to Choji, petted Akamaru's fluffy head, strolled around with Hinata when she had free time, and even had a contest with Sasuke in the bathroom to see who could pee farther. School life really is vibrant and colorful. Irika, what on earth? Don't do these things during class, by the way. Irika had successfully gotten reimbursement for the training dummies from the third Hokage. However, the third also mentioned that the output of wooden products might drop significantly in the near future, and the development of the new generation of dummies would be delayed. Although that was a pity, now that the reimbursement had come through, life would go on just fine. Recently, the school had also received an extra round of funding to improve the training environment and living facilities. The main donor behind this was a certain pitiful Kage whose house had been raided and who must not be named. He was probably still at home, waiting for news from B that the 2-day deadline was up and that Lord Danzo could return at last. The chrysanthemum was sealed. "Lord Danzo, forgive me. I've already been tainted by another color." Itachi looked on with satisfaction as these root members were gradually transformed for a second time, feeling a deep sense of relief, as if all the negativity buried in his heart had finally found release. What a truly marvelous feeling. Tenzo quietly stepped back a few paces. It seemed his current temporary superior might be a little unhinged as well. The scene shifts back to the sealed space. Naruto stood atop the table supplied by Hashirama, swaying precariously as he clung to the talisman sealing the 8 trigrams. With just a bit of effort, the Ninetales, tormented by the 8 trigrams seal for so long, could finally run wild and free in the grassy field of the sealed realm. It was the echo of its lost youth. Hashirama watched the stirring scene from the side, his eyes growing misty with emotion. As expected, little Naruto was the finest disciple to forge a bond of friendship. No, a bond like family, with a tailed beast. This was truly worthy of being his student, Uzumaki Naruto. Hashirama never wished to reduce Naruto to merely the child of prophecy. Naruto was Naruto, whether called the child of destiny or the prophesied one. What mattered was never the title, but Naruto himself, as his disciple, his kin. Uzumaki Naruto. Once the seal was lifted, perhaps he could even try teaching Naruto would release. Dabbing away the tears that threatened to fall, Hashirama watched as Naruto gathered his strength, preparing to tear off the talisman. Kurama lay on its belly, feigning indifference. Besides, Hashirama's instructions on breaking the seal were really quite loud. Naruto wasn't some helpless fool who couldn't even tear off a talisman. Although Kurama appeared calm, the gentle fluttering of its 9 tails betrayed its delight. All right, here goes. Naruto gripped the talisman tightly, and just as it began to loosen, a figure in ceremonial Hokage robes appeared at Naruto's side. "Hey, 9 tails, behave yourself!" A crisp voice, tinged with a trace of anger, rang through the sealed space. A blond man grasped Naruto's wrist, and a wave of comforting warmth flowed into Naruto's heart through their touch. Hashirama, who had been recording this crucial moment on the sidelines, immediately recognized the newcomer. Golden hair, red and white ceremonial robes, and the 5 bold characters on the back. "Fourth Hokage, Yondaime, Minato Namikaze." Hashirama softly murmured his name, a look of realization flickering in his eyes. Back when he first arrived in the sealed space, Hashirama had inspected the 8 trigram seal. Near the talisman, he had discovered a cluster of chakra. At the time, he'd assumed it was simply meant to continuously patch up any weaknesses in the seal. After all, the 8 trigram seal itself maintained its strength by channeling the 9 tails chakra through sealing techniques. However, the process inevitably leaves some gaps, so practitioners usually reserve a portion of their chakra to repair the seal in case any part of it is damaged. Yet Hashirama hadn't expected that the chakra Yondaime left behind would actually carry his consciousness. Chakra can indeed store consciousness. The shadow clone technique, invented by his ever-troublesome younger brother, is based on molding chakra into a tangible form that carries a copy of the user's mind. When a shadow clone disperses, its memories and consciousness return to the original body. But for Yondaime to leave behind a chakra avatar in this way, his skill in sealing techniques must be truly remarkable. Yondaime, unlike Hashirama, who had somewhat anticipated this and felt only a flicker of surprise, Kurama was completely thrown into a frenzy. After all, it was Minato who had once used the Reaper Death Seal to split him in two. That was the closest Kurama had ever come to meeting the Sage of 6 Paths in the afterlife. Kurama had no doubt. If Yondaime had sealed all of him into the belly of the Shinigami back, then only the Sage himself could have pulled him back out. When a tailed beast dies, its soul returns to the Pure Land, and after a short slumber, it will reappear in the shinobi world. The Reaper, however, is like an external recycling bin. If you get collected there, well, all you can do is pray the Sage comes to your rescue. That's why Kurama harbored such deep-seated resentment toward the troublesome Namikaze Minato. After all, that was the closest he'd ever come to death in 1,000 years. Minato paid no mind to the enraged Kurama, his eyes fixed intently on his son. Something was off. Naruto didn't look as though he'd been corrupted by the 9 tails chakra. So why did he want to undo the seal? Could it be that the devious 9 tails had deceived him? Naruto, There's no time to ask who you are. There's no time to mourn for the late 4th Hokage. Now stepping into the spotlight is the mightiest fox in the shinobi world. Kurama, though the man before him, dressed in the 4th Hokage's ceremonial cloak, felt inexplicably familiar. Naruto's quick wits had already pieced together that this was probably his own dad, but now was not the time for a family reunion. Couldn't he see Kurama was about to explode? On one side, he had the Tsundere Big Fox who'd been his companion for 3 years. On the other, the 4th Hokage, who he'd only just met and suspected was his father. Besides, his teacher was the 1st Hokage. What was there to fear? When your teacher speaks, even little Yondaime wouldn't dare disobey. Kurama, what a loving father and filial son. Naruto moved with lightning speed, and Minato, seeing that Naruto was just a child, instinctively held back, afraid of hurting him. As a result, while Minato watched in shock and confusion, Naruto broke free from his grasp and tore off the sealing talisman that held Kurama in check. Now, all that remained was to open the seal on his own belly. Sigh. Sigh. Little Naruto leapt down from the tall table in one swift motion, giving Minato, his father, quite a scare, but Naruto was perfectly fine, not a scratch on him. Naruto remarked, "I've already gotten used to falling. After all, I've fallen from trees plenty of times before. You know what's going on here? I remember when the 9 tails was sealed. The sealing space didn't look anything like this. Now the sealing space is filled with sunlight, thanks to Hashirama's chakra, trees, Hashirama's specialty, a racetrack, Hashirama's custom work, and a plant man. Wait a minute, a plant man? Why is that person in red armor with a Leaf Village forehead protector here? And why does he look so familiar? After jumping down from the table, little Naruto ran straight toward this man. Minato's mind went completely blank for about 5 seconds, then suddenly remembered who this man was. Our Lord First Hokage. He stammered a note of uncertainty in his voice. After all, everyone in the ninja world knew the first Hokage had long since passed away. If he were still alive, no other village would have dared start a war, and that mysterious masked man would never have broken into the Leaf Village. "Hey there, Minato, right?" Hashirama greeted Minato warmly, as if meeting an old friend. "You know me," Minato asked the kunai appearing in his hand, the blade etched with a sealing inscription. "The sword of shinobi love. Ha, don't worry. It was Kurama who told me," Hashirama replied with a friendly laugh, then pointed to the cage, where Kurama was still bristling with anger. "Hey, Hashi Granny, why did you have to tell this guy my name?" Kurama shouted at Hashirama, clearly annoyed. "Oh, settle down, will you? After all, he's Naruto's father," Hashirama called back, scratching his head in mild embarrassment. "Humph." Kurama turned away with a disdainful snort, then flopped back down, curling up again. "Well then, let me explain," Hashirama offered, skipping over anything about the blue screen and instead using the Sage of Six Paths, something Kurama had accidentally let slip earlier, as the reason, and also revealing that Naruto was the child of prophecy. Oh, Minato listened stunned and wide-eyed. These were things he'd never encountered in life, only to learn about them after death. "So, are you all planning to break Kurama's seal?" Minato asked, glancing at Kurama in the cage, who returned the look with an expression that screamed, "Isn't it obvious?" "Yep, that's right." Little Naruto nodded enthusiastically beside Hashirama, lifting his t-shirt to indicate he was ready and signaling for Hashirama to help undo the seal. Please wait a moment." The sheer weight of all this information made Minato hesitate, but there was still one thing he had to confirm. Was this Hashirama really the first Hokage? After all, this matter concerned his own son, his own flesh and blood. If something went wrong after the seal was undone, wouldn't Kushina inside tear him apart with her words? "May I spar with you for a bit?" Minato asked, 5 flying thunder god kunai appearing in his hand as he spoke. "Sure, that sounds fun, but in your current state," Hashirama replied, trailing off. Minato understood that Hashirama was referring to the fact that he was only present as a chakra manifestation. "It's fine. I'm just a chakra avatar anyway. My real body is probably still in the Shinigami's belly, taking a nap with the other half of Kurama," Minato said with a gentle laugh, his clear blue eyes glancing over at the proud fox in the cage who stubbornly turned its head away. That kind of temperament really reminded him of Kushina. "Maybe I could get along well with the Ninetales. No, with Kurama. What a pity." The hateful image of that mysterious masked man flashed through his mind. Oh well, for now, it was time to confirm the identity of the first Hokage. "Naruto, step aside for a moment," Minato said to Naruto, who was standing beside Hashirama. Naruto looked at his teacher, and after receiving an encouraging nod, he trotted over to a tree at the side. As he went, he reached out a hand to Kurama. They stared at each other for 10 seconds before Kurama gave in. The hopeful look in the eyes of the child he'd helped raise was simply impossible to resist. So Kurama had no choice but to comply. A tiny Kurama squeezed out from within a cage bounced over and leapt onto Naruto's head, lazily stretching out. "Yes." Naruto then picked a few more fruits from the tree, and he and Kurama settled into a comfortable viewing mode. The scene at this moment was of little Naruto sitting by the tree, a mini Kurama sprawled atop his head, a fruit in Naruto's left hand for himself, and another in his right hand, which he used to feed Kurama not far away. Hashirama and Minato were about to begin their sparring match. "Hey, Crunch." Naruto, who do you want to win?" Kurama, impatient with Naruto's slow feeding, grabbed a fruit with his tail and started eating on his own, then asked Naruto the question. "I hope Sensei wins." Little Naruto didn't really know the difference in strength between the 2-inch, but one was his father, and the other was his teacher. Previously, Hashirama had become a family figure in Naruto's heart. If the first Hokage could be considered family, then it didn't seem like such a big deal that the fourth was his dad. The third Hokage was like a grandfather to him, after all. Yes, during these 3 years, Hiruzen had often taken Naruto to the bathhouse, treating him just like a grandfather would his grandson. The only problem was that they just didn't spend that much time together. But Hashirama had accompanied Naruto through what should have been the darkest 3 years of his life. He helped guide young Naruto, took him along to save friends, taught him taijutsu, and even found time to play with him. As for that distant father of his, all things considered, Naruto chose the teacher to win. Kurama's lips curled up into a sly smile. Tisk, tisk, tisk. Foolish Minato, your son has already become dyed in my and Hashirama's colors. Heh. Yeah, I think Hashirama will win too, Kurama said, chomping down on a piece of fruit. After all, Hashirama right now is in his prime, while Minato is just a chakra incarnation. Even if you pulled Minato's real body out of the Shinigami's belly and added my other half to him, he still wouldn't be a match for Hashirama, right? Some people might wonder, isn't death already enough of a handicap for Minato? In Sage Mode, does Minato even stand a chance against Hashirama's true several thousand hands? Back in my heyday, even I was taken down with a single hand. Reminiscing only brings tears. All right, they're about to star, Naruto said, patting little Kurama and nodding toward the two men talking in the distance. Given the chance to make the first move, Minato tossed 5 flying thunder god kunai in a wide arc. Lord First Hokage, forgive me if I offend. Even as a mere chakra form, facing the legendary god of shinobi, Minato couldn't help feeling a flicker of excitement. Hashirama smiled, thinking to himself how much this boy reminded him of his own foolish little brother. Here I come, then. A flash of golden light, and in an instant Minato's figure darted among the 5 kunai. The next second, a bright blue Rasengan was pressed right down onto Hashirama's head. Interesting, this wasn't Hashirama's first time facing a ninja skilled in space. Time techniques. His sparring matches with Tobirama had always been intense. But even so, Tobirama's Flying Thunder God / never flowed as seamlessly as Minato's second stage Flying Thunder God. Times change, after all, and the old must make way for the new. The thought that his little brother's once proud title of the fastest in the ninja world had become outdated now almost made Hashirama laugh. Humph. Every time he sparred with Tobirama, even though Tobirama could never break through his defenses, those forbidden techniques could be such a nuisance. For example, just when the fight was heating up, a shadow clone would suddenly appear behind him covered in a dozen explosive tags, and boom! His armor would be scorched, or halfway through a battle, Tobirama would suddenly use the darkness technique. Though after that one time, Hashirama misjudged his own strength and accidentally unleashed a wooden golem rampage, sending Tobirama flying. Hashirama. Honestly, I didn't mean to, I was just afraid of another sneak attack. Tobirama, lying in bed, wrapped in bandages. Facing the spiraling Rasengan that was about to crash down on him, Hashirama lightly hopped backward, lowered his center of gravity, and stomped down hard. Block. The mighty force unleashed a gust of wind that blew Minato far away. In midair, Minato regained his balance, and in the next instant reappeared at the distant location of his Flying Thunder God kunai. What incredible strength! As expected of the legendary First Hokage, known as the god of shinobi, Minato thought, recalling Hashirama's granddaughter, the so-called Big Catch Princess Tsunade of the Leaf. No wonder Jiraiya-sensei once had his ribs broken by her without warning. You're pretty fast, Yellow Flash, Hashirama bellowed with laughter, then clapped his hands together. Instantly, several towering trees burst from the ground by his side, surging straight toward Minato. Wood style. Advent of a world of trees, watered-down version. The golden figure flickered rapidly through the surging wave of trees. Even with the speed of the Flying Thunder God, Minato was still struck by the relentless branches. Note: since Minato was in a chakra form, Hashirama didn't use wood style to absorb his chakra. No, I can't hold out much longer. This wood style truly lives up to the first Hokage's fearsome reputation. Should I defend or risk it all? No. Now's the time to go. All in. Minato's form vanished amid the crashing sea of wood. The next instant, a Rasengan several times larger than before materialized behind Hashirama. Remember the Sword of Love, the special kunai Minato held at the start. He had tossed it behind Hashirama during his first attack. Super Space-Time Spiral Dance, second form, bathed in the dazzling light of the Rasengan. Minato's figure seemed to flicker and fade. The Rasengan struck Hashirama's back with tremendous force, detonating with a thunderous blast. Sensei, little Naruto cried out in alarm. His teacher had just taken a direct hit from such a massive ball of chakra. That must have hurt terribly. Don't panic if Hashirama were that easy to beat. I wouldn't have been caught so easily back in my day, drawled the little Kurama perched on Naruto's head, unhurriedly taking a bite of fruit, his eyes narrowing in amusement. Hashirama always did have some tricks up his sleeve. Hashirama, though sent flying, quickly regained his stance and looked at Minato with an approving gaze. Not bad. Becoming the 4th Hokage at his age was already quite an achievement. All right, the warm-up ends here, Hashirama said as he flexed his wrists. With style, with human technique, the ground trembled as a colossal wooden giant emerged, swinging its fist down toward Minato. Ninjutsu of this magnitude. It's hardly even ninjutsu anymore, Minato thought, awestruck by power that could rival a tailed beast like Kurama. When it comes to pure strength, hardly any human could stand against such a monstrous force. But Hashirama could. How do you like that, sensei? Pretty. Impressive, right? Michim-sensei, you're incredible. Little Naruto heard Hashirama's question and couldn't help but nod. The mighty Ninetales he used to ride was always a small version, but now, seeing such an enormous wooden giant, how could he not be excited? But wait, why could he still hear his teacher's voice from so far away? In the distance, Hashirama stood atop the wooden giant head, lowering his center of gravity as he controlled the colossal figure to pound at the flashes of golden light below, whack-a-mole style. Following the sound, Naruto looked up, and to his surprise found Hashirama lying in a tree, munching on fruit. Huh? Teacher, why are you here? Naruto was astonished. Hadn't his teacher over there just been sent flying by his unfamiliar father's energy sphere? Clearly, that other figure couldn't have been a clone, just a clumsy with-style clone. Any normal-tailed beast could sense the difference. Kurama lifted his head and glanced at the fruit-eating Hashirama in the tree. Still, holding out so long against Hashirama's wooden clone is already impressive for the one carrying the little sister, with the heavy fists of the wooden giant crashing down. Minato's speed visibly slowed. Had he run out of chakra? The golden flash ceased its flickering, and as the massive fist drew near, Minato turned to gaze at his son. In his eyes, Naruto lay with his head resting on the small Kurama, eating fruit as he watched the battle unfold. Their 2 pairs of bright blue eyes met. So it's come to this. I'll be counting on you from here, first Hokage. And Kurama. In Naruto's vision, his father's figure grew dim, the final glimmer of golden light fading away. As Hashirama's wooden fist descended, Minato smiled at him. Gentle and warm, full of care. Teacher, Naruto shouted, and at the sound of his voice, the giant wooden figure halted its punch. Let's go, Hashirama said, scooping Naruto up, and in just a few breaths bringing him before Minato. Now Minato's chakra was nearly gone. Naruto. Minato looked at his son's face, reaching out as if to touch him. But his hand passed right through, his body now almost entirely insubstantial. Dad. Dad. Naruto tried to grasp him, but his hand slipped through empty air. I'm sorry. I never thought I wouldn't even have time to wait for Kushina, Minato said softly. Naruto, your father wasn't a good dad, but it's all right. It's all right, because you have the first Hokage. No, you have Hashirama and Kurama by your side. A single tear slid from Minato's now fading eyes. Teacher, can you save my dad? Naruto tugged urgently at Hashirama's hand, pleading for help, but it was useless. There was nothing more to be done. Minato could no longer speak, but the smile and regret in his eyes spoke volumes. Was this really the end? The reason chakra can withstand a spiritual imprint is because chakra is a product of oneself. Another person's chakra will continuously erode his spiritual imprint, unless Hashirama's hand touched the slowly fading Hokage cloak on Minato's dissolving figure. In the next instant, a surge of vibrant and gentle chakra flowed into Minato's dissipating body, bathed in a soft green light. Minato's form became solid once more. Minato looked at Hashirama in astonishment. Such power was unheard of. If one could survive indefinitely in the sealed space with only a spiritual imprint, then wouldn't death lose all meaning? But Hashirama's method had shattered that limitation. No need to be so surprised. Hashirama scratched his head with a sheepish smile. His chakra possessed extraordinary tolerance, but it required his conscious control. Back when Tobirama was researching the feasibility of spiritual imprints before delving into the reanimation jutsu, he had enlisted Hashirama's help. That was when they discovered the unique properties of Hashirama's chakra. However, since only Hashirama had this ability, and his intention was to protect Konoha in the future, the research was abandoned by Tobarama, who left the records in Konoha's archives. Later, by a series of coincidences, someone who happened to sneak from Jiraiya's house into the Hokage building happened upon the archives and stumbled across the research. A certain snake, combined with Orochimaru's own experiments, this eventually evolved into the cursed seal, but looking at it now, even though Tobarama's research stopped, Hashirama himself was right here, and well, spending a little effort to infuse Minato with chakra was hardly a big deal. Hashirama. It's nothing at all. Naruto gleefully threw his arms around Hashirama's waist, grinning ear to ear. As expected, Sensei really could do anything. Kurama turned his head away with a huff, pretending not to care, though he still wasn't fond of that eternal girly guy. After all, Minato was Naruto's father. It was just a minor annoyance. Minato took a moment to sense his new state, and a brilliant smile spread across his face. At the very least, he could spend the next 4 or 5 years with his son, and of course with Kushina as well. First Hokage? Hey, just call me Hashirama, he replied warmly. They were all elders to Naruto. He never cared much for those formalities. If you really trace the generations, Naruto was technically his disciple on the same level as Hiruzen, who in turn was Minato's teacher's teacher. What a mess that would be. So Uncle Hashirama, after you undo the seal, After telling Hashirama about Kushina's existence, he nodded and said it was nothing. Just wait and watch him work. All right, let's get started. Blue chakra flared from Minato's 5 fingers, and in the next instant, he pressed his hand against Naruto's stomach. There was a series of crisp clicks as the 8 trigram seal slowly began to unravel. Throughout this process, Kurama carefully drew in his own chakra, making sure that nothing seemed to miss from the outside. At last, is my time finally here? Kurama thought. In the past, only fragments of his chakra, carrying a sliver of his consciousness, had managed to escape, but never his true self. Worse yet, when sealed, he couldn't form a true link with Naruto, which sometimes caused his chakra to disrupt Naruto's condition. Still, as Naruto's body grew more like Hashirama's such, disruptions mattered less and less. What should I do first once I'm out? Should I feast on a few fruits, race across the open fields, or maybe find someone for a game of cards? Decisions. It's so hard to choose. I guess I'll... Kurama! An exceptionally loud female voice rang out within the 8 trigram seal. The next moment, a woman with vivid crimson hair appeared at the scene. Dozens of adamant chains shot straight toward Kurama, who was sprawled on the ground, daydreaming about his newfound freedom. What do humans always have to set up so many contingencies? First Minato, now Kushina. Am I really that important? Kurama was speechless, and the oncoming chains felt decidedly unpleasant. Damn it, that all-too-familiar sensation washed over him. The feeling of being bound and restrained. Yet again, Kushina! Minato's voice echoed, and as soon as he touched the chains binding Kurama, they halted midair. Kushina's bright red hair danced in the breeze, and a face that Naruto found deeply comforting came into view. Minato! And who else is here? Wait, is that Grandpa Hashirama? Clearly, Kushina was more than a little confused. Why was Minato still here, and why did it look like he was the one unsealing everything? And why was Naruto still so young? She had left behind her chakra and spirit to help Naruto wrest control of Kurama's chakra later in life. Hey Kushina, maybe you should calm down for a second, Minato suggested gently, but in the very next moment, the chains clamped tightly around Kurama. Ow, what are you doing? Kurama howled in protest. Ninetales, you've even learned to cast illusions now. Kushina declared, convinced this had to be a trick. Otherwise, how could Hashirama possibly appear here? She'd only ever recognized him from photos at Granny Mito's place. Clearly, this was a shoddy illusion conjured up by the fox. Ridiculous. If not for the presence of Grandpa Hashirama, she might have actually fallen for it. Minato covered his face with his hand, then tossed a flying thunder god kunai and instantly teleported to Kushina's side. Kushina stared at Minato, who had just teleported to her side. Wait a minute. Was the Ninetales Genjutsu really this impressive? It's me. You know, Minato's familiar smile appeared right before Kushina's eyes. Kushina couldn't help but let out a shy little cry as Minato pulled her into his arms and brought her back to where Naruto was waiting. However, the chains binding Kurama still hadn't disappeared. Kurama let out a long, plaintive howl. Wait. You're not a Genjutsu? Kushina looked up at Minato's profile as he held her, and asked. Of course not, Minato began explaining. Hashirama's presence to Kushina. Exactly. Hashirama nodded in satisfaction. clearly pleased with his own rising status. Kushina felt her head spinning. Truly, death brings the strangest sights. Hold on, did you just call Grandpa Hashirama uncle? Amid all the confusion, Kushina zeroed in on this particular detail. Oh. A sense of impending doom washed over Minato. The next instant, Kushina's fist landed squarely on his face. Ow. Minato let out a yelp that perfectly matched Kurama's earlier cry. After Kushina climbed down from Minato's embrace, she greeted Grandpa Hashirama politely, then made a beeline for her beloved son. My darling Naruto. Kushina swept Naruto into a fierce hug, hardly believing she'd been given another chance to be with him as he grew up. Come on, Mom, don't get all mushy on me now. Naruto's eyes were a little red, but he'd been through a lot. He was a man now. Naruto, just enjoy this moment. Hashirama ruffled Naruto's hair, then stepped aside to let Minato take his place. He felt like he was forgetting something. Hashirama stroked his chin thoughtfully. Oh, Kurama! Kurama let out a long, dramatic groan, as if to say, this is the end for me. Mom, maybe it's time to let Kurama go. Naruto pointed to where Kurama was still struggling in vain against the chains. Kurama looked utterly forlorn, as if thinking, finally someone remembered me. Hashirama gave himself a little smack on the head. Oh, right, he'd totally forgotten about Kurama. Ah, oops, got it, Kushina said, ruffling Naruto's hair, then withdrew the chains back in her body. Kurama, thank you for looking after Naruto all this time. Kurama shot Kushina a resentful look and turned away in a huff. Don't be mad. Kurama. Naruto dashed over, climbed right onto Kurama's tail, and scrambled up onto his back. Come on, let's go horse racing. Wait, wasn't I always the one doing the riding before? But at least I was the rider, not the horse. Now you're just sitting right on top of me. How is this fair? How is this normal? No way. Kurama lifted his head, turning down Naruto's suggestion, though he himself was longing to run wild beneath the setting sun. Oh, come on. Let's go for a run. Kurama is the strongest of all the tailed beasts. You be the fastest in the whole ninja world, no doubt about it. Just take me with you, please. Humph. As long as you understand, strongest tailed beast, fastest in the ninja world, none of that really mattered to me. I just wanted to stretch my legs and run freely across the grass after being cooped up for so long. A few wisps of chakra coiled around Naruto, turning into a makeshift harness and seat, securing him safely in place. Then with Naruto on his back, Kurama headed for the racetrack. Hashirama had prepared earlier, a clear trace of a grin curling at the corner of his mouth. Watching this unfold, Minato and Kushina were utterly astonished. Was this truly the same Ninetales that once unleashed such destruction and laid waste to half of Konoha? Don't let it bother you, Hashirama said, giving each of them a reassuring pat on the shoulder. After all, Naruto is family to us. With a warm smile, Hashirama beckoned them both, and with an air of secrecy, led them into a wooden cabin. Under their curious gazes, he produced a rather mysterious deck of playing cards. Come on, let's play a round, he declared. Hashirama thought to himself, sure, I might not stand a chance against Kurama and Naruto, but against Minato and Kushina, these two newbies, surely victory is mine. Without delay, he tossed the rulebook to them and eagerly began to deal the cards. Tonight's winner will definitely be me, Hashirama. Minato chuckled helplessly, then took a seat beside Kushina. Yes, this kind of peaceful, everyday moment was truly precious. Back in the Root Division's office, Itachi sat with his arms crossed, perfectly composed in his chair. Beside him, Tenzo was busily crafting wooden kunai as he listened. So have you clarified the next mission? Itachi asked. Oh yes, it's done, Tenzo replied, snapping out of his focus. Having returned to Root, Tenzo had resumed his old code name. And ninja efficiency was always high, especially with a wood-style user like Tenzo on their side. Not to mention he was a local. Excellent. Now next, Itachi said, and then without warning reached up and removed his left eye. What are you doing? Tenzo was at a total loss. Hold on a moment, Itachi replied, uncharacteristically silent for a moment as he reinserted his left eye, only to then remove his right. Put my right eye in place of yours. Wait, doesn't that hurt? Despite all his rigorous root training, Tenzo couldn't help but flinch at the thought of removing an eyeball. Our next move is to eliminate all the extremists within the clan, Itachi continued. And you as our main force can't afford to be vulnerable to Genjutsu. If your resistance is too low and you're controlled, things could go very wrong. Having resolved to shoulder all the darkness himself, Itachi prepared to purge the clan of those beyond redemption. The temporary reinforcements borrowed from the Umbu have all been assigned to their posts, and his father has already been notified as well. Itachi has no intention of involving his father in this all the darkness he would bear alone. After all, he is now the leader of Root, the new shadow of Konoha. The only downside is that he might no longer have time to spend with Sasuke. Though his mind was filled with many thoughts, Itachi handed his right eye directly to Tenzo. Then, he summoned 2 experimental jars, one of which contained a Sharingan with 3 tomo. That was Shirsue's right eye. He placed Shirsue's eye into his own socket. As his chakra swiftly connected the optic nerves, Shirsue's eye soon became fully integrated. An extraordinary feat. Tenzo couldn't help but admire Itachi, thinking to himself that Itachi truly lived up to his title as the new head of Root. He was even ruthless with himself. Well, all right then, Tenzo muttered, gritting his teeth against the pain. He scooped out his own right eye and placed it in the other jar Itachi had summoned. Then he inserted Itachi's eye into the empty socket. A sharp hiss of pain escaped him. He truly couldn't understand how Itachi managed to remove his own eye without so much as a sound. Itachi's reply: plug and play. You'll get used to it. As the power of Itachi's right eye began to course through him, a strange sensation flooded Tenzo's mind. If the force within Itachi's right eye was like an icy chill, then Tenzo's own chakra was as warm as a gentle spring. As his chakra continued to flow, it gradually warmed the transplanted eye. His field of vision was now peculiarly altered. His left eye saw as usual, while his right eye's vision was on a whole other level. With the optic nerves now linked, Tenzo's newly acquired right eye underwent a transformation. First a single tomo, then 2, then 3, until finally the Mangekyo Sharingan appeared. A new power surged from the eye into Tenzo's mind. Amaterasu, is it? Tenzo whispered softly. Amaterasu paired with Tenzo, a surprisingly fitting combination. Meanwhile, Itachi was quietly feeling the power of his late friend's eye. Because it belonged to his closest companion, there was hardly any rejection. It felt as though it were his own. The fleeting power of Kotoa Mitsukami also seeped into Itachi's consciousness. Shursui, I will fulfill the dream we shared, Itachi murmured in his heart. Let's go. Time to get acquainted with our new abilities, he said, patting Tenzo on the shoulder as he led him toward the holding cells for former Root members, the prisoners along with B and the others, cried out desperately, stay away from us. Tenzo rubbed his new eye, still not quite used to it, but he followed along anyway. Let us observe a moment of silence, 2.5 seconds, for Lord Danzo's former subordinates. The night wore on, filled with anguished screams. As dawn approached, Itachi rubbed his eyes and left Root headquarters. I'm going to take my little brother to school, he answered when Tenzo asked where he was headed. Tisk, the leader of the Little Brother Protection Squad. Huh. Watching Itachi's departing figure, Tianzong found it hard to reconcile this gentle, caring older brother with the new, mysterious shadow of Konoha he'd seen last night. But after tonight, it'll probably be difficult for him to meet his brother openly again, won't it? Tianzong rubbed his eyes, letting out a weary sigh. Wait, actually, there was still one way. If they acted swiftly and cleanly enough so no one would notice, the problem could be resolved. But then again, wouldn't that just be another form of self-deception? Naruto, get up already. If you don't, you'll be late, Minato's voice echoed in Naruto's mind. Last night, Naruto and Kurama had a fantastic time playing together. Naruto experienced the thrill of racing at breakneck speed, while Kurama remembered the joy of running beneath the setting sun. Because of that, both Boy and Fox ended up sleeping way too late. Meanwhile, Hashirama had spent the evening playing cards with Minato and Kushina. At first, Hashirama, familiar with the rules, easily swept the two of them off the table. But as the game went on, Minato started catching up, his skills improving rapidly. Soon it turned into a team battle. Kushina and Hashirama versus Minato. They played so long that Kushina and Hashirama eventually dozed off mid-game, leaving Minato to take care of both the elder and the youngster, Minato. After all that running around, dawn was already breaking. So today the wake-up duty fell squarely on his shoulders. Giddy up, Kurama. Let's go. Naruto mumbled dreamily, rolling over in bed, still half lost in his dreams. Minato's forehead twitched in exasperation. Naruto. This time, Naruto snapped fully awake, springing up from bed with the energy of a startled fish. Time for school. Minato called out helplessly. Just great in this. household, he was the only one acting like an adult now. Hashirama, Kushinakoma. Oh, Naruto yawned, shaking his head as he shuffled over to the mirror to wash up. Imitating Sasuke's older brother, he tied his hair back with a string, packed his things, grabbed a piece of bread in his mouth, and dashed out the door. Ah, Sasuke. Perfect timing. He ran into him again. Sasuke pressed a hand to his forehead. How did he always bump into Naruto like this? There could only be one explanation. The truth was both of them had chosen the exact same time to leave, out of mutual, unspoken understanding. How comical. Sasuke tugged at Itachi's sleeve. Oh, even. Itachi-san is here. He hadn't seen Itachi coming to walk Sasuke to school these past few days, so this was a surprise. Yes, little Naruto, it's been a while, Itachi replied. It hasn't been that long. Just 3 or 4 days, Naruto said, counting on his fingers. Itachi paused for a moment. 3 or 4 days, was it? He smiled gently, then waved for Naruto to walk with him to school. Sasuke raised his chin and huffed, only to be rewarded with one of Itachi's infamous head pats. Hey, San, you messed up my hair. Sasuke protested, cheeks flushed. The effect was remarkable. That must be the child from the Uchiha family. He's grown so much, Minato remarked with a touch of nostalgia. Back then, Kushina and Mikoto had been the best of friends, and his own relationship with Fugaku had also been quite good. He'd met Itachi a few times. And this Sasuke must be Fugaku's second son. Kushina had even joked with Mikoto about arranging a betrothal if their children turned out to be a boy and a girl, but that dream vanished with the appearance of the mysterious masked man. Ah, what a story. One that hides tears behind a proud facade. Shaking off these memories, Minato watched as Naruto and Sasuke walked into the school together. See you, Nisan. By Itachi. The two little ones waved their arms energetically, bidding farewell to Itachi. Itachi waved back, a gentle smile on his face, but as he watched them disappear into the school, his smile faded. Suddenly, a man wearing a fox mask dropped down from the tree. Are those your little brothers? They're adorable, Tenzo teased. Itachi nodded, a hint of fondness flickering in his eyes. Let's go, he said softly, and together he and Tenzo headed back to the root base. Unlike Danzo, Itachi had more on his mind than just currying favor with the third Hokage. There were plenty of secrets hidden within Root. After all, a fleeting crimson glimmer flashed in his eyes. The weasel moves out. Mission underway, inside the classroom. The two little ones set down their bags and took their seats. Hey, Naruto, came an eager shout. From behind, a hungry wolf calling out for food. Okay, coming, Naruto replied, cheerful as ever. He pulled 6 fruits from his bag, handing 3 to Shikamaru Choji and Kiba. The remaining 3 he split with his own squad, Konoha's famed F4. But don't underestimate these little fruits. They were created by none other than the reincarnation of Ajura himself, the founder of Konoha, the first Hokage Hashirama Senju. According to Hashirama, even a legendary shinobi of the Warring States, Madara Uchiha, the so-called Dance King of Konoha, couldn't praise them enough. Hashirama. Well, Madara's not around, so I can say whatever I want, right? Even if he never said it as his best friend, I could tell by the look of amazement on his face how much he loved my fruit. Madara. The taste really isn't bad. Much better than his cooking anyway. Maybe I'll just give the rest of my food to that troublesome white-haired guy later, Tobirama. Hinata. Have some fruit. Naruto called out, yes. 1 fruit a day, and good health will stay away from sickness. Is that child Hayashi's daughter? Minato rubbed his chin, speculating Hinata shyly. Took the fruit from Naruto's hand and began to eat. Her cheeks aglow with happiness, yea. I touched Naruto's hand. Sasuke, with a look of mild disdain, reached out and took his fruit for Naruto. Hey, Sasuke, do you know what your brother Itachi has been up to lately? He seems a bit off, Naruto asked, fishing for information. I don't know. Sasuke let out a sigh. Lately, his older brother was always out on missions, and he hadn't seen him for a long time. Well, I see. Naruto scratched his head. There was nothing he could do, even Sasuke didn't know, so how could Naruto possibly know? Hey, Sakura, look. Sasuke's hair looks so cool today. Ino had noticed that Sasuke's hair was even smoother and more well-groomed than usual. That was Itachi's handiwork. It really does. The corners of Sasuke's mouth turn up ever so slightly. Nothing could beat his brother's skills. The school bell chimed brightly, and Irika walked into the classroom right on time. There was still a faint blush on his face. Yes, he was definitely feeling a bit shy. Outside the window, teacher Shizuko was hurrying back to her own classroom next door. Oh my, are you Ka-san say? Ino called out boldly, ever the fearless one. Irika cleared his throat. All right, everyone settle down. We have a special activity today. Indeed, Irika looked rather embarrassed by Ino's teasing, flustered like a bashful young man. He tapped the desk to quiet the excited girls in the class. Today, we're heading to the hills. Behind the village for a wilderness survival exercise. Wait us? A few little kids pointed at themselves. 6-year-olds going out to survive in the wild. Did the teachers think they were all as tough as Naruto, Hinata, and Sasuke? Choji in particular turned pale. Wilderness survival. Didn't that mean there wouldn't be any snacks? Disaster. Well, technically it's supposed to be a survival exercise, but the teachers will be with you the whole time, and we'll be bringing some supplies too, Irika explained. Students in previous years actually had a lot of fun, but you all better be on your best behavior, all right? Today we're going together with other classes, and their teachers will be there too. Aw. Irika's little scheme was clear to anyone paying attention. The hills behind the village. Such a mysterious place. Countless amazing ninjutsu techniques were invented there, and plenty of unexpected things had happened as well. In certain circles, the hills were even rumored to grant miraculous powers. But for Naruto, a little wilderness adventure in the hills was nothing at all. After all, he'd been bringing Sasuke and Hinata up there to play since 2 or 3 years ago. Their activities included, but were not limited to, blowing up fish, chasing bears, building secret bases, roasting meat, and even setting the forest on fire. The third Hokage took their antics in stride, but still they set the woods on fire when they were only 4. That day, Naruto and Sasuke were severely scolded by the third Hokage Itachi and the others, and strictly forbidden from ever using fire-style jutsu in the forest again. Naruto grumbled, "Sasuke, this is your fault. Why do you have to show off with your fire jutsu?" Sasuke retorted, "You're the one who wanted to roast wild boar. Besides, you're the one who accidentally lit the flames. Catch the trees." Meanwhile, Hinata, who had been quietly sitting by the side enjoying the barbecue, was taken home by Hayashi Huga after the commotion ended. Hayashi Huga thought to himself, "Why should my well-behaved young lady be dragged into trouble caused by a blonde troublemaker and a red-eyed mischief maker?" Hinata lowered her head shyly. Is it possible, perhaps, that Naruto and Sasuke went to the trouble of building a fire and roasting a wild boar mainly because they wanted Hinata to enjoy it? Later on, Hinata also explained to the elders that it was actually her hearty appetite that led to the incident. Even so, Naruto and Sasuke, as the main perpetrators of the fiery spectacle, could not escape a stern lecture. Speaking of which, today's wilderness survival spot turned out to be quite a fateful place. Especially for Sasuke. When he saw the familiar stream, old memories began to surface in his mind. Winter sunlight, a flowing creek, blue elephant print underwear, and that unforgettable fish. That fish was truly a legend among its kind, far surpassing the others, in its desperate struggle with Uchiha Sasuke, the reincarnation of Indra. The battle was fierce and evenly matched, but in the end, due to the unfavorable terrain, being scooped up onto the bank, the fish met its end filled with regret. So when Sasuke set eyes on this familiar land and stream once again, a trace of nostalgia flickered across his face. After all, this was the very place where he first triumphed over an adversary who dared challenge Uchiha pride. Granted, the opponent was a fish, but even a fish is a life, worthy of remembrance. Wow, Sasuke looks so dreamy when he's lost in thought. One of the girls commented from within the group, "He seems so mysterious. Do you think if I brought him a bottle of milk he'd share his story with me?" Another girl, already smitten, covered her face in embarrassment. "No way. Don't disturb Sasuke's mood right now." Ino called out from behind Sakura. Seizing her chance while the others were distracted, Ino slipped over to Sasuke's side with a bottle of milk she'd secretly brought along. Ino, is something the matter?" Sasuke's impression of Ino, whose hair was similar in color to Naruto's, was actually quite favorable, especially since during lunch she'd shown remarkable bravery. Uchiha Sasuke had a deep respect for courageous and stubborn people, while Sasuke, "I wanted to thank you for shielding me and Sakura from that flying kunai earlier. So I brought you a bottle of milk as a token of my gratitude." Ino knew that if she acted like the other scatterbrain girls, simply asking for Sasuke's story or handing him milk for no reason, he would surely refuse, but presenting it as a thank you gift gave him a reason to accept. As long as Sasuke took the milk with her way with words, steering the conversation would be a breeze. "Ha, silly Sakura. I've already left you in the dust," I see Sasuke said thoughtfully, and accepted the milk. After all, it's a thank you gift from someone else. There's no need to make things complicated just because of past favors or anything like that. It's easier to just accept it outright. And besides, I can always give it to Naruto to drink later. Sasuke can... You seem pretty familiar with this place. Have you been here before? Ino seized the moment, her plan unfolding perfectly the moment Sasuke accepted the milk she offered. Yeah. I've come here a few times with Naruto. A few things happened here too, Sasuke replied offhandedly. Oh, I didn't expect that you and Naruto had been here before. Ino's clever mind worked quickly, and after saying her goodbyes to Sasuke, she hurried back to Sakura's side. At that moment, Sakura fixed Ino with a look, head tilted, eyes narrowed, like a little piglet sizing you up. Determined and unamused. Hey, you rotten, stubborn pig. How could you trick us and then sneak off to steal a march on your own? Oh my, I'm so sorry, really. Ino stuck out her tongue. But even when she was huffing and puffing, Sakura-chan was still adorable. Why did Ino come back so quickly? The reason was simple. Sasuke had already let slip part of the story, and if she pressed him further, it might just lower Sasuke's opinion of her. Sasuke thought, what, do you want a tutorial on how to wrestle with fish too? No, you wouldn't even qualify? And that was the truth. If Ino pushed the issue, Sasuke would have simply walked away. After all, even though that battle with the fish was exhilarating, it was still kind of embarrassing to talk about, especially now that he was over 6 years old and starting to feel a bit of shame. At least now he no longer wore those blue elephant print underpants. Now he wore black elephant print underpants. Sasuke mused, what, isn't black mature enough? Both my brother and Naruto say I'm more grown up now. Meanwhile, Naruto and Hinata were standing in front of Iruka-sensei. If you two ever run out of food, you can always come to me and sneak a little extra, Iruka said, looking down at his two students, who hung their heads and put on their best pitiful expressions. He couldn't help but sigh. He remembered taking these three to the ramen shop before. Just these two alone had nearly emptied his wallet. Now that they were out in the wild, he couldn't be sure they'd be able to gather enough food for themselves. Even though they were both tough as can be, that didn't guarantee they'd survive well in the wild. Naruto and Hinata exchanged glances. Naruto grinned, hey, I've got an idea. How about we go hunt some wild boars? Hinata nodded enthusiastically. Wild boars, they're tasty, there's plenty of them. And we'll be half full at least. Iruka watched the two exasperated and rubbed his forehead before sending them back to join their team. Still as caring as ever, aren't you, Iruka-sensei? Teacher Shizuko walked over, her voice teasing as it reached Iruka's ears. Iruka chuckled helplessly. Well, I can't help it. With those two, their appetites are, let's just say, a bit much. Iruka shrugged helplessly and replied to Miss Shizuko, I see. How about we set up camp here in a bit? Shizuko covered her mouth as she smiled, then pointed to a flat area beside the stream. That works, but what about Mr. Mizuki and his class? Iruka nodded in agreement, but then remembered the class Mizuki was leading. No worries, they got a flat patch across the stream too, Shizuko said as she nudged Iruka and led him off to set up a temporary shelter. Mizuki, watching from the other side, fumed silently. Just you wait. I'll glare daggers at you, two lovebird from across the river. Naruto, can I ask you something? Ino walked up beside Naruto and poked him gently in the back. Huh, what is it? Naruto asked, curiosity lighting up his face. Well, when you and Sasuke used to come here, did anything really memorable ever happen? Memorable? Naruto scratched his chin, lost in thought. If he had to pick the most unforgettable moment, it would have to be the very first time he and Sasuke came here together. He remembered. They caught a huge fish. Well, we just came here to have a few picnics, that's all. Naruto laughed nervously, deciding to keep Sasuke's big secret safe. Oh, I see. I just thought, seeing how nostalgic Sasuke looked, that something major must have happened here. Ino said, spreading her hands in disappointment. Oh well, time to go back and tease Sakura some more. Naruto wiped the cold sweat from his brow. He'd almost let the secret slip. Something memorable. Huh. Let me think, Hashirama mused within the sealed space, pulling Kurama into the memory search too. Sasuke? Oh, that's right. I remember back when they first became brothers, Naruto brought Sasuke here to catch fish. Sasuke ended up wrestling with a fish for ages. Hashirama smacked his palm with sudden realization. Minato struggled to stifle a laugh, covering his mouth. Who would have thought the usually cool Sasuke had such a story? Guess that's Fugaku's son for you, Fugaku. Was that really necessary? Kushina, on the other hand, burst out laughing without a care. If only I could get out of here and share this with Mikoto. Fighting with a fish. Oh, that's priceless, Minato chuckled. gently patting Kushina's back as he poured her a cup of water. Inside this sealed space, things can be formed from chakra, and Naruto can also bring some real items in from outside. Naruto, sorry Sasuke, now it's not just 3 people who know about this anymore. As Naruto was drowning in guilt, Hinata reached up and poked his cheek. Naruto-kun. So what actually happened? Hinata gazed at Naruto with wide, curious eyes, her little head practically brimming with question marks. 3 minutes later, Naruto and a slightly flushed Hinata walked back to Sasuke's side. Sasuke thought to himself, why does Hinata seem to be looking at me strangely? Naruto scratched his head, murmured, I have no idea. Anyway, Hinata's one of us, so it's fine to talk in front of her. She never spread it around. All right, let's go gather some building materials, Sasuke said, pointing toward the forest. Oh, and about that milk someone just delivered. Do you want it? Sasuke casually handed the milk he'd just received to Naruto. Ah, thanks a lot. Naruto accepted it without hesitation and gulped it down noisily. Sasuke could only watch, a faint vein throbbing on his forehead. This guy really doesn't hold back, He thought, a bit speechless, with Hinata leading the way. Her Byakugan activated, the 3 of them set off into the forest to start searching for supplies. That tree over there is just the right size, Hinata said, raising her small hand to point at a tree. In the next instant, a golden blur streaked past. A dull thud echoed at the base of the tree. With a heavy crash, the tree slowly toppled to the ground. Naruto shook his hand, which was marked with a few light scratches. Within 2 seconds, they faded away completely. Then he hoisted the entire tree onto his shoulder and dashed off, leaving Sasuke staring after him as if he were witnessing some kind of monster. Along the way, Naruto couldn't help but knock over a few more trees. A minute later, Naruto returned. Half a minute after that, he was off again. Sasuke sighed inwardly. I feel like I'm becoming invisible here, Hinata smiled. Don't worry, I'm just here playing navigator. Once they'd gathered enough supplies, the next problem for the little trio was food. On this point, Naruto and Sasuke both shoved their hands into their pockets, brimming with confidence. It was almost funny. After all, the 2 of them had been praised by the 3rd Hokage as wilderness survival masters. Hunting game, child's play. There are 2 wild boars over there. Hinata, acting as their navigator, began to guide the pair. Deep in the forest, a pair of wild boar brothers were living the good life, eating, sleeping, getting some exercise, and occasionally looking for a lone chrysanthemum to nudge with their snouts. Older boar, my dear brother, should we go fishing today or wait around for a stray hairless monkey? Younger boar, big bro, I studied the stars last night, and I have a feeling that things are going to heat up this afternoon. Maybe we should lie in wait? The 2 boars exchanged a look full of cunning, snorting softly to each other. Are those the 2? Came a cool, indifferent voice drifting into the ears of the plotting boars. Hairless monkeys. The older boar spun around first and saw a boy in a white t-shirt and blue shorts standing atop a tree, a kunai in his hand, eyes fixed on his younger brother's rear. Where did this kid come from? The older boar snorted, dismissively, choosing to ignore Sasuke's presence. Naruto couldn't help but chuckle. Sasuke, looks like they're not taking you seriously. Naruto suddenly appeared by Sasuke's side, while Hinata landed lightly in a tree. Her Byakugan activated. It's just a brainless wild boar. How could it possibly understand the might of the Uchiha? Sasuke turned his head away, clearly unimpressed by the boar's reaction. Well, I wouldn't be so sure about that, Naruto replied, letting his chakra flow unchecked. Instantly, both boars shuddered. With a panicked squeal, the larger boar wheeled around and bolted into the forest. This was a presence that only a top-tier predator could possess. Sasuke's lips twitched in irritation. Damn it, even the boars had no respect for him. Come on, we'd better give chase. Otherwise, there won't be any lunch today. Naruto shrugged, a little surprised at how terrifying Kurama's aura was to these animals. Still, no worries. One had escaped, but there was another left. The second boar was a beat slower and failed to follow its brother's lead. Seeing this, Sasuke's eyes flashed red as he activated his Sharingan. Scarlet light gleamed in his gaze as he dashed forward, kunai in hand, and charged at the second boar. With a pained howl, the boar reared up as Sasuke leapt onto its back, driving the kunai deep into its side. The animal bucked wildly, desperate to throw off its human attacker. Sasuke sneered, twisting his body to leap down while drawing the kunai along the boar's flesh in one smooth motion. Pathetic, he yanked the kunai free just as he landed out of reach. The contrast was stark. The frenzied, suffering boar and Sasuke, utterly at ease. Sasuke, satisfying, "Hey Hinata-chan, yes, Naruto-kun, I've got an idea. Sasuke looks so cool. Why don't we give him a nickname? How about the Boar Slayer?" Hinata couldn't help but stifle a giggle, nodding as she trembled with laughter. Just then Sasuke, still toying with the boar, felt a sudden chill. He glanced over, catching the odd look that blonde knucklehead was giving him. Judging by Hinata's reaction, Naruto was definitely up to something again. With a final mournful cry, the second boar succumbed to Sasuke's furious assault and fell. Still, the first boar, "Wait for me, brother. I'll avenge you." The author is tempted to have Karen join the group for this adventure. With the spices they brought along, the wild boar meat lost its usual gamey odor. Fat sizzled and danced over the flames, releasing a mouth-watering aroma. "It still doesn't taste as good as Aunt Aoi's cooking," Naruto said, taking a bite and grumbling. Sasuke's brow twitched with exasperation. Did this blonde idiot even realize the difference? Aunt Aoi used premium beef, seasoned with Nara clan spices, and cooked by a master chef. And here they were, making do with what they had in the wild. Ours is a wild boar that ran freely through the wilderness, seasoned with mysterious spices you pulled out from who knows where, and prepared by the hands of a 6-year-old child. Just think about it. There's no way it could compare, right? In fact, if you look across the whole grade, Naruto's team stands out like a cliff among hills. The gap in skill is that wide. They had a wooden shelter for shade, a fire already burning, a big pile of dry firewood, and of course that enormous wild boar. "Are you serious? You guys really took down this boar?" Kiba rubbed his eyes in disbelief, staring at the roasting body of the pig as it sizzled over the fire. His voice trembled. Naruto wiped the grease from his lips with some water and nodded. "It was Sasuke who did it. When it comes to wild boar takedowns, I, Naruto, have to call Sasuke the MMPH. Before Naruto could finish, Sasuke clamped a hand over his mouth and stuffed a piece of roasted meat in instead. "If you don't have anything else, you should go look for your own prey," Sasuke said, waving Kiba off. "You're welcome to use our fire if you need it." After a moment's thought, Sasuke realized his words might have sounded a bit cold, so he added seriously, "Help yourself." Kiba glanced at Naruto, whose mouth was now full, and at Sasuke, whose face twisted into an odd smile. He silently took a step back. "Right? Then I'll go handle my food first." Thanks to the nearby creek, spring brought plenty of fish. Most teams opted to catch fish before trying their luck in the forest. Maybe they'd find some fruit, or if fortune smiled, wild treats like rabbits or bird eggs. But one group had a mishap. A wild boar made off with the teammates behind, and now that poor kid was still laid up with Sensei Mizuki. "Mizuki, listen to me. Thank you for bringing the chrysanthemum." That's right, the hit-and-run boar was none other than Piggy 2's older brother, Piggy 1. After losing his little brother, Piggy 1 was consumed by grief and swore to avenge him. While lurking in the grass, he spotted some kids dressed just like the ones who'd killed his beloved sibling. Crucial thing was, their aura was so faint. These kids couldn't even leap through the trees. They looked nothing like monkeys at all, but the weapons in their hands made Piggy 1 cautious, so he waited for the perfect moment. One of the children, feeling a little stomach trouble, asked to step away for a bathroom break. He found a secluded corner while his teammates stood guard nearby. The outcome was predictable. With hardly any way to sense danger at their age, Piggy 1 crept up behind his target. At the moment a person is most defenseless, he struck with deadly precision. The flower withered, the ground was scattered with yellow petals, and your smile had already faded. And so their homeroom teacher, Mizuki, as expected, had to take on the job of caring for the victim. Mizuki, "Ugh, that stinks, Piggy 1. Keep sneaking. Piggy 2's revenge must not end here." The scene now returns to the camp. Hinata ate the meat with a grace and speed that was almost dazzling, tossing each bite in her mouth with practiced ease. It was as if someone had hit fast forward, and the neatly prepared grilled meat vanished at a remarkable pace. The taste was a bit rich, leaving her about half full by her own estimation. After roughly 10 minutes, Hinata concluded her culinary battle. Irika, who had been quietly watching them all this time, couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth. So that's how it is. Looks like Hinata wasn't satisfied back when she had ramen earlier. Shizuko poked Irika in the side, holding out a perfectly grilled fish. "The fish is ready. You can eat now." Snapping out of his thoughts, Irika turned his gaze to the sizzling golden fish. He swallowed instinctively. Shizuko's cooking had always been exceptional. He'd noticed it back when she used to bring him lunchboxes. "Ah, thank you so much," Irika replied, cheeks tinged with a faint blush as he accepted the fish and began to eat. The juices burst in his mouth with every bite, and the spices Shizuko had used not only neutralized the fishy taste, but also brought out its delicate flavor. "Tastes good, doesn't it?" Shizuko's eyes sparkled with a gentle smile as she watched Irika thoroughly enjoy the grilled fish. As expected, the way to a man's heart is truly through his stomach. Hashirama nodded in earnest agreement. Meanwhile, Mizuki stood before his unlucky, foul-smelling charge, feeling completely defeated. Still, he knelt down, took off the student's pants, and fetched a bucket of water from the stream to clean him up. As he worked, he caught sight of Irika savoring the grilled fish. "Why is my luck so rotten?" Mizuki roared inwardly, fists clenched and silent. Protest. Why him? Why not me? Even so, he continued tending to the poor student before him. Pig Chief. Embrace the pain. Contemplate the pain. Accept the pain. Understand the pain. Only those who know true suffering can comprehend the agony of losing my beloved brother. Wild Boar Barrage. Sasuke, could I borrow some fire? Sakura approached a little shyly, addressing Sasuke, who was tending the flames and grilling meat. Sasuke nodded without looking back. Lending someone a bit of fire was hardly a big deal. Just grab a stick and pass on the flame. Besides, he still had meat to grill for himself. Hinata and Naruto were full, but he hadn't eaten yet. Oh, Sakura murmured, a flicker of disappointment in her eyes. She used a branch she'd brought to catch a flame and carefully carried it back to her spot beneath a tree. Useless, Sakura. Ino thought with a hint of exasperation. She'd handed her best friend a perfect chance, but Sakura still couldn't seize it. Unlike the girls, who eyed the campfire as if it were a treasure, Choji arrived with a different kind of prize. "Tada!" Choji announced, proudly presenting the snake stew he and his group had prepared. This snake was discovered in the forest near teacher Mizuki's place, and Choji took it down with one of his signature human bullet tank attacks. Then, using some fire borrowed from Naruto, they cooked it into a hearty snake stew. Orochimaru. Strange. Why am I missing one of my messenger snakes in Konoha? Wow. As expected of Choji, he can even make snake stew. Naruto exclaimed in awe as Choji handed over 4 steaming bowls of the dish. Hee, it's really not that impressive, Choji replied, scratching his head sheepishly. When it comes to food, though, the Akimichi clan are true professionals. As for why there were 4 bowls, Hinata blushes furiously, hiding her face in her hands. "Hey, fruit," Naruto declared, because his ideas were as plentiful and as whimsical as the fruit he carried. "No problem." Choji grinned, happily walking off with Shikamaru, each of them clutching a handful of fruit. "Shikamaru, what a drag. But I have to admit, it smells pretty good. I guess I'll tag along." Just this once, in the hills behind Konoha, a small red head peeked out from behind a tree. "Grandma Mito, is this Konoha?" Came a soft, childlike voice, sweet as mochi. "That's right, dear, this is Konoha," Mito replied gently. "Once you go inside, you'll be on your own. I've left you a few safeguards. If anything goes wrong, don't hesitate to use them." Standing among the trees, Mito's mind was flooded with memories. She recalled that this very path was the one she once found when Hashirama used to sneak out to meet Madara in secret. But those days are long gone. Everyone from back then has passed away. What matters now is little Karen. 2 months ago it all began. Mito, who had been slumbering peacefully in the Pure Land, was inexplicably cast out and found herself inhabiting the body of a child named Uzumaki Karen. At the time, Karen's situation was dire. Her mother, who had been wandering from place to place with her, had tragically died on the road. They were in the land of grass then. Alone and vulnerable, Karen attracted the attention of several grass ninja. After all, hair that red could only belong to an Uzumaki. A blue screen appeared in Mito's mind, issuing a mission. Protect this child and give her a safe home. So after unleashing her adamantine ceiling chains in a dazzling display to teach those weak grass ninja a lesson, Mito guided Karen toward Konoha. Grass ninja. "Thank you, I guess." Kurama gave an approving nod. Once Karen finally slipped into Konoha, Mito received a time warning. Her time here was almost up, but Karen's residency and daily life were still unresolved. So Mito left behind a trace of chakra, so that when the time came, she could simply ask the monkey for an identity record to guard against Sarutobi and Danzo pulling any dirty tricks. Mito even set up a few extra protections on Karen herself. After all, She was at the height of her power now. Perhaps that era was dominated by the red-eye disease and the great wooden golem, but don't underestimate the power of the Uzumaki clan. The Ninetales, whose strength was overwhelming, was yanked around like an ordinary fox under the adamantine chains of the Uzumaki. Kurama. She had also watched plenty of Tobirama's forbidden techniques. Sealing a few forbidden jutsu that could blow up Hashirama's Hokage statue 6 times over didn't seem excessive, did it? She certainly didn't think so. Back when the land of whirlpools was being destroyed, did Konoha step in to help? No, they did not. She was old by then, and with the Ninetales still inside her, she had no time to save her homeland. Meanwhile, Hiruzen and Danzo used the excuse of an overstretched battlefront to avoid any rescue, only bringing Kushina back with them. Of course she was angry, but there was nothing she could do. But now, things were different. If the old monkey really has lost his mind, she wouldn't mind turning him into a real monkey. After bidding farewell to Karen, Mito returned once more to the Pure Land. Grandma Mito. A mist of tears clouded Karen's eyes. During this time, Grandma Mito's care and guidance had been meticulous, pulling her out from the abyss of losing her mother and wandering alone. Yet despite her name, Mito felt nothing like a grandmother. Instead, she was more like a straightforward big sister. Even though she had mentally prepared herself for this parting, it was still hard to bear. Inside the new sealing space in her body, only a dozen of Mito's chakra clones remained, along with dozens of forbidden jutsu seals and a mountain of books on sealing techniques. Wiping the sweat from her face, Karen's gaze grew determined. She would not let Grandma Mito or her mother down. She would live on, live well, and hopefully find herself a handsome boyfriend. Absolutely not someone like the first Hokage, Mito had told her during their days together. When looking for a boyfriend, make sure to avoid anyone with a ride-or-die best friend, especially one whose best friend is single. Otherwise, married life would be nothing but misery. Carefully weaving her way through the forest, Karen soon arrived at the area where Naruto and the others were undergoing their survival training. As everyone knew, there were always strange creatures lurking in the forest, outsiders when entering and moving through these woods inevitably made some noise, and such sounds would be picked up by the powerful beast dwelling within. At that moment, a formidable beast set its sights on the girl with the red bun. Here comes another one. The boar's large eyes rolled, tiny but filled with cunning. My dear brother, I found a second target already. The last one may have escaped with his life, but I'm sure he won't forget me anytime soon. As for this hairless, red-haired monkey cub, she doesn't have any of her kin guarding her. Let me, Big Boar, use your blood to honor my fallen brother. Big Pig began to accelerate. The ground trembled beneath him. His massive body shot forward like a meteor streaking through the sky, charging straight at Xianglin from behind. There was a resounding crash, but oh no, he missed the mark. Perhaps he was too worked up, and in his excitement, Big Pig failed to control his trajectory. He brushed past Xianglin, missing her by a hair, and then, carried by his own momentum, crashed headlong into a tree. A wild boar. The immense pressure exerted by this giant boar was overwhelming for Xianglin. After all, she just lost the use of her thigh, and those sealing techniques surely weren't meant to be used at a time like this. The forest seemed to whisper, "Thank you, guardian of nature." When all else fails, the best strategy is to run. Taking advantage of the fact that Big Pig's brain was momentarily addled from the collision, Xianglin bolted off in a single direction. Meanwhile, at the camp, Naruto-sensei, I want some too. Mommy wants some as well. The voices of Hashirama and Kushina drifted through the sealed space, echoing in Naruto's mind. Minato covered his face with his hand and exchanged a helpless glance with Kurama, who stood silently beside him. They shared the same thought. Perfectly normal people, and foxes. Once man and beast had been bitter enemies, yet now, there was an odd sense of camaraderie between them. But there isn't enough meat left, Naruto said, scratching his head. Though Pig 2 was enormous and quite lively after trimming off the difficult parts, most of the edible meat had already been devoured. There's not enough? I'll just go hunt down another 1-inch, Sasuke replied. Overhearing Naruto, he wiped his hands, got to his feet, and said, Hinata, can you check where that pig that got away ran off to? Hinata activated her Byakugan, scanning the area until she spotted Big Pig. Wait, that's over there. It looks like someone's being chased by it. Because of the distance, Hinata couldn't tell who it was after all. That chakra was unfamiliar to her, but there was something about it that reminded her of Naruto's chakra, especially its warm undertone. I see you all stay here. I'll be right back. Sasuke set down his chef's hand towel, picked up his kunai, and headed off in the direction Hinata had indicated. Naruto-kun, let's go too, Hinata decided after a moment's thought. She wanted to bring Naruto along. After all, that person's chakra really did resemble his. They might even be related. As the eldest daughter of the Huga clan, she needed to know about the various ninja clans. Besides, Uzumaki was Naruto-kun's surname. Are we there yet? A cool, elegant voice echoed through the chaotic forest. Big Pig felt his heart skip a beat. Something's not right. Something's very, very wrong. That voice reminded him of his departed brother, but Xianglin didn't stop running. Even though she was relieved to see someone else appear, she was still on the run for her life. The world is vast, but nothing is more important than staying alive. Red hair, never mind. Let's deal with the boar first. Otherwise, Naruto's still going hungry over there. A crimson gleam flashed in Sasuke's eyes the moment he locked eyes with the massive boar. An image of his own Oni-chan appeared before the boar's eyes. Pig 2. The big boar seemed to see itself and its little brother crouching together in the grass, waiting for the chrysanthemums to bloom. Those days were truly wonderful. He crouched here, Pig 2 crouched over there. Whenever a creature appeared, the two brothers would join forces and claim its chrysanthemum. Ah, what splendid memories. Wait, what's that red thing coming this way? Is it that hairless red monkey? Pretty bold, I must say, but why do I feel this strange burning sensation? Could this be the fiery heat Pig 2 once mentioned? Fire style. Great fireball jutsu. Perched in the tree, Sasuke didn't care what memories the dumb boar was seeing. All he needed to do was bring it down. A fireball about as large as Sasuke himself roared straight toward the boar's reminiscent face. A guttural howl tore from the boar as the fireball struck it head-on, scorching its body with searing flames. The resulting explosion pierced through its layer of fat and injured its internal organs. Amazing. Taking advantage of Sasuke keeping the wild boar busy, Karen scrambled up a tree. Now that she had a moment to breathe, she finally took a closer look at the boy who had appeared. He's quite handsome. Definitely a solid 9 out of 10. But seeing a boy about her own age so easily suppress the very boar that had chased her for miles left Karen gaping in astonishment, even though there was a cold, aloof air about him. It somehow made him even more appealing. Sasuke paid no mind to Karen's gaze at this moment. The wild boar was the only thing on his mind. I heard you rammed a classmate to a pulp. Sasuke tossed a kunai with his left hand, his body following its arc, then caught it mid-air with his right as he lunged toward the boar. The boar howled in pain, rolling desperately on the ground to smother the flames. But with its internal injuries, its agony only grew worse. Like a shadow, Sasuke flashed past the kunai, slicing by as he moved, and the moment he landed, blood gushed from the boar's massive body. The light faded from its eyes, and its foggy, dimming vision, it seemed to see its departed younger brother once more. Strange. Why does my brother smell so appetizing? Excuse me, but who are you? Sasuke flicked the pig's blood off his kunai, then turned to the starry-eyed Karen. Karen snapped out her daze. My name is Karen Uzumaki. My grandmother told me to come here. So this is Konoha, right? Xianglin made no effort to hide her identity. After all, Granny Mito had told her she could act like a young mistress here. If that guy called Monkey didn't agree, she could just open the seal Granny Mito left behind. No problem at all. Hands on her hips, Xianglin thought to herself. With her background and abilities, if she hadn't been worried about making a bad impression right after arriving, would that foolish wild boar have dared to chase her? Boar boss just let out a dry laugh. Uzumaki. Sasuke glanced behind Xianglin, noticing two figures. One with deep blue hair, the other with blonde. Hurrying over, hey, Naruto, is this one of your relatives? Sasuke called out. Even from a distance, Naruto heard Sasuke shout. Relatives? His relatives? Mom! Naruto's loud cry echoed all the way into the sealed space, startling Kushina, who was in the middle of an intense card game. What's up, kiddo? Kushina replied without missing a beat. Pair of sixes. Sasuke, said this red-haired girl, is my relative. Naruto quickly summarized the situation for Kushina. Oh, a relative. Maybe so. Kushina absent-mindedly shook her head, casually answered, and played a pair of jacks. Your turn, Minato. Why aren't you playing? Minato looked a bit stiff. silently signaling Kushina to think back on what Naruto had just asked. Wait, what? Kushina suddenly sat up, carefully set down her cards, and weighed them down with a small wooden block, then peered through the seal to look at this supposed relative of Naruto's. No way, Naruto. She really is your relative. A pure-blooded one at that. Kushina's voice trembled with surprised delight, and just a hint of bittersweet emotion. For real. Naruto leapt onto the branch where Xianglin was perched examining the red-haired girl whose hair looked just like his mother's. Hinata followed closely beside him, hopping up onto the tree as well. Hello, I'm Karen Uzumaki. Dang, are all the boys in Konoha this good-looking? This one's easily an 8.5, and the girl beside him is so pretty too. Almost as pretty as me, she thought. Hinata blushed, her cheeks turning crimson. Hi there, I'm Naruto Uzumaki. Naruto, with Hinata beside him, jumped down from the tree and walked over to Sasuke. When Karen heard the word Uzumaki, her eyes sparkled, and she followed Naruto down. Naruto, hurry up and ask her what's going on. Kushina practically shouted in excitement from inside the seal. If the situation allowed, she'd probably be doing a happy little fox dance right now. Kurama just rolled his eyes in silence. This is Hinata, and this is Sasuke. Naruto introduced his friends, making things less awkward. Sasuke slid his kunai back in his belt and gave a brief nod. I see. Xianglin suddenly remembered what Grandma Mito had mentioned before. There are also members of the Uzumaki clan living in Konoha. What was her name again? Excuse me, do you know Aunt Kushina? Xianglin's gaze no longer flickered toward Sasuke. She looked straight at Naruto. Oh my goodness, she knows you. Naruto shouted excitedly to Kushina inside the sealed space. Well, what are you waiting for? Answer her. Kushina's hands gripped her wooden block tightly, her excitement barely contained in her voice. If I'm not mistaken, the Aunt Kushina you're talking about is actually my mother. Sasuke and Hinata perked up their ears, listening in with rapt attention. Well, strictly speaking, they weren't eavesdropping. This was all out in the open. Kushina. That name sounded so familiar. Sasuke rubbed his chin, searching his memory as Xianglin and Naruto continued their exchange. Meanwhile, in the Hokage's office, Hiruzen Sarutobi glanced at the little girl standing before him, her head bowed, and the chakra figure lingering behind her. He couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth. You hear me, monkey? Take good care of little Xianglin for me, came the stern command. And keep a close eye on Kushina's son, too. Making someone a Jinchuriki. At such a young age. You people really don't know how to cherish what you have. Back in my day, Hashirama and Tobirama should have taught you all the value of self-sacrifice. As Mito's figure gradually faded away, Hiruzen only dared lift his head once her voice had completely vanished. He had no choice. When your ancestor was someone who could scold both Hashirama Senju and Madara Uchiha together, you'd be cautious too. It was only in her later years that Mito mellowed and became more amiable. Ahem. Well, little Xianglin, from now on, you'll be living in Konoha, Hiruzen said, forcing his old face into a radiant, grandfatherly grin. Xianglin nodded, her vivid red hair glowing in the sunlight, streaming through the window. Kushina. The image of Kushina resurfaced in Hiruzen's mind. So about your living arrangements. How about staying in the same apartment complex as little Naruto? You'll receive a living allowance of 3,000 ryo every month. In recent years, the economy had picked up, but so had inflation. Naruto's monthly allowance had risen to 3,000 ryo, and that seemed just about right for Xianglin as well. Xianglin tilted her head, pondering. Naruto, wasn't he from the same generation as her? But why was his hair yellow? That was odd. Both Grandma Mito and her mother always said that Uzumaki clan members had red hair. Minato. Oops, my bad. Still, they were relatives, so staying there should be fine. She just wondered if Sasuke-kun would visit often. All right, she agreed cheerfully. Hiruzen massaged his temples, then called for a white-haired NBU member. Wolf, take this child to Naruto's apartment and arrange a room for her. Also, let Yugao know to look after things. The white-haired man nodded, pushed open the door, and left with Karen. Meanwhile, Hiruzen stared absent-mindedly at the ceiling of the Hokage's office. Here's how it all unfolded. Today was supposed to be an utterly ordinary day. Hiruzen woke up, washed up, and arrived at his office. He started the morning by handling various official matters, then took a moment to observe the important spots around the village through his crystal ball, checking for any suspicious activity. After that, he returned to paperwork, seized the opportunity to have a heart-to-heart with Fugaku offering a bit of psychological guidance and encouragement. The afternoon was meant to be uneventful. Hiruzen had planned to pay Danzo a visit, curious to see if his old comrade was losing patience now that he still hadn't received word from B. But that pleasant routine was suddenly shattered by a brisk knocking at the door, accompanied by a familiar shout. Irika arrived, bringing a red-haired girl to the Hokage's office. Oh now, wasn't this a member of the Uzumaki clan? To think. There was still a survivor. If she had come to Konoha, then she had certainly found the right place. As for the possibility of her being a spy, Hiruzen chuckled inwardly. Even a reckless man like the Raikage wouldn't send his own clan's precious child out as a spy, let alone one bearing the unique bloodline of the Uzumaki. So, with a gentle smile, Hiruzen asked Karen how she had made her way here. The shy little girl fell silent for a moment. And then, suddenly, a voice he hadn't heard in years rang out, sharp and unmistakable. Can someone tell me, why is Lady Mito's spirit appearing here of all places? The aura of that elder swept over Hiruzen, pinning him in place. Under Mito's stern rebuke, the old monkey came to realize the depth of his mistakes. He promised to take proper care of both Karen and Naruto from now on. Only after it was all over did Hiruzen dare to lift his head and continue the conversation with Karen. Truly, he thought, you live long enough. You see everything. Maybe the Uzumaki clan had some sort of backdoor arrangement with the Shinigami. Hiruzen pondered the idea. Perhaps it was possible. After all, the Uzumaki's Reaper Death Seal was a sealing jutsu capable of summoning the god of death itself. No wonder their ancestor had found her way back. Now, Hiruzen felt his tolerance for the unexpected had grown tremendously. Even if the first Hokage himself were to appear before him right now, he doubted he'd be rattled, or at least so he hoped. Meanwhile, as she walked through the bustling streets of Konoha beside the white-haired succubus, Karen's eyes sparkled at the sight of all the shops and delicious foods. She came to a stop in front of a dessert shop, unable to tear her gaze away. Kakashi walked a little further before realizing his little red-haired tagalong had vanished. His Sharingan spun anxiously as he searched, until he spotted Karen transfixed in front of the dessert shop, staring hungrily at the tricolored dango. Under his mask, his right eyelid twitched. Kids these days, he thought with a sigh. Reaching into a pocket of his ANBU uniform, he pulled out 20 Rio. Under Karen's adoring gaze, he grandly bought 5 sticks of tricolored dango. He handed 2 sticks to Karen and kept the remaining 3 for himself. Xianglin looked at the 2 skewers in her hand, then at the 3 in the white-haired boy's. Oh well, having something to eat was already a blessing. She took a big bite of the dumpling, and the delightful sweetness instantly conquered her taste buds. What a feast! After all, she'd spent her days wandering outside, and just having food was lucky enough. Who had the luxury to care about how good it tasted? It was a pity. She couldn't share this with her mother and Granny Mito. At this thought, Xianglin's spirits dipped, and she lowered her head. Kakashi watched Xianglin quietly eating her dumpling, her head bowed. Did I not give her enough? Is she upset? But children shouldn't eat too many sweets. They'll get cavities. Conflicting thoughts crowded Kakashi's mind. One side scolded, Kakashi, you're about to be the captain of the ANBU, and yet you can't even give a little girl enough dumplings. The other side argued, Kakashi, kids shouldn't have too much sugar. It's not healthy. In the end, Kakashi reached out and patted Xianglin's head, handing her another skewer. It's too sweet, so you can only have one more. His voice came muffled from behind the mask. Xianglin looked up and saw Kakashi, awkward and a bit flustered. The gloom in her eyes faded away. She couldn't help but giggle. What's your name? She asked. In the ANBU, names are a secret. You can call me by my code name, Wolf, he replied. Oh, Wolf, you're a good person. Xianglin accepted the skewer and happily munched away. Receiving this good person card, Kakashi fell silent for a moment. Suddenly a loud voice echoed from the distant crowd, brimming with that unmistakable Konoha youthfulness. Ah, is that my lifelong rival, Kai? Without hesitation, Kakashi grabbed Xianglin and whisked her away without looking back. I'm wearing a mask. I'm ANBU. Please address me as the Lone Wolf. No wonder you can't join ANBU. Kakashi suddenly realized why his right eyelid had been twitching earlier. No, I have to go now, so under Xianglin's puzzled gaze, Kakashi hurried her away at top speed. Not long after, a youthful Kappa figure appeared in front of the dessert shop. Ah, I smell the scent of my dear friend. Night fell, the wind howled, and the moon hung high. A lone crow perched on top of a telephone pole. "Itachi, we can begin," Ja said, donning the mask that had accompanied him through countless route missions. His mouth moved under the mask as he spoke to Itachi beside him. "I see," Itachi replied, putting on his own mask. Through the two holes, his scarlet mangekyo spun rapidly. "Let's move." At Itachi's command, the new route members silently closed in on their target, Nanga Shrine. Inside, a gathering of middle-aged Uchiha had assembled. As veterans who had fought in both the Second and Third Great Ninja Wars, they had once witnessed the prosperity of Konoha and had also endured the pain of losing their dearest friends on the battlefield. Naturally, this led to a certain problem. Their minds had suffered, if only a little, over time, and spurred by various circumstances, this issue gave rise to a new idea among them. The thought of overthrowing Hiruzen's tyranny, for Konoha rightfully belonged to the Uchiha. After all, wasn't the village founded by both the Uchiha and the Senju clans? The first and second Hokage had both been from the Senju, and the Uchiha had accepted this if only because the Senju held the greater power, and they themselves had lost their own founding ancestor. Madara had once lamented the day I left the village. Not a single clansman was willing to follow me. Hashirama, meanwhile, would retort, "Didn't I follow you all the way?" When Sarutobi Hiruzen ascended as the third Hokage, the Uchiha were dissatisfied from the start. But there was little they could do. Hiruzen had achieved great feats on the battlefield and was entrusted by the dying second Hokage. He was known as a hero among shinobi, and none among them could best him. So they waited. Then came the fourth Hokage, Minato, who inherited and perfected the Flying Thunder God technique. The very technique once used by the second Hokage to slay two of their own ancestors. The third Hokage stepped down, and Minato, unlike his predecessors, treated the Uchiha with sincere kindness. The clan leader approved, and the rest, albeit reluctantly, accepted him as well. But then in the calamity of the Ninetales attack, the fourth Hokage perished, and when the Uchiha tried to rush to help, they were blocked by a mysterious bandaged man. Stranger still, the Ninetales' eyes bore the unmistakable pattern of their own Mangekyo Sharingan. Even after Minato's death, the Uchiha still respected the young Hokage. After all, he had saved many Uchiha lives on the battlefield. They wondered who could have orchestrated such a disaster. Yet as time went on, trouble seemed to find the Uchiha at every turn, and their reputation within the village only grew worse. The aged Sarutobi Hiruzen returned to power, and the Uchiha felt more stifled than ever. If they truly had a Mangekyo wielder among them, wouldn't they have turned the tables on the night of the Ninetales attack, rather than playing along with the village's charade? Thus, a portion of the Uchiha began to develop increasingly radical ideas. Why not find the one among them with the Mangekyo, the handsome young prodigy, and have him lead them to seize the Ninetales, kill the third Hokage, and claim the title of Hokage for their clan? Once that idea was spoken aloud, it spread quickly, especially among those Uchiha still haunted by the trauma of war. To them, it was the perfect solution, and so Fugaku was singled out by this group of schemers. Who in the clan was most likely to possess the Mangekyo? All eyes turned toward their clan leader. On yet another night, when the wind howled and darkness cloaked the village, the elder brought his men and summoned Fugaku, who had just finished bathing and was anticipating a romantic evening, leading him to the Naka Shrine. Clan leader, the elder intoned, "Don't you think we Uchiha have reached a critical moment, one of life and death?" A jonin from the Uchiha clan knelt before Fugaku. Speaking as Fugaku's, I twitched with impatience. Fugaku replied, "No, I don't think so. Just this afternoon, I discussed the Uchiha's development plans with the third Hokage. I even considered sending my eldest son into the inner circle, hoping he might have a chance at becoming the next Hokage." He cleared his throat. "Why do you think this way?" Fugaku's expression remained unchanged. Instead of focusing on the clansmen kneeling before him, he let his gaze sweep over the gathered Uchiha. "These days, the village's impression of the Uchiha is worsening," someone said, "and fewer of our clan are being promoted to jonin. The Umbu won't even open their doors to us." The room filled with the low hum of anxious voices, listening to the constant chatter of his clansmen. Fugaku felt a headache coming on. There were indeed reasons for their bad reputation. Fugaku himself, along with Umbu operatives, had uncovered several people deliberately spreading rumors to incite hatred against the Uchiha. The third Hokage had promised to deal with a certain bandaged troublemaker behind it all. Fewer jonin. Wasn't that normal? This was an age of peace. There simply weren't as many opportunities for promotion as there were during wartime. Did they really think those days were still here, when a 12-year-old could become a jonin? As for the Umbu, he'd have to talk to Hiruzen later and see if he could secure a few spots for the clan. Regarding the higher-ups, well, ever since the previous clan head Madara Uchiha left, the Uchiha had been absent from the upper echelons of Konoha. Now, the key positions were all held by direct descendants of the Senju. But Fugaku was not discouraged. He believed his son could change the clan's fate. For now, though, he needed to calm his people. Everyone, please hear me out. Here, Fugaku launched into a stirring, impassioned 1,000-word speech. When he finally finished, Fugaku took a deep, steadying breath. My oratory skills are as sharp as ever. Suddenly, the elder's voice cut through the air, catching Fugaku off guard. Clan head, do you possess the Mangekyo Sharingan? He nearly choked. What? How could they know? No, that I didn't know. They were only suspicious. Damn it, he just managed to settle everyone down. And now the elder was stirring the pot again. Fugaku shot the elder a look then. As excitement flickered in the eyes of the clan, he shook his head. No, I do not. It's already late. Everyone has work tomorrow. Let's not linger at the shrine any longer. With that, Fugaku turned and left, pausing to glance at the stone tablet. As he went, ancestors. He shook his head helplessly and made his way home. At that moment, Mikoto was dozing in a chair in the living room. Gently, Fugaku picked up his wife and carried her to bed. For once, a rare smile tugged at the corner of his lips. Oh no. Sasuke, what the bed again? The scene shifts back to the present. Fugaku sits cross-legged in his living room, occasionally glancing at the clock hanging on the wall. Sasuke and Mikoto have already gone to bed. From Sasuke's room, soft murmurs drift out from time to time, for example. Wild boar, huff. Got it, fish huff huff. I got it, blondie huff huff huff. Whimper. On the bed, Sasuke's brows knit together, as though he's seeing something unpleasant in his dreams. Fugaku chuckles to himself and continues to quietly wait as time slips by. Meanwhile, worry for his eldest son weighs on his mind. I believe we Uchiha should seize victory by our own strength. As the voice of the elder faded, a burst of applause echoed through the otherwise silent shrine. He is nearly 70 now. His power may not be what it once was, but his status within the Uchiha clan is second to none. After all, to be clan head, one must have overwhelming strength to command respect. But an elder needs only enough seniority, past achievements, and contributions to the clan. This particular elder has served in the Uchiha Council since the founding of Konoha, assisting generations of clan leaders in managing affairs. There was even a time when he alone governed the Uchiha's political matters, only stepping back once the next clan head took over. Now he can no longer stand to see the Uchiha reduced to such timidity. He remembers the days when Lord Madara was still around. How strong, how proud the Uchiha were. How did things ever come to this? The current clan leader has been corrupted by the foolishness of Konoha. It falls to him to rally those who still carry the Uchiha will to rise again and overthrow Sarutobi's oppressive rule. Damn it. He pulls a muscle in his back. A guard by his side quickly steps forward to support this ideological leader of them all. I'm all right for the honor of the Uchiha. I will gladly pay any price. The elder pats himself on the back and waves reassuringly to the concerned clansmen around him. Once we take Konoha, we'll be able to live wherever we want, learn any jutsu we desire. Everyone can be wait. Who's there? A sharp burst of applause cracks through the shrine. A man in an ANBU uniform, wearing a mask and carrying a sword on his back, walks in. Behind him follows another ANBU, this one with brown hair. 1 against 7? Even with a mask, the Uchiha's legendary powers of observation are not so easily fooled. In an instant, everyone recognizes the traitorous young clan leader who has sided with the Hokage. So, I've been recognized. Itachi's voice rings coldly in the ears of the hardliners present. Slowly, he removes his mask, and his mysterious crimson Mangekyo gaze fixes on the elders standing at the podium. The pattern in his right eye began to spin rapidly. Unfortunately for him, the elder had wisely shut his eyes, but the guards at his side had not. Hey, what are you doing? The elder suddenly felt himself floating, and despite his efforts, his eyes snapped open. What greeted him was a familiar body. Whose body was this, and why was it missing a head? His thoughts slowed as if trapped in thick mud. and only then did he realize. It was his own body. Someone's being controlled. Itachi's done this. The situation is dire. Everyone hurry. Take down the traitors 7 against 1. With their leader fallen, the Uchiha clan members were momentarily shaken, but their intent remained clear. Itachi had brought someone in an ANBU uniform and attacked the elder. He might be here to wipe them all out. They had to strike first, even with Mangekyo Sharingan. What could he do against so many? Surely, before his eyes ran out of power, he wouldn't be able to kill them all. Fire style, Great Dragon. Fire technique. A massive dragon-shaped flame surged toward Itachi and his companion. All around, a barrage of fireballs followed, with style. Deep forest wall. With practice calm, his companion wove hand signs. Sturdy wooden vines erupted from the ground, forming a barrier that swallowed the oncoming jutsu. But inside, the companion was cursing under his breath. Good grief, Itachi! Couldn't you have waited for our backup? If I hadn't reacted fast, we'd be roasted by now. Gasps of shock rippled through the Uchiha ranks. That's what style? Impossible. The Senju clan is gone, and Tsunade isn't even in the village. Watch out, someone's behind us. Agonized screams broke out as a new group of root members leapt in from the surrounding walls. These were the ones Itachi had subtly manipulated before kill. With these fearless death soldiers and the disciplined backup from the ANBU, the Uchiha at the rear were thrown into chaos, their cries ringing out. It's our turn now. Itachi stepped out from behind the wooden shield, a shimmering skeleton of red and green. Chakra forming around him, deflecting incoming flames. Seriously, are you some kind of show-off, Itachi? His companion muttered helplessly, but seeing the Susanoo bones swirling around Itachi as he charged ahead, the companion dropped his own with style and rushed into Amaterasu. With a turn of his right eye, black flames with the scent of death erupted among the enemy. With style, cutting Sprig's technique, several long wooden spikes shot in the crowd, exploding with deadly force as they struck their targets. Ah, how he envied Itachi's Susanoo. He himself couldn't even manage a wooden golem. Half an hour later, nearly 100 Uchiha who had gathered here were utterly wiped out. Itachi, you betrayed your clan. You'll die a miserable death. The last surviving clansman cursed Itachi with a trembling voice as he drew his final breath. Jiao patted Itachi on the shoulder, trying to comfort him. Don't worry about it. Since you've chosen to shoulder the darkness, there's no need to care about such curses. Itachi opened his tightly shut eyes, lifting his gaze to the moon hanging in the night sky. Sasuke must be asleep by now, he thought. He reached his hand out toward Jia. What is it? Jia asked, a bit perplexed. Did Itachi want him to hold his hand? Teasing, if that's the case, should I agree or not? What are you thinking? Give me back my eye, Itachi said, his lips twitching as he saw the odd look in Jia's eyes. Oh, Jia replied, realizing the situation. He sanitized his hand with disinfectant and then deftly removed his right eye. Still hurts like hell? Once he had his own eye back in place, Jia lingered over the sensation of what he'd just lost. To be honest, the power of the Uchiha's Mangekyo really is incredible. Aside from the occasional use of wood release, a single Amaterasu had dealt with most of his opponents. Itachi placed Shursue's eye back into its container and fitted his own eye into place. Why does my right eye feel so much stronger than my left? Something's off. Just as Jia finished putting in his eye, he felt the weight of Itachi's curious stare. What's up? Jia scratched his head, feeling a bit nervous under Itachi's gaze. Nothing. If you ever want to borrow my eye again, just ask me directly next time. Itachi shook his head. With the mission overall that's left is to deal with the aftermath here. Corpses were strewn everywhere. Fortunately, most of these people had no family left, living out their days alone. After all, the effects of the Uchiha Sharingan on the mind made it difficult to form close bonds. Well, I'll be heading back then, Jia said. Rolling his neck, he still had a mountain of orders to fill. If he slacked off any longer, the factory folks would probably be begging him to return to work. Oh, Kara to O. Finally got a rating. Oh yeah, Naruto from now on. Karen will be living next door to you, so please take good care of her, Yugao said, ruffling Naruto's hair. Beside her, white-haired Kakashi nudged Karen, who was still nibbling on a rice dumpling. Forward, Naruto, I'm older than you, so you have to call me big sister, Karen declared, lifting her chin with pride. For what she'd heard from the third Hokage, this boy, who was a full head taller than her, was actually 2.5 months younger. That was a shock. What kind of nutrition did he have to shoot up so much taller than me? She had initially thought Naruto was 2 or 3 years older, so Kara decided to put on her big sister airs. Yugao and Kakashi exchanged glances, sweat drops forming on their foreheads at Karen's precocious attitude. Yugao thought to herself, wasn't she just a stray who came back from wandering outside? Kakashi? How would I know? Still, Naruto was quite happy. After all, he suddenly had another relative, but how could he possibly be the younger brother? He was the proud leader of Konoha's F4, never mind the one stuck in bed. How could he accept being the little brother? If word got out, Hinata wouldn't laugh at him, but Sasuke. Oh, Sasuke would definitely mock him. He could already picture Sasuke standing with his arms crossed, that dismissive look in his eyes, a scornful little smile, and a cutting TSK, the kind only the leader would get. How do you know you're older than me? Naruto squinted, eyeing the red-haired girl in front of him. The third Hokage told me you. No, I'm exactly 2.5 months older than you. Karen raised an eyebrow. This little brother of hers seemed rather bold. He might be a handful. No way, come on. If you really were older, how could you be so short? Naruto blurted out, hitting her right where it hurt. You don't know that girls grow slower than boys? Karen turned her head away, huffing in annoyance. That's not true. Hinata's actually pretty tall, Naruto countered, and at that the image of the pale-eyed girl popped into Karen's mind. Come to think of it, maybe, just maybe, Hinata really was taller than her by quite a bit. But the fact is, I really am older than you. Humph. Now Karen was getting flustered. Naruto had successfully riled her up, but Grandma Mito had told her she should get along with Aunt Kushina and her children. She'd better not make a scene. Hey, don't cry. Fine, I'll call you big sister, okay? Seeing how easily Karen was teased and on the verge of tears, Naruto was suddenly at a loss. After all, his mom was watching everything in the seal space in real time. Naruto, there's no harm in calling her big sister just once. Kushina had already set aside her cards when Karen arrived, leaving her losing hand to the slumbering Kurama beside her. She'd even chained Kurama to the chair for good measure. So, when Kurama woke up, he found both Hashirama and Minato staring at him, while he himself was bound tightly to the chair by those all-too-familiar chains, and in front of him, a hand of cards that couldn't possibly be worse. As for the culprit, there was no need to guess. Kushina. Yeah, Kurama, hurry up and play your cards. Hashirama, seeing Kurama awake, couldn't wait to urge him on. After all, this was his rare chance at victory. Minato. Sorry, Kurama, but there's nothing I can do. Darn it all. Meanwhile, Kushina, watching the siblings squabble from the sidelines, couldn't help but think her son really had no sense. Karen had come all this way to Konoha just to find family, and her boy was acting like this. All right, Mom, I get it. Naruto's voice drifted into the seal space as he reached over and gave Karen a gentle pat on the head. Really? Xianglin turned her head back, her bright red eyes fixed on Naruto. MHM. Naruto nodded eagerly. Don't cry, okay? Tomorrow, I'll ask Sasuke to perform some acrobatics for you. Sasuke, wait, what Sasuke? What's your relationship with him? Xianglin tilted her head, the image of the cool boy surfacing her mind. Oh, him. He's my little brother, Naruto replied, lifting his chin with pride. After all, this was something he was quite proud of, huh? Xianglin froze. What's wrong? Naruto asked. Well, how about you be my big brother and introduce Sasuke to me? That's not impossible. Off to the side, Kakashi and Yugao simultaneously cover their masked faces. Kids these days. Inside the sealed space, Kushina could understand, but was also a loss for words. Child, are you silly? Why insist on being the little sister? Wouldn't being the big sister also force Naruto to introduce Sasuke to you? Speaking of which, little Sasuke really did inherit Mikoto's looks and Fugaka's gender. Fugaku, excuse me, do you mind? I think this works in that case. The future of our Uzumaki clan will rest in your hands. After selling out Sasuke, Naruto successfully gained new little sister. Tomorrow, Naruto, take Xianglin to school with you. Everything's been arranged, and she'll be in your class, Kakashi said before leaving. After all, he was now the captain of the ANBU, second only to the Hokage, with a mountain of missions to complete. Kakashi, please call me the Lone Wolf. Yes, ma'am. Mission accepted. Naruto saluted the big sister, showing his determination to see the task through. All right, then. Get to bed early tonight, she replied, after saying goodbye to the big sister and walking his new bargain little sister back to her room. Naruto returned to his own bed. Tonight, he would finally conquer that tree. 3 years of hard work. The tree had witnessed Naruto's growth from barely managing a seventh of the way up to now reaching 2/3. The days of being afraid were long gone. Now he was stronger than ever. Watch out, big tree, here I come. as Xianglin lay down and relaxed. A wave of exhaustion washed over her. Tears silently slipped from the corners of her eyes. It had been 2 months. She tried to lift her hand, but her vision was already blurring. From the moment Grandma Mito saved her to Grandma Mito's departure, and then arriving in this strange village called Konoha. Mom, Grandma, I met a really handsome boy today. He saved me from a wild boar forest. He saved me from her too. And I met Aunt Kushina's child, though it seems Aunt Kushina has passed away. Well, in order to have him introduce me to that handsome boy, I humbled myself and became his little sister. But it was worth it. Well, I suppose so. But that brother who's so cheap is actually quite tall, and for what I've observed, he seems to be seeing someone. It's that pale-eyed girl. Her name is Hinata. Tomorrow, I'll be starting school. It all feels so unfamiliar, but I believe I can handle it. I'm doing really well now, so I hope you all in the Pure Land won't worry about me. Good night. Hidden in the shadows of the leaf, the first leader of the Pot Shadow organization, Danzo, was in a foul mood. His subordinates hadn't contacted him for 2 whole days. According to his original plan, Hiruzen should have sent that unlucky fellow over the day before yesterday to try to take his place. The man should have arrived at the root division by morning, poison administered by noon, and the body buried by afternoon. After all, this wasn't Hiruzen's first time pulling such a stunt. He tried to wrest control of Root before, but how could anyone he sent possibly shake Danzo's hold on power? Eventually, Hiruzen had let him operate freely. Who would have thought that a mere Uchiha Shursui could make Hiruzen's old schemes flare up anew? No matter. When the time comes, Hiruzen will come crawling to Danzo's door, begging him to come out of retirement and lead Root to clear away Konoha's obstacles once again. And when that day comes, the Uchiha clan will be the first to face his wrath. But yesterday arrived, and Danzo still received no word from his man. Nor did Hiruzen show up to plead as expected. Still, Danzo remained calm and composed. He trusted his own subordinates, and he trusted the curse seal technique he'd obtained from Orochimaru and improve upon himself. Yet, Orochimaru had recently joined that organization, the Akatsuki, and that was worrisome. Danzo recalled how in the past he had joined forces with Hanzo to eliminate Akatsuki's founder. Back then, the red-haired man with the Rinnegan had gone berserk and slaughtered everyone in sight. Fortunately, Danzo had been cautious, always sending shadow clones to handle dangerous tasks. A testament to the brilliance of Tobirama Sensei's jutsu. Luckily, Orochimaru didn't know about those events, but even so, it left a hidden threat. Danzo mused that he'd have to find an opportunity to send someone into Akatsuki, and maybe even take out Orochimaru himself. The thought of those mysterious, powerful purple-ringed eyes made the corners of Danzo's mouth curl up in anticipation, his longing impossible to conceal. With those eyes, he would surely become Hokage. He would finally earn Hiruzen's wholehearted respect and prompt his voluntary abdication. And so, today arrived, Danzo was starting to feel anxious. At the crack of dawn, he sat waiting in his courtyard, hoping to hear the gates open, for his subordinate to kneel and utter those long-awaited words. "We welcome Lord Danzo's return." But from sunrise to sunset, not even a feather drifted his way. Instead, Hiruzen paid him a visit. "Danzo, what are your thoughts on Konoha's governance from here on out?" Sarutobi was laughing with genuine delight, his face crinkled up so much with wrinkles that it resembled a blooming chrysanthemum, an expression that Danzo found utterly exasperating. This shouldn't be happening. What right did Sarutobi have to laugh? I'll just sit and watch," Danzo snapped, his tone bristling with hostility, though his eyes couldn't help but betray a flicker of anxiety. Let me tell you now, from this point on, you have no control over Root anymore." Sarutobi looked at his old friend's expression, inwardly pleased, though he still tried to offer a word of comfort. "From now on, just focus on your role as the Hokage's advisor, whatever you did in the past. I'll let it all go." Sarutobi's intentions were kind, but the joy bubbling inside him inevitably seeped into his words, making his tone sound just a bit schadenfreude. This only made Danzo angrier. "What are you getting at?" Danzo suddenly looked up, his eyes boring into Sarutobi, searching for any sign of deceit. "Oh, it's simple. I've already found someone else to take over Root. The members there listen to him without question. So your job now is to assist me." "The third Hokage? You must be joking. How can my men possibly obey someone you picked?" What about his own seals? All the brainwashing he'd done. Was that all for nothing? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Danzo shot to his feet, locking eyes with Sarutobi, desperately trying to detect any hint of a lie. But it was no use. Sarutobi had already inspected the current situation en route. The original members had been thoroughly disciplined by Tenzo and Itachi. As for those cursed seals, some had been sealed away by Tenzo, while others were simply forced under control. In any case, these members had lost their humanity. Maybe with time, they could recover. But Konoha couldn't spare the resources for that. Especially not for Danzo's subordinates. Who did you send in? Danzo slumped back down, lowering his head. Uchiha. Itachi what? Sarutobi cleared his throat. Well, by now, they should be making their move, he said, glancing up at the sky, which was steadily growing darker. He figured the new route had already begun its operation. Don't worry. If any of your men survive, I'll send them over to keep you company, Sarutobi said, patting Danzo on the shoulder in a gesture of consolation as he watched his old friend unravel. No, I can't make a move against him. Not here, not in my own house. Otherwise, my dream of becoming Hokage really will be nothing but a bubble about to burst. Sarutobi, how ruthless you are. Have you forgotten what Tobirama-sensei told us? Have you forgotten those scarlet Mangekyo Sharingan eyes during the chaos of the Ninetales attack? Danzo closed his eyes and fell silent. Meanwhile, Sarutobi pulled over a small stool and sat down beside him. Neither of them spoke, setting aside Danzo's sullen face. Just looking at Hiruzen's smiling features was truly a pleasant sight. As midnight fell, a knock at the door shattered this damn peace. There here, Hiruzen opened his eyes and glanced at Danzo. Danzo's body trembled for a moment. He got up and opened the gate to the courtyard. Standing outside were 7 former root members. Their leader was his right-hand man B, but he was missing an arm. The other 6 were also gravely wounded, some missing limbs. A vein bulged on Danzo's forehead in the shape of a grid. B knelt down, not daring to meet Danzo's twisted gaze. Now that they had shaken off Itachi's control, the horror of remembering their own actions, being themselves, yet not themselves, was nearly unbearable. B. Forget it, come in first, Danzo said. In the past, he would have executed them all to assert his authority. But now, these few were the last subordinates he had left. Ah, Danzo, don't be sad, Hiruzen said, rising to leave. Come by my office tomorrow. Let's have some tea and talk politics. He had stayed mainly to keep an eye on Danzo in case things went awry, and to offer some comfort, or perhaps a bit of teasing, to his old friend. Get out now, as far as you can go, Danzo shouted, grabbing a watering can from the yard and hurling it at Hiruzen. But it missed. Hiruzen was already gone. You lot, Danzo growled at the 7 standing in the courtyard. Gather the remaining members. I will never let those wicked Uchiha steal my route. But now the only members left were likely those in the rumor department, the surveillance team, and a handful away on missions. Lord Danzo, one of them stammered, Yuke, the evil Uchiha got the locations of our members from the minds of the dead. It's possible. We have no one left. That night, in Konoha, a furious roar erupted from the Shimura clan compound, so loud that even the neighboring Sarutobi clan could hear it. Hey Karen, wake up! After being called by Hashirama, Naruto finished washing up and stepped out of his room, only to notice that the light in his little sister's room was still off. Oh no, don't tell me she's still asleep. Inside, Karen lay tangled in her blankets, only a small corner covering her stomach. Her pajamas were a mess, her pale belly peeking out, and a delicate line of drool glittered at the corner of her mouth. So noisy. She was slowly waking up, still not used to life without Granny Mito's morning calls. What was that noise? Oh, right, her so-called big brother. What was his name again? Oh, Naruto, school. Xianglin's eyes, which had been squinting in a sleepy line, snapped wide open, and she shot up from the bed. The pink curtains blocked out the faint morning light, casting the whole room in a dim gloom, save for a single, slightly panicked red-haired head. Oh no, I've overslept. She scrambled to get dressed, skipping breakfast entirely. With hurried hands, she splashed water on her face and bolted out the door. Seeing Xianglin's hair sticking out in every direction, Naruto couldn't help but tug at the corner of his lips. She definitely overslept, didn't she? Come on, let's hurry to school, Xianglin said, scratching at her wild hair as she pushed Naruto out the door. If they hurried, they'd probably make it in time. After all, Naruto was no stranger to running late, though today he'd actually woken up early for once. The reason? Last night, Hashirama had finally won a round and was riding a wave of excitement. Hashirama Woohoo. Kurama, let's keep going. Let's go again. Kurama. No way, I'm going to sleep. Kushina. Like heck you are. Get up and party. Both of you. Minato. I think I'll go check on Naruto climbing trees. Sorry, Kurama. When faced with Kurama's pleading eyes, Minato fought back his own urge to be kind, turned away, and went to watch his son instead. Kurama. Tears welling up. After that, Minato went to bed, but Hashirama and Kurama kept going until dawn, before finally turning in. Hashirama even woke up the peacefully sleeping Naruto. So truth be told, Xianglin still had enough time to get herself together and even grab a quick bite. How about you brush your hair and have some breakfast first? Naruto suggested, nodding toward her bedroom door. If we squeeze things a little, we can still make it. Bang! The door slammed loudly. About 5 minutes later, Xianglin emerged with her red hair, smoothed and shining, a piece of toast in her mouth, and her backpack slung over one shoulder. She gave a sheepish grin. Let's go, Naruto said, waving her along as he set off toward the school. Listen, let me tell you, there are a bunch of clueless classmates in our class. When you meet them, just act a little fierce so they won't dare mess with you. As they walked, Naruto started introducing the ins and outs of their class, too. Xianglin, he covered everything from Choji's secret snack stash, Ino's gossip corner, Shikamaru's daydream den, to Sasuke's Sundara attitude. Sundara, Xianglin's eyes lit up with curiosity. That's right, Sasuke may seem cold on the outside, but he really cares about his friends. And listen, when Sasuke and I first became brothers, it was a freezing winter. We were grilling fish by a little creek. I remember Sasuke was wearing blue back then. MMPH, Sasuke, dressed in a white t-shirt and blue shorts, appeared from around the corner and quickly clapped a hand over Naruto's mouth. Shoo! Sasuke had been walking along the street in a perfectly good mood, even though his elder brother and his father were both away today, and it was just him and his mother at home. He still felt full of energy, but as he strolled along, his right eyelid started to twitch. That's when he heard that all-too-familiar blonde voice. And when the topic turned to grilled fish, Sasuke couldn't help but let a smile tug at the corners of his lips. Thinking back now, even if he'd been tricked back then, it wasn't so bad after all. But the moment he heard Sasuke is wearing, Sasuke realized Naruto was about to poke fun at him again. Good thing he'd arrived in time to stifle him, TCH, and his lips were unexpectedly bouncy. Ah, Sasuke, what a coincidence. In truth, Naruto had already noticed Sasuke quietly trailing after him. Just as he'd started talking about him, he decided he'd have a little fun teasing this proud, rebellious little brother. Beside them, Karen was listening intently as Naruto shared his survival tips for life at school. In reality, most of his advice amounted to tips on how to slack off. When the conversation turned to Sasuke, Karen's ears perked up and she listened even more closely, only to be startled when Sasuke suddenly leapt out. Right, let me introduce you. This is Karen Uzumaki, my little sister. So they really are relatives? I see. Let's walk together then. Sasuke glanced at Karen and nodded, just as he'd suspected. When the blonde and the redhead were whispering together yesterday, he'd had a feeling they were family. Trust me to be a genius of the Uchiha clan. I figured out at a glance. Great. Oh, and hey, could you do a little acrobatic show for Karen later? Wait, did you really just blurt that out so casually? Why? Sasuke didn't understand why he was suddenly being asked to perform for Karen. Ahem, Sasuke. You have to remember, I'm the boss here. Naruto cleared his throat, struck a pose reminiscent of a manga hero, and covered half his face with his hand as he looked at Sasuke. Hey, that was all Naruto's idea. Karen wasn't quite sure what to make of how Naruto and Sasuke interacted, and she worried that Naruto's antics might give Sasuke a bad impression of her. Fine. Sasuke shoved his hands in his pockets and agreed to Naruto's request. Huh? Seriously? You agreed that easily? Karen gave her oddball brother a look full of bewilderment. Naruto raised an eyebrow, his eyes gleaming with smug satisfaction. Karen silently gave him a thumbs up. All right, let's get going. Sasuke took the lead, heading toward the school. Wait up, Sasuke! Even though Naruto's voice grated on his nerves, Sasuke unconsciously slowed his pace quite a bit. Xianglin, I can't shake the feeling that this scene is strangely familiar, as if I've heard about it somewhere before. That's it. I remember now. I remember everything. Isn't this exactly like what Grandma Mito once told me about her dearly departed friend? Xianglin, if you ever meet a man like that, you must keep your distance. Otherwise, one night you might find yourself at home, only to hear two men next door shaking dice in the middle of the night. But Sasuke really is so handsome. Being handsome is a kind of aura, and that aura is built on good looks followed by the art of carrying oneself. Clearly, although Sasuke is still young, thanks to his family's excellent traditions, his skills are already outstanding, especially when he saved Xianglin from under the boar's head earlier, and effortlessly took down the beast himself. That was such a classic Uchiha move. Oh, what a tangled feeling. Hello everyone, my name is Uzumaki Xianglin. Let's just say I'm Naruto's cousin. My favorite things are my family and good-looking guys. And my dream is to become someone as amazing as Grandma Mito. Sunshine poured over Xianglin's red hair, and in the sealed space, Minato couldn't help but sigh with emotion. She really does remind him of Kushina in her younger days. But with Naruto cheering her on, Xianglin is clearly even braver. Oh, you're wondering why Kushina isn't here to watch? She's still sleeping, clutching a few playing cards in her hand. Mumbling about bombs and the like in her dreams, Minato doesn't quite understand it, but he's accepted it. After all, she's his wife. If anything, he just feels sorry for Kurama. The whole fox looks a lot more worn out these days. Kurama, why don't you take my place then? Why are you just standing around? Ahem, let's bring the scene back to the classroom. Irika gazed thoughtfully at the newly joined Xianglin, a whirlwind of emotions swirling within him. Listen to that. She likes handsome guys. What a bold, precocious thing to say. Clearly, she's a promising little rascal, just like a few others in class. As for Grandma Mito, that should refer to Lady Mito, the wife of the first Hokage, Uzumaki Mito. After all, Xianglin is from the Uzumaki clan. But wait, isn't Naruto also an Uzumaki? That means his guardian must be. Oh no, have I stumbled upon something big? No wonder the third Hokage pays so much attention to Naruto. Thinking of everyone in the village lately with the Uzumaki surname, Irika suddenly shivered, his gaze at Naruto, now tinged with surprise. Not just the usual look he gave a mischievous kid. Naruto. HM, you want to hear my story too? I'm Uzumaki Naruto, just a normal kid. Sure, my teacher was the first Hokage, my grandfather is the third, and my dad is the fourth Hokage. But right now, I'm just an ordinary child of the Uzumaki clan. Well, except for the fact there's a giant fox sealed inside me, a very distinctive introduction. I must say, little Xianglin mentioned Lady Mito, didn't she? She was truly a master of sealing techniques. If you want to become someone like her, I suggest you spend some time in the library and study up on sealing techniques, Irika said, neatly summing up Karen's self-introduction in his own unique style. But it was obvious. Here was yet another student with powerful connections that could make anyone uneasy. After all, calling Lady Mito grandmother put her in the same generation as Lady Tsunade. Tisk, just like the last kid, another one with a prestigious background. But no matter, my goal is to become the principal, so how could I be intimidated by this? All right, you can sit in the 5th row. There's still a seat available back there, Irika said kindly, assigning Karen to a spot in the back row where Naruto sat. 3 seats lined the back. 2 of them were already taken by Shikamaru and Choji. The last seat was directly behind Sasuke. Originally, plenty of girls had vied for that very spot, but Sasuke's intimidating aura had scared them all off. None had managed to hold out, so the seat remained empty. As for the daring Ino, she preferred sitting with her best friend. Ino thought, anyway, Sasuke is sitting right next to me, so I'm not missing out all. Plus, I get to see Sakura's adorable face. Whenever she gets flustered, not bad at all. And so, Karen successfully claimed the coveted seat. Women, such a bother, Shikamaru muttered with a sigh as he watched Karen walk over. Oh well, since she's Naruto's cousin, guess I'll just have to put up with it. But from her introduction and the look in her eyes, Shikamaru could already tell, by process of elimination, that she shared the same goal as most of the girls in class. Things were about to get interesting. For once, a spark of anticipation flickered in his perpetually lazy eyes. This was entertainment. Rare and precious. Crunch. Shikamaru bit into a potato chip he'd taken from Choji's desk drawer, a hint of excitement stirring within him. After all, who doesn't enjoy a bit of fun? In just a few seconds, Karen had taken her seat beside Shikamaru. Hello, you're Shikamaru, right? Let's get along for now on. Karen greeted him cheerfully, handing snacks to both Shikamaru and Choji. These were the treats Naruto had given her, meant to help her make friends. After all, these two had been personally recommended by her cousin, who said they were good people, more mature than your average villager, unlike some of the others whose eyes were filled with hostility and disdain. A mix of Sasuke's fangirls and those who resented Karen's red hair or her family name. Truth be told, hair color in the village had become quite diverse. Sakura's pink, Kakashi's silver, Hinata's deep blue, Naruto's golden blonde, and so on. Yet most people still had more ordinary hair colors. And a sense of insecurity persisted. "Oh, thanks, Shino," said. Taking the snack Karen offered, his gaze drifting over to Naruto, who was currently horsing around with Hinata. Unexpectedly, he turned out to be quite a good older brother. At that moment, Naruto was discussing plans with Hinata to take Karen out for a hearty meal at the yakiniku restaurant. Yes, the Akimichi barbecue house. A place filled with wonderful memories for Naruto, Sasuke, and Hinata. Memories of grilling meat together, sharing skewers, and even that infamous first kiss between Naruto and Sasuke. Naruto and Sasuke. Hey, that's one memory we'd rather not mention, but this time they were. Bringing everyone along, the only problem was they might not have enough money, so Naruto figured he'd ask Grandpa Third for some next time he took a bath. "Hey Sasuke, how about a group dinner tonight? Let's go to the barbecue place." Naruto poked Sasuke in the side and gave him a playful wink. "Barbecue. Sure, I'm in, I brought money," Sasuke replied, thanks to having a friend like Naruto, their ringleader. Mikoto always made sure to slip Sasuke plenty of cash whenever he went out. It was much the same for Hinata, though her parents mostly worried she might go hungry if she didn't have enough to eat. High as she thought, how could I let my daughter be treated by that blonde rascal? Wouldn't that be a laughingstock if anyone found out? She must have money. Absolutely. During a break, they discussed it with a few others, and everyone quickly agreed. Soon a 6-person team from rows 4 and 5 was formed. Then, thanks to Shikamaru letting it slip, a certain blonde and a certain pink-haired girl joined the group. "Sakura, are you sure your family's okay with you eating out?" Ino asked a bit. Worried Sakura's parents might not approve. "It's fine. As long as you're with me, Ino, it'll be alright," Sakura replied, her eyes burning with determination. This Karen Uzumaki, Sakura's instincts told her, clearly had her sights set on Sasuke. After all, when it came to handsome boys in class, everyone knew exactly who they were talking about. "Ah, well then, let me take care of you tonight," Ino sighed, ruffling Sakura's hair fondly. "Don't act like you're the grown-up here," Sakura protested. Meanwhile, Karen was struck by a realization. Her bargain bin big brother seemed to have someone he liked, though things didn't seem to be progressing much. Still, she could sense what that white-eyed girl felt for her brother. Didn't this fly in the face of what Grandma Mito used to say? "Everything's going according to plan." Announcement. The long-awaited Tobirama is about to make an appearance. Who do you want him to interact with? Sasuke or Itachi? Onadi. In stark contrast to the warm, cheerful mood at school, a shocking tragedy was unfolding within the Uchiha compound. That morning, an Uchiha clansman discovered his neighbor hadn't come home. Normally, this neighbor would be out late, hanging around with a group of older clan members, but no matter how late, he'd always return home and start his morning routine like clockwork. This unusual absence immediately caught the attention of the concerned neighbor. What could possibly keep someone out all night? Was it the lure of a wolf, or perhaps the temptation of a seductive serpent? Pondering these questions, he decided to retrace his neighbor's usual path, heading in the direction of the Naka shrine. As he continued walking, he realized he wasn't the only one with the problem of mature neighbors not returning home at night. Along this road, quite a few clansmen driven by curiosity were also heading towards the Naka shrine, but up ahead a gruesome scene came into view. Blood. There's blood. Uchiha's body trembled the sight before him, delivering a heavy blow to his soul. Inside the Naka shrine, blood was everywhere, and scorch marks from severe flames marred the surroundings. Yet, not a single body of a clansman could be found. Stepping into the shrine, he saw a man dressed in a long black robe sitting on a chair within. Hearing Yes shout, the clansman behind hurried up, only to be equally stunned by the horrific scene before them. What on earth happened here? Where is the elder? How could something like this happen in our clan? As voices of confusion and alarm spread, every clansman activated their Sharingan, ready to face any unforeseen danger. That man? It's Itachi. One clansman recognized Itachi, sitting on the stone chair, his eyes flickering with a mix of confusion and relief. Confusion. Why was the clan leader's eldest son Uchiha Itachi here? Relief. Since Itachi was here, he must know what had happened. "So you've all arrived," Itachi said, opening his eyes and lifting his head, which had been bowed for so long. Last night, he had gone to see his father one final time. His father hadn't blamed him. In fact, upon learning that Itachi had become the new leader of Root, he even seemed pleased, but Itachi knew his actions were truly unforgivable. To atone for the guilt in his heart, Itachi resolved to pass judgment upon himself. From this moment on, I, Uchiha Itachi, am no longer an Uchiha. Last night, the elder led a group of clan extremists here to plot a rebellion against the village. Itachi began, and I, together with my subordinates, annihilated every Uchiha present. His voice was not loud, but carried a weighty, somber tone. Yet to the clansmen below, these words sounded as improbable as if a cow from next door had climbed a tree. Utterly impossible. Itachi, how could you do such a thing? No, it's impossible. Absolutely impossible. Uchiha Yi forced a smile onto his stiff face, trying to step forward and grasp Itachi's shoulder. It's true, Itachi replied, his Mangekyo Sharingan whirling. In the blink of an eye, Yi was pulled into a world awash in crimson. In this world, he witnessed everything that happened the previous night, from the elder's head falling to the bloody conclusion. It was all real. You must be joking. Yi's body shuddered, his three-tomo Sharingan spinning wildly as he forcibly broke free from Itachi's Tsukuyami. In truth, Itachi hadn't tried to make it hard for him. Hey, are you all right? The clansman behind caught Uchiha Yi just as he was about to collapse, his eyes now ablaze with fury. Itachi? He really did such a thing. He raised his hand, pointing accusingly at the man seated on the stone chair. Unforgivable. How could you do this to your own kin? So it's come to this. Inside, Itachi felt little turbulence, perhaps from the moment he resolved to become the leader of the Root. There was no turning back for him. This is the reality. So what will you do now? Will you leave? Or do you plan to kill me? Itachi spoke calmly, and as he did, a crimson skeletal form began to materialize around him. A crushing pressure radiated outward from his presence. No answer. In that case, I'll be on my way. From this moment on, Uchiha Itachi no longer exists. Itachi's long hair fluttered in the wind as he rose from the stone seat and strode toward the crowd. With each step, the spectral form of Susanoo grew larger and larger, until it pierced right through the roof of the shrine. That's the Mangekyo. More knowledgeable Uchiha immediately recognized the bloodied tears streaming from Itachi's eyes. These were the eyes recorded in Uchiha history. The Mangekyo Sharingan, a power without equal. How can this be? Why does he possess such eyes? A clansman shouted in frustration after Itachi's departure. But we don't have the strength to stop him, do we? A heavy silence spread among the Uchiha gathered there. Indeed. Apart from Fugaku, none among them could match Itachi's power now. And the truth was they didn't have the courage either. Well, among the Uchiha, it was always the bold ones who faced the weasel first. So, what should we do? Are the elders just going to die like this? We must find the clan head. Yes, go to the clan head, Fugaku thought to himself. Let me see, there are probably a dozen ways to explain this, 20 ways to apologize, and perhaps 40 ways to make a stubborn boy disappear unexpectedly. After all, this was his son's decision. As the father, he still had to give his support. He left all his worries to his own father, but now it seemed he no longer had any reason to call him father. The wind ruffled his drifting hair, and the newly risen morning sun cast its rays across his face, painting a sharp contrast of light and shadow against his black robes. Sasuke? By now, Sasuke should have already climbed out of bed, obediently heading to school. Maybe even running into Naruto along the way. A faint smile tugged at his lips, his eyes glimmering with both affection and regret. He wondered what Sasuke's reaction would be when he returned home tonight to find his brother gone. Hey, Chief, let's head back to Root. Tenzo, who had spent the night working on his woodworking crafts, called out as he approached. I really didn't expect that Lord Third would transfer me here after all. Under the pretense that since Itachi has just become the leader and is still short-handed, I should go over there to help him for a while. Although Tenzo found this arrangement rather exasperating. He never imagined that 2 years after leaving the Foundation, he would find himself back here once more, but this time, the new leader turned out to be surprisingly decent. All right, let's go. Itachi glanced at Tenzo, who had just walked over, nodded, and began making his way towards the shadowy depths of the Foundation. With the echo of their footsteps, yet another soul awoke from the Pure Land, drifting leisurely toward Itachi's abdomen. Unseen, a series of sealing marks began to form upon his stomach. The author wants to sleep, but her roommate is gaming on the other side. Author went to bed at 10:40, but the roommates kept playing until 12:40. Frustrated, the author got out of bed and started typing with a mechanical keyboard. Sorry to the one quiet roommate who just reads novels, but today, I'm dragging you all down with me. Hello everyone, my name is Tobirama Senju. You could say I'm the second Hokage. I have an older brother named Hashirama Senju, who was the first Hokage. My brother died young. If you want to know why, you have to mention that clan born of evil, as everyone knows. If you ask which clan in the entire ninja world is the most sinister, it has to be the Uchiha. Their eyes, those Sharingan that harbor immense power, are fueled by their own intense emotions. And what emotions run deepest? The loss of a loved one, the murder of a friend, families torn apart. Those, of course, so in a sense, the power of the Uchiha is inextricably linked to pain and suffering. That's why they've been dubbed the infamous Uchiha clan, and my older brother, whose mind sometimes works in mysterious ways, actually hit it off with Madara Uchiha, the young clan head, in a single night. Seriously, big brother. How did you fall for a guy just because he tossed a few rocks your way? The two of you went and dreamed up changing the Warring States era, founding the Hidden Leaf Village together. And against all odds, you actually pulled it off? If you ask me, all that credit goes to the Senju clan. Otherwise, those wicked Uchiha would never have obediently joined Konoha. But who could have predicted that in the end, Madara would reveal his true colors and betray the village? And my brother even wanted to chase after him. Chase him? With what exactly? A few years later, Madara returned with the Ninetales to attack Konoha, ending in a fierce battle with my brother, where both suffered greatly. Madara died, my brother was gravely wounded, and not long after, he too passed away. If I can be honest, I suspect my brother didn't die just from his injuries, but was really seeking out that wretched Madara. Of course, I couldn't let that happen. That's why I made sure to bury his body in the heart of the Senju clan's lands, ensuring that not even a trace of Uchiha could ever reach him again. And so, as a matter of course, I became the second Hokage. During my tenure, I researched quite a few jutsu, but most of them were sealed away in the Scroll of Seals. I also trained several disciples. In the end, feeling weary, I decided to entrust everything to the monkey and went off to join my elder brother. And that's how I ended up here, gazing at this warm, sweet little dango shop. Tobirama reached up and touched his own head, making sure he wasn't experiencing some sort of mental breakdown. Wasn't he already dead? Just then a blue screen appeared before him. Mission: assist Itachi in becoming the new leader of the Root Division. Reward: permission to connect the area where Hashirama resides with your own. Bonus: you may communicate with Hashirama for 3 minutes each day. Warning: please refrain from proposing any unrealistic research ideas. What's this? Oh dear. Tobirama narrowed his eyes, focusing intently on the gradually fading blue screen. His current form of existence was truly unique, somewhat akin to Edo Tensei, yet different. His body was alive, filled with vitality, and seemed to have been stabilized. No, this wouldn't do. He was itching to study it. Tobirama stroked his chin thoughtfully. Unrealistic research ideas? Impossible. If something exists, it can certainly be studied. Hashirama, my dear little brother, didn't you notice the reward and the extra bonus? Boo-hoo, how heartbreaking, still to see my big brother appear on this list. 3 minutes. A seal-like inscription appeared on the back of Tobirama's right hand, something resembling a key, which would allow for 3 minutes of cross-space communication. Thinking of his brother's notoriously unreliable antics, especially his daily escapades with Madara, which had ultimately ended in their mutual demise, Tobirama could almost weep. How the tears still linger from those days, when his brother lost himself to that wicked Madara. Fingering the key on the back of his right hand, Tobirama's lips curled into a faint smile. He still had no idea what this thing truly was, or who was behind it all. But this key, it honestly made his heart race with excitement. Meanwhile, Itachi had yet to realize he now shared his body with a rather enthusiastic Senju, Tobirama. At the moment, he was busy charting the future direction for the Root Division and working to instill the right values in children who hadn't been branded with a curse mark or deeply brainwashed yet. Among them was a boy named Sai, whose ink paintings had left a particularly strong impression on Itachi, and so the day passed in a flurry of activity. After a long day's hard work, Master Itachi finally got to relax in his new home. The Root headquarters, he slipped out of his clothes, revealing a lean muscular frame, and closed his eyes, savoring the sensation of hot water washing over his skin. Weariness welled up inside him so much so that he began to wonder if he was seeing things. Otherwise, how could a seal have appeared on his stomach in the reflection across from him? Weight on his stomach. A seal. Itachi's Mangekyo Sharingan flared open in an instant, his crimson eyes locking onto the image of his bare self in the mirror, disbelief flickering in his gaze. Slowly his head tipped downward, and eventually his eyes fell upon his own abdomen. What was going on? When had this happened? Who could have placed a seal on him? And what exactly was sealed within? Was it someone from the clan? No, that couldn't be. If it were a clan member, he'd already have collapsed, and he certainly wouldn't be standing here now. And the Hokage? Impossible. He hadn't even crossed paths with him all day. Yamato. That didn't make sense either. Itachi turned off the shower and stepped into the bath, sitting cross-legged as his consciousness slowly slipped into the sealed space within him. Oh, so you finally arrived? Not too late, at least. A light snort escaped. Tobirama, holding a makeshift device he'd cobbled together from who knows where, had been studying his own right hand all day. Some progress, but not much. Before Itachi first entered the sealed space, Tobirama had no way of observing the outside world, but honestly the peace and quiet suited him just fine. After a bout of research, he'd contacted his older brother, as expected. His brother was the same as always, though it seemed he too had encountered this strange blue screen. But there were restrictions on his side, such as being unable to proactively reveal his existence. Others could only learn of him passively. No matter, that wasn't a major problem. Once he'd done more research, maybe he could find a loophole. Later that evening, Tobirama sensed Itachi's arrival, but didn't pause his experiments. He simply spared a glance upward, and promptly spat out a mouthful of water. All his progress vanished in a single instant. The reason was clear. Itachi, at that moment, was stark naked, and his Mangekyo was active. You have to understand, for Tobirama, this shock was no less than if Madara himself showed up at his doorstep in the dead of night with nothing on. Wait, aren't you that naturally wicked Uchiha brat? Why aren't you wearing any clothes? Despite his shock, Tobirama still knew to prioritize, so he addressed the naturally wicked Uchiha brat first. Itachi felt a chill sweep by a cold draft beneath his waist. Even though he was soaking in the bath, under Tobirama's gaze, partially obscured by his hands, but peeking through the gaps, he inexplicably felt exposed and uneasy. Maybe I should step out for now and come back later to deal with this white-haired man calling me an evil brat. Itachi had no desire to parade around like this, so he decisively left. After Itachi's departure, Tobirama squinted at the spot where he'd vanished. A Mangekyo, is it? So, you're the second Hokage. Senju Tobirama, now properly dressed, Itachi re-entered the sealed space. Listening to Tobirama's self-introduction. Hey, what's with that attitude? Uchiha brat, you ought to show some respect to the Hokage. Tobirama looked into Itachi's eyes, his tone edged with irritation. In the Warring States era, an Uchiha who dared to call him by name so casually would have already been sliced down by Tobirama's Flying Thunder God technique. Madara's brother Izuna tossed out a rude retort in Tobirama's direction, but it didn't land. Sorry, I can't be certain of your identity, Itachi replied, a note of apology in his voice. And I'm no longer part of the Uchiha clan. The sadness in those words did not escape Tobirama's ears. What? Ahem, what do you mean by that? For the record, I am indeed Tobirama Senju, the second Hokage. As his words faded, Tobirama's figure vanished, and Itachi felt a hand land suddenly on his shoulder. This is the Flying Thunder God technique I developed. Thanks to it, I've achieved many glorious victories. As he spoke, the corners of Tobirama's mouth curled upward, a glint of pride lighting his eyes. This wasn't pride aimed at Izuna, who had once been felled by his blade, but at all the foes who had met their end by his Flying Thunder God technique. Itachi's Mangekyo Sharingan spun wildly at. He still couldn't catch a trace of Tobirama's movement. There was no doubt it was the Flying Thunder God, but there's already a marker here, Tobirama thought to himself. Uchiha brats are born trouble. Of course I have to be cautious, so I placed a few Flying Thunder God marks where he appeared, just in case I see then. Lord Second, do you know why this place looks like a dango shop? Itachi finally believed Tobirama's identity. The white hair and Flying Thunder God technique matched, and with no further information at hand, he had little cause to doubt. Still, the sealed space around them felt oddly sweet. Wait, that's not right. Why a dango shop of all things? The way this place looks is connected to your own heart. As for the specifics, I'm still investigating. Tobirama glanced around, casually picking up a skewer of 9-color dango and taking a bite. The first ball was taro-flavored, the second red, being the third matcha, the fourth. He suddenly coughed. Hold on. Why is this one wasabi-flavored? You've got some strange taste, kid. Tobirama quickly took a swig of water, rinsing his mouth. Outrageous. Who puts wasabi in dango? Itachi gave a wide-eyed look. I think dango tastes better with more flavors. Ahem, never mind. Let's set that aside for now. Tell me, why do you say you're no longer part of the Uchiha clan? Tobirama narrowed his eyes, patting Itachi's shoulder, his expression a tangle of complicated emotions. On one hand, he found amusement in the Uchiha clan's misfortunes. On the other, this was an Uchiha with the Mangekyo Sharingan. If he no longer belonged to the clan, did that mean he'd betrayed the village? After all, Madara had once left Konoha too. The thought that not a single clansman had followed Madara out still made Tobirama want to laugh. Tobirama did his best to suppress the smile creeping up at the corners of his mouth, waiting for Itachi's response. It's like this. Here Itachi omits his explanation, glossing over the story from Shirsue's death to seizing control of Root, then carrying out the Uchiha extermination plan and finally being expelled from the Uchiha clan. Itachi had already resigned himself. After all, if this Tobirama really intended to harm him, he wouldn't have survived just now. Besides, this was the second Hokage himself, although the clan's opinion of Tobirama wasn't exactly favorable. Seriously, Tobirama listened as Itachi vividly recounted the sequence of events, and an unusual light slowly flickered in his eyes. He hadn't expected it. Never thought he'd look at an Uchiha brat with such genuine admiration. No, this boy wasn't technically an Uchiha anymore, so even you Lord Second think I'm extreme? Itachi lowered his head, a quiet sigh escaping his heart, as expected. He was destined to bear this darkness alone. No one could ever truly understand him. Suddenly, he felt a firm clap on his back. Ahem, how could I think that? Tobirama's lips could no longer hide his amusement. What a kid! He himself never had ideas as bold as this. This really was all Danzo's doing. You have nothing to blame yourself for. Tobirama comforted him kindly, making no effort to conceal the appreciation in his gaze. Really? Itachi was only 13, still so young, a child at heart. Though Fugaku and Mikoto's love for him was genuine, Itachi no longer belonged to the Uchiha, and so he found himself in a strange place, without parents, without a home. Hearing Tobirama's words, a faint light slowly returned to his eyes. Of course, you did nothing wrong. The fault lies with Danzo, and with those Uchiha who'd lost their way. Tobirama tried hard to mask his smile, his hand trembling as he patted Itachi's back. Thank you. Itachi turned, bowing deeply to Tobirama. Tobirama thought, no, I have to hold it in. I can't let myself laugh in front of such a good kid. That wouldn't do. No. Huh. Ahem. In any case, what's done is done. Now you must see it through to the end. I believe that as the new head of Root, you'll find a way to resolve the issues between the Uchiha and the village. To be honest, Tobirama felt a twinge of disappointment at what his own disciple Danzo had done with Root and his dubious actions. Really, Danzo never understood the essence of his teachings. Even if the Uchiha were a clan born with a dark streak, that didn't mean Konoha couldn't make use of them, did it? Though he'd never admit it out loud, Konoha was after all a village founded by both the Uchiha and the Senju. Ahem. Not that he ever wanted to treat the Uchiha as slaves, driving them on with a whip. He simply wished to guide the Uchiha onto the right path, so they could contribute more to Konoha. Gazing at Itachi before him, Tobirama suddenly recalled how the boy had said he had no surname now. A bold and thrilling idea leapt into Tobirama's mind. In that case, why don't I become your godfather? Tobirama stroked his chin, his eyes fixed intently on Itachi, filled with genuine emotion. Pure admiration, unsullied by any ulterior motives. Itachi's body trembled slightly. Someone like me. Could I truly be your adopted son? His voice was low, and the kaleidoscope in his eyes spun rapidly. Of course you can. Tobirama gently placed both hands on Itachi's shoulders, drawing him closer. You don't need to decide right away. From now on, I'll teach you how to be a good Senju and a worthy leader of the Foundation. Seeing Itachi lower his head in inner conflict, Tobirama spoke softly. Or if you prefer, we can start as master and disciple. Itachi nodded. Yes, teacher, your disciple Itachi greets you. Tobirama's heart leapt with joy. Success. He's called me teacher. Can Godfather be far behind? The Uchiha Itachi of the past was gone. Now stepping onto the stage was none other than Senju Itachi. Tobirama, disciple. Itachi, master. Tobirama, Senju Itachi. Itachi, Godfather at the Akimichi barbecue house. Cheers. Another round. Naruto lifted his glass of juice, raising in a toast to everyone present, as if he were wielding a mug of sake. Hey, Grandpa Hashirama, we didn't teach this little rascal how to drink, did you? Kushina watched Naruto's antics and felt an inexplicable sense of déjà vu, as though she'd seen this scene somewhere before. After a moment's thought, she remembered her older sister, Tsunade. Hashirama slapped the table in protest, looking utterly innocent. No way. How could I teach someone as young as Naruto to drink? Though his voice was loud. Why did his eyes keep darting toward the upper left corner? Kurama, Kushina turned to the Ninetales, her gaze sharp with accusation. Oh no. How did the fire end up on me? Kurama had been happily watching Hashirama get caught in Kushina's trap, enjoying the show. He hadn't expected the spotlight to suddenly shift in his direction. Ahem, I can guarantee that Hashirama never taught Naruto to drink. Kurama glanced at Hashirama, whose frantic blinking was less a subtle hint and more a blatant plea. With a raised eyebrow and a quick exchange of looks, Kurama decided to tell part of the truth. It was, after all, still the truth. Hashirama had indeed never taught little Naruto to drink. However, he had asked Naruto to buy alcohol for him a time or two. After all, on those long nights, when there were no playing cards around, Hashirama would always bring out his homemade dice and rope Kurama into a game. Using his clumsy tricks to try and outwit the fox, Kurama complained, I'm not Madara, so why should I stay up in the middle of the night just to play with you? But after Hashirama persistently pleaded with both charm and stubbornness, Kurama finally agreed to his request. Later, Hashirama still felt unsatisfied, missing the thrill he used to feel. So he asked young Naruto to go buy several bottles of alcohol. To accomplish this, Naruto went out his way. He used the Shadow Clone Jutsu and Transformation Jutsu, and even enlisted Hinata and Sasuke to help as a team. Together, they managed to trick the shopkeeper and buy the alcohol without alerting the ANBU. Neither Sasuke nor Hinata could understand why Naruto needed alcohol in the first place. When pressed, Naruto just stammered, unable to explain himself. I'm sure Naruto has his reasons for doing this. If he doesn't want to say it, he doesn't have to, Hinata said softly, gently pressing a finger to Naruto's lips to reassure him. Her ears were already red, and a faint mist of embarrassment seemed to rise from her cheeks. How boring. Like I care anyway, Sasuke muttered, deliberately turning his head away in feigned disinterest. And so the stash of alcohol made its way into the sealed space. That night, Kurama remembered everything vividly. In his attempt to recapture the old feeling, Hashirama drank half of the dozen or so bottles that Naruto had bought, leaving him buzzed, but not fully drunk. It was an uncomfortable state, tipsy but not quite enough, leaving Hashirama feeling off. So he fumbled around until he found a bottle of pure alcohol that the shop had thrown in as a freebie. Why not? Let's just go for it, he thought, and down the whole thing. After that, Hashirama's cheeks flushed red, his gaze grew hazy, and he turned to look at Kurama. Hey, what are you trying to do? Kurama felt a bad premonition rising. Stay back. Don't come any closer, Kurama shouted, but Hashirama, murmuring nonsense about Madara, skipping stones bonds, and other such things, lunged at the little fox. He ended up wiping his tears and snot all over Kurama. Yammy! The shout was so loud it startled Naruto awake. He rushed into the sealed space and saw his drunken teacher sprawled out. Sensei, are you all right? Naruto hurried to Hashirama's side, trying to pull him off of Kurama. Don't worry, Sensei is just fine. In fact, I feel like I've glimpsed my youth again, Hashirama declared, slurring a little. Come on, Sensei needs another drink. He struggled to get up from Kurama, and in fact the alcohol was already nearly out of his system. Especially after seeing little Naruto, he instinctively sped up the detox with chakra. Little Naruto, you should get some sleep. We still have training tomorrow, Hashirama said, ruffling Naruto's hair before picking up the utterly defeated Kurama, who was still lying limply on the ground. Sorry, Kurama. Hashirama apologized. At those words, a trace of light flickered in Kurama's eyes. Maybe this guy isn't all bad after all. Oh, I almost forgot to offer you a drink. After sending Naruto off to bed, Hashirama picked up Kurama and together they finished off the bottle of pure alcohol, because there was less chakra outside, and the Sage of Six Paths had given the tailed beast a sense of taste when they were created. A rather bizarre scene unfolded. Hashirama clung to Kurama's tail, weeping as he called out Madara's name. Meanwhile, Kurama wrapped itself around Hashirama's leg, sobbing and crying out for the Sage of Six Paths. Then suddenly the two of them went into a frenzy together. Hashirama shouted at the top of his lungs, "Konoha is founded! Madara, do you see this?" In his ears, it was as if Madara's voice echoed back. "Oh, my beloved Hashirama! I see it." Kurama, on the other hand, climbed atop a rock and let out a resounding laugh, shouting, "Foolish Nagato! Foolish Kushina! Foolish Hashirama! Foolish Madara! Foolish Mito! Foolish! I, Kurama, am the mightiest of them all." In Kurama's mind, he could almost see this group kneeling beneath his tail, massaging it in reverence. The other tailed beasts bowed down as well, willingly acknowledging him as the strongest among them. Especially that Tanuki. Then the Sage of Six Paths would walk over, gently pat his head, and say that Kurama was his proudest child. Naruto, somehow, I feel like I slept a bit oddly tonight. Why do strange voices keep echoing in my mind? The story returns to the present. Hashirama's face was now drenched with sweat, his eyes fixed on the air above. If Kushina were to turn around, now she'd probably figure out the truth instantly. I see. Maybe little Naruto saw someone drinking at the barbecue place last time, Kushina said, sensing that Kurama wasn't lying. She nodded and let the subject pass. After all, Naruto hadn't had any alcohol yet. Hashirama breathed a sigh of relief, wiped away his sweat, and gave Kurama a thumbs up. Kurama's tail formed a gesture as if pinching money between its fingers. Yes, a promise is a promise. Next time there's a horse race, Kurama planned to ride on Hashirama's back. Just imagining it made him excited. As laughter and conversation filled the air, the dinner party drew to a close. Naruto raised his glass and cleared his throat. Ahem, today, we're all gathered here to warmly welcome my little sister's arrival. A round of enthusiastic applause followed. Hinata and Sasuke started clapping first, and the others quickly joined in. Karen gazed at the little cake with its candle that Naruto had secretly brought out. Her eyes glistened with unshed tears. "Come on, make a wish," he urged. Naruto had specially asked his big sister for help making the cake, and he participated in baking it himself. "Okay." Karen closed her eyes and silently made a wish in her heart before blowing out the candle. "All right, now it's time for Sasuke's acrobatics." As soon as the candle was out, Naruto nudged Sasuke and announced, Came several surprised exclamations, 5 in all, except for Naruto, Hinata, and Shikamaru. The most shocked of all was Sasuke. "Me? That's right, it's you," Naruto pointed at Sasuke and nodded affirmatively. It seemed that he had indeed promised Naruto this morning. Oh well, might as well put on a little show. Let everyone witness the skills of the Uchiha. Ino nudged Sakura, whispering, "See, Sakura, didn't I say this trip would be totally worth it?" Sakura replied, "Trust you to know," and nodded vigorously in agreement. Ahem. Now it's time for Sasuke's acrobatic and dance performance. Anakimichi Aoi had thoughtfully cleared a space for the children, handing it over to Sasuke for his act. Time to show everyone the resilience of the Uchiha. Following the taijutsu techniques his brother Itachi had taught him, Sasuke placed a glass cup flat on the back of his hand and began to move his body. But something felt missing, as if the performance lacked his usual flair. Sasuke sensed that this silent display just wasn't his style. Suddenly, music filled the air. Aunt Aoi had turned on her favorite square dancing track. A lively rhythmic beat pulsed in Sasuke's ears, making his eyes light up. Yes, this was exactly the feeling he wanted. Sasuke began to sway his arms, waist, and hips in time with the music, and the glass cup glided smoothly along his body. "Wow, that's amazing, so cool. Should we invite him to join our square dancing group?" 3 little girls glanced at Aunt Aoi, who had come up with that peculiar idea. Just kidding." Aunt Aoi waved her hand, inviting them to keep watching. As the music gradually reached its peak, Sasuke kicked out with his leg, sending the cup spinning into the air, then flipped into a handstand. With perfect precision, his feet caught the cup each time it fell, launching it back up again and again. "Are you kidding me?" Kiba stared at Sasuke, who was now upside down, balancing and kicking the cup, his eyes nearly popping out his head. In his arms, Akamaru looked on with excitement. Who would have thought Sasuke could be this awesome? Maybe he could learn some tricks from him in the future. No wonder he's Uchiha Sasuke. Choji nodded in approval, grabbing another piece of grilled meat from the table, munching it down, and swiftly wiping his hands to erase any evidence. Even Shikamo, who rarely opened his eyes all the way, was surprised by how masterful Sasuke's performance was. Sasuke thought to himself, if I weren't busy kicking the cup, I could have added a spin or two. But where did he learn such incredible acrobatics? That takes us back to the time Sasuke visited Naruto's house to play. What do two little boys do together? Ninja games training, and of course boasting. During one of their debates, Sasuke accidentally boasted, I could do a handstand and spin at the same time. Naruto stopped bragging mid-sentence, staring intensely at young Sasuke. A mischievous grin spread across Naruto's face. Show me. Then Sasuke turned away. Embarrassed, I don't want to. Do it. I bet you just can't, no way. A flustered little Sasuke, eager to prove himself, mustered up his courage and attempted a handstand. But his spin failed, and he crashed right into Naruto. The scene that followed was pure chaos. Sasuke's sock-clad foot ended up jammed in Naruto's mouth, while Naruto's foot poked Sasuke in the nose. Both of them panicked and immediately began wrestling on the floor in a tangled scuffle. In the end, Naruto managed to pin Sasuke down, leaving Sasuke howling. In defeat, after that day, Sasuke sought out Itachi to learn the art of spinning while doing a handstand. Itachi, thoughtful as ever, said he'd look into it. Through Makoto's introduction, he found guidance from an Uchiha clan member renowned as the best plaza dancer. That's why Sasuke found this particular music so irresistibly catchy. To protect Sasuke's pride, Itachi never told him that this was actually a dance routine from the plaza. Sasuke always thought it was some super cool acrobatic stunt, and he loved to show off to Naruto. Naruto, wow, look at the heavenly dancer. So impressive, huh? Drawing on plenty of experience, Sasuke now always tucked his shirt in his pants before going upside down, just in case his belly was exposed if he fell. After all, there were so many people around. If it were just a blonde kid, Sasuke wouldn't bother and would start dancing right away. Karen watched equal parts thrilled and envious. Seriously, what I want is for Sasuke-kun to perform just for me. You big dummy of a brother. Of course, all gatherings must eventually come to an end. But as it happened, Naruto and Sasuke were heading in the same direction when they left, so Karen thought to herself, this guy really is worth befriending. All along the way, Karen clung to Sasuke, peppering him with questions. For example, Sasuke-kun, do you prefer cats or dogs? Neither. Sasuke-kun, do you have any hobbies? HM. Challenging Naruto, maybe. Sasuke-kun, do you have someone you like? And no, I don't. Karen realized that none of her questions seemed to interest Sasuke in the slightest. She pondered Sasuke's reactions carefully. Wait a minute. Why does it feel like most of Sasuke's answers involve my brother? So, do you know any embarrassing stories about my brother when he was little? Naruto, who had been enjoying Karen's fruitless efforts, suddenly lost his glee. The mischief drained from his steps as he stiffened. His head slowly turned, and he met Sasuke's bright, inky black eyes. Trouble, ahem, since you're asking. I might as well tell you a little. Let me tell you, Naruto was wild as a kid. Way wilder than he is now. Here, Sasuke launches into a long, rambling account of Naruto's most embarrassing childhood misadventures, which we'll skip for now. I still remember this one time. We spotted a guy in a green jumpsuit from a distance, and Naruto absolutely refused to let us go. Outside, in the end, we asked Naruto what exactly had happened to scare him so much. He didn't tell Hinata, but he secretly confided in me, and that is MMPH. Before Sasuke could finish, Naruto clapped a hand over his mouth. The touch was oddly soft and warm. We're home. Sasuke, let me walk you the rest of the way. Karen, you head back first. Sasuke tried to break free from Naruto's grip, but compared to Naruto's strength now, he didn't stand a chance. But Karen looked at Sasuke, whose face was steadily turning red, then at Naruto, whose eyes narrowed with a hint of wildness. Reluctantly, she cast one last glance at Sasuke and walked away. Damn it. Naruto scooped Sasuke up and carried him a little further, making sure he wouldn't spill any secrets about Naruto's embarrassing past. Only then did he let go, wiping his hand on Sasuke's shirt for good measure. What are you staring at? It's your fault for almost blurting that out, Naruto shrugged. It was true. Perhaps he had said a bit too much. He'd gotten carried away. Next time, he'd find somewhere private to tell Karen. Fine, whatever. I'm heading home, Sasuke said with a look of disgust at his now damp shirt. Even though it was only his own saliva, it still felt utterly gross. He decided he'd better hurry home and wash up. He wondered if Nii-san would be home tonight. He wanted to tell him about Naruto's new little sister under the setting sun. Naruto walked off into the golden light, while Sasuke made his way home with the sunset at his back. Meanwhile, in the sealed space, Kushina struggled to keep her expression neutral, fighting back laughter so Naruto wouldn't hear. The reason? A video courtesy of Hashirama and Kurama played out before her. Crafted from chakra, it vividly and comprehensively depicted a misguided youth's escapades, complete with the pitfalls he'd encounter, all without any green acorn kappas in sight. Minato's lips twitched uncontrollably as he desperately tried not to be swept up in Hashirama and Kushina's amusement. He couldn't help it. A small chuckle escaped him. Sorry, Naruto, Dad broke his promise. Laughter bubbled up again. On the screen, a voice announced now for the front view. As the sun dipped lower, Sasuke finally reached his house. But something felt wrong. The grass at the entrance was trampled flat, as though a crowd had gathered there. His mother's potted plants lay shattered, soil and shards scattered across the ground. A wave of dread washed over him. He took out his key and opened the front door. Something was off, terribly off. A faint metallic tang lingered in the air. Ah, Sasuke, you're home, came Mikoto's voice from the brightly lit room. Come in quickly. Her tone was heavy, stripped of her usual warmth and cheer. After all, for Mikoto, it had already been a trying morning. A group of clan members had rushed into her home, claiming that Itachi was slaughtering Uchiha left and right. Then her husband stepped forward, using both persuasion and soothing words. Yet the clan members remained dissatisfied. Even her eldest son had renounced his Uchiha status. What more could they possibly want? By rights, the clan members shouldn't have been so easily placated by Fugaku. But principles, they were nothing but a fleeting shadow in Fugaku's eyes. And what were those swirling black and red Mangekyo Sharingan anyway? Not only did he have them, but apparently his son did too. Ahem. Well, given all that, the clan members were actually quite pleased with the decision to expel Itachi from the Uchiha. Still, Mikoto was furious. The two men in her life had concocted this whole scheme without even telling her. And Fugaku, if something happened to Itachi, could he really take responsibility? She was the one who gave birth to those children. Her. So Fugaku's back bore bright red marks and deep impressions today. Sasuke Mikoto looked at her younger son, who was sitting on the carpet. She hesitated, torn about breaking the news, but it was something he had to know. Actually, why don't you? She stumbled over her words for a moment, then called Fugaku in from the kitchen, where he was washing dishes. Ahem. Sasuke, listen to me. Fugaku wiped his hands and forced a smile onto his face as he turned to his son. You're about to become the next head of the Uchiha clan. Huh. What about Nii-san? Something was wrong. So wrong it made his skin crawl. Why did his parents look like this? Wasn't his older brother supposed to be the next clan leader? How did it suddenly become him? Could it be? Where's Nii-san? What happened to him? Could it be? Itachi was dead. Itachi died of filial piety. To be precise, you no longer have an older brother. He's been expelled from the Uchiha clan. It was as if a bolt of lightning crashed down on Sasuke's head. He no longer had Itachi. Why? Under Fugaku's incredulous gaze, Sasuke's eyes turned a vivid crimson, and two tomo began to spin within his pupils. A two tomo Sharingan. Wait a minute, little brother. No, son. Wait, is this for real? You're only 6.5, and already you've awakened a two tomo Sharingan. Did I waste my whole life for nothing? Indra's dog. Woof. Ahem, Sasuke, calm down. Here's what really happened. Worried that Sasuke might lose control, Fugaku decided to tell him the truth. Although Itachi had been expelled from the Uchiha, he was now the head of Root. All they needed was to bide their time, gather their strength, and one day, Itachi would return to the Uchiha in glory. Besides, Itachi hadn't left Konoha. If anything truly terrible happened, surely he would come back to see them. After hearing about Itachi's actions and current situation, the tomo in Sasuke's eyes slowed their spinning. His crimson eyes faded back to their original deep black. So, does this mean I'll never see my brother again? Don't worry, once you're strong enough, you can just drag Itachi back yourself. Well, if Sasuke really reaches the point where he can haul Itachi home, locking him up in the family courtyard for 10 years or so wouldn't be a problem at all. What a sight that would be. 3 Susanoo standing guard in the yard. Who in the clan would dare come and demand his release? Technically, Itachi should be thrown in a dungeon. maybe even sentenced to death. But in this, family rules are written in their eyes. Besides, Itachi is the head of Root now. Who stands before the court? Why raise charges against one of our own? The main concern was really the clan's state of mind, otherwise none of this would be such an issue. Sasuke nodded seriously, his eyes full of resolve. 1 against 7. I'll defeat you and bring you back. Then I'll make you watch me dance as punishment. But from now on, your training is going to get much tougher. Fugaku hadn't expected Sasuke's talent to be so extraordinary. Look at his 2 sons. One not yet 13 with Mangekyo, the other just 6.5 already with a 2-tomo Sharingan. Was his own genetic line really this impressive? Fugaku pondered for a moment, then nodded to himself. Of course, my genes really are that good. Now that Sasuke's Sharingan had awakened, it was time to start teaching him the Uchiha clan sword techniques and Jinjutsu. Back when Sasuke used to hang around with Naruto, they trained together, but Fugaku had no idea what kind of training that was. But now he could properly train this golden legendary small account of his. Come on, I can handle it. Sasuke pumped his fist, signaling he was ready for anything. Good, that's the spirit. Fugaku ruffled Sasuke's spiky hair, unable to hide the smile in his eyes. Tisk, how come so many good things have happened lately? Danzo, the old dog, has been ousted. His eldest son is now the head of Root, which solved most of the clan's extremists, and now his younger son has awakened the 2-tomo Sharingan. Could it be that I'm the protagonist? Fugaku recalled the stories in those manga books Sasuke had borrowed from Naruto, and suddenly felt a surge of inexplicable confidence. After washing up, Sasuke went straight to bed, planning to get up early for morning training. Meanwhile, Fugaku was already mapping out tomorrow's schedule. First, teach Sasuke swordplay in the morning, then handle some clan disputes, then head to the police force for some ideological guidance, and finally, pay a visit to the Shimura clan. After all, the clan heads all count as Konohas. Upper echelon. Though only the Hokage's line truly leads, still the Shimuras were his eldest son's predecessors. How could he not bring along a little gift when visiting? Oh, right. How about bringing along an Uchiha clan fan keychain? Good idea. Very nice. Fugaku could almost see Danzo's expression sour, as if he'd just eaten something foul. Tisk, just imagining it makes one want to laugh out loud. Danzo, for some reason, I have a bad feeling about this. Why, Chief, we're always in a bad situation, Danzo. Shut up. Meanwhile, in the sealed space where they were playing cards, Hashirama suddenly heard a beeping sound. Beep, beep, beep. Your little brother is calling. Moshi Moshi. Hashirama's very familiar voice echoed in the room. The powerful hand he was holding froze in midair. Years of muscle memory kicked in, and he hastily put down his cards, ready to gather them up. Hey, Grandpa Hashirama. What's up with you? Kushina, annoyed, scolded her teammate for going idle in the middle of the game. Well, after all, she'd gotten pretty close with Hashirama, so the red-hot-blooded habanero's true colors came out. Ahem, well, something's come up. Hashirama scratched his head, apologized with a wave, and his figure vanished in a blur. Now, according to the law of playing cards, whenever one person leaves, someone else is bound to take their place. So a tiny bewildered Kurama appeared in his seat, still radiating the aura of natural chakra. Oh, come on. You drag me here to play cards, and even turn on Sage Mode? Kurama, a bit exasperated, deftly picked up the card Hashirama had left behind with his tail. Actually, this hand isn't bad at all. Well then, Lord Kurama will do little Hashirama a favor. Just this once, bomb. Under the eager stares of Kurama and Kushina, the landlord Minato's mouth twitched. Pass, meanwhile, Hashirama had already reached the top of a huge tree. Oh, it's you, Tobarama. What's going on? Hashirama wiped imaginary sweat from his brow and looked at his younger brother, who was busy tinkering with something on a blue screen. Tobarama said nothing, calmly set down his research tools, crossed his arms, and stared at his big brother. All right. Big brother, have you also seen a blue screen? Tobarama decided to let Hashirama off the hook for gambling again. Once he figured out this screen, he could settle the score with his brother anytime he wanted. Oh, you mean that thing? Wait, Tobarama. Are you even human right now? Hashirama suddenly remembered a certain restriction. It seemed he wasn't supposed to reveal himself on his own initiative. It's like blah blah yada yada macca packa. After Hashirama's rambling explanation that lasted a full 90 seconds, Tobarama finally got the gist. Still, his big brother sure knew how to waste time. Well, you're not supposed to reveal on your own initiative, but if others figure it out by themselves, that's fine. Tobarama thought it over. Although his current existence was rather peculiar, he should still count as a human, right? He couldn't possibly be a rabbit. Oh, I see. That's more or less what I thought too. Hashirama stroked his chin and nodded. Honestly, we're running out of time, so let me quickly tell you what's going on my end. I was pulled in by this blue entity and ended up inside the belly of a good kid named Itachi. My task is to help him become an outstanding leader of Root. There's no particular reward, but they did give me 3 minutes each day to contact you. I'm thinking about developing a forbidden jutsu to extend that time a bit. For now, I'll focus on nurturing the child. That's it for now. Time's almost up. I'll call you again at this time tomorrow night. And stop gambling already. Tobarama's final shout faded into the air. Is he gone? Yeah, he must have left. Woo. Kurama shouldn't have finished the game so soon, right? I was holding a trump card. No, I have to hurry back. Hashirama's figure shot down from the tree straight toward the little wooden cabin, landing with a thud. He squeezed Kurama right out of his seat. Staring at the cards in front of him, Hashirama fell in his silence. Tisk, the highest card was just a jack. The displaced Kurama had already turned into a streak of red light and vanished without a trace. Across the table, Kushina and Minato squinted at Hashirama, a mischievous look appearing on both their faces. Grandpa, Hashirama. You're the landlord now. Hashirama. Kurama. This round was a total win for me. This game, Hashirama lost 2,000 seal coins, a special currency they'd created just for playing cards, which could be used to buy items of the horse races. Would release. Would human technique. Sage art. Would release. Shinsu Senju. Kurama. Owu. Arg. When little Naruto entered the ceiling space, he was met with a bizarre sight. Kurama, who had shrunk himself just for playing cards, was now pinned to the card table by a wooden gate of equal size. Across from him, his mother's lips couldn't suppress a grin, and his father's mouth was twitching ever so slightly. Kurama shot a soulfully resentful look in their direction. Huh. Little Naruto, the day has finally come. Hashirama dusted off his hand with a smile and led Naruto to a clearing that had suddenly appeared. Fox-like paw prints were still visible on the ground. All right, let's start with something simple. How about we try the wood human technique first? Hashirama rubbed his chin, thinking the technique was incredibly useful. Good for both offense and defense. Perfect for beginner. Grandpa Hashirama. I'm only 6.5. Kushina shook Hashirama with exasperation, her face lined with worry. Minato nodded in agreement. Let's start with something simple, or else little Naruto might not be able to adapt all at once. The couple was both shocked that their son could use would release, but recalling that Naruto was the child of prophecy, and with Hashirama's presence, it started to feel natural, and so both of them set aside their playing cards to come over and watch as Naruto began to learn would release. Still, it felt like something was missing. Don't you think so, Kurama? That sneaky Hashirama, you're not playing fair. With a disgruntled huff, Kurama shoved aside the small wooden gate Hashirama had conjured to handicap himself, then bounded off and leapt up into the tree. From above, he watched as Naruto listened intently to Hashirama's instructions. Hashirama's teaching style hadn't changed a bit. The fox curled its lips in a show of disdain, but the approval in its eyes was impossible to hide. Well, in a few more years, I'll lend Naruto some chakra. Kurama's Ninetales, looking like plump red dumplings, swayed idly back and forth with the leaves. Meanwhile, Naruto, after receiving guidance from none other than the god of shinobi, Senju Hashirama, had a brilliant light shining in his eyes. Yes, that was exactly the feeling he wanted. His fingers moved nimbly through a series of hand signs. A rush of exhilaration, like the surge of a released river, coursed through him. Would release. Would clone jutsu. A piece of wood separated from Naruto's body and then transformed into another Naruto. I'm Uzumaki Naruto, the man who'll be Hokage one day. The wood clone shouted out Naruto's signature declaration. Excellent. Full of spirit. Hashirama nodded in satisfaction to learn the would clone jutsu in just one evening. About an hour and a half since Naruto still had to get to bed. Was already quite impressive. After a few more rounds of practice, they could move on to the next jutsu. As expected, the wood human technique would be the perfect next step. The shrill crow of a rooster echoed through the village, rousing it from sleep. Morning light poured into the Uchiha compound, spilling into Sasuke's room. Sasuke, time to get up. Fugaku pushed open the door, and without ceremony, whipped off Sasuke's blanket. Oh, I'm up. Sasuke snapped out of his dream. It had been a strange dream. He seemed to have heard a peculiar voice, though it felt distant and faint. What was it saying? The innately evil flying sword. Sasuke shook his head, trying to clear the last dregs of sleep. He'd gone to bed early last night, not even bothering to read the manga he'd borrowed for Naruto. After all, his main goal now was to bring Nisan back. Once he was dressed, Fugaku led him outside to the yard. From inside the house, Fugaku emerged carrying a large wooden sword, battered and covered in scars, along with a smaller one for Sasuke. "Take this." Fugaku tossed the wooden sword toward Sasuke. A flash of crimson flickered in Sasuke's eyes, and in the next moment, after a nimble flip, he caught the sword with style. "Turn off your Sharingan." There was a glimmer of pride in Fugaku's eyes, but he quickly concealed it, chiding Sasuke in a stern tone. Two Tomo were impressive, of course, but right now they were working on the fundamentals of swordsmanship, honing the body's instincts. If he kept relying on the Sharingan's insight, one day he might end up like their clan's infamous ancestor, Izuna, who was cut down by the second Hokage's Flying Thunder God technique. Not that Izuna's basics were lacking. After all, he was the Uchiha second-in-command during the Warring States period, but the second Hokage was simply too fast. Since then, the Uchiha had become strict about solid foundations. "All right, I get it." Sasuke pursed his lips and deactivated his Sharingan, gripping the wooden sword firmly with both hands. "Come at me." Fugaku swung his own wooden sword, using about as much force as a boy Sasuke's age, and brought it down toward his son. Smack. Sasuke blocked the strike. It was easy enough after all the roughhousing with Naruto. Sasuke had grown much stronger. Not to mention all the fruit he'd snatched from Naruto. A glint of pride flashed in Sasuke's eyes, and Fugaku caught it at once. "So, not bad. Let's see what happens when I step it up a notch. This time." Fugaku used the strength of a ninja school graduate. Smack, smack, smack. 3 quick flashes crossed the air. Sasuke couldn't parry in time and had to hold his sword across his body, blocking blow after blow. "Dad, I don't get it. This is too dangerous," Sasuke shouted as he struggled to defend himself. Honestly, for a child Sasuke's age, this level of intensity bordered on madness. "Sasuke, don't dodge. Charge right at me," Fugaku called. "Only then will you forge a true ninja spirit, and only then will you gain real strength and skill." Those lines sounded awfully familiar. Sasuke recalled seeing them in one of the manga volumes his father had confiscated. "Geez, Dad, are you really doing this? Don't you want to bring Itachi back home?" The word struck Sasuke right in the heart. "I do," Sasuke shouted, swinging with all his might and colliding sword with Fugaku. "Then come at me with everything you've got." "Yes, sir." An hour or so later, Sasuke's clothes were soaked through, and red marks covered his body, each one a testament to Fugaku's strikes. Honestly, Sasuke's still just a kid. How could you push him this hard? Mikoto complained, pinching Fugaku's waist in annoyance while Sasuke went off to bathe. "Come on, we can't let Sasuke's talent go to waste. Once he's grown strong, we'll finally be able to bring Itachi home." Mikoto was silent for a moment, then gave Fugaku's waist another firm twist. "All right, but don't go overboard, okay?" Fugaku nodded repeatedly, and, as Sasuke was about to leave, he picked up the newspaper and began to read it slowly. "Dad, I'm off now." After finishing his breakfast, Sasuke slung his bag over his shoulder and headed out, taking his little wooden sword along with him. "Safe travels," Fugaku replied, setting down the newspaper. It was time for him to start his own work as well. He really hoped he could finish his tasks quickly today. Otherwise, how could he find time to catch up with that old man Danzo? Maybe he could buy a durian to bring along as a gift. Meanwhile, at Danzo's house, a snake slithered in through the window. At the same time, someone knocked on the door. B, with an arm missing, opened the door and welcomed a man with blue hair and unmistakable confidence. A cold, gloomy voice echoed from within Danzo's room, sending chills down the spine like the touch of a snake. About 15 minutes later, the voice died away, and the snake slowly crawled out of the room. "Let him in," Danzo's voice called from inside. "Yes, sir," B replied diligently, sticking close to Mizuki's side as he led him into the room. "Lord Danzo." Mizuki knelt down on one knee, bowing his head, though there was little genuine respect in his eyes. An old man with no real roots. How could he ever compare to Lord Orochimaru? Still, for now, he needed that Mangekyo Sharingan in Danzo's possession, which came from Uchiha Kagami, to complete his mission. "So you're the one Orochimaru left behind in the leaf?" Danzo's tone was questioning, but there was no room for denial. "Yes, I'm one of Lord Orochimaru's finest," Mizuki answered, a glint of pride flickering in his eyes. "Orochimaru has already told you the plan, hasn't he?" Danzo tapped his desk, a new one he'd bought after the last. was snatched by that infuriating Uchiha Itachi. No one had ever managed to return it to him. Tenzo had thought about it, but was so swamped with work he could barely keep up, and besides, his relationship with Itachi was complicated, so Danzo had simply bought a new desk on one of his rare days off. Mizuki nodded, the corners of his mouth curling up slightly. Rest assured, Lord Danzo, with you on our side, success is guaranteed. Humph. This idiot can't even tell the difference between the big and small jokers. Danzo sneered inwardly. The plan was to join forces with Orochimaru, seize the Ninetales Jinchuriki, use Kagami's Mangekyo Sharingan to control the Ninetales, unleash chaos on the village, kill Sarutobi, then step forward as the savior, defeat the Ninetales, and become the next Hokage. Beautiful, isn't it? Danzo was tempted, but he knew full well what kind of person Orochimaru was, sending Mizuki with promises of grandeur and a litany of grand schemes. But when the time comes, who knows whether I'll become Hokage first or end up getting killed by Orochimaru's schemes. All right, I agree to this plan. However, I just added a few more conditions with Orochimaru. You'll have to go ask Orochimaru about it yourself when you get back. Mizuki's smile froze on his face. Although he respected Lord Orochimaru deeply, he was just a small pawn to ask Lord Orochimaru directly. Well, whatever, it's do or die. If I take this risk, maybe I'll finally turn my life around. When that happens, Junko will be mine, and Irika can be my subordinate, watching as I reach the peak of my life. Ninja Academy, Irika's class. Mizuki's lips curled ever so slightly as he looked at the students before him, unable to suppress his excitement. Irika had something to attend to during this class period, and since Junko-sensei was also busy, Mizuki had lucked into this perfect opportunity. Ahem, everyone. I'm sure you're all familiar with me. Today, Irika-sensei has something urgent to deal with, so I'll be taking over this theory lesson. The students nodded, and several of the more diligent ones had already pulled out their textbooks and prepared their pens, ready to jot down key points from the lesson at any moment. Hey, Hinata-chan, do you know where Irika-sensei went? Naruto snatched Sasuke's pen, poked his own cheek with it, and turned his head to chat with Hinata beside him. Maybe it's something to do with the school. I heard from my father that there might be some changes in the academy's staff positions lately. Since Irika-sensei is the head instructor, I think he probably went to a meeting. Hinata tilted her head thoughtfully. Shared her guess with Naruto? Oh, I see. If Irika-sensei gets promoted, let's ask him to treat us to a meal. I'm not sure we should do that. It'll be fine. I'll just ask Grandpa Third to give the school a little extra budget next time. Naruto waved his hand dismissively. Irika-sensei had often complained about expenses, so after Naruto had asked his own dad about it, he brought the topic up with the third Hokage while they were bathing together, and as it happened, the request was swiftly approved. After all, a big chunk of the budget had recently become available. Where did that money come from? Well, that's a story involving Danzo. One that could bring a tear to your eye. Ahem. Pay attention, everyone. No chatting during class, Mizuki said, his eyelid twitching as he watched Naruto's unruly head of blonde hair darting about. I can't let this continue. I have to come up with a way to lure that demon fox out. As the lesson went on, an opportunity finally presented itself. When it comes to controlling chakra, more precisely Naruto, do you have any thoughts? Naruto's body stiffened for a moment, his previously vacant gaze snapping back to life. Well, I think first you do it like this, then that, and finally like this. Naruto scratched his head, stammering as he answered. Kushina, why is Naruto like this? She asked her husband, eyeing Naruto's shaky grasp of theory. I have no idea. I wasn't like this at his age, Minato replied, spreading his hands in helplessness. He genuinely didn't know the answer. Naruto picked up ninjutsu quickly and had an enormous reserve of chakra. He could handle all sorts of details with ease. But if you asked him to explain things in words, it was like asking Tobirama to fall in love with Madara Uchiha. Absolutely impossible. A drop of sweat slid down Hashirama's forehead. Maybe Naruto just isn't good with words. Hashirama offered as an explanation. I see. Well then, let's get back to playing cards. I really didn't expect your theoretical knowledge to be this poor, Naruto, Mizuki said deliberately, hoping to provoke him a little. Excuse me, Naruto mumbled, lowering his head. He could climb trees now, but asking a child to explain it all was truly a challenge. How about this? You stay behind for a bit tonight. I'll set aside some time to help you catch up, and we can go over the key points, Mizuki suggested, encouraging Naruto to sit down and showing his willingness to help. Sensei, I want extra lessons too. Sakura shot her hand up, her voice eager. Even with Naruto around as a diligent student, Sakura wasn't about to let this special tutoring opportunity slip by. I want to join too, Ino said, raising her hand when she saw Sakura's interest. I'd like to as well. Hinata quietly put her hand up too. Sasuke hesitated for a moment. He was tempted to stay and watch Naruto get scolded, but he had his own training to get to that evening. Subconsciously, his hand brushed the wooden sword aside, a flicker of regret passing through his eyes. In the end, he didn't raise his hand. Wait, what's going on with you all? Isn't he the Ninetales demon fox? Where did you get all this courage from? Mizuki's face wore a smile, but inside he was already cursing. This wasn't how the story was supposed to go. He should have kept Naruto behind, with the other students looking at him with disdain, mocking him, and giving Mizuki the perfect chance to lure Naruto into the woods. Then Danzo would show up with his men to collect the prize. I'm sorry, everyone. There's only so much I can do. As you've seen, Naruto's theoretical knowledge really is lacking. Mizuki apologized to the class, explaining his reasoning. So tonight, I'd like to give Naruto some one-on-one tutoring. If anyone else is interested, you can come see me tomorrow or ask Irika-sensei for help. All right. Sakura lowered her hand in disappointment. She knew the teacher was right, but did Naruto really need theoretical knowledge? With those fists of his, theory hardly seemed necessary. In theory, Naruto does need extra tutoring, but theory has nothing on his fists. Thank you, Teacher Mizuki. Naruto nodded, though inwardly he became alert. Teacher Mizuki gave him a distinctly uneasy feeling, something far more sinister than those dull-witted villagers, and clearly up to no good. It's all right. Naruto, just go ahead and don't worry, came the reassurance as 3 people and 1 fox watched this teacher who had suddenly become so enthusiastic from within the seal space, eyes sparkling with amusement. Let's see exactly what kind of theoretical knowledge this teacher wants to give you, Kushina said, cracking her knuckles, with the 8 trigram seal no longer restricting them. There was no longer any barrier between the seal space and the outside world. In other words, if they wished, their chakra could flow out at any time. Kurama had calculated it. Naruto could now handle about 3 taels worth of power without issue. As for Mizuki standing before them, even though Hashirama sensed a volatile, rather wild kind of natural chakra within him, if you really compare it to Kurama and the others, honestly, would he dare to make a move? Not a chance. Coincidentally, with no new hot-blooded manga to follow lately, why not tune into Naruto's live broadcast tonight for some entertainment? So, spurred on by the 3 humans and 1 fox, Naruto accepted this temptation of the night. He even took the initiative to help Mizuki persuade other children who might want extra lessons. A flicker of smugness and disdain flashed through Mizuki's eyes. Foolish little demon fox. Not only are you letting me sell you out, you're even helping me count the money. How delightful. What kind of reward would Lord Orochimaru grant him for this? Maybe even a more powerful power. Suppressing his inner excitement, Mizuki continued teaching to draw Naruto in. He put on his best performance, occasionally slipping in some genuinely useful little tricks. His impressive act even won the approval of the pink-haired girl, Sakura thought. I admit, your teaching skills are just about a match for Irika-sensei. See you tomorrow, Sakura-chan. School's finally over. I'm starving. Scarlet light from the setting sun streamed in through the windows as the dismissal bell rang, and the students, marveling at how quickly time had flown, said their goodbyes and headed home. Naruto-kun, you should be careful, Hinata said after thinking it over. She could sense something strange in the way Teacher Mizuki looked at Naruto. It was hard to put into words, but she was certain it wasn't anything good. That's why, after class, Hinata took the chance to warn Naruto, "Don't worry, Hinata. I'll be fine," Naruto replied with a grin, gently patting her on the head. "Thanks for the heads up. Just be careful," Hinata stammered. Her body went stiff, the tips of her ears flushed red, and a visible puff of steam seemed to rise from the back of her head. She nodded, then hurriedly sat back down. Hinata thought to herself, Naruto just patted my head. What should I do? I'm so embarrassed. I'm bored, I'll head back first. Sasuke's lips curled slightly, but he didn't tell Naruto about Itachi. Maybe he just didn't want his friends to worry, so he kept it all bottled up inside. As a result, he seemed gloomy all day, and even Karen, who walked behind him, didn't dare try starting a conversation. Karen thought, wait, Is this normal? Wasn't he fine just yesterday? Naruto replied. I don't know, next time we get a break. Let's just pin him down and ask, oh, could you walk Karen home? I'm worried she might not know the way. Naruto said. Sasuke stopped in his tracks and turned to look at Karen. Oh, I'm coming. Karen quietly gave her brother a thumbs up, although she was a bit uneasy about that teacher too. Her big brother was giving her the perfect opportunity. Let's go, Sasuke said. Once Karen had slung her bag over her shoulder, he led the way. Karen wanted to spark up a conversation. But Sasuke was so withdrawn today that she didn't dare say a word. Almost everyone had left by now, and Naruto made his way to Mr. Mizuki's office. The last warmth of the sunset shone through the window, but it was already barely noticeable. A crisp knock echoed at the door. Inside the office, Mizuki's lips curled up as he mentally rehearsed his plan. Here he comes. The prey has taken the bait. Naruto, I'll be out in just a second, he called. You can come in first. Naruto pushed open the door. Mizuki was sitting in the darkest part of the office, where the sunset's red glow didn't reach him at all. The stark contrast between light and shadow created a deeply unsettling atmosphere. Kushina slapped her forehead and groaned, seriously, Minato? How could you possibly think Naruto wouldn't notice this guy is up to no good? Anyone with an ounce of taste would immediately clock Mizuki as the villain in this scene. Minato was just as surprised. Maybe Mizuki thinks Naruto's still too young and easy to fool, he said, but honestly, with this villainous lighting, add a shadowy figure, and it's like a crime scene from that detective show next door. He cleared his throat. Sorry, got a little carried away there, Mr. Mizuki. Are we having our tutoring session here? Naruto asked, swallowing nervously as he took in the unsettling scene. Something felt really off. His sense of foreboding was about to explode. Oh ho ho, of course not, Mizuki chuckled. We'll be heading over to the training grounds in just a moment. I've arranged for some lamps, so we can go over theory and do some real training as well. It's just a bit of a walk, he said, raising his head. That ever-present smile, half hidden in darkness, looked downright sinister. All right, let's get going. Mizuki casually picked up a scroll seal with a Fuma shuriken, then grabbed a book to keep up appearances, leading Naruto towards the training grounds. Naruto protested, wait, Mizuki-sensei, if I just follow you around like this, I'll really look like a total dunce. With his hands stuffed in his pockets, he swaggered behind Mizuki. Imitating Sasuke's cool demeanor, Mizuki's eyelid twitched. This Ninetales brat. Whatever, soon enough he'll be out of the picture. Let him act tough for a bit longer. It won't matter. Mizuki-sensei, which way to the training grounds are we going? Naruto asked. We're heading to the Easter training field, Mizuki replied. There's a training field over there. Yes, there is. So why aren't we using the one at the academy? Because the school's about to close for the day. Do you know what Irika-sensei is up to today? He's gone to a meeting. Damn it, why does this fox kid have so many questions? Irika's attending some faculty reshuffling meeting. Why should I care about that? Why do I need to know? Just because he's climbed a little higher than me. Mizuki's mood soured instantly. What kind of meeting? Naruto pressed. Naruto, why don't we talk about something else? Mizuki quickly changed the subject, his voice dropping to a darker tone. Did you know there's a secret in the village that everyone makes a point to keep from you? I didn't know, of course I didn't. If everyone avoids me, how would I ever find out? Naruto grumbled inwardly at the teachers. Uzumaki Naruto! Why does everyone call you the Ninetales? Mizuki's voice grew sharper. Why don't you have any parents? Why does everyone look at you like you're their enemy? Standing beneath a tree, Mizuki's expression twisted into something feverish as he spoke to Naruto. Mizuki-sensei, please stop. You're scaring me. Naruto shrank back, frightened by Mizuki's obviously unhinged state. Is he losing his mind? Mizuki froze for a moment. Wait, aren't you supposed to be so intimidated by my presence that you can't even speak? And then nervously asked me why. Whatever, we're here now anyway, all of it. Every single thing. It's all because of you, Uzumaki Naruto. Mizuki's voice rose to a shout. You're the embodiment of the nine-tailed fox that ravaged Konoha 6 years ago and slaughtered countless people, that evil, hateful, bloodthirsty demon fox that brought disaster to the village. It's sealed inside you. Mizuki's voice cracked raw with emotion as he yelled at Naruto. So, fox brat, do you have anything to say for yourself? Mizuki swallowed hard, moistening his throat, and then unsealed the Fuma shuriken from the scroll. Naruto hung his head, not meeting Mizuki's gaze. Mizuki-sensei. Kurama is innocent. After about 5 seconds, Naruto's voice reached Mizuki's ears. What? Who? Kurama, is that the name you've given yourself is a demon fox. A wild, raucous laugh burst from Mizuki's lips. He clutched his stomach completely unrestrained. You. Ha ha ha. You even gave yourself a name. Ha ha ha. He coughed, then sneered. Let me tell you, changing your name won't do you any good. You used to be the Ninetales. You're the Ninetales today, and you'll always be the nine-tailed demon fox for the rest of your life. How's that? Doesn't it get your blood pumping? Kama, shut up. Naruto's head, which had been lowered, snapped up suddenly. In his deep blue eyes, a fire of anger blazed. It was true that Kurama had once attacked the village, but that was only because someone else had forced him to do it. Naruto had already made up his mind. He would clear Kurama's name. How dare he? How could Mizuki say such things? I have no interest in reasoning with you, Naruto spat. You're not even worthy of listening. Blue chakra gathered in Naruto's left hand, and in the next instant, a surge of energy swept outward. A menacing sense of foreboding seized Mizuki's heart. Something's wrong. His instinct from countless battles on the front lines kicked in. He instantly hurled a Fuma Shuriken. Though it had been years since he'd been on the battlefield, that reflex saved his life. He didn't even have time to worry if his shuriken might kill the Jinchuriki and unleash the Ninetales. There was simply no time for that. The sound of shattering steel rang through the forest, followed by a roar of wind as fragments of the Fuma Shuriken embedded themselves in the earth. Demon Fox. Only then did Mizuki realize. Naruto had smashed his Fuma Shuriken apart with nothing but his fist. Hey, knucklehead, are you all right? Kurama's voice echoed from within the seal. Do you need my power? Droplets of blood dripped from Naruto's left hand. The metallic scent quickly spreading across the land. Thanks, but this time, I want to do it myself, Naruto replied to Kurama. After all, this was a promise he'd made with Kurama. Don't worry, I'll become Hokage for sure, and I'll show the whole village that Kurama is a good big fox. He shook the blood from his left hand, the bleeding had stopped, and new skin was forming, tender and fresh. Damn demon fox. Mizuki leapt into the trees, flinging several shuriken in quick succession, aiming for Naruto's neck, his eyes, and his heart. In that split second, Mizuki caught a glimpse of Naruto's left hand. Such rapid healing. He wondered if Danzo's men had arrived yet. Hopefully they'd get here soon. Mizuki was a chunin, but years of teaching had dulled his edge. Now he was barely at the level of a special jonin. Naruto formed a hand seal, and 5 or 6 wooden clones sprang from his body. Would release. Would clone technique. The wooden clones swung their fists, knocking away the incoming shuriken, and charged straight at Mizuki. Impossible. How can you use would release? Mizuki's pupils contracted, his face filled with disbelief. The legendary would release jutsu of the so-called god of shinobi, Hashirama Senju. How could it possibly appear in the hands of the Ninetales host? But even if you have would release, you're just a kid. Mizuki quickly retreated, and a peculiar seal on his body began to spread. Ah, I can feel the power coursing through me. As the curse mark spread, slumbering natural energy from the surroundings was forcibly drawn into Mizuki's body. His muscles began to swell, black and yellow stripes appeared across his chest, and a wild, savage aura radiated from him like that of a beast of the wild. He threw back his head and let out a long, wolfish howl. Mizuki's eyes glowed with an eerie dark green light in the night. Naruto, maybe you should use my power after all. In his current state, you might not be able to defeat Mizuki. Kurama spoke with a hint of concern. The truth was, even with the curse mark, Mizuki could only fight Naruto to a standstill. Kurama's worry was simply for Naruto's safety. Don't worry, Naruto replied, shaking his head. He pulled a kunai from his belt. The kunai was smooth and gleamed coldly under the moonlight. Birthday present Sasuke had given him not long ago. Let's do this, Naruto murmured. Gripping the kunai in a reverse hold, blue chakra burst around him in a surging wave. With a powerful push from his legs, streaks of blue mixed with orange light shot toward Mizuki, who was still howling at the sky. Foolish brat. Mizuki's hands had transformed into savage tiger claws sharp enough to glint in the light. He raised both claws and slashed at the charging Naruto's. Crash, crash, crash. Several clones were torn open with massive gashes inside. The texture of wood glimmered where Mizuki's claws had struck, but Naruto's kunai still found its mark, striking Mizuki's body. Get out of my way. Mizuki roared, swinging his claws again, and sending Naruto flying with brute force. Rending claw frenzy. Mizuki leapt forward, his claws flashing as they slashed toward Naruto. I can dodge this. Naruto's instincts kicked in as Mizuki lunged at him, and his body moved in perfect response. Teasing, so what if you dodged? A flash of ferocity appeared in Mizuki's eyes, now burning a deeper red. Wild tiger rampage. A crimson aura erupted from Mizuki's body as his form began to dart among the surrounding trees. He was accelerating, using the terrain to build speed, until he was moving too fast for Naruto's eyes to follow. If only I'd known, I would have learned the art of the wooden dummy from Sensei. First, Naruto, lacking any long-range attacks, found himself unusually on the defensive. Oh, you ask why he doesn't throw kunai? Because his aim is terrible. Sigh, I should have taught Naruto the Rasengan sooner. Minato said helplessly, watching Mizuki pick up speed, while Naruto could do nothing but stand there at a loss. As expected, it falls to me at times like this, Kurama said, holding back a sly smile as his tail swayed lazily behind him, his tone calm and detached. Yeah, thanks, Kurama. So in the end, I still have to rely on Kurama's power. Hashirama. I'm still waiting for my little brother to find a loophole, but your mom and dad could do it too. But if I borrow power from my parents and they come looking for me, that'd be a headache. All things considered, Kurama is the better choice. All right, let's get this over with. Naruto closed his eyes and waited for Kurama's chakra to flow into him. Fire style. Great fireball jutsu. A torrent of flames roared to life, illuminating the dim forest and casting a fiery glow across Naruto's face. Hey, don't just close your eyes and wait for death. The blazing fireball struck the accelerating Mizuki head-on, and a guttural scream of agony erupted as his body caught fire. Naruto's eyes snapped open, only to find a pair of crimson Sharingan staring right back at him. Sasuke and Karen, I thought you two went home. A mop of red hair poked out from behind Sasuke. Come on, as if I'd leave my stubborn big brother hanging, came a playful voice. You're such an idiot. Charging in when you're not even ready, Sasuke scoffed, curling his lip in disdain. He knew something was off and stayed behind, but staying without the strength to deal with it. That's just foolish, huh? Actually, I had it under control, Naruto mumbled, fiddling with his fingers. If Sasuke had arrived a minute later, he probably would have found Mizuki's corpse instead. Enough talk. Take this, Sasuke said, handing Naruto a long sword. Hey, damn fox, you're all having a sweet little chat, huh? Mizuki slapped out the flames on his body, his twisted face looking even more grotesque in the firelight. He curled his lips into a wicked smile. Two unexpected guests. No matter, Uchiha, Uzumaki, all of you are only fit to sniff at Lord Orochimaru's leftovers. Orochimaru. Silence. That surprise fireball had done a bit of damage, but honestly, it was less than what Naruto's poorly thrown kunai had managed. Naruto, where's Mizuki? Sasuke gripped the sword he'd swiped from his father's room, eyes wary fixed on a monstrous figure that seemed neither human nor beast as he questioned Naruto. Oh, he's right there. Naruto twirled the long sword in his hand, feeling that it was a little too light. It couldn't compare with the sturdy wooden greatsword his teacher had made for him. But it would do, so, just as I expected, he murmured. Karen, stay back and keep yourself safe, Sasuke called over his shoulder to Karen, who stood behind him. Then, turning back, he squared off with Naruto and Mizuki. Hey, you little Uchiha brat, do you even know what's standing next to you? Mizuki's voice rang out, laced with arrogance. That's the nine-tailed demon fox, the monster who slaughters people without mercy, who devours men whole and leaves not even their bones behind. Mizuki was eager to see the terror on these kids' faces as they learned Naruto's true identity. The fear of discovering their friend was a monster. Teasing, idiot, Sasuke spat on the ground, glaring at Mizuki with disdain. Listen up. I don't care what you call him. Uzumaki Naruto is my big brother inside the sealed space. I'm so moved. Someone sobbed, Grandpa Hashirama. I'm touched too. Another voice cried, yes, here, take a handkerchief, came the reply, choked with emotion. Oh, thank you. Tears streamed as Hashirama and Kushina each hugged one of Kurama's tails, both of them weeping openly. Even Minato couldn't help but let a tear slip from the corner of his eye. Kurama, the Ninetales, grumbled, so when am I supposed to lend my strength exactly? And hey, Hashirama, your snot's dripping on my tail. Back in the real world, the corners of Naruto's mouth lifted, his eyes shining with a fierce light. That's right. Sasuke is my most trusted little brother. Shut up and let's go. Sasuke grinned, then charged forward, sword in hand. Honestly, here I come. Naruto called out, following right behind. Mizuki sneered as the two rushed toward him, his claws slashing through the air. sending razor-sharp arcs aimed at their vital points. The two dodged Mizuki's attacks, their blades grazing past his body. Suddenly, a crimson spray arced from Mizuki's waist. What? How is this possible? Mizuki gasped in disbelief. Just moments ago, he'd had Naruto on the ropes. How could their strength have surged like this with just one more opponent? To stand against me, a wielder of the Sharingan. You have no hope of victory. Sasuke smirked, sheathing his sword with a spinning flourish as he wove hand signs. Fire style. Grand Fireball Jutsu. Really now, he's actually doing it, Naruto muttered under his breath. But he too formed hand signs. Wood style. Wood clone Jutsu. Dozens of wooden clones sprang from Naruto's body, their limbs unfurling into wooden swords. Naruto's great whirlwind, he shouted. A swirling storm of blue chakra-infused blades surged toward Mizuki. This was a new technique Naruto had just invented. By fusing the greatsword skills taught by Hashirama with his wood clones, he created a self-destructing infantry charge. And since the memories of destroyed wood clones didn't return to him, it was the perfect, expendable force. A wild, pained howl reverberated through the air. Shuemu's body swelled once again. Crimson hues surfaced on his skin as the dark curse marks turned blood red, and natural energy surged chaotically around him. No, I can't go on any longer, he thought. Years spent working in an office had left his body too weak to sustain the curse mark now. He needed to end this quickly. Damn it, where's Danzo? Shuemu wondered when Danzo would show up. He was certain he'd already lured them to the right spot. Just as the grand fireball was about to strike Shuemu, his figure vanished from sight. Part of Naruto's whirling kick shattered the ground, but Shuemu, though wounded in several places, managed to dodge the attack. It's fine. As long as I escape into the forest, there's no way these two will find me. With dusk falling, the darkness would become his best cover. Even if that Uchiha brat possessed the Sharingan, it didn't mean he could locate a seasoned Chunin hiding in the pitch-black woods. Hiding, are you? A hint of mischief flickered in the scarlet Sharingan eyes. Maybe alone he couldn't find Shuemu. But now things were different, Sasuke. Over there, Karen's voice echoed in Sasuke's mind, accompanied by a fully three-dimensional map of the forest. It was a new ability she'd recently mastered. Kagura's mind-eye, shared sense, and today it was proving its worth. Got it, Sasuke replied. A crimson fireball erupted once again, streaking straight for the tree. Where Shuemu was concealed, a guttural, agonized scream burst from the shadows. Hello, Shuemu-sensei. Naruto's figure materialized right before Shuemu. That familiar, grinning face filled Shuemu's pain-filled gaze. Goodbye, Shuemu-sensei, with a fist wreathed in blue chakra. Naruto drove a powerful punch into Shuemu's abdomen. Blood sprayed from Shuemu's mouth, splattering across Naruto's face. Shuemu's body was sent flying, crashing through two thick trees before finally coming to a halt. Man, that was suffocating. Finally, I've had a chance to put some power behind my punch, Naruto thought, shaking out his right fist. From the start until now, only his very first and this final punch had used his full strength. Shuemu had simply been too fast to catch otherwise. But after taking Sasuke's fireball head-on and suffering so many injuries, Shuemu could no longer move like he did at the beginning. Naruto, that was amazing. Yaha, as expected from my student. Naruto, that was great. Let go of my tail, you brat. The warmth of their voices filled Naruto's mind, steadying him in the aftermath of having a face full of blood. Hey, Naruto, are you hurt? Sasuke's voice was calm, now that Karen's shared sense told him Shuemu's presence was fading fast. I'm fine. What should we do with Shuemu? Naruto wiped the blood from his face, the taste metallic and foul. Come at this hour. Let's take him to my house. Sasuke thought it over. The teachers had all gone home, and he had no idea where the ANBU were in the village. It made more sense to let his father handle it. If they brought Mizuki to the Uchiha clan, wouldn't he have a say in how the interrogation went? Sasuke felt a strong dislike for Mizuki's actions. He certainly wasn't doing this out of any desire to avenge the blonde kid. All right, let's do that. When the time comes, we'll find out exactly why he tried to lure me out here in the middle of the night. Naruto nodded in agreement. After all, he couldn't really figure out what was going on in Mizuki's head either. Why did he act just like those clueless villagers? Hey, big bro Sasuke, watch out. There are enemies approaching. On the map shared through Karen's sensory ability, they could see about 7 hostile chakra signatures racing toward their location. A slow, deliberate clapping echoed from a distance. A rather gaunt figure emerged from the shadows, his body wrapped in bandages that spoke of battles hard fought and survived, as expected of Itachi's little brother and the Ninetales. Jinchuriki, his voice was hoarse, and the angle of his face, shrouded in darkness, radiated a heavy, almost suffocating sense of menace. Why does he look kind of familiar? Hashirama stroked his chin, a nagging feeling that he'd met this man before. Danzo Shimura? Both Minato and Kushina exclaimed in shock at the same time. What, he's Danzo Shimura? Hashirama was genuinely surprised. He remembered Danzo as a rather handsome young man. Why did he look so unusual now? Yeah, but what's he doing here? What else? He's obviously after Naruto. Minato's question was quickly cut off by Kushina's fierce response. Sensei. Mom, Dad. Who exactly is this Danzo Shimura? Naruto, hearing their conversation from the sealed space, took the initiative to ask. Oh, him. He was a disciple taught by me and my brother Tobirama. Back in the day, he was actually quite a looker. Hashirama shared what he knew with Naruto. Hey kid, be careful. That old fox Danzo is definitely here for you. Kushina's voice was filled with concern. After all, Danzo had once tried to target her, but Grandma Mito and the third Hokage had put a stop to that. Later, when she herself grew stronger and Minato became the fourth Hokage, Danzo could only give up on any such ideas. But now, in this situation, with Danzo suddenly showing up, and Mizuki having just lured Naruto here, there's no doubt in her mind that old schemer must have his sights set on Naruto, or more precisely on the power within the Ninetales Jinchuriki. Wait, but why would he want that now? The old monkey Sarutobi would never allow this. Why doesn't he just focus on managing his own roots? Why does he have to set his sights on the ultimate weapon, the tailed beasts? Kushina would never know that. Danzo had already been pushed into a corner. He could not accept simply giving up and becoming a powerless Hokage advisor. After all, he once wielded tremendous authority in Konoha. As the darkness of a leaf, he called the shots and did as he pleased. He even came close to unseating Sarutobi and becoming the next Hokage himself. Now, brought so low, he had no choice but to take this desperate gamble. Damn it, it's all because of those treacherous Uchiha. Who are you? Sasuke's eyes narrowed. In alarm, the man standing before them recognized both him and Naruto at a glance. Naruto was probably his target, so recognizing him was no surprise, but the fact that the man also knew who he was meant he definitely knew Sasuke's brother. I am Shimura Danzo, the old man replied, his eyes narrowing as he spoke calmly. I'm the fifth Hokage of Konoha. Are you kidding me? Naruto demanded angrily. You're the one who sent Mizuki-sensei after me, aren't you? Why did you lure me here? Why? You want to know why? Danzo let out a low, humorless laugh, leaning on his cane ahem. Listen, well, I only wish to make Konoha stronger, to unite the entire shinobi world, to make the world acknowledge the will of fire. A gust of wind swept through and silence fell. Aside from the distant chirr of insects, not a sound could be heard. Hey, I've finished speaking. Wait, shouldn't the two of you be objecting, or maybe overwhelmed by my grand ambitions? Why are you both just standing there in silence? Sasuke. Is there something wrong with this guy's head? Naruto grabbed Sasuke's arm and whispered loudly in his ear. Yeah, rare for us to be on the same page. Sasuke nodded. He thought this man was even crazier than those in his own clan awakened to the Sharingan. At least his clansmen wouldn't come out to the forest in the middle of the night and shout about making the world accept the will of fire in front of two 6-year-old kids. Hey, never mind. I suppose you wouldn't understand anyway, Danzo snapped. So you're Uchiha Sasuke? I didn't expect you to awaken the Sharingan so young, and already with two. Tomo. Danzo studied Sasuke's eyes, where two crimson Tomo spun slowly. What a pity. If you'd had more time, you might have become another Itachi, but well, if you die here, I imagine Itachi will be devastated. According to his information, Itachi cared deeply for his little brother. In that case, I'll just sever this brat's head and send it to Itachi as a little gift. Whoosh! The moment Danzo mentioned Itachi, several shuriken whistled through the air toward him, launched by Sasuke, but a one-armed man appeared, swinging his blade and knocking the shuriken aside. The operation begins. At Danzo's command, the remaining 5 figures sprang into action, and together 6 former root members charged forward toward the 2 targets. At the same time, Danzo loosened the bandages on his face, revealing a single blood-red Sharingan that glimmered in the darkness. As the 3 Tomo spun rapidly, a mysterious pattern began to emerge. This was the Mangekyo of Danzo's former teammate. Uchiha Kagami. The ocular jutsu it possessed was called Binding Heart. In simple terms, it allowed one to enter another's inner world. attacking their mind directly to manipulate or even annihilate their will. Orochimaru was unaware of this, which was why he carelessly ordered Danzo to use the Mangekyo to control the tailed beast, and thus set off the Ninetales rampage. Instead of trying to control the Jinchuriki themselves, in just a few brief exchanges Sasuke and Naruto found themselves overwhelmed. After all, they were up against 6 seasoned, emotionless killing machines. Unsurprisingly, even though some of them were missing limbs, they were still far beyond what 2 academy students could handle. Hey, knucklehead, watch out for Danzo's eye. Kurama sensed a familiar, oppressive force, the power of the Mangekyo. There was no longer any time for Naruto to act alone. Crimson chakra surged from Kurama's tails, gradually enveloping Naruto's body. Empowered by the Ninetales chakra, the scarlet energy wrapped around his longsword, crackling and pulsing with wild intensity. Naruto's body could now withstand the power of 4 tails. But he still needed a moment to adjust. Sasuke, give me your hand. Sasuke ducked under a swinging kunai, did a quick roll, and landed by Naruto's side, gripping his hand tightly. Lending my power to an Uchiha is really unpleasant, but I'll do it just this once for the knucklehead's sake. A deep voice rumbled in Sasuke's mind, and a massive crimson fox appeared before his eyes. This must be the Ninetales Naruto had spoken of. A faint red chakra ignited around Sasuke, surging with newfound strength. He turned his gaze back to the root member who had just tried to cut his head open with a kunai, a sly grin spreading across his lips. Come on. His form, tinged with red, lunged forward, swinging a longsword, mirroring Naruto's, sending a blinding arc of light toward his opponent. The Ninetales is going berserk? B's astonished voice rang out. He hadn't expected the Ninetales to lose control. Then again, wasn't that how Mato Miko had died 3 years ago? But he and his team were nothing like weaklings such as Mato Miko or Mizuki. After exchanging glances with his comrades, they all quickly retreated. No, it's time to use ninjutsu. Realizing this, Naruto and Sasuke pushed their speed even further, determined to keep their opponents from slipping away. But these were root operatives of the 6-inch 2 were forced to stay behind by Naruto and Sasuke, but the 4 who managed to retreat wasted no time, forming hand seals without hesitation. Wind style, vacuum wave, water style, water surge, fire style, great fireball jutsu, lightning style, ground walk. The 4 attackers paid no heed to their comrades' survival. They unleashed their jutsu without hesitation, intent on killing not only their enemies, but even their own ally, along with Naruto and Sasuke. No, in truth, only their comrade and Sasuke would die. Naruto, as a Jinchuriki and a member of the Uzumaki clan, would at most be left half alive. Damn it. Sasuke swung his sword, knocking the enemy's kunai aside. He quickly retreated, narrowly dodging the incoming jutsu. Wait, isn't Sasuke about to lose? Kushina was worried about her best friend's son. She was counting on him to carry on the Uzumaki name. Actually, there's no need to worry. Hashirama, having just finished a call with a certain white-haired man, flashed a peculiar smile, signaling that everything was under control. At that moment, Karen sensed a presence whose chakra was strikingly similar to Sasuke's. Don't worry, I'm Sasuke's brother. Itachi, dressed in a black cloak, raised his hands to show he meant no harm. You're Uchiha Itachi. Karen eyed Itachi warily, quietly unfurling a scroll Mito had left her. Yeah, it's true. Don't be fooled by our clan leader's cold demeanor. He actually dotes on his little brother. He's a real Brokan. Ow. Yamato, wearing his usual gentle smile, tried to explain to Karen, but Itachi silenced him with a swift chop to the head. Could you not tell Sasuke I'm here just yet? Itachi rubbed his hand, his tone uncharacteristically pleading as he addressed Karen. Why not? Karen was beginning to believe Itachi's claim, but she didn't understand. If he was Sasuke's brother, why hide his presence? Because I've done things I regret. Itachi lowered his head, a fleeting shadow of remorse crossing his face. Hey, Itachi, it's all right. Have faith in yourself. The path lies beneath your feet. Tobirama's voice echoed in Itachi's mind. Right and wrong will be judged by those who come after. For now, just be true to yourself. Itachi nodded and gestured to Karen that she could go assist Sasuke and the others, as long as she didn't reveal that he was here. Honestly, Sasuke's brother is such a weirdo. Karen resealed the open scroll and dashed toward Naruto's direction. Whatever this brother's intention, Sasuke and the big guy were in danger. As for what he wanted, that wasn't her concern. Karen was ready to flip the table. Hey, dead weight. Can you still hold out? Sasuke deflected another attack with his sword and, seizing a brief opening, leapt behind. Naruto, don't worry. The cloak of the tailed beast had grown even thicker on Naruto, and three tails had already taken shape behind him. The contact on his back connected the flow of the Ninetales chakra. The chakra, wild and unruly, surged into Sasuke's body, but under the suppression of his Sharingan, it was kept firmly under control. Kurama muttered, "This is exactly why I can't stand those with red eyes." The little game ends here. Danzo unwrapped the bandages around his arm, revealing a pale arm marked with a single blood-red Sharingan. At this point, Danzo hasn't yet mastered his Anaji. The Sharingan is only there to suppress the cells from Hashirama, and it's just a 3-tomo Sharingan. Would style. Violent tree spear. Would style. Would style. Would style. Would style. Would style. Wait, how does Danzo have would style? Hashirama couldn't sit still anymore. Though Tobirama had told him that Itachi had left behind a backup plan, Danzo now possessed both would style and a Mangekyo Sharingan. Even though his aura didn't feel overwhelming to Naruto, who was channeling the Ninetales chakra, this was a perfect counter. No, I have to step in. Hashirama's eyes narrowed. Even if it meant exposing himself, as long as no one figured out his identity, it would be fine. Naruto, switch out. Hearing his teacher's voice, Naruto's eyes, once stained crimson by the tailed beast chakra, returned to their natural blue. The beast cloak faded from his body. With a nimble leap, Naruto dodged Danzo's jutsu and landed on a tree branch, eyes closed. Hey Naruto, what are you doing? Sasuke, sword in hand and parrying attacks, couldn't understand Naruto's actions. Sasuke, shut up. Naruto's voice grew quiet, and the sound around them seemed to fade. Suddenly, it was as if the chorus of cicadas grew louder, filling the air. A breeze rustled through the forest, and the trees whispered together, as if nature itself was celebrating. He's coming. Naruto's eyes snapped open. Red markings appeared across his face, and a circular rune formed on his forehead. A powerful aura radiated from him, sweeping outward in all directions. No way. Sasuke sensed Naruto's energy climbing at a terrifying pace. Something was wrong. Terribly wrong. This power surpassed anyone he had ever encountered. Well then, it's my turn now. Naruto's golden hair danced in the wind as his brilliant blue eyes locked onto Danzo. A faint smile played at the corner of his lips. Finally, something interesting was happening. Still, better keep it subtle. No need to use with style now. Naruto flexed his fists and, in the blink of an eye, appeared beside Sasuke. So fast. Sasuke hadn't even caught a glimpse of Naruto's movement. He was just suddenly there. Little Sasuke. I'll take it from here. Naruto picked up the sword he had just set down, and a massive surge of chakra burst forth, sending a shockwave in Danzo's direction. Impossible. Disbelief flickered in Danzo's eyes. How could a Jinchuriki wield such overwhelming power? That's Sage Mode. Danzo recalled the descriptions he'd read in the files. The current look on Naruto's face was strikingly similar. Was this the handiwork of that damn fourth Hokage? Still, you'd better not underestimate the power of the Mangekyo Sharingan. Danzo gave up trying to dodge. The scarlet Mangekyo spun rapidly, and for an instant time itself seemed to freeze. He found himself standing in a lush forest, the trees around him bursting with vibrant green. At the center of the woods stood a small wooden cabin. The Jinchuriki's spirit must be in there, he surmised. Danzo failed to notice the absence of the 8-trigram seal, nor did he realize the Ninetales wasn't present. After all, his knowledge of sealing jutsu lacked this particular branch. He snorted quietly to himself. Whatever countermeasures Minato left behind, as long as I seize the Jinchuriki's consciousness, none of it will matter. He plunged his hand into his pocket and strode confidently toward the cabin, head held high. A breeze rustled through the trees, and the chakra sun above cast its light upon the path leading Danzo forward. For a fleeting moment, the earthy scent in the air actually brought Danzo a rare sense of comfort. It made sense. Ever since the Shursui incident, he hadn't known a single peaceful day, and now he was just one step away from victory. If he could take control of the Jinchuriki, he wouldn't even have to release the Ninetales. With the Jinchuriki alone, he could force Hiruzen to hand over the Hokage's seat without resistance. After that, He'd deal with that wretched traitor and the wicked Uchiha Itachi at his own pace. Finally, he'd rebuild Root. No. Once he became Hokage, why call it Root? It should be called the Leaf Division. He could recruit gifted children in droves, his own loyal followers the subordinates of the 5th Hokage, then step by step he'd infiltrate the other nations, until at last he unified the entire shinobi world. Make Konoha great again when that time came. Hiruzen would regretfully question himself for not passing the Hokage mantle sooner. As for Danzo, he would stand as the savior, forgiving Hiruzen's past sins, patting him on the shoulder and saying, "Let bygones be bygones. Now, would you be willing to serve as my advisor?" With tears glistening in Hiruzen's eyes, Danzo would acknowledge his worth and accept him as his advisor. Ruling the shinobi world together, a faint smirk tugged at Danzo's lips, and he quickened his pace considerably. What's taking so long? That old dog Danzo is unbelievably slow. It's been almost a minute, Kushina grumbled as she tugged on Kurama's tail. Kurama shot her an angry glare, prompting her to sigh. All right, no need to rush. So what's our plan when he shows up? Minato tried to comfort her, then glanced over at Hashirama. Well, I'm not sure how much we can exploit this bug in the system. Maybe I should use the transformation jutsu? Hashirama mused, stroking his chin thoughtfully. That's right. Tobirama did say that as long as I don't reveal my true identity, I'll be fine. If I turn into someone else, that should do the trick, shouldn't it? What a great idea. Thumbs up. So, who should Sensei turn into? Then, Naruto scratched his head. When Danzo activated the mind binding, both Danzo and Hashirama entered Naruto's inner seal. The blonde-haired kid had already returned when the switch was made earlier, and now he was sitting in a chair, stroking Kurama. A strange smile crept onto Hashirama's face. In truth, if Danzo wanted to transform, taking on Tobirama's appearance would have been the most fitting, but Hashirama wouldn't allow it. Now, little Naruto, watch closely. Let your teacher show you. A masterful transformation jutsu. Hashirama began forming hand signs at a leisurely pace. Under the curious gazes of those around, a thick cloud of white smoke puffed up around his body. I have a bad feeling about this, Kurama muttered, just as he locked eyes with Hashirama. Hashirama's mischievous grin made Kurama uneasy. Don't tell me. With a dramatic gesture, Hashirama cried out, Omi wa Mao. As the smoke cleared, standing where Hashirama had been was a man with long black hair flowing down his back. His jawline was exquisitely sharp, his nose high and proud, his gaze cold and distant, and his fingers slender and defined. He wore the same battle-damaged armor as Hashirama, but there was a wild, untamed edge to his voice that echoed throughout the small wooden cabin. Kurama instinctively shrank back with a whimper. Damn it, I knew it. Since he'd gotten used to Hashirama, Kurama wasn't really afraid of him anymore. Hence those scenes of camaraderie between them earlier. But this man, Kurama was truly scared, Mata. Kurama's voice trembled, but as Naruto hugged him and gently patted his back, he gradually calmed down. Uchiha, Minato, and Kushina exclaimed in unison, their voices brimming with shock. With Kurama's mention of Madara, and with Grandpa Hashirama's acquaintance with Madara, there could only be one person they meant, the Azura of the ninja world. Uchiha, Madara's head turned toward Minato, and Kushina, his mere presence radiating an overwhelming aura. Just by standing there, he exuded a terrifyingly powerful force. Under the group's somewhat intimidated gazes, Madara rubbed his hands together and then scratched his head. Yeah, look. Do I look like him? Hashirama's goofy, cheerful voice poured out of Madara's cold, steely mouth, utterly at odds with the image. Naruto rolled his eyes. Sensei, please don't talk. You looked so cool just a second ago. He was at a loss. Hashirama's Madara transformation really was quite impressive and imposing. The more you know about who you're transforming into, the better the jutsu works. Ah, really? Let me think. Madara plopped down on a small wooden stool, spreading his legs wide in a way that bizarrely resembled an ant gossiping at the village entrance. That just made it worse. Hey kid, what are you staring at? Suddenly that low, domineering voice rang out. Madara, seated on the stool, snapped his head up, and the crimson, mysterious Mangekyo Sharingan spun in his eyes. Reoard Kurama leapt to the distance, baring his teeth and glaring fixedly at Madara's feet. Yes, he didn't dare meet Madara's eyes anymore. Even knowing it was Hashirama in disguise, he still felt a shudder of fear. Whoa, that's so cool. Stars sparkled in Naruto's eyes. Such an overwhelming aura. It was simply awesome. Mangekyo. Minato and Kushina exclaimed in unison utterly amazed. Such a finely detailed Mangekyo. Who knew how Hashirama managed to remember it all? You know, I fought Madara so many times back in the day. I just picked it up naturally, Madara replied, scratching his head in a dazed, almost foolish manner, a goofy grin spreading across his handsome face. Hashirama. Kurama sidled over, speaking softly. What is it, Madara, or rather Hashirama? Responded, well, about that condition from before, does it still count? Kurama stammered, uncertain. How about next time we race horses, you turn into Madara for me, and then... Kurama's eyes gleamed with mischief, his tails wagging with anticipation. I refuse, Madara's deep voice sounded again, resolute. Hashirama is my dearest friend. How could I let him use my likeness to serve as your Mount Fox? He straightened up, arms folded, regarding Kurama with calm detachment. Teasing. Kurama's tails drooped, and he stopped grinning. Meanwhile, Danzo was still making his way over. Let's hurry up and set things up, Kushina said, rubbing her hands together, a sly and wicked smile appearing on her face. I can't wait to see the look of pure shock on that old dog Danzo's face. Yeah, let's turn off the lights first, Naruto agreed, nodding and glancing over at Madara, who was still basking in his own grandeur. Huh. Oh, got it. With a clap of his hands, Madara, or rather Hashirama, caused the sun in the sky to dim. Darkness spread, and the world was plunged in a shadow. Danzo was already nearing the little cabin. He glanced up at the steadily darkening sky, a look of disdain crossing his face. Afraid of my arrival, are they? It makes no difference. Let darkness fall. Under the gaze of this Mangekyo, nothing can escape my sight. Night enveloped the world. Not even a sliver of light shone from the little house. But to Danzo, this was nothing more than Naruto's last desperate struggle. The little game ends here. He strode up to the door and shoved it open, eager to see the panic on the Jinchuriki's face. After all, how strong could the mind of a 6.5-year-old child really be? As the door swung wide, his Mangekyo glimpsed a pair of scarlet eyes glowing in the darkness. So you've arrived, a deep commanding voice echoed in Danzo's ears. That voice, where had he heard it as a child? But how could there be someone else in the Jinchuriki's inner world? Had the mental and ceiling spaces somehow overlapped? Uzumaki Naruto, where are you? Danzo watched the man before him with utmost caution. Through the darkness, he could make out the man's ancient armor. Armor that seemed to date all the way back to the era of the first Hokage. A low chuckle echoed in the air. Suddenly, the world brightened. The light streaming in from outside. With the return of illumination, Danzo could finally see the man's face more clearly. Something's wrong. Who are you really? At first, Danzo suspected this might be a contingency left behind by the fourth Hokage, but as a strange sense of déjà vu washed over him, he realized things were far more complicated than he thought. After all, if the fourth secret move could tame the Ninetales to the point it would lie docile at this man's feet like a pet, Minato would never have died in the first place. Kurama grumbled inwardly. I'm just lying here, that's all. He's here at last. Those words finally came. My name is Madara Uchiha. I'm one of the founders of Konoha. Madara lifted his chin, his proud and striking features dealing blow after blow to Danzo's composure. Is this some kind of joke? A bead of cold sweat trickled down Danzo's forehead. Madara Uchiha, the demon of the ninja world? How could he possibly be here? Wasn't he supposed to be long dead? Yet the aura radiating from the man before him was immense. And that face, it really was like staring at the legendary scourge of the ninja world himself. Well, old dog Danzo, you came in person. Did you bring us any gifts? Teasing, playful voice chimed in. One that was all too familiar, Kushina, and eternal little sister. Danzo turned his head stiffly and saw two figures. One in red, one in yellow, both radiating overwhelming power. Wait, this isn't right. Do these two really have that much chakra? Back in their day, there was no way they could have amassed that kind of energy. It's been a long time. Assistant Danzo, Minato nodded at. Danzo, only to receive a sharp pinch on the waist from Kushina. What are you being so polite with this old dog for? Grandpa Madara, get him. Kushina was clearly annoyed at Minato's courtesy. The enemy had walked right into their hands, heads held high. How could they pass up such a golden opportunity for a decisive strike? Ichim. All right. Madara looked down at Danzo's handiwork and gave a brief nod in response to Kushina's call. That arm. Wasn't it once my dear friend's? Danzo's head snapped. back, and for the first time in ages, sweat poured down his forehead. How is he supposed to answer this? This is a precious legacy left behind by Lord Hashirama. It belongs to Konoha. You, a traitor, have no right to question it. Danzo forced down a gulp, mustering his courage to retort. Madara's lips curled into a faint cold smile, and those two Sharingan eyes. Where did you get them? He took a step forward, his tall figure and overwhelming presence making Danzo's body tremble. You, who betrayed both the Uchiha and Konoha, have no right to know. Danzo realized that if he didn't make a move now, he might never get another chance. The kaleidoscope spun before his eyes, while a massive blade of wind formed along his arm. In the realm of the mind, the binding heart technique transformed into a weapon, doubling the damage it could inflict on spiritual bodies. He swung the wind blade directly, aiming at Madara. Even if you are Uchiha Madara, you're just a spirit here. That means the odds are in my favor. Ha! Let me show you the strength of my dearest friend, Madara said, clapping his hands together. Wood style. Wood human technique. A colossal wooden warrior erupted from the earth, its form towering and mighty. The slender wind blade managed to carve a shallow gash across its surface, but in the next instant the wooden giant absorbed the blade entirely. How is this possible? How can you use wood style? Danzo stared in disbelief at Madara, who stood with arms folded atop the wooden giant's head, his face a mask of shock and incredulity. Ahem, that's because my dear friend entrusted his power to me. Madara's voice echoed in Danzo's ears, provoking a helpless, furious outburst. No, absolutely impossible. You must have stolen Lord Hashirama's body, performing some vile sacrilege on his corpse. Dodging the giant's swinging fists, Danzo shouted angrily as he scrambled for safety. Minato Kushina, I was wrong about you. I can't believe you'd stoop so low as to join forces with this evil Uchiha Madara. You betrayed the Leaf Village. Minato and Kushina exchanged bemused glances, the corners of their mouths twitching. Danzo's imagination really was something else. If they didn't already know Madara was actually Grandpa Hashirama in disguise, they might have believed him. Hey, Minato, let's take him together, Kushina said, tilting her neck and stretching her arms with anticipation, her hands itching for action. This Danzo had dared to target Naruto. She disliked him for a long time, and now finally the chance had come. Ah, well, Minato replied with a helpless chuckle, then wrapped an arm around Kushina, and, with a flash of flying thunder god, reappeared beside Madara. Grandpa Hashirama. Let me have a go at this mutt. Kushina whispered to Hashirama. Ah, is that so? All right, he's yours, Hashirama replied, handing over control of the wooden giant to Kushina. Suddenly inspired, he turned his attention to Kurama, enveloping the Ninetales in a suit of wooden armor with his wood style. I named this Mighty Armored Kurama, Madara declared, grinning broadly, his laughter echoing through the sealed space. Danzo stared blankly at the wooden giant adorned with golden chains, and the gigantic, armored Ninetales at its side. For a moment he was utterly lost for words. It all happened so suddenly. All he'd wanted was to control the young Jinchuriki, but now things had spiraled completely out of control. How was he supposed to fight this? Every weapon summoned by the kaleidoscope shattered at a single touch. Was he supposed to attack the wooden giant with a barrage of trees? Hey Danzo, why aren't you off leading your so-called route? What brings you to Naruto? Kushina's voice drifted over. Haha, leader, you say? Go ask Hiruzen. Go ask that wicked Uchiha clan. If it weren't for them, would I have ended up like this? Would I have fallen so far? Danzo's mind began to unravel, twisted by confusion. He simply couldn't understand why things had come to this today. Uchiha Madara, you are far too dangerous. Even if it costs my life, I will seal you away. A glint of madness flashed in Danzo's eyes. Dodging Kurama's lashing tail, he forced himself forward, rushing right under its massive sweep. Hiruzen, everything I've done is for the Leaf Village. A black substance surged from his body, filling the air with a suffocating aura of sealing and destruction. Reverse 4. Symbols seal. As Danzo's body began to dissolve into nothingness, one of Kurama's tails vanished with him, and the destruction kept growing, expanding outward, until Madara intervened. A forest of trees burst forth, surging toward the seal, overwhelming it until it could contain no more. It's over. Madara leapt off Kurama's back, dispelling his transformation. Hashirama's true form appeared at last. He glanced at the place where Danzo had fallen, momentarily at a loss for words. Hashirama, Why didn't you act sooner? My poor tail. Kurama's indignant complaint from behind quickly snapped him back to the present. Oops. Just a slip. Nothing more. Danzo's consciousness faded from the sealed space, and the next instant he returned to the real world. Yet his Mangekyo Sharingan had lost its luster, not due to his Anaji, but because of his own death-defying technique. Now, it had lost its life forever. He watched as Naruto, now truly Uchiha Madara, rushed toward him momentarily distracted. His only chance of survival was to seize the young Uchiha, use his life to threaten Naruto, and buy himself a way out. He had to act now. If he hesitated, Madara would crush him without mercy. Riding the gust of wind coming straight at him, Danzo lunged towards Sasuke with desperate resolve burning in his eyes. It's over, my body just can't keep up. Danzo poured all the force of his will onto Sasuke, freezing him in place, unable to move an inch. Move, damn it. Sasuke howled inwardly, unable to comprehend how Naruto had become so powerful, but certain of one thing. He refused to be a burden now. This ends here. The runes etched on Sasuke's long sword, once shrouded in darkness, suddenly flared to life in his mind. He thought he heard a grumbling curse. A shadowy figure in a black cloak appeared at Sasuke's side. Flying Raijin, Minato stared in shock at the figure that had materialized before Sasuke, sending Danzo tumbling with a single kick. Wait, is this a 1-against-7 fight? Kushina instantly recognized the eldest son of her best friend. After all, she'd cradled him in her arms years ago. He'd been such a tiny little dumpling back then. She could hardly believe he'd grown up so much now. Nisan. Sasuke stared in shock at his brother, standing before him, 1,000 words stuck in his throat. Why was Itachi here? Why did Itachi leave the Uchiha clan? Why did he do such a thing? Sasuke, I'm sorry. Itachi glanced at his bewildered younger brother, silently offering an apology in his heart. Then the Mangekyo Sharingan spun in his eyes, and Danzo's consciousness was pulled into a crimson world. Where is this? Danzo's body relaxed, giving up his struggle. Heaven itself wants me dead. Watching Itachi walk slowly toward him, Danzo closed his eyes, memories flashing again and again through his mind. Sensei, did I make a mistake? With that confused question lingering in his mind, Danzo's consciousness faded away completely. In his final moment, Hiruzen's face appeared before his eyes. He wanted to speak, to entrust Konoha's future to him, but the words wouldn't come. He caught a glimpse of a figure in blue armor. A familiar presence flooded his heart. Danzo, sleep now. It's enough. Tobirama gently closed the eyes of his wayward disciple. Perhaps Danzo's intentions for Konoha had been good at first, but in execution, he had gone too far. Enough of that. I'd best get back to my own research. Tobirama shook his head and found himself once more in a study at the dango shop. Silently, he popped a dumpling into his mouth. Tissish, why is it lemon flavor again? Having dealt with the so-called elder apprentice, Itachi turned back to his brother. Words caught his throat. Nearby, Tenzo caught Danzo's body, casting a worried glance at Itachi. Nisan, I swear I'll become stronger, and I'll bring you back to atone for your sins. Sasuke stared into Itachi's crimson Mangekyo, his voice resolute. A faint smile tugged at the corner of Itachi's lips. I look forward to it, he tapped Sasuke's forehead, and in the next instant, his figure vanished. Nisan. Sasuke felt the lingering warmth on his brow, a thin mist clouding his scarlet Sharingan. Itachi, I'm still here, you know. Tenzo, moved to tears by the brothers' bond, watched Itachi's departing silhouette. He sighed at their deep connection, then suddenly realized he hadn't even gotten on a ride. Well, former leader, looks like it's my turn to carry you home this time. With care, he hefted Danzo's body onto his back and made his way toward the old root headquarters in the Hokage's office. Hiruzen took a rare draw from his pipe, then exhaled a long, curling smoke ring. He closed his eyes, no longer looking at his old friend's body in the crystal ball. Age makes the heart more fragile. Tears stung at the corners of his eyes, but he still had work to do. There were missions left unfinished, and sins yet to be atoned for. I can't afford to stop now. Sorry, Danzo. When all of this is finally over, I'll come find you. Orochimaru, there's still so much to do. Like Mizuki's curse mark, Naruto's would release Karen's mind's eye of the Kagura. My head's pounding. Looks like it's another late night at work. Another plume of smoke drifted upward as the warm orange light illuminated the Hokage's office. An old man sat beneath the glow, poring over documents. occasionally jotting down notes or drafting new plans on the paper spread before him. Meanwhile, back at the root base, Itachi entered the sealed chamber. Instead of diving into research, his teacher regarded him with a peculiar look, one filled with questions yet uncertain how to voice them. There was a feeling hanging in the air, as if something wanted to be asked but the words wouldn't quite come. "Sensei, if there's something you want to ask, please go ahead," Itachi said with a gentle smile, meeting his teacher's gaze. "Well, since you offered, I'll ask," came the reply. "Ah, as expected of my student. Always so perceptive, that's Sasuke. He's your younger brother, isn't he?" Itachi nodded. "Yes, he's my biological brother. Has he ever had any unusual experiences, like sneaking out in the dead of night? Or perhaps crying out strange things, like shouting Madara right after he was born?" Tobirama pondered his words, then asked carefully. "Not at all," Itachi replied calmly. "Sasuke has grown up like any other child step by step. He doesn't have a habit of wandering out at night. That's what he said aloud, but inwardly his thoughts drifted to the Madara his teacher had just mentioned. "Uchiha Madara, I see. Well, never mind then. Let's get back to learning the Flying Thunder God technique, shall we? We just practiced together, and I think you've got the gist of it already. Keep at it and practice on your own," Tobirama said, giving Itachi an encouraging pat on the shoulder before returning to his relentless battle with the monitor. The truth was, Tobirama had been deeply shocked today, especially upon meeting Itachi's brother Sasuke. The resemblance was uncanny, 8 parts similar to Izuna, almost like a mirror image. It was enough to make Tobirama wonder if Sasuke might actually be Izuna reincarnated. But from what little Itachi had shared, Sasuke didn't seem to carry any of Izuna's darker tendencies. Even if he was a reincarnation, he probably had no memories of his past life. A smile curled at the corners of Tobirama's mouth. If he really is Izuna's reincarnation, that would make me his senior, wouldn't it? And by extension, Madara would be my junior too. He clicked his tongue with satisfaction. Not bad at all, if I dare to dream a little bigger. If my brother and I are both back, can Madara and Izuna be far behind? When that time comes, no matter which one it is, seeing Sasuke, who looks so much like Izuna, being taught by me. Now that's exciting, though for now, Itachi and Sasuke's relationship is a bit tense, so it's not the right time to intervene. No matter, I have plenty of strength and tricks up my sleeve. I'm just about to crack the voice command on the monitor, soon my big brother will be able to lend a hand too, and this time he stepped in as well. Wonder what kind of bug he managed to exploit. I'll have to ask him about it tomorrow. "Big brother, here I come." In the distance, a golden light flared, and 5 massive, dazzling chains whipped through the air, parting the trees as easily as running fingers through hair. In the midst of the brilliance, Karen made her grand entrance. Where is everyone? Karen scratched her head in confusion. That couldn't be right. She was sure she'd sensed people here just moments ago. How could everyone vanish after only a few minutes of her mad dash? Is it possible that Itachi was just here? Naruto glanced at the radiant Karen, his lips twitching in a wry smile. Meanwhile, within the sealed space, a certain man and a fox both shuddered, as if some ominous thought had just crossed their minds. "Hey Hashirama, this can't be right." "Kurama, I have no idea." They exchanged uncertain glances, and for a moment, an uneasy silence fell between them. Wow, Karen is so young, and yet her chains are already that powerful. Kushina watched Karen in surprise, a strange sense of familiarity welling up inside her. Ahem, maybe she's just exceptionally gifted. Hashirama gave a strained chuckle, hoping to steer the conversation elsewhere. "It's the Uzumaki clan has someone to carry on the legacy." Kushina nodded in satisfaction. It hardly made sense. But then again, when did anything about her own son make sense? After all, Hashirama had only borrowed Naruto's body moments ago, unleashing its full potential. That meant Naruto could already enter Sage mode, and his chakra reserves were nothing short of astonishing. By comparison, Karen really couldn't keep up with him, as expected of my son. "It's over now, let's head back." Naruto stretched, feeling the ache in his body. Hashirama had really pushed his limits, leaving him sore and a bit strained, though he figured he'd recover in a minute or so. "Hey Sasuke, where's Itachi?" Naruto looked over at Sasuke, who seemed lost in thought. There was no sign of Itachi. He went back. Sasuke's lips moved stiffly, and after a moment, he managed to squeeze out those few words, "I see. Well, let's head home too." Naruto reached out his hand to Sasuke. "Yeah." Sasuke took Naruto's hand, and the Ninetales chakra flowed back from Sasuke into Naruto. "Hey, how long are you going to keep holding my hand?" Hey, sorry, come on, man. Let go already. All right, here you go, Naruto. Let go with a grin. Tisk. Ridiculous. Sasuke's lips curled ever so slightly. Back home, Naruto flopped. Down on his bed, he hadn't expected tonight to be such a wild ride. He'd sensed something off about Mizuki-sensei, but he never imagined things would escalate like this. Sensei, Naruto called in the air. What is it? Hashirama's voice echoed in Naruto's mind. I want to learn what human... Whoa, Naruto, that's really difficult. Kushina's voice chimed in, cutting Hashirama off. It's fine, I want to get stronger. Naruto didn't want to rely on his teacher's power forever, even though borrowing. That strength felt incredible. All right, since little Naruto insists, I'll make sure to teach you. But we have to take it step by step. Right now, you can't even use the wood clone properly. You still need more practice. It was true. Naruto's control over the wood clone technique was still lacking, which made coordination tricky. That's why fighting with the water clone was proving so difficult. Nagato, do you want to learn the Rasengan? Minato joined the conversation. It's big, it's round, and it's incredibly powerful. Minato swung his hands through the air, tried to demonstrate, but with Naruto still outside, it was all for nothing, and let's talk about it later. Naruto thought for a moment and replied. Minato froze in place, his head drooping in disappointment, much like Hashirama's signature look. All right, little Naruto, don't train tonight. Go to bed early. Kushina's gentle voice warmed Naruto's heart. Okay, I'm going to sleep now. Naruto drifted off to dreamland. Meanwhile, deep underground in the distance. Hey, Obito, what does it feel like to take a dump? A swirling-faced, white Zetsu wriggled his body as he asked the man sitting cross-legged on the ground. The man's body was half white, mismatched, as if it had been pieced together. He kept his eyes tightly shut, pretending not to hear a thing, and simply continued to sit in silence. Oh, come on, what does it really feel like? I'm dying to know. Toby's body swayed, restlessly, unable to keep still. Yeah, I really want to know. What's it like? A vein bulged on Obito's forehead, and as Toby grew more persistent, Obito finally opened his eyes. Hey, what's your problem? Obito demanded, staring at the Toby who had now contorted himself into a ridiculous shape. Why, you finally responded to me. Toby instantly snapped back to his usual form and leaned in closer to Obito. What's going on? Obito's usually stoic face twitched. He knew that. Whenever Toby started calling for him like this, it meant trouble, but every time, Toby's antics made it nearly impossible for him to keep a straight face. Oh, by the way, about that place you were looking for. The Ryuchi cave. We found it. Toby twisted his body as he delivered the news. Is that so? Obito nodded. According to the information Madara left behind, if he wanted to further strengthen himself, learning Sage Mode from one of the 3 great sage grounds was the way to go. But the locations of those sacred places were nearly impossible to find. The White Zetsus had searched everywhere, but hadn't come across a trace, until with the help of a certain member of the Akatsuki, they'd finally pinpointed the general location of Ryuchi Cave with the White Zetsus' assistance. And after several months of searching, they had finally found Ryuchi Cave. Obito nodded in acknowledgement. So, now will you finally tell me what it feels like to take a dump? I'm not the one taking the exam. How would I possibly know? Obito was exasperated. Honestly, sure, other White Zetsu could have delivered the message, but Obito always relied on Toby to do it. Oh, come on, if you can poop, you must know what it feels like. Toby kept up his clowning. After all, Obito's constant scowl made things pretty dull for him. Seriously? Obito's face showed a hint of helplessness. All right, just hurry up and take me there. He brushed the dust from his clothes and stood up. Hey, Obito, your face looked really weird just now. Get moving, Obito snapped. Toby shuddered under Obito's withering, almost frozen glare, then leapt at him enthusiastically. As Toby merged with him, Obito sank into the earth, traveling quickly underground, guided by Toby's directions. The Ryukido, Sage Mode, here I come, Rin. I'm going to create a world just for you. The memory of that girl flashed once more in his mind, and Obito's pace quickened as he tunneled through the earth. Honestly, Obito, next time you have to let me experience what it's like to poop, okay? We'll talk about it next time, Obito replied. Preview. Perhaps time is about to be crossed, and Izuna will soon make an appearance. What will Sage Mode Obito be like? And if Madara became a woman, well, it's not impossible, but it might ruin the character, Hey, 7-1, stop staring at my dango already. Hey. Girl's voice broke Itachi's gaze, which had been fixed on the colorful dumplings. He blinked in surprise. Today was the day he graduated from the Ninja Academy. Sorry, he murmured. Sunlight fell gently across Izumi's face, the beauty mark beneath her right eye catching the light. Itachi reached up to touch his head, shifting his eyes from the dango to Izumi's face, his cheeks flushing slightly before he glanced away toward the riverbank. It was spring, the sunlight was warm, the river ran clear, and fish darted playfully in the water. Well, since you chose to graduate early, you need to be ready to grow up faster, Izumi teased, her playful tone ringing in Itachi's ears as he gazed out over the riverbank. Izumi, do you think? Itachi turned, meaning to ask if his decision had been the right one, only to find 2 sticks of dango in front of him. Tada, here's your graduation present, Izumi interrupted, pulling the dango she'd bought from the bag and offering them to Itachi. Honestly, I bought them just for you. Go on, give them a try. Itachi took the dango from her, nodded at her expectant smile, and bit into the first one. Classic Taro strawberry. He devoured each flavor. How is it? Good, right? Izumi watched Itachi's blissful expression, the corners of her mouth lifting in a smile. Itachi nodded, glancing at the remaining dango in his hand. Then at Izumi. Oh no, that's not necessary. I bought them all for you. I can make my own. Izumi looked a little flustered, though Itachi didn't notice. She said she could make them herself. Come to think of it, he remembered her mentioning before that she was learning to make desserts. This kind of life didn't seem so bad after all. With that thought, Itachi swallowed the first dango. Wait a second. Is this green apple flavor? When did they release a new flavor like this? It's a bit tart, but not bad. He picked up the second dango. Oh, this one's lemon. Definitely sour. The sharp tang sent a jolt through him, but the sweetness of the dough balanced it out, making the taste surprisingly pleasant. Izumi, sitting beside him, watched Itachi with eyes shining, a mysterious anticipation dancing in her gaze. The third dango. Seeing the green color, Itachi guessed it must be matcha. He popped it into his mouth, and his expression changed in an instant. He spluttered, "Wait a minute. Why is this wasabi flavored?" Itachi stared in disbelief at the skewer in his hand, as if it had suddenly become something unclean. Izumi grinned, dimples showing, as she handed him an open bottle of water. Well, what do you think? Exciting, isn't it? Take it slow, she said, patting his back and leaning in to whisper in his ear, "May your life always be as full of zest as this dango skewer." Old memories flickered through Itachi's mind. Then they were replaced by the scene before him. Izumi's mischievous giggle lingered in the air. But why was Izumi here for the Root Division's new recruit selection? Something was definitely up. Tenzo, who was waiting with Itachi for the interviews to begin, raised an eyebrow, sensing something off. Itachi's reaction was unusual. There was no doubt he knew this girl. Tenzo quickly checked her file. Uchiha Izumi, that's a nice-sounding name. Wait, Uchiha, since when did anyone from the Uchiha clan come to Root? The clan's opinion of Root was in the gutter, especially after Itachi took all the blame upon himself. No one dared move against him directly, but the hostility was unmistakable. Since interviews began, not a single Uchiha had shown up, though there were plenty of Huga applicants, but all from the branch family. Good afternoon, esteemed judges. Izumi bowed to Itachi, Tenzo, and a silver-haired man. The white-haired one was Kakashi. He'd taken time out of his busy schedule to help with the Root selection, showing rare concern for his adorable underlings. This isn't a movie audition. You know, Kakashi thought, the corners of his mouth twitching behind his mask. His expression as stoic as ever. As for Itachi, wait, why did he just turn away? Tenzo was astonished. After locking eyes with Izumi for just a second, Itachi averted his gaze. Was he shy? Ahem, please begin your performance. The demonstration. Tenzo stumbled over his words, thrown off by the situation, even mixing up his opening line. My name is Uchiha Izumi. I graduated from the Ninja Academy a year early. A glimmer flashed through Kakashi's lazy eyes. A year early. Huh. That's impressive for this era. Still, she should know just who she's standing before. Uchiha Itachi, for instance, graduated from the academy at age 7. Hatake Kakashi himself finished at 5. As for Tenzo, he skipped the academy entirely and started directly in the foundation. Of course, Kakashi reminded himself those were wartime days. It's not fair to compare them to the present. I'm skilled at shuriken throwing some fire release techniques and swordsmanship, a standard set of Uchiha abilities, Kakashi thought, nodding to himself. Everything was as he'd expected. Oh, and I can also make desserts. Really, that wasn't the kind of thing one should mention in this situation. After all, what ninja in ANBU interviews list dessert making as a qualification? But Izumi was different. She spoke with her Sharingan eyes. 2 Tomo spinning scarlet. gleaming as she gently brushed her hair aside, fixing her gaze on the judge's table. On Itachi in particular, Izumi's lips curled into a faint, knowing smile. Kakashi and Tenzo both froze. Tsutomu, at her age? Even among the Uchiha, that was prodigious. Oddly enough, it reminded Kakashi of Obito. He too had reached Tsutomu at that age. While Kakashi marveled at her Sharingan, Tenzo noticed something else. The blush creeping across Itachi's face. He was blushing. No, something was up, something was definitely up. This girl, Uchiha Izumi, clearly had some special connection with Itachi, if Tenzo remembered correctly. Itachi had quite the sweet tooth. After Izumi had demonstrated her skills, the three judges nodded in unanimous approval. Her application was accepted. That's all for now. Please wait in the lounge over there, Itachi said softly to Izumi, rising for once to personally escort her toward the waiting room, a rare gesture. Watching from within his sealed space, Tobirama's mouth curled up at each corner as he observed Itachi's behavior. Ah, youth, if Big Brother were here, he'd already be chattering away, unable to resist teasing, shipping them, as the modern phrase goes. But Tobirama was above such distractions. As Senju Tobirama, he would never let this sort of thing slow down his research. Well, Itachi's back to conducting interviews, so I'll just turn off the live feed for now. Ahem, this was all just a test for my latest invention, not idle curiosity. After a period of tinkering with the blue screen, roughly 2 months since the Mizuki incident, Tobirama had managed to partially crack its video capabilities. In short, he could now use the blue screen to observe young Itachi from every angle, 360 degrees. Not that there was much to see anymore. After all, on the very first day, Itachi had appeared before Tobirama without a stitch of clothing. My name is Uchiha Sasuke. You might not believe it, but it's the truth. A man who looks even more like my father than my father himself claims to be my ancestor, but I don't think we're actually related by blood. Maybe. It was the night after the Mizuki incident had come to an end. Sasuke lay in bed, his muscles aching relentlessly. His eyes were dull like a salted fish that had lost its spark. So weak. I'm really so weak. If it hadn't been for Karen's sensory abilities and Naruto sharing his Ninetales chakra with me today, I definitely wouldn't have made it through. If things go on like this, how will I ever defeat my brother and bring him home? When will I finally surpass Naruto and become the leader? The truth is, Sasuke was already extraordinary. At nearly 7 years old, he had awakened the Tsutomu Sharingan, and with the help of the Ninetales chakra, managed to fight off attacks from several former members of the Foundation, though they were all disabled. A starved camel is still bigger than a horse. Even crippled special jonin aren't something ordinary genin can mess with. But compared to his brother and Naruto, he still felt utterly weak. I need to become stronger. I want to become stronger. Exhaustion hammered at his mind, drawing him into a fog of sleep. And in that haze, Sasuke seemed to hear voices calling out to him. When Sasuke next opened his eyes, he found himself standing in a forest, Indiana, the midst of the trees. A lone figure was tirelessly practicing swordsmanship. In the distance, a large crater scarred the ground. Aftermath of a fire-style jutsu, its scorched edges slowly melting away. Where am I? Instantly on guard, Sasuke's Tsutomu Sharingan spun to life, the black tomo whirling in his eyes. Wasn't I just lying in bed? How did I end up here? Questions crowded his mind, but the most urgent was figuring out where he was, and how to get back. Oh, so you finally arrived? A deep composed voice, dripping with gravitas, sounded at his ear. Who's there? The figure in the forest was suddenly gone, and now the voice came from behind him. By the law of conservation, the person behind him had to be the one who was just practicing swordsmanship in the woods. Such incredible speed. Sasuke leapt forward a few steps, whirling around to glare fiercely at the man, only to hesitate in doubt. This man, why does he look a bit like me? The man, too, fell silent. This boy, why does he look a bit like me? Ahem, young heir of the Uchiha, allow me to introduce myself. My name is Uchiha Izuna, younger brother of Uchiha, once the head of the Uchiha clan. How did he recognize Sasuke as an Uchiha? With such unmistakable Sharingan, could there really be any doubt? Uchiha, wasn't he the one in the history books who founded Konoha alongside the first Hokage, only to later betray the village? The clan records did indeed mention that he had a younger brother, Uchiha Izuna, the all-around support, not only flawlessly handled clan affairs for his elder brother, but also worked tirelessly to advance the Uchiha's wisdom, beauty, and industrious spirit. His own strength was formidable as. Well, yet in the end he perished under the second Hokage's flying thunder god technique, never even learning about the founding of Konoha. Wait, wasn't he supposed to be dead? Weren't you dead? Izuna's lips twitched. This kid's got quite the sharp tongue. Who talks to their ancestors so bluntly? For certain reasons, I've come here from the Pure Land, Izuna replied with arms folded, his tone calm and indifferent. In truth, a blue screen had suddenly appeared before him back then, simply assigning him a single task. To teach Sasuke, well, apparently, as long as he could train Sasuke to surpass Naruto Uzumaki, both he and his brother could be revived. But who exactly was Naruto Uzumaki? No matter, Sasuke belonged to the Uchiha, and with his own personal guidance as the clan's esteemed ancestor, there was no way they'd lose to someone from the Uzumaki clan. Back in the day, the Uzumaki only managed to stand against the Uchiha by allying with the Senju. The Uzumaki are nothing to worry about. Besides, looking at Sasuke now, handsome and talented, already awakened the two-tomo Sharingan at such a young age, Izuna was sure that with his training, Sasuke would become a true powerhouse among the Uchiha. And my mission is to guide you to become strong, he declared. At the word strong, Sasuke's eyes lit up. Really? I guarantee it. Will I be able to defeat my brother? Your brother? Izuna's eyes brightened at the mention. Sasuke looked so much like himself. Surely his brother must resemble Madara too. One day, after making Sasuke 100 times stronger than this Naruto Uzumaki, he and his Anai-san would lead Sasuke and his brother to defeat the other ninja clans and unite the shinobi world. My brother did something unforgivable. For the sake of the village, he killed some of our clan members. Wait, what? Village, clan members? Killed? Hold on, Sasuke. Are those words supposed to go together? Wait, what village? Aren't we from the Uchiha clan? Izuna interrupted, cutting into Sasuke's explanation. Huh. I mean the ninja villager brother Uchiha Madara and the first Hokage Senju Hashirama founded Konoha, Sasuke replied. It was as if a bolt of lightning struck Izuna, turning him to stone, but he had died. Hadn't he, killed by Tobirama's flying thunder god technique, hadn't his brother promised to avenge him? How had that scheming Senju Hashirama managed to talk his brother into founding a ninja village together? There's a content creator called Ming Rang whose videos about this are absolutely fascinating. But then, why did your brother kill clan members? Izuna's body trembled slightly, tears welling up in his eyes. It seems it was because our clansmen were dissatisfied with the Hokage and wanted to rebel. So for the sake of Konoha's stability, my brother killed them all. A stable order cannot tolerate those who are unstable, especially a Sharingan-wielding Uchiha. I knew it. Izuna had discussed this very issue with Madara back then. If a peaceful village were to be established, there would always be some within the clan who would never agree to it. But since Konoha was indeed founded, did that mean his brother did something similar as well? What a headache. When the time comes, I'll have to revise my brother's place in the history books and restore his reputation. But if that's the case, Sasuke's brother really is a lot like my own brother. Izuna paused to compose himself, then spoke in a calm, quiet voice. If you wish to become stronger, then learn from me. Is there someone from the Uzumaki clan by your side? Sasuke's eyes sharpened, watching Izuna warily. Don't be so guarded. The person who gave me this task wants me to train you to surpass a certain Uzumaki Naruto. Izuna pressed his hand to his forehead in exasperation. This kid, who looked so much like himself, even matched his own level of caution. Forget it. Might as well lay all the cards on the table. Sasuke nodded slowly, then asked in a doubtful tone, Are you really capable? What kind of joke is this? Could the little Uzumaki clan really outshine the Uchiha? Relax. I guarantee victory. Everyone have a happy National Day. There should be 3 updates in October. I think 2 months had passed since the Mizuki incident. Today was one of Naruto's twice-monthly visits to the bathhouse. Since Naruto had grown a fair bit, at least there was no longer any danger of him drowning in the bath. So Hiruzen Sarutobi rarely bathed with him anymore. However, today Sarutobi brought along a child who didn't seem all that bright. Hey, what are you staring at? I'm Konohamaru, and my grandfather is the Hokage. Yes, this little rascal really was asking for it, a man wearing sunglasses brought him to Naruto's house and explained that this was Sarutobi's grandson, asking Naruto to take him to the bathhouse. Whack. Naruto delivered a swift karate chop to Konohamaru's head, just hard enough to stun him, but not enough to cause any harm. Master. Ebisu, seeing his young master getting bullied, wanted to protest, but was immediately stopped by an ANBU agent. The Hokage's orders end here. You may return now. Clutching his head, Konomaru echoed the sentiment to Ebisu, Arg. You can go now. I'll deal with this blonde guy myself. And so, with many reluctant glances backward, Ebisu, still wearing his sunglasses, reluctantly left Konomaru behind. Let's hope the young master can survive under the care of the Jinchuriki. Ebisu quietly offered up a prayer for the young master. Not long ago, there was a rumor going around. The Ninetales Jinchuriki had learned to master the power of the Ninetales, and since the Hokage himself hadn't stepped in to deny it, chances were the rumor was true. In fact, it was likely the third Hokage himself who had let it slip. Now, let's turn our attention back to the day after the Mizuki incident. Ahem, Naruto, could you explain to Grandpa how you came to possess Mokuton and Sage Mode? Hiruzen's tone was exceptionally gentle. After all, there had already been a precedent with Karen. When he saw Naruto using would release, Hiruzen was both astonished and delighted. He never imagined that the first Hokage's power would manifest again, this time through Naruto. Then, when he saw Naruto lose control to the Ninetales yet remain fully conscious, Hiruzen couldn't help but smile. Now, this is what you call a genius. A perfect Jinchuriki with would release. Once Naruto grows up, the leaf might no longer just be the name of a village, but of the entire ninja world. But when Naruto revealed Sage Mode, Hiruzen lost his composure. Long hair, the same Sage Mode, would release. An overwhelming strength. Wait, could it be? Hiruzen's head began to ache. Was he really facing the return of the first Hokage? Should he intervene or not? In the end, just to be safe, Hiruzen summoned Naruto for a talk. Ahem, well, how about I let my old man explain it to you? Naruto thought for a moment, then in the sealed space, took Minato's suggestion and replied. Under the third Hokage's astonished gaze, a phantom of chakra drifted out from Naruto's belly. It's been a long time, Lord Third, said the legendary yellow flash. The fourth Hokage Minato Namikaze, as he appeared me. Minato. Yes, it's me. Minato nodded, and then shared a few secrets known only between himself and the third, completely dispelling Hiruzen's doubts. It really has been a while, though, in this form. Hiruzen looked at Minato's current state, hesitating a little as he spoke. I'm already dead. This is just a remnant of my chakra. Minato smiled calmly, speaking plainly about his own death. I see. I never thought I'd see you again. Even if only as a chakra imprint. Stroking his chin, the third admitted that at first he'd suspected Minato had somehow come back to life considering the sheer amount of chakra. But to think it was just a chakra remnant. No, wait. If Minato had that much chakra, why did he use the Reaper Death Seal in the end? Was it for love? Ahem, Minato, I have a crucial question for you. Why does Naruto possess would release and Sage Mode? The third straightened up and fixed Minato with a piercing gaze. Minato rubbed his head helplessly and clicked his tongue. This was really a tough situation. For certain reasons, we can't tell you directly, but Lord Third would release Sage Art's monstrous strength. I don't think I need to spell it out any further. Minato spoke, his words now barely veiled hints, almost laying everything bare. It was practically the same as saying, that's right, the first Hokage is inside Naruto. Is he still there? Hiruzen hung his head, sweat pouring down his face as he pondered for a moment before speaking. Minato nodded. Oh, and when Karen visited before Lady Mito returned from the Pure Land and stayed with her for 2 months, with that another person and a certain fox inside the seal space found themselves sweating profusely. But she went back afterwards. The third gave a brief account of what Mito had told him, finally allowing the one person and one fox in the seal to breathe a sigh of relief. No wonder it felt so familiar, Kushin amused, stroking her chin. So those chains back then were left behind by Granny Mito. But why hadn't Kurama or Grandpa Hashirama recognized them? Ah, that explains it. No wonder I felt such a sense of déjà vu. Isn't that right, Kurama? Hashirama's right fist landed in his left palm as realization dawned on his face. Yes, Hashirama-san, you make perfect sense. That's exactly what I thought at the time. Kurama nodded, his gaze sincere. It's just back then I was busy worrying about little Naruto, so I didn't think too deeply. Kurama nodded, his eyes shining with sincerity. Still, it's really too bad that Mito had to leave Hashirama's side. I was hoping to play cards with her again. Yeah, it's been ages since I last saw Mito. I wonder how she's doing now, Kurama chimed in. With that odd exchange, the matter was swept under the rug. as Kushina turned her attention away from the pair to listen to Hiruzen and Minato's conversation. The person and the fox exchanged glances, unable to hide the shared excitement and relief in their eyes, especially Kurama, whose tail was practically wagging flowers into the air. Meanwhile, the conversation outside was coming to an end. Minato. I want to talk to the old man, too. Minato's face twitched. It was obvious that hurt. Oh, right, Kushina has something she'd like to say to you. Back in the seal space, Kushina already had Minato in a vice grip around the waist. Minato shot the third Hokage a look that said, "Good luck, you're on your own," and vanished. Minato, wait. The third realized what was about to happen and tried to grab a yellow flash. But unfortunately, you can't catch a flash of light. Hey, old man Sarutobi. That familiar fiery red appeared before Hiruzen's eyes, and little Naruto, off to the side, quickly ducked behind the sofa, ears pricked to catch every bit of the drama. Somebody save me! Sarutobi wanted to give Naruto a look, hoping he'd come to his rescue. But all he saw was that mop of blonde hair, crouched behind the sofa, hands clamped tightly over his ears. Yes, that familiar sense of exasperation. Just like with Mito a few months ago. Forget it, he thought, already numb to it all. At Kushina's request, Naruto returned to his old home. The house was spotless, clearly cleaned regularly by someone. Photos of his parents together, radiating affection, adorned the place in abundance. Oh, how nostalgic, Kushina murmured, eyes shining with longing as she gazed at a photo of herself and Minato on the bedside table. Back in the day, your dad and I were the most famous couple in the village, she reminisced, a loving smile lighting up her face. Minato smiled as well, his expression equally full of fond memories. Obito, Kakashi, and Rin all used to come here back then. Those days we spent together. How I miss them. Naruto, let's buy a camera later and take a family picture, Kushina suggested with enthusiasm. Sure, sounds good. Naruto agreed. In the end, the photo on the bedside table was replaced by a new one. The four of them. And a fox. Little Kurama was cradled in Naruto's arms, holding his head high with a proud air, though his tail was just a blur. Clearly, he was so happy that his tail was wagging at lightning speed. And then the story shifted back to the present. After learning about Naruto's current situation, the third Hokage decisively chose to give Naruto complete freedom. Honestly, with his own ancestors showing up like this, what more could he possibly say? At the same time, wanting to grow closer to Naruto, he figured. Knowing Naruto now had several guests inside him, plus a fox, he should probably stop inviting Naruto to the baths. Then Konohamaru arrived. "How dare you hit me?" Konohamaru shouted, glaring at Naruto with fierce defiance. Once Ebisu had left, Naruto narrowed his eyes, fixing Konohamaru with a steady stare for 3 seconds. "What, are you scared now?" If you were just before he could finish, Naruto delivered a swift karate chop to Konohamaru's head. "Ow, how could you?" Konohamaru whimpered, rubbing the tears from his eyes. "Take this." Konohamaru's flying kick. The boy, round and small like a dumpling, leapt up to deliver a flying kick, only to trip over his own shoelaces and tumble to the ground. Whatever Naruto thought, it's like having an Akameru of my own. He quickly formed a few hand seals, and with a sudden burst, a wooden staff sprang from his body, scooping up Konohamaru in one swift motion. "Let's go. Today I'm taking you to the bathhouse, and come to think of it, Konohamaru is technically from my own generation. Should I make him call me Big Bro? But being called that by this little rascal makes me feel like some monkey summoned in for backup. Never mind, one thing at a time. Better go find Sasuke first." And what was Sasuke up to at the moment? Practicing his swordsmanship. The same familiar father, the same familiar charge toward him. And what was that expression supposed to mean? Yet this was a different Sasuke now, one in the midst of transformation. Sasuke could now catch and dodge Fugaku's sword strikes in time as the blade swept toward him. Sasuke swiftly swung his wooden sword, striking the weak point of his opponent's weapon and blocking the attack. "Not bad. Your swordsmanship has improved quite a bit," Fugaku said, halting his assault, his satisfaction barely hidden in his eyes. The Uchiha clan sword style emphasized speed, precision, and ruthlessness. Qualities Sasuke at his age didn't yet possess. After all, he was still just a child. No matter how hard he trained, reaching a ninja's level overnight was still a stretch. Not everyone, after all, had a fox lurking in their belly, ready to top off their chakra, or heal their wounds at a moment's notice. Still, according to both his father and his teacher, there were plenty of tailed beasts in the ninja world, apparently 9 in total. and their family's Mangekyo Sharingan was especially effective against tailed beasts. If, in the future, he could capture the remaining 8 and seal them inside himself, then surely he'd have more chakra than Naruto. This plan, well, to call it perfect would be an understatement. It was absolutely flawless. Even Izuna was stunned. He hadn't known the Mangekyo had special powers over tailed beasts. This was something Fugaku had told Sasuke. When Sasuke had asked about the beast inside Naruto, Fugaku had straightforwardly shared everything he knew. Why worry? If the third Hokage ever questioned it, they could just say Naruto told Sasuke himself. Sasuke recalled that night, with burning crimson chakra swirling around him, a hint of envy flickering in his eyes. He wondered what the other tailed beasts looked like. Hopefully, at least a few of them would be cool. But today, it seemed Naruto had invited everyone for a bath. Judging by the time, it should be about now. Hey, is Sasuke home? Naruto's voice called from outside. Oh, it's Naruto. Come on in, Mikoto said, opening the door and ushering him inside. It's all right, Andy. I'm just here to get Sasuke for the hot springs. Naruto scratched his head, his body subtly blocking the doorway, giving his wooden clone a chance to clamp a hand over Konohamaru's mouth. I see. Mikoto's eyes sparkled with amusement as she glanced at Naruto, then turned back and called into the courtyard. Sasuke, Naruto's here to take you to the hot springs. Sasuke, who was just about to change clothes, sighed. Honestly, but a soak in the hot springs didn't sound bad right now. Still, he ought to let his teacher know. He closed his eyes. Here so early today? Izuna, still swinging his sword, looked at his student with a puzzled expression. What's up? Sensei, Naruto's invited me to the hot springs today, Sasuke said, a little worried his teacher wouldn't let him go. He knew he should be training, but chances like this to hang out together didn't come often. Go ahead. Izuna thought for a moment, then waved his sword. A slash of sword energy tore through the woods, clearing a small patch of flat ground. Taking a break every now and then is a good thing. He patted Sasuke on the shoulder, then asked him what a hot spring was. It's basically a pool filled with water. You heat it up and soak in it, Sasuke explained. Izuna understood this description. Go on then. As long as you keep your resolve to become stronger, it's fine. Once Sasuke left the sealed space, Izuna squinted as he looked at the clearing he'd just made. It seemed hot springs weren't such a bad idea. Susanoo. Ever since arriving here, Izuna had noticed a change in his eyes. They seemed to have transformed into his brother's eyes. Not only had his ocular power grown stronger, but it also kept recovering, and he could even activate the highest stage of Susanoo. With that, a pool formed by a gray-blue Susanoo appeared on the newly cleared ground. Water style. Water ball jutsu. He casually sprayed some water into the pool, then heated it up with a fire-style technique. Steam began to waft from the surface. This looks pretty good, Izuna murmured. He didn't realize that the scene resembled someone preparing a bowl of soup. He simply thought soaking in it would be pleasant. He stacked firewood beneath the pool to keep the heat steady, took off his clothes, and sank comfortably into the water. Slowly, he closed his eyes, though he kept Susanoo active. After all, it wouldn't be very impressive to fall halfway in. That's the spot. When my brother returns, I'll soak here with him, he thought with a smile. Apart from the brief moment when using water style stirred up some unpleasant memories, the whole experience was simply perfect. After picking up a sweat-drenched Sasuke, Naruto took him to find Shikamaru and Choji. Kara, meanwhile, had already gone to meet up with Hinata and the others. What are you staring at? Sasuke snapped. He noticed a little kid being carried by one of Naruto's shadow clones, who kept sneaking glances at him and was getting on his nerves. Hey, do you even know who I am? Konohamaru struggled in the clone's grasp, fuming, but to no avail. I'm Tsurutobi Konohamaru, grandson of the third Hokage. Sasuke nodded and held out his hand to Naruto. Give me a cloth. Naruto was curious about what Sasuke planned to do, but sensed it would be entertaining, so he handed over a handkerchief he usually used to wipe his hands. What are you doing? Don't come any closer. Konohamaru's face went pale as Sasuke, holding the handkerchief, approached step by step. It wasn't that he was scared easily, but Sasuke's eyes had turned red. Wait, Sasuke, you're not planning to stuff that handkerchief in his mouth, are you? A savior appeared. Naruto's original body blocked Sasuke's way. Eyeing him with suspicion, Sasuke nodded calmly, as if to say, yes, that's exactly what I think. What's the problem? That's my handkerchief, Naruto cried out, a little exasperated. He really didn't want his handkerchief, the one he used to wipe his hands, to end up covered in drool from a little kid. Teasing. Forget it if it's such a big deal. Sasuke, turn away, tossing the handkerchief back to Naruto. Konohamaru, Seeing how easily Naruto got Sasuke to stop and rescued him, gazed at Naruto with stars in his eyes. "Hey, what's your name?" he asked, although Sarutobi had told Konoha Naruto's name before. There was no way the young master would remember it. "Oh, since you asked, I'll tell you," Naruto replied, puffing up with pride. "I'm Uzumaki Naruto, the man who's going to become Hokage." One of Naruto's shadow clones, still carrying Konohamaru over his shoulder, struck a cool pose. If you ignored the small figure dangling from his shoulder, he actually looked pretty cool. The real Naruto, meanwhile, covered his face in embarrassment, thinking his own with clone's personality was a bit too energetic. Still, it felt kind of good. "Hey Sasuke, stop laughing." A stifled snicker came from the side. Naruto didn't even need to look to know it was Sasuke. "I'm not laughing," Sasuke said, quickly straightening his expression and looking Naruto in the eye. "Really?" "Absolutely," Sasuke replied, holding his gaze for a full 10 seconds before turning away again. "Art, come on," Naruto grumbled in frustration. "Hey you, come join the fun," called the shadow clone, fanning the flames even more. While Naruto and Sasuke both felt a tinge of embarrassment about all this in Konohamaru's eyes, Naruto was simply amazing. With just a few words, Naruto had even made a member of the Uchiha clan back down. Wasn't that proof of his strength? Unlike his own teacher, Ebisu, who was always off gawking at pretty ladies or reading those boring adult books, right now, Konohamaru completely forgot that he was still slung over Naruto's shoulder, and that it was Naruto who had handed the handkerchief to Sasuke in the first place. He was lost in his own fantasies. If he could just get Naruto to be his boss, maybe he'd finally have a chance to beat his grandfather. Konohamaru was already plotting how to make Naruto his leader. "Enough talk. Let's get moving already. These soggy clothes are so uncomfortable," Sasuke said, hands in his pockets, striding ahead of Naruto. The afternoon sunlight bathed him in a brilliant glow, making him look truly dazzling for a moment. "Hey, do you even know the way?" Naruto called after him. Sasuke stopped in his tracks, silently walked in a small circle, and then stood still. Naruto could only shake his head helplessly and led Sasuke toward Shikamaru's house. "Man, it's so early, what a drag," Shikamaru mumbled, rubbing his eyes as he got up from bed. His mother was already there, pulling him by the ear and dragging him into the living room. "Ow, Mom, take it easy," he complained. Yoshinonara looked at her lazy son with a mixture of disappointment and affection, letting out a weary sigh. "Today, I'll leave Shikamaru in your care." Although her son was certainly smart, he was truly lazy, sleeping through the afternoon just for a nap. That was something else. Fortunately, he had a good group of friends. She smiled at Naruto and Sasuke, then nudged Shikamaru to get moving. "All right, off you go." Shikamaru picked up the clothes he prepared and stepped out the door. The sun is so bright, he squinted up at the sky, sunlight streaming down. "Let's hurry up. Even though the owner's a friend of mine, it's not good to be late," Naruto said, shrugging his shoulders. In the next 10 minutes, they gathered up Choji, Kiba, and another kid who had volunteered to join. What was his name again? "Oh, right, Shino Aburame. It's Shino," he corrected, adjusting his sunglasses. One's just like Ebisu's. Shino sat at the end of the 5th row and got along well with Karen. The main reason was that Karen could actually remember who he was, so thanks to that connection, everyone became more familiar with each other. Still, it wasn't guaranteed anyone else would remember him. "Oh, right, Shino." Naruto nodded, then led the group toward the bathhouse he frequented. Actually, it used to be just a simple public bath, but because Naruto started coming, he attracted members of the Umbu and even the Hokage. Over time, thanks to these special patrons, the bathhouse gradually upgraded into a hot spring. Umbu members often came to relax here after missions, and the Hokage held a certain fondness for the place. Eventually, the bathhouse took on another identity. It became the official hot spring of the Umbu. The owner couldn't believe his luck. The profits just kept rolling in. Every Umbu seemed rich, ordering hot spring eggs by the dozen while soaking, and no one dared cause trouble in his establishment. Once a rival bathhouse grew jealous of the owner's booming business and sent some men to stir up trouble. Choosing the day Naruto happened to be there, they had timed it thinking no Umbu would be around, just an elderly man and a blonde kid, so they sent in a dozen strong men. The rivals swaggered in, boasting that even if the Hokage himself showed up, they wouldn't be afraid. At that moment, Hiruzen Sarutobi stepped out unexpectedly, wrapped in nothing but a bathrobe, the look the rivals gave. The owner was as if they'd seen a ghost. "Wait, the Hokage is really here?" Previously, the bathhouse had advertised that the Hokage was a patron, but the competitors all assumed it was just a marketing ploy To their shock, it was completely true. After that, every rival bathhouse in the area moved out, and this one became the official spot. The owner couldn't be more satisfied. He'd hit the jackpot. And he was no fool. He knew the real reason the Hokage and the Umbu kept coming back. It was all thanks to that adorable little blonde troublemaker. It's nothing. From now on, whenever Naruto and his friend come for a bath, it's completely free, and they'll even throw in 6 hot spring eggs. 3 times a month, they can reserve a whole section with no strings attached. And no matter how many people come, it's always 70% off, with 3 hot spring eggs per person. Naruto thought to himself, power? What does it really mean to have power? It's the middle of the night. I must channel my energy for love. I need those 5-star reviews. Sasuke, a strikingly handsome young Uchiha bearing the same features as his ancestor Izuna. Pale, flawless skin, a high-bridged nose, and a jawline that could only be described as exquisite. All of this often made him, in the eyes of the young human girls, uniquely irresistible. Couple that with his aloof demeanor and that cold exterior hiding a passionate heart. And it was no wonder the girls never stopped chasing after him. Today, those girls had gathered together. Karen listened. Up! Sasuke is mine. Sakura stared straight at Karen, challenging her without the slightest hint of retreat. Oh really? Funny. I've never once heard Sasuke mention your name. Karen tilted her head, stuck out her tongue, then dropped a line that hit Sakura right where it hurt. But Ino, I have heard him mention you. Ino grabbed hold of Sakura, who looked ready to charge, and fixed her gaze on Karen. This girl. She's got some tricks up her sleeve. In just a couple of sentences, she made it clear how close she was to Sasuke, hinted at her own claim, and taken a subtle jab at Sakura, trying to sow discord among them. Did Karen really think that just hearing Sasuke mention her name would make Ino happy? Well, maybe just a little, but Sasuke's impression of you was that you're really bold, Karen added with devastating effect. Ino was floored. Hey Ino, what's wrong? Don't let the enemy get to you with just a few words. Sakura nudged her friend, trying to snap her out of it, though momentarily stunned. Ino's mind was still working. She quickly put herself in Sasuke's shoes considered his relationship with Karen, and more or less figured things out. She patted Sakura's shoulder, then turned to Karen with a bright smile. Oh, then I'm really flattered. Coming from Sasuke, that's high praise. Teasing, Karen scoffed, turning up her nose. Why don't we hurry and go to the hot springs? Otherwise, Naruto and the others will be waiting too long, Hinata chimed in quietly from the side. She didn't really get why the Wild Boar Slayer was so popular, but it didn't matter. As long as it wasn't Naruto who was being chased, she was fine. All right, the guys should be arriving soon, shouldn't they? It's worth mentioning here that Karen had recently moved next door to Naruto's house. This was on Kushina's request, but even if Kushina hadn't asked, Karen probably would have gone straight to Hiruzen anyway. After all, she still had over a dozen strands of Grandma's chakra in her belly. If the old man Hiruzen refused, well, let's see how many rounds he could last at that moment. In the Hokage's office, Hiruzen Sarutobi stared at a slightly blurry image swirling within his crystal ball, suddenly overcome by an odd sense of having narrowly escaped disaster. Strange. Could something have happened again? He rubbed his chin thoughtfully, shook his head, and turned his attention back to the scene unfolding at the hot springs inn. Isn't this young Master Naruto? The innkeeper, noticing Naruto arriving with a group of boys, quickly set aside her work and greeted him warmly. Yes, we'd like 1 men's bath and 1 women's bath today. You still have them available, right? Naruto nodded, asking the innkeeper, but of course, that's a given, she replied. Although, I should warn you, the boiled eggs might be a bit slow coming today. The Umbu have reserved the neighboring bath for some sort of welcome party and recuperation. They've ordered quite a feast, so your side might have to wait a little longer. As she explained, she also filled Naruto in on the day's special circumstances at the inn. Umbu, well, never mind then. Naruto had wanted to ask if his favorite big sister was working today. But since it was Umbu, business secrecy was paramount. He remembered how last time she visited, she'd mentioned having a boyfriend and promised to introduce him on her next visit. TCH, but thanks to her missions, he still hadn't met the guy. He wondered what sort of person he was, though from her stories, he seemed pretty great. What should he bring as a gift next time they meet? Oh, maybe some nourishing fruit. There was always plenty over at Hashirama-sensei's place. Meanwhile, Hate Gecko, soaking in a hot spring, felt a strange warmth surge through him. Could you gal be thinking about me right now? Wait. No, what's that smell? Oh no. Members of the Aburame clan. Could you please not bring your bugs into the hot spring? A few insects floated to the surface, their tiny legs twitching uncertainly. Dead or in bliss, it was hard to say. Nearby, an Aburame clan member was downing hot spring sake, pouring it straight into his mouth. As he grew tipsy, even the bugs inside him seemed to get drunk. With a deep sigh, Hei dragged himself off to find the innkeeper. The scene shifted back to the men's bath, where the boys had wrapped towels around their waists, their upper bodies bare. "Hey Naruto, who's that kid?" Kiba asked, pointing at Kinomaru, who was roughhousing with Akamaru so much that his towel slipped, leaving him stark naked. "Oh, that's Grandpa Third's grandson. He asked me to bring him along for a bath," Naruto replied. Kiba stared wide-eyed. "The third Hokage's grandson is just casually playing with my Akamaru." "Oh no. What if Akamaru accidentally bites Kinomaru's little elephant? That would be a disaster." He imagined the scene. If Akamaru really did bite him, the Third Lord would definitely fly into a rage. And he himself would not only lose Akamaru, but might even be eliminated by the infamous root of the leaf. The sheer thought made Kiba feel like his life was over. "You're overthinking it. I wouldn't bite something so filthy. You're the one overthinking it. Root isn't the kind of place that would send people to cut off a 7-year-old's roots these days." Kiba rushed over and scooped up Akamaru then, under Kinomaru's puzzled gaze, tugged Akamaru's ear and led him back into the pool. "Honestly, you're such a pain," he grumbled. Sasuke draped a white towel over his eyes, letting wisps of steam drift across his eyelids. A barely audible sigh escaped his lips. "Hey Sasuke, scoot over and make some room for me." The blonde's voice cut through Sasuke's moment of relaxation. "Fine, whatever." Sasuke shifted over, the water rising just to his neck. But then he felt something strange in his mouth. "Hey, tie up your hair, will you?" Sasuke pulled away the towel and saw a tuft of blonde hair dangling from his lips, exasperated. He spat out a mouthful of water in Naruto's direction. "Actually, I didn't know how to tie it," came a voice from somewhere, though nobody paid it any mind. "Never mind, I'll just do it myself." Without Naruto realizing, Shino quietly gathered up Naruto's hair and tied it into a bun. At that moment, Naruto was still bickering with Sasuke. When he tried to use his hair as a weapon, he discovered it was already neatly tied. "What the? Some mysterious creature has secretly tied up my hair." "That was me," Shino explained. Naruto, can I be your underling?" As Shino tried to clarify, Kinomaru ran up to the edge of the pool and gave Naruto a deep bow. "Huh, why do you suddenly want to be my underling?" Naruto was baffled. He hadn't said anything to give Kinomaru that idea. "Because I think you're amazing, boss. You've got everyone following your lead." Kinomaru's eyes sparkled. Right now, Naruto had Sasuke on his left, Kiba on his right, Choji and Shikamaru behind him, and a cool kid in shades cuddling a dog. He looked every bit the leader. "Yeah, I'm down with that." Kiba leaned in and whispered to Naruto, "If we ever get into trouble, Kinomaru can take the blame for us." A brilliant plan formed among the boys. "All right then, from now on, I'm your boss," Naruto declared, accepting Kinomaru as his follower and nudging him toward Sasuke. "This is your second in command." "Wait, what? Seriously? Who would have thought that straight-laced Sasuke was also a henchman?" "Now I, Kinomaru, finally have another identity. No one will just call me the Hokage's grandson anymore." A sly grin tugged at Kinomaru's lips, just as Akamaru leapt onto his head. Splash! He toppled into the water. Meanwhile, on the girls' side of the hot spring, the topic of conversation turned to the boys in their class. "I think Sasuke is really handsome." Sakura sat on the stone steps inside the hot spring, the water just covering her collarbone. Ino and Karen nodded in agreement. "So besides Sasuke, what do you think of the other boys in class?" Karen raised a finger, tossing out the question. "I think Shikamaru always gives off a lazy vibe. He just seems like the type who can't be bothered to do anything." Sakura thought for a moment and shared her impression of Shikamaru. "That's true, but even though Shikamaru is lazy and always complains about things being troublesome, he's actually quite reliable when it really matters." Ino corrected Sakura's opinion. "I feel the same way, but whenever I ask him something, he just calls Sasuke over and has Sasuke teach me instead." "Oh well, what can you do? Still, he's not so bad." Before Karen could finish her sentence, the pink-haired and blonde-haired girls turned their eyes on her in perfect sync. I'm sorry. Don't pull on my towel, too." Mischievous hands reached out toward Karen, who was wrapped in her towel, and began to tug at it playfully. "Hey, didn't you just say Sasuke helps you with your questions? Let's see what you've learned from him." Sakura and Ino grinned wickedly, looking every bit like little devils. "Hinata, help me." Karen called out to Hinata, who was half-submerged nearby, quietly enjoying the steam. Could you maybe stop that? Hinata surfaced, fiddling nervously with her fingers, her voice soft and gentle. Sakura and Ino exchanged glances, then looked over at Karen again. 3 pairs of hands reached for Hinata. 2 minutes later, the 3 little rascals, their towels now hopelessly tangled, submerged themselves in the water, while Hinata, cheeks tinged pink, sat at the edge and watched the trio of troublemakers. How embarrassing. 3 of them together still couldn't beat her. But thinking about how Hinata acted at school, it all made sense. The 3 girls had simply been fooled by Hinata's innocent and clumsy appearance. By the way, Hinata, what do you think of Naruto? Ino's eyes sparkled. Mischievously, physical strength might not be her strong suit, but when it came to gossip, she was the undisputed queen. You mean Naruto? Yeah. Honestly, I think Naruto is pretty handsome. If you can't win Sasuke over going after Naruto, wouldn't be a bad idea. You know, Hinata's face, already flushed, turned even redder. That's not right. Her voice was a bit louder than usual, but still soft and sweet. Think about it. You've chased after Sasuke for so long. How could you give up halfway? In any case, that's just not good. Hinata planted her hands on her hips, trying to imitate Irika-sensei's scolding posture, but she forgot one important thing. Hinata didn't have Irika's booming, lion-like voice. On the other hand, this was Ino we were talking about, the famously stubborn Ino who even dared to challenge Irika head-on. How could she possibly be intimidated by Hinata? Besides, Ino came prepared, already knowing the answer she wanted. Oh, is that so? She said, her tone playful. So, Hinata, does that mean you don't want anyone else trying to win over Naruto? Ino poked Hinata's blushing cheek with her finger, then leaned in close to whisper in her ear, well, actually, but that is Hinata stammered, unable to voice the words, hovering at the tip of her tongue. Hinata, do you really like my big brother? Karen chimed in, her expression a mix of mischief and anticipation. I heard you 2 have known each other since way back. In fact, weren't you his very first friend? Karen edged closer, wearing the look of someone eager for gossip, her eyes twinkling with curiosity. After all, aside from Sasuke, her brother talked about Hinata more than anyone else, and she couldn't help but sense there was something special in his feelings toward her. Well, I don't know, Hinata mumbled, sinking deeper into the water, a cloud of steam rising up around her in flustered bursts. Oh, come on, Hinata. Just tell us how you really feel.